tornado warning now in effect for portions of Grenada County. We were talking about Lafayette a few moments ago. That storm out of the area, but this one, a new development as it moves closer to Grenada County here in the coming minutes. Warning issued until 5:45 this evening, and you can see western sections of Grenada County west of I-55 going to be included in that. As we do a storm track on this, we're seeing a much more energetic storm than what we were seeing up north. So this is more likely closer to produce than what that one was doing up around Marshall County. You're seeing several towns listed in there, including Glendora, 503, Phillip, 506, Tippo, 516, Leverett, 522, and then on towards Tillatoba, 540, and Oakland, 543. So those communities are going to be issued on in the path of this storm where that polygon has been issued. And the reason why it was issued is because of this defined rotation. No matter which radar site you look at it, you can see that it is an intensifying storm. Looking at debris mode to see if we have anything confirmed, and I would say as of right now, let's put a circle on that rotation and line that up with debris mode. Not seeing anything that says for sure tornado touchdown. Fortunately, we don't want anything confirmed, and so the more that we hear that news, the better. I want to look out of Memphis here real quick to make sure that it's seeing the same thing, and yes, broad rotation out of Memphis as well as it moves into Highway 8, 49 east before it reaches parts of 55 here in the next hour or so. So looking at a Memphis, again, nothing saying a clear and defined debris signature, which is a fortunate thing, but that rotation still intensifying, especially over the last couple of scans. You can see how it goes from broad over there of 49 west, and you can see that wrap around and that couplet forming more and more here in the latest scans. Now, it's not exactly a pretty and defined picture that we're getting out of either of these radar sites because it is just so far away. But whenever you're getting that broad rotation out of both sites, it agrees on the same thing, that this is an intensifying storm. So giving a more detailed look on this cone, we're seeing it reach parts of Mentor City 454, Glendora 458, Solomon Chapel School 503, Tippo 509, we mentioned you a moment ago, Leverett 513, Rosenwald School 513, Paynes 515, and then Rosebloom by 520. Cottage Hill School included in there 523, Tillatoba 528. So go ahead and get to that safe place right now. You do have a tornado warning in your area moving into parts west of 55, including portions of Grenada County. Oxbury, you're in the path of this as well. You're going to be on that northwest side of the warning. And that, I want to say that polygon is pretty defined on what that path is going to be taking than what they typically issue with these. So it's seeing a more defined look on that track as it moves in that northeast direction. But again, including some of those towns. And I'm going to include Oxbury on this one because you are on the southern part of this polygon that was issued. We're seeing Oxbury. Let me include it here real quick. Just move it towards that southern part. So Oxbury about 519, 520. And again, that's if it takes more of a southern direction. But if it keeps in this northeast path, it could go north of you. And we're going to keep it like that for now because that's what that path is more believed to be. Mentor City 457, Distaff 511, Leverett 520, and then on into Rosebloom 529, Paul 531, Tillatoba 539, and Oakland closer to 542. Now, everything okay? Okay. Sorry, that is our chief meteorologist, Matt Lobhahn. I'm meteorologist Gabe Maynor. We're tracking a tornado warning in effect for western sections of Grenada County until 5:45 this evening. Now, I will say one thing that we're getting with this is we, one, have that broad rotation, but a very energetic storm. Just compare this to the tornado warning that we had up around the northern parts, and it doesn't have nearly as much energy. And so this is a more mature storm than what we saw moments ago. Also something to keep an eye on for folks in the Lafayette and Yalobusha County. They have broad rotation up here in Tutwiler. That's moving northeast towards your areas here in a moment, but the primary storm we're focused on at this moment is moving towards Grenada County, closer to Highway 8 right now. We see that rotation, very broad and nothing confirmed just yet, but just south of Highway 8 to the west of Highlanddale and moving closer to Mentor City. Lining that up, just basically seeing a large return on reflectivity. What that usually is associated with is a large hail core. So not only are you getting that broad rotation, but you're also getting the potential for some large hail development. So keep that in mind as this moves through, and that's another damaging element all in itself. But looking out of this, and I want to pull it up real quick, just looking at that closest radar site, because it is in between two different radar sites, and looking at the rotation from both. We've been doing this throughout this warning. We're getting that was out of Jackson. Now we're looking out of GWX and looking out of Memphis. all showing the same thing with those bright returns of red and green, not getting that typical what we see with the supercell where we're getting that wraparound of moisture. But honestly, with Slated Skin, and kind of are getting it with that RFD developing and that wraparound of moisture with that inflow developing right in that notch right there. And that's where that rotation is developing more and more as it moves across portions of Highway 8, honestly at the Highway 8, Highway 49 East intersection as we speak. I'm going to keep it out of Memphis for the time being because that is going to be our closest radar site to Grenada County, and it is going to continue moving in that northeast direction. Going to do an extended storm track all the way to 55 so we can let folks know out in advance, talking about folks in Coffeyville, 538, Locust Grove School, 538, but going back to folks that are more in the immediate path, and that's going to be Mentor City, 451. I mean, we're 3 minutes away from that at this point. If you're not in your safe place, you need to get there now or get to the safest location in your house for the time being. Glendora, you have a bit more time, 7 minutes. They're at 455. Phillip, 457. Tippo, 505. Leverett, 509. Charleston by 517. Tillatoba, 524. We've been mentioning your name. Oakland, 527. And then Daly School by about 531. So this is not a confirmed tornado as of right now, but you can definitely see that rotation associated with it. Going to look at the latest scan on this to make sure that we're not missing anything. And I would agree, it's just a large hail core that's developing more and more. You get that, what we call a three-body scatter, which basically shows a reflection in the debris signature, but that just means those hailstones way high in the sky are causing some disturbances in the radar flow. So that's something we're tracking that we can guarantee that we're getting some hail out of this. But in regards to a confirmed tornado, staying void of that, looking out of each radar site, and they're all showing the same thing, that we're not seeing anything confirmed on this rotation so far. Even out of Jackson, just going to take one last look just to make sure. And still, I mean, showing the hail, no doubt about that, but not showing anything confirmed. Yeah, so I'm going to swap places with our chief meteorologist, Matt Lawpon, as we continue to assess this tornado warning lasting until 5:45 this evening.
And Gabe, you're doing a great job of kind of poking and prodding one of these. It's kind of hard to figure out. When you're this far away from radar site, there's a lot of guessing, unfortunately, that goes on. And it's not obviously as precise as when we're right up next to it. But again, for kind of the wider perspective here, this is the beginning of what we expect to be additional warnings coming the next few hours here. This entire kind of line that we're tracking there, the edge of this, is where it is strong enough that we could see some damaging wind gusts. But then, of course, the spot that they have prompted this tornado warning on is where there's just a little bit of extra rotation. As you can see, there's also another one up here in sections of Tallahatchie County as well. So both of these there near Slater and up there west of Charleston, areas of circulation that, we have to look fairly high up in the thunderstorm in either case here to kind of define what exactly is going on closer to the surface. So unfortunately, there's guessing that goes on in this situation. I want to make sure we've verified 40 miles per hour on the speed of this.
I'm going to check back on that just to make sure.
Our meteorologist Gabe Maynard can check back on that. I'm going to go up to 45. I think 40 is probably good, but I just want to go up just a little faster just to shave off a couple more minutes just in case. We're going to do a longer track on this. Typically, the circulations on these probably will not be super duper long lived. That's got to be going a little faster. Hold on. We're going to update these times here in just a moment. But again, northwest portion there of 50. There we go. Okay, it looked like this has picked up a little speed. We're going to have to continue to kind of check in on the speed of this as it works toward the northeast, because we do expect that these will probably pick up a little bit of speed if these end up having that strong wind potential as well. So if you live ahead of this, in particular locations there toward Coffeyville, we still have a little time for Coffeyville. 5:41 time there. Current time is 4:50, so a little less than an hour, but certainly wants potential that you will have some damaging winds with this, and potentially a chance for a tornado as it moves in. One of the things that Gabe was mentioning, a lot of electricity showing up with this here, a lot of lightning on this, a sign that it's very turbulent air up aloft, and one of the reasons why we are obviously concerned with that potential that could try to produce a tornado. Again, this is Doppler radar indicated tornado warning, meaning that as of kind of the latest look at it here, the thinking is that most of these, the rotation in this is still strong enough that definitely bears monitoring, but we have not had confirmation of official tornado touchdown with this as well. Kind of analyzing some things, a lot of information coming in here at this moment as I'm kind of looking at some things behind the scenes. Definitely watching the potential that this could be trying to produce a tornado here. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynard as we're monitoring, again, a area of rotation that has developed, and is now prompting, by the way, another tornado warning likely north of this and a new tornado watch. Let's see on the screen there. I do not know if they've dropped the new watch yet, but I think this other tornado warning will probably clip. Yep, Yalobusha County there. You can see now the arrow pointed at that until 5:30. Tornado warning there. Will kind of clip locations back around Charleston and the direction there kind of aiming toward Oakland and eventually Water Valley and Oxford. Again, looking at this, assuming 50 miles per hour on this north one as well. Lightning intensifying, a sign that this storm is increasing in intensity and the potential that it produces a tornado increasing as well with that. We're going to get kind of a broad track. We're going to do a long track on this because, again, we do believe this is kind of the beginning of what will probably be a fairly active evening. And we do anticipate that some tornado warnings will still be possible with this deep into the overnight time period. So kind of tracking the longer track on that there toward the northeast. This is still 45 miles per hour. Let me adjust that to 50. And I'm actually going to go 53, a little faster. That little difference there is to account for the fact that it could pick up some speed. A lot of times these kind of complexes of thunderstorms do, and that enhances some of their wind threat as well. So fairly long track on this. Getting it there closer to Batesville, we show 515, Grenada at 521, Water Valley 531 there, Oxford 541, Bruce just about 553. The Ashley Furniture Plant there at about 612, Algoma 618, looking toward Tupelo, that's kind of midtown Tupelo, about 640 or so, Fulton just about 7 o'clock. And again, yeah, this is a long ways in the future there if we're talking the sevens, but just wanted to get kind of a longer shot there because we do expect that we'll continue to probably have additional warnings issued on these and the potential for additional tornadoes to try to develop on these as it progresses toward the northeast. We're kind of jostling between some information here. I do want to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, for a moment. I do not know, just kind of looking at some things behind the scenes here. You getting any reports over there from storm chasers yet?
So I just got a report from a friend of mine, and they were actually saying that the Holly Springs storm was producing a funnel, which that was the one that was produced in northwest Lafayette County. Not anything of concern for us here in northeast Mississippi. I mean, maybe parts of Benton County, but just outside of our viewing area, but it just shows that this intensifies quickly. And the lightning, we weren't seeing a ton of that with this storm, but apparently doesn't take too much energy to produce when you have this unstable of an atmosphere. But looking at power outages, nothing to report so far. So there still isn't anything to confirm anything on these two storms that we have right here, fortunately. But we'll continue to keep an eye on it here as we get into the rest of our afternoon.
Okay, current time is now 4:54. Chief Meteorologist Matt Walpole alongside of meteorologist Gabe Maynor tracking 2 tornado warnings, one until 5:30 there. That does include a good chunk of Tallahatchie County and the northern portion there of Yalobusha County on a track that eventually could take it toward Oxford. And then another one that, as you can see there, until 5:45 that does include the northwest portion of really kind of western portion more so of Grenada County. So again, these are still just kind of entering the area on what we expect to be a busier evening with storms kind of progressing in as we go into tonight. So tracking the one, I'd say a circulation, of course, northwest of Money there, kind of progressing toward the northeast, speed on these about 50 miles per hour. I do think that it's fairly reasonable that the rotating portion of this thunderstorm, the southern one, probably stays a little bit to the north of the Grenada area as it tracks in that general direction there. We're looking, of course, at Phillip at 4:57 there, Casilla at about 5:14, Hardy at 5:25 there, Coffeyville 5:38, eventually Velma by about 5:43. Again, that's about 40 minutes away, 50 minutes away for some of those spots. So we're kind of at the beginning of something that will continue to be fairly active. If for whatever reason, as we go into tonight, your signal goes out, we do stream live in both the WTVA News and WTVA weather apps with as much wind as expected. And the lightning strikes we're seeing there, power disruptions seem reasonable. So just be thinking ahead for whatever reason, if your signal ends up going out, that you will be able to kind of monitor us there at those 2 different spots as well. As I bring it back here to precipitation mode, we're going to kind of poke and prod this and look north on this line once again, as we're kind of continuing to track 2 circulations here. One that's heading generally at least somewhat toward Enid. One thing that I do note, and I'm going to have to go to the precipitation mode here, and you can see National Weather Service in Memphis extending that tornado warning for southern sections of Yalobusha County, southwest Yalobusha County. Again, same 2 storms, different warnings because different offices are covering them. But one thing I note is this kind of has a little bit of an S shape to it. And that's one of the things, if you watch this coverage, you note from time to time that we notice in these storms that aren't the lone wolf, we call isolated or discrete supercells, is that we do tend to get from time to time this sort of S shape, which is a sign that perhaps we have, I'm going to pull off the lightning there, perhaps we have something else going on. I mean, you can kind of make out how that would be an S there. And so we're watching the kind of the crease there for something to be, yep, right there near Allen and Crowder on a direction that would take it more toward maybe Cortland and Pope. This is Charleston there, kind of northwest of Charleston, but in this direction, again, it'll be heading toward 35 and eventually I-55 there. Now, specifically for northern Yalobusha County, let's get the angle on this. That's more likely than some of the other spots that this is at least very, very quickly could be producing a tornado if it's not already right here. Go and circle it for you. That's our area of greatest concern there. And so that's heading, I'd say, toward more Cortland at this moment. And so let's get a kind of longer track there, catch some folks deeper into our area with that. Eventually, this is on a path that could take it toward Oxford. We're about 50 minutes away or so. But this portion of the thunderstorm there's other wind damage portions of it, but right there south of Allen is where we have to look. And again, this was maybe a little more evident there in the precipitation mode. You see that kind of little weak spot there. That's where the wind is coming in. What we'll call an inflow channel has formed, where the wind kind of ahead is wrapping in as this is kind of pushing out. It's a weird dance that goes on, but that's the spot where you typically are more likely to see you're likely to see some issues related to this. Let's go ahead and pull up this camera here. This is in Oxford. Again, we're about 50 minutes away. The low-hanging stuff you're looking at here in all likelihood is still just probably a shelf cloud. It's not going to be the wall cloud, the rotating part of the thunderstorm. A lot of folks out. It is Saturday. It's been a long week of talking a lot about this, unfortunately. But as we've talked about a lot this week, today was the most likely day for us to have issues. And certainly that still remains our opinion on this. So if you know, maybe the kids, they're in Oxford, not under a tornado warning yet. And sometimes it takes a while to get them motivated on a weekend. Give them a phone call, give them a heads up, let them know this is heading their way. And what I'm going to do for a moment is I'm going to pop up those tornado safety rules. Mom, dad, maybe friends, take a picture of this and send it to them, letting them know that right there, 550, kind of heading there. Aylesville at 544. And of course, if you know somebody else in the path of that as well, it's just Lafayette County kind of picks up on our viewing area at that point. And we know that kids tend to not pay great attention. So that's one of the things that always concerns us in this situation there. Continuing to kind of track the southern one of these rotations as well. Let's go south for a second, kind of clear all that off. Yep, that still looks like the most likely portion there near Allen that could potentially be a tornado. Looking down here west of the Grenada area, again, right where that arrow was probably pointed is about the area of circulation that we're watching. I would say it's probably still going to stay a little north of Grenada at this angle as it's moving about 50 miles per hour toward the northeast, but Coffeyville eventually in the path. And it couldn't hurt to probably send a picture to someone who is in the path of this as well, as this is potentially one that could produce a tornado once. We have not officially had a report of a tornado on it, but we do have storm spotters in the area monitoring that potential as well. To clear things off here for a moment, I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor as we are tracking two thunderstorms, really part of the same complex, that are producing at the very least strong and damaging winds right in here, west of Grenada, west of Coffeyville, west of Oxford, that are on a track as they move toward the north and east, where we do anticipate additional warnings will be necessary and additional damage is possible. We, on the wider shot here, do have a severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued out for locations in, this would be Franklin County, Alabama. And we have had some of these kind of spinning storms farther east. I would say this is more of a hail threat right now. Got a long ways to go before it would produce a tornado, though we do see at least some broad rotation showing up with it there. Let's get a storm track, and this might be a little fast on this, but Phil Campbell basically over top of you at this moment, 5:03. Current time is 5:01. We're looking toward Waco at 5:12, Newburgh at 5:15, and eventually Wolf Springs by 5:27. But one thing that has changed in the last little bit as well is I do believe our new tornado watch has been issued. Let's go ahead and go wide enough to see it there. Yes, and a lot of different lines on here. So it's kind of define which of these actually we need to pay attention to for a moment. Obviously, pay attention to all of them. But the tornado watch will be the counties in blue that you see here. And those extend, and now the new one, including Kilmichael and Montgomery County, That'd be Webster County, Clay County, Monroe County, Chickasaw, Itawamba, Lee, Pontotoc, Calhoun. I believe Grenada. I don't remember for sure if Grenada was in the first one. Either way, you're in this newest watch here. And so we do have some folks that are now in the club on tornado watches that have missed out, not really missing it, but have been fortunate enough to not be in them to this point this week. This is the deal. We've talked about this the last few days, that today is the day where, all week long it's been flooding and all these other issues, north and west, and all these tornadoes after tornadoes and rotating storms. Well, this is the day where it spreads for the rest of us. And so I know we have some folks that are very much worn out on this whole process up here north. Unfortunately, we're going to probably continue to have thunderstorms the next few hours in some of this zone here. I'm in northern Lafayette County for a moment because I do show at least a little kind of notch there showing up on Storm Track Doppler radar. So I'd rather just kind of get in close and double check to make sure that that might just have been a radar error as it was kind of loading the new data. I think it might have been. We'll get a storm track on that nonetheless, and then move south to our 2 tornado warned thunderstorms here. This one on an angle that eventually could take it toward Ashland. Boy, the one in the north there, that really did wrap up for a second there. Watch. That's one where they issued that initial tornado warning. Not quite as well defined at this moment here. But the southern part of this line, again, on an angle that eventually will get it through Holly Springs at about 526. Of course, storm's basically over top of you now there in Holly Springs, but looking toward more Ashland by about 543. As we slide down this line, again, we have multiple tornado warnings here out of different thunderstorms, one including this section here that's around Charleston, another one that's down toward Coffeyville, because both those kind of looking at these two separate areas of circulation, the northern which looked to be pretty well defined as a tornado just a few minutes ago here. I would say near Crowder, pretty much right where it has that arrow pointed is the section of this that we think is it's most likely. As we talk about quite often, and I go back to the precipitation mode here, and I kind of change our smoothing on this, make it a little more smooth. Right in the middle there is where we have that S south of 322, west of 35. Again, west of I-55, moving toward Cortland there, and probably going to stay a little bit north and west of Enid Lake. That's where this area circulation is. I'm going to keep it maybe pretty close to the dam area, we'll say, in Enid Lake, and Oxford looking about 552 for you. So our time continuing to tick away there. We're now just about 48 minutes or so for the Oxford area. A thunderstorm that, again, Doppler radar is indicating rotation. At this point, we have not been able to confirm debris on this here, but if you do live in advance of this, we need to make sure that we are in that tornado safe place. I do want to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, here for a moment as we're monitoring things. Again, the storm chasers kind of getting in position, North Mississippi storm chasers and spotters. From now on, we'll go Cam 6, then Cam 1. But Gabe, what are you seeing?
Well, so far, again, no confirmed reports of any debris, and that's the fortunate thing with this. So whenever we look at that rotation, and I was honestly just keeping a track on that one towards Marshall County because stories I've done here recently have involved me with folks up there, so looking out for them. But so far, nothing to report. And when we talk about confirmed tornadoes, no debris being associated with it. Lots of hail with this, and that's what we get whenever we show that debris mode. Whenever you get these lines coming off of those storms around 32, around 49 east, that's where you get some of those hail returns. So we're seeing that hail development, showing that updrafts are associated with it, probably seeing that lowering take place, but that's where you need to get the funnel out of in order for a tornado to be produced, and so far staying void of that. Now, I was looking through MDOT cameras, and that Oxford camera did show the shelf cloud, but if you look Oxford west, and it's just going to be these storms right here. Nothing of note so far, and hopefully that's how it stays. But the storm on the north side definitely looks like the strongest return so far when we talk about that couplet taking place and continuing to strengthen. I mean, don't sleep on the one towards the south. It's just not showing as strong of a rotation that we saw earlier, even a few scans ago. And that's a good thing, but it just might seem like this northern one might have taken a good bit of that energy back.
Okay, and I'm trying to look at some additional radar data here on the side for a moment, if I can, just to get kind of a better look, see if I can get a closer look at some of these storms here. So that's one of the things that I'm kind of invested in at the moment. In fact, Gabe, I'm going to trade you places for just long enough so I can get a better look at this to get up close. We'll track this one it's on right now, and then we'll kind of look closer at the south. Do you want to do it from over there?
Yeah, I do it right here.
Okay, let's do it over there for a moment.
So looking at that northern one, we're talking about Crowder. And moving closer to 55, we're keeping about that 50, make sure on this, 50 to 53, Matt, still?
Yeah, that's where I'm going.
Okay, let's keep it on 53 miles an hour as we take it in that northeast direction towards Portland. probably seeing on the south side of Crowder as we see right now, but you're seeing times listed there: 520 Pope, 521 Cortland, Eureka Springs 526, and Burgess closer to about 541. This is that strongest part of the rotation, but when we look at that confirmed debris signature, so far not seeing that, and that's how it's been for the most part. This has been elevated, not reaching the ground, and so hopefully that's how it stays. But we know whenever it's even elevated that we're getting those large hail returns. Towards the south, the warning lasting until 5:45 this evening. Looking at the latest returns when it comes to reflectivity, and I'll go to the closer radar side just to make sure, not nearly as defined as what we saw earlier. That one that we need to really pay attention to is up around Crowder, closer to 322 and the 35 intersection. We're talking about Pope Crowder Road, and then moving in that northeast direction closer to 35 and I-55. They're just outside of our viewing area, but inching closer to Yalobusha County. Probably going to be northwest sections for you there, and then up around the Lafayette County area. Hoping goes northeast of or northwest of Oxford, but still a ways away, so Oxford included in there. We're talking about 549 Oxford, Burgess 540, Eureka Springs 525, and Hope 519. I want to look at a detailed cone here real quick that basically shows significant locations that you might live near, just to give you guys a better idea. And as I draw that out here real quick, when we talk about that rotation, and we extend it all the way to Oxford, there's a look at some of those towns that we're talking about. So let's go ahead and walk through this. We're talking Pope to 520, Pope School around that same time, Oliver Ray School 524, Bynum School 532, Harrisonville School 541, Weems School 543, Davidson School 548, Oxford and the University Avenue closer to 551, and then Greenville School closer to around 555. That's that defined area of rotation that we're really tracking right now. The southern end of the storm, let's go ahead and do a storm track on that just to be on the safe side. But as we can see, those bright returns still happening, and that rotation is still broad, it's still there, but not as defined as what we saw earlier. See that bright green return right there. When we look at wind gusts, I just want to take a look right here to see those highest gusts. We're talking about 64 miles an hour aloft. Some more returns anywhere from 60 to 65 miles an hour. Probably at the surface going to be anywhere from 50, 55 even. So it's going to be gusty conditions, and whether it's tornadic or not, that will do damage in itself. So let's go ahead and do a storm track on that as it moves in that northeast direction, closer to 55 and Tillatoba. That's when we've been tracking. Tillatoba 526, Gatewood 532, Leverett going to be around 512. And we can do a detailed track on that as well for significant locations close by, especially once it crosses that 55 corridor. Leverett closer to about 512, and we'll walk through it right here. Leverett 512, Taylor's Chapel 513, New Life Church 517, St. Paul's Church 520, Paul 521, Cottage Hill School 523, Pine Grove Church 526, Jehovah School 531, and Gatewood about 535. So I'm going to send it over to our Chief Meteorologist, Matt Laupon, to assess this a little bit more.
Absolutely. One of the things that, as we kind of reset things here for a moment at 5:10, I want to outline. National Weather Service does have some chasers on this as well. Reports that this potentially could be, again, as you probably noted in the field here this week, Gabe, a little stronger than necessarily it even looks like on radar. That while we're kind of struggling to find the exact location here on this, it does look like there's at least enough rotation that we could potentially have this maybe stronger, closer to the surface. And the latest location for that, kind of northwestern Grenada County, the description there from the National Weather Service, Highway 35. So, I mean, you can see right there. So northwest Grenada County, according to storm chasers within the last couple of minutes, reports that this could have been a tornado actually having touched down there. Apologize, I just have clicked through about 6 or 7 different things trying to go between different frames. Give me just a moment.
Did you say
As I
Grenada?
get back there. Northwest Grenada County near Highway 35. Go
So
for
there's
it.
been an influx in power outages in Grenada. It's up to about 63 out so far. And so that's going to be, I mean, that would be where it happened.
Absolutely. Do you have that on 3?
It is on 3 right now.
Okay, the reason that we're gonna spend some time, even though we just heard about a tornado, to look at that for a second. Go ahead and click on it. It's gonna bring. Go to the actually. I'll bring that back down. If you click through that, go to the Entergy side so we can find the exact intersection. So I'm betting that's Entergy out there where they had that, and then we'll be able to see if we can get a better idea. But the report, now let's be here real quick, said weak, little to no tree damage, but had some leaf debris potentially with this, and that would be here near the Oxbury area. I would say it's probably near Castilla Road there, excuse me. just north of the Grenada and Tallahatchie County line. Again, kind of doing the thing that we've had to do a few times here, where we have to go to the smoothing and kind of make this a little bit, give me a moment to try to do this here, a little bit more smoothed out.
Okay, we have it up on 3.
You have it up on 3? I'm gonna
It's
bring that.
north, straight north of Grenada on 55.
Okay, well that's okay. So that's where there's some up there. That's probably a different outage then,
Okay.
in all likelihood, I'm gonna guess. Let me go ahead and minimize that back down. Okay, but I can see right in the middle there near Finkel Road, or Fink Road, excuse me, and Casilla Road. It's probably our area where this is at this moment. So again, National Weather Service, we don't have, when we're looking at this, a true tornado debris signature at the same spot, but we're awfully close to producing something. If that might have produced something south, it is up here and closer to Leverett Road and Casilla and Paul at this moment is where our area of circulation is. So let's get this onto our track that kind of puts on everything we can, and we're going about 50 miles per hour still at this speed. So tracking that there, Tillatoba, we're kind of starting to run a little low on time here for you. So tornado safety rules, we need to be in that tornado safe place if we live in Tillatoba. Again, near 35, you can see 35 north-south there, so that's pretty much the spot here. We need to be in a sturdy structure, a small windowless room where we can wrap up in blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect ourselves from the potential for debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear.
It's just a look out of Holly Springs where some of that rotation was detected.
Okay, do you have that?
Yeah, it's on Apple Weather right now.
Okay, so just a moment here. Let me pull that up. Go for it, Gabe.
Yeah, so this was a submitted picture from, I believe it was, what organization is he a part of? What did it say?
Storm Force?
Storm Force. Yes, Ethan Parker submitted this picture, and it basically shows one of those rotating storms. This is up in Marshall County, so not the storms we're tracking, but gives you an idea of what they're seeing out in the field right now. You see that lowering of the cloud, that wall cloud developing a bit more, but the rotation, I mean, I can't see it, a funnel defined right there. So that's the thing about it. It's Mississippi. There's trees, hills everywhere. Makes it tough to see, but that's at least giving you an idea of what it looks like out there.
Yeah, that's what some of this looks like. And unfortunately, right here where we have the circle, that's getting stronger. Tillatoba 525. We're now 10 minutes for you in Tillatoba. 525 there. This area of circulation looks as intense as anything we've seen today and could be a tornado in at least the development phases at this moment. Let's look at for tornado debris on here. I'm going to clear off our track for a moment as we kind of poke and prod this, but Tillatoba, Gatewood, Paul, all in the path of this potential tornado. Again, we're looking fairly high up in the thunderstorm to get this angle here, but that's a fairly strong return there, moving in the direction of Tillatoba right now. So we need to be in that tornado safe place if we do live there, as this storm is clearly in a strengthening phase right now. So let's look at this from Memphis as well. Yeah, see that strengthening there, and I think we're too far away to catch it with the Memphis Tower Doppler radar. Yeah, so let's stick with Golden Triangle, or basically the Columbus Air Force Base air radar that's actually in Monroe County. About 7 different ways to define it there. Either way, Leverett, our next scan is going to be up here close to Askelmore Creek Road, just south of, I believe that's probably Talala Road in Tallahatchie County. So here is Charleston. We are south of Charleston with this area circulation moving toward Tillatoba, moving towards you at about 50 miles per hour. So somewhere right about there. I was a little fast. Either way, radar is not perfect. Near Ashmore Creek is where we expect to see it pop up in the next scan. Looking for debris on here. Cannot yet confirm tornado debris. I'll circle the exact spot where the middle of that circulation is, just southeast of Paynes. And the main reason for that is to just kind of check and see. Cannot confirm tornado debris on this yet. But again, anytime we're talking about that and tornado debris, that's something that happens after the fact. And because we're looking more than a mile above the surface, if we were to see debris, it wouldn't just be a tornado. We'd be now starting to show a tornado that had a little bit of strength to it. So that's the concern, and that's what is moving again toward you in Tillatoba. So next scan, it should be right about here, as we're losing some time there in Tillatoba. Some longer track on this. Let's clear off the why it's detected for a moment and look at the northern circulation as well. And again, that one has some heft to it as well. So let's get a kind of longer track on this for a moment as we go out about 45 to 50 minutes or so to get some other locations in it that are ahead of this. And this does have Water Valley potentially in the path of this on the longer end there, but we're about 540. 5:49, so we're only about 30 minutes or so away from you there as well. So move in the direction of Paul and of course Tilatoba within now 9 minutes. This is a Doppler radar indicated area of rotation that could potentially be a tornado. And so if you know someone who lives in Tilatoba, we need to make sure they are in that tornado safe place. So let's take a picture of this and let's send it to them uh, because this is what they need to know where to go. Small windowless room. We can wrap up in blankets, pillows, protect ourselves from the potential for debris, which is there as this storm continues to show signs of strengthening at this point here. Let's clear this off. Let's go north to our other rotating thunderstorm. And that's the one that's out here kind of east of Crowder. Cortland in the path of this. I'd say this looks like broader circulation, and we should be able to attack this one from the Memphis Tower Doppler weather radar. And that looks a little bit broader on that than it did all the way from Monroe County. Let's look at it from the Memphis Weather Service radar. Still broader, but I would say here close to Cortland, rotation that again, we're looking fairly high up, but moving toward Cortland, Eureka Springs, and that will be moving toward Lafayette County as well. So this is a less impressive area of circulation, but radar is far from perfect. So we should never just assume just because it doesn't look impressive on radar that it isn't more impressive in person. As we've seen over and over again this week, radar is a tool. It is not the only tool. So ahead of this, Oxford 552, we're looking toward Potts Camp at 617. Eventually, location farther north and east than that. Looks like, yeah, I'll let you handle that one. Let's go over to Gabe here for just a second. He's tracking another circulation on the southern part of this line. And Gabe, that's the thing. We're just going to have them kind of stacking north to south, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a never-ending process because of just how unstable this air is. And so what we're getting is an unwarned storm that's tightening in rotation, moving at about 50 miles an hour through parts of Grenada County. This one going to be closer to the city of Grenada. So going ahead and including that in there, we're talking about Grenada 556, but even a few towns that have already been in a warning, about folks in Coffeyville, going to be included in that. Moving about 612, Velma 617, Benwood and Bounds closer to about 619 to 621. But this is not a tornado warned storm just yet. Sirens probably not going off, but if you're in any of those areas that I just listed or you saw it on the screen, go ahead and get to that safe place because this is a maturing thunderstorm and it's in a very unstable environment. We've seen over and over again this week, it's not take much to get these things going quick.
Absolutely. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynard there. We're watching the thunderstorm here that is kind of northwest of Grenada and west of Tilatoba near Paynes and Paul. You go back a couple of scans here on Storm Track Doppler radar, much tighter circulation there. It has broadened just a little bit. Hopefully that means if it was producing a tornado that it has lifted, but this is going to be in the precipitation. So unfortunately, whereas from time to time this week, we've been able to see what's happening on the front end of these. This is more likely to be kind of back wrapped in precipitation if it's producing a tornado. A lot of lightning, as you can see next to me there. So much lightning, it's kind of making it difficult if I don't click it off there to see where our circulations are. And I do show two circulations here, I'd say at this point here, they're probably the more mature one, and the other one's maybe a little bit weaker there. I'm looking kind of an alternate radar here along the side just to kind of get a look at this. And I would say that either one of these still could be significant enough that we need to treat them as a tornado. So I'm going to have to kind of go a wider shot here on this than I maybe typically would, but I'd show near Paul an area of circulation moving toward the Tilatoba area and locations just to the south of that. I'm going to place in this scan here, assuming that this has maybe broadened just a little bit. The initial circulation might be back here closer to Paynes. This is the closer circulation, hence the reason I'm tracking that. So I'm going to track two things. I'm going to track that one there, and I'm going to track more north here toward Charleston. So again, we've kind of split our circulation some. That one toward Charleston would be there about 5:25, so in the next 4 to 5 minutes or so. I'm less concerned that that one is for sure a tornado. I'm more concerned that the eastern one is. And I'm going to see if I can adjust that eastern one and get that shot there for Tilatoba. Again, for folks there in Tilatoba, we've said your name over and over again. We're now about 5 odd minutes away, 5 to 6 minutes away from making it into your community. Hopefully this is nothing. Possibility, it's more than nothing, unfortunately. And we shelter for the possibility as well as the obvious example of something occurring. So hopefully we're taking this seriously and in that tornado safe place. I know with 2 tracks here, I'm looking at the eastern of those at this moment. Let's go and reset here for a moment. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Walpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor. We have tornado watches that include about the northern 2/3 of the WTVA 9 News viewing area. We have really 3 storms with circulations, one there, one near Oakland, generally speaking, moving closer to Tilatoba, and another one there that's kind of west of the Oxford area. The one west of Oxford doesn't look quite as impressive as it did just a little bit ago. But we're kind of in no man's land, so to speak, when we start talking about radar coverage. We just have to look very high up in these thunderstorms here, and that sometimes makes it more difficult to pick things out. So again, I still show my circulation there. I would say the more impressive one is the one that's just southwest of Tilatoba. We look like it might have been breaking apart there for a moment. Looking from Memphis, I think it's more clearly still that southern circulation heading toward Tilatoba and eventually Water Valley that we're looking at for Yalobusha County. Yalobusha County is under a tornado warning, as you can see there, until 5:45, and a different tornado warning for the northern part of the county there until 5:30. In either case, it's Doppler radar indicated rotation that has prompted these warnings, and certainly a situation we want to make sure that we are taking our tornado safety rules seriously. This is about as good a heads up as we ever get as far as radar is concerned for this part of the world. Unfortunately, radar coverage is just not great out here in the Delta or locations directly adjacent to it. So we need to be assuming that this is a pretty impressive return for a rotation that could potentially be a tornado. So Velma, we show at 5:45, but Tilatoba, 5:27. Current time is 5:23 and a half. So our time is ticking away, and we need to be getting into our tornado safe place, a sturdy structure, a small windowless room. We can wrap up in blankets, pillows, put on a helmet to protect ourselves from the potential for flying debris, and stay there until we give you the all clear. In that circle, we have rotation that shows up both into precipitation mode, on the wind mode, and when we look for tornado debris, I don't have a clear-cut return that says, yes, there is debris on this, thankfully. But of course, that is something that we cover after the fact. Unfortunately, there's nothing predictive about tornado debris. It's just what essentially happens later. When we can confirm it, that is what we have there. So again, a sturdy structure where we need to be, and at this point defining this as a Doppler radar indicated area of rotation. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor, I saw you looking this way. What you got?
Well, if you want any sign of an unstable atmosphere, I mean, you get Mammatus clouds. And Mammatus clouds basically shows the unstable air that's taking place. And we got that submitted from Megan in Coffeyville and also over in Randolph. You see Cindy submitting those pictures there. Basically looking like utters from the sky, just showing that sinking air, which shows an unstable atmosphere. So if you need any sign that it's unstable air out ahead of this, there's your picture that shows exactly that. You see Coffeyville still a few miles out ahead of this, but moving your way here in the next couple of minutes. So definitely something to be on alert for, as this is entering a primed environment, not a dying environment. So we're more than likely going to see that strengthen before it diminishes in strength.
Absolutely. That's the thing. Like, we're still kind of at the beginning of an evening where you probably see quite a bit of us here on WTVA 9 News. With that in mind, as we've been telling you for about the last 30 minutes, Oxford now under a tornado warning as we've been tracking this storm that's had a history of producing rotation. No debris on it, no confirmed tornadoes on it, thankfully, but an area of circulation that is continuing to move closer there to the Oxford area. Now you are under a tornado warning as a result of that. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation, as we mentioned, and your tornado warning is in effect until 6:15 there. So that means probability that the tornado siren is going off here shortly in the Oxford area. I mentioned it to moms and dads, as well as students there at Ole Miss, to be calling friends, making sure they're aware that there is something that's coming toward them that could potentially try to produce a tornado. We're going to look from a long distance away down in Monroe County. I feel like has a better angle on this. It shows our circulation closer to Pope. And as we track that again near Cortland, that's going to move toward Oxford. Let's get the exact angle correct. I'm going to use my monitor here to kind of nail down that angle. It might end up being a little bit north of Oxford based on the direction it's presently going. But I'm going to include Oxford in the track. I'm going to probably be a little bit too far south on this, but I do think that Oxford needs to be in this track just in case. And so we show Cortland right now, well, within the next minute or two. We're looking there at Batesville at 5:33 for locations in Lafayette County. Aylesville, we're looking at 5:55. Burgess at 5:50. Abbeville at 6:06, Spraggins at 6:10, Kiel at 6:12, Burt at 6:16, eventually Etta at 6:22, Bethlehem 6:20, and Pottscamp at 6:24. Doppler radar indicated rotation, and for folks in advance of this, including again those students we talk a lot about, snap a picture, send them around, bump two, and let them know, hey, we're looking about 6 o'clock for a potential tornado to roll into town, with rotation continuing to increase on that. Meteorologist Gabe Maynor looks like he has a picture, some information ready. What you got, Gabe?
A picture actually coming out of Money, Mississippi, which is a little outside of our viewing area, but you can see what is a funnel-looking structure coming out of the sky right there on the leading edge of that storm. So this is moving into, it's the non-warned storm actually, but moving into parts of Grenada County, moving in that northeast direction. You can see, I have it right there. Going to get, I believe that warning, yeah, that's a new warning associated with it. And that's going to be moving just on the northwest side of Grenada County, lasting until 5:45. But I mean, that just shows you the lowering's taking place.
Yep. So again, I'm kind of on the wider shot here. That's trying to get the exact warning you're talking about there to kind of pop on there. So this is the one that you're mentioning there. One of the tornado warnings that we're watching. Again, that area circulation that is right there over Sandy Ridge. Looking at the wind mode on Storm Track Doppler radar, I mean, you can see near Money. There's that circulation there. And it's going to be kind of tracking pretty similar to where the last one went through, maybe just a little bit farther south. And you can see them both on there at the same time. The one that's now moved pretty close to Tiltoba, and then the other one here we show near Sunnyside and the Money community, as you were mentioning just a moment ago. Looking from out in Monroe County, again, doesn't look quite as impressive. Let's get a storm track on this one. Then we've got to go up to that Tiltoba circulation that we've been watching for quite a while, as it's kind of moving into town there. Again, this is the next one, and unfortunately 6 p.m. we show the next one, hopefully a nothing thing, but a circulation there moving toward Tiltoba about 6 p.m. We're looking at Phillip at 5:32, Maxwell at 5:37, Oxbury at 5:44. This one staying just a little bit north of Grenada. The farther east, the one up here closer to Tiltoba, man, it's trying hard. We're really hoping for folks there in Tiltoba and near Scobie and Gatewood that this has not been something. But certainly it looks, well, hold on. Okay, we're going to have to kind of poke and prod this from a couple different directions. I'm not sure that is great data there, but that is awfully close. We're going to have to look instead from Memphis because that would be a similar height. I don't know that I can confirm debris, but they're out of Monroe County, that looking at kind of the wind mode, as I'm going to make this flash a bunch of different things. We could potentially have this producing tornado debris there very near I-55. I don't know for sure that I can say that is the case, but it's trying awfully hard there. So let's look at the wind mode again. Let's circle this. Let's get a new track on this. Of course, hopefully for those folks in Tiltoba, everything's okay. This is moving there toward Velma. Moving toward Pine Valley and Paris, and again 50 miles per hour, about the speed that this is going for you. So longer shot here. Yeah, I think that's about the right angle. So Velma 546, again over Tiltoba now. So hopefully we are in that tornado safe place there. Water Valley about 551, Pine Valley 554, Paris at 602, Delay at 608. Denmark at 614 and Dogtown at 616. Let's come over here to Weather 3 for a moment. And this, now where is this out of here?
This is Grenada looking west.
Okay, so it does look like we have kind of a little bit of a tail cloud there showing up on that. So we will see if we can get better clearance on that here in just a minute. But that is kind of looking west out of Grenada. And so that would be the storm that's kind of coming in from the west. The one that's back there toward the Money and Minter City area where that one is. So watching that again, that's the one that's kind of go through kind of the northwest portion of the county there. Make sure the Weather Service in Jackson has access to that shot there as that kind of works it toward Hardy and Coffeyville, again moving toward the north and east. So again, this is Doppler radar indicated rotation. But as you saw a moment ago there, potentially a funnel or some kind of appendage hanging down from that we've got to definitely watch. So again, this tells us that there's a few spots where we have some visibility on this out there. Certainly some strong storms, some rotation showing up on them as well, and potential that they could produce tornadoes. I'm going to reset things here for a moment. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor. We are looking at a couple of storms out here that are rotating, really three areas of rotation. One that's approaching the Oxford area, one that's moving through Yalobusha County. It's prompted a new tornado warning for southern Lafayette, for Calhoun, and the rest of Yalobusha County. And another area of circulation you saw a moment ago looking west out of Grenada there, that is kind of going to kind of move through kind of the northwest portion of that county and southern, probably southern Tallahatchie County as well. So let's kind of go north to south on these here as we assess their potential. The north one here, closer to Batesville on the latest one, on the latest scan. Yeah, it's pulled a little closer to Batesville. So that puts it almost directly west. So I'm interested here, the fact this is so elongated. Here's where our sustained typical rotation has been to this point. But the fact that I have a couple spots here that I'm watching means we could be seeing a little shift in the intensity because, yeah, right there toward Portland, there's also an area to be monitored as well. So a couple of spots there along that. So I'm going to go to, and I'm going to do kind of a different track than we typically have been doing. Typically, we do what we call a cone track. Instead, I'm going to do kind of what we call a squall track. It's kind of a line track here. And it's going to be a little longer. And I'm going to include multiple spots in there just in case something else spins up down along this line. And our time is pretty similar there, Oxford 5:57. That did, based on that portion of the thunderstorm, slice off just a little bit of time for you. But you can see there, Batesville 5:32, so it's over you right now. We're looking at Shutford there at 5:35 and Burgess about 5:48. Doppler radar indicated rotation. As we slide south along this line, new tornado warning issued for the same circulation that's very close to Tillatoba now. The one that's basically over top of Tillatoba at this moment. Again, I have a couple of spots here. I mean, we're looking at about a 6 or 7 mile area there, where about 5 mile area where I have rotation, because just how high up we're looking, knowing exactly what's going on down at ground level is hard. And so that we have to paint with a broader brush than we typically would normally. In saying that, the precipitation mode, I would put it right up there at the front end near County Road 154. Again, we're going to look a few different spots on this. Too far away for that one, so let's stick with Monroe County. Again, still fairly high. And so really near County Road 211 in the Gatewood community, moving toward Velma, Water Valley, Pine Valley, on the path of this. And we definitely, if we're in Coffeyville as well, need to be in that tornado safe place. Because again, when I'm starting to have to, make some guesstimates on exactly where this is, but there's strong rotation, a bunch of spots, we need to have a broader area. And so if you're in one of these tornado warning boxes that you see here, we need to be in that tornado safe place. And that, of course, is a small windowless room, a place where we can wrap up with blankets, pillows, put on a helmet to protect ourselves from debris, and stay there until we give you the all clear. I'm going to track kind of the southern edge of this, assuming that that could try to spin something out in that direction. And we show Coffeyville at 543 based on, again, kind of the front edge there. Might run a little slower than that. It might stay a little north, but those are mights. Let's prepare as though I'm wrong on that. Let's go about 543 for you. Gatewood at 537. Velma at 546. Pine Valley 554. This storm kind of transitioning a little bit. So 601 for Elyard, Banner at 603, Sarepta at 611, and getting closer there to Buckhorn at 619, and eventually Pennell at 623. A reminder as you're ahead of this, some unsafe places we want to try to avoid in this situation. Those would be, of course, cars, trucks, manufactured homes, mobile homes, the main places where people are injured when we start talking about tornadoes. Most tornado fatalities are in those spots. So if at all possible, we want to try to find a safer location. We also want to avoid upper rooms and houses. We want to be on the lowest floor. Large open rooms, it's easier to bust out a wall and the whole thing collapses and you have issues there. And then rooms with windows, because of course those are on the outside. We want to think small, we want to think interior. And if we look around and make an assessment that this is not the right place where we're at right now, there is a shelter list right there at WTVA.com, or if you happen to be listening to my voice instead of watching what I'm showing right now and can't zap that QR code, then just go to Google, type in WTVA storm shelters, and the very first thing that pops up are storm shelters. Of course, you go to our website, search for that as well. But in either case, we need to be in that tornado safe place if we live out here in Yalobusha County. This is likely a tornado at this instant near County Road 211. Looking at the latest scan there, I have pixel to pixel change. We are looking fairly high up, but we have what we call gate to gate shear right there south of County Road 211. Looking at the wind mode here, kind of popping up how fast it sees that. That's almost 100 miles per hour of a direct wind change there. And it's part of this thunderstorm where from time to time we have seen lowerings on our CC, our correlation coefficient. Difficult to say for sure that we're talking about tornado debris on this. But again, confirming something like that is something that makes a difference after the fact more so than right now while we're tracking this. So we need to be in that tornado safe place if we do live out ahead of this in locations there in Yalobusha County, Coffeyville, Velma, Water Valley. There will probably be some larger hail with this as well, south of 32 there. But this could potentially be a tornado right now, northeast of Tillatoba. Same spot that went through Tillatoba there. We might have been something that we had connected the entire time here. In fact, watch this. Hindsight's 2020, but you can definitely see the path of that there on the south side of Tillatoba, north of Scobie, north of Gatewood, near County Road 211, moving toward Water Valley. Hopefully you've had a chance to zap that with your phone, open up the camera on that and be able to take a look at that, because I need to pull it down because Water Valley, this angle might not be good for you. We're going to slowly, I want to get this right. I'm doing it on my screen here. That angle's right toward Water Valley if I'm honest here. So let's put on our track that has everything with it. Water Valley. Again, there are other significant portions of this line, but the Water Valley community, I know you obviously have a history with tornadoes. 5:53. So, we're now less than 20 minutes away from this making in the Water Valley there, the middle part of town. Yalobusha General Hospital, 5:51. Oak Ridge Church at 5:49. Union Hill Church at 5:47. 5:41. Smith Chapel, Goshen Church at 5:40. And in the near term, right now, over top of Zion Church. All these locations in Yalobusha County, an area of circulation that could potentially be a tornado at this moment. Let's clear that off. That's fairly tight circulation. Typically, we're not going to get a good lock on tornado debris this far away from the radar site, but what I do have, let's double check that. There's more than one sign that we could have issues here. One of them is what we call a bounded weak echo region. Think of this like a donut around there, and then you have the area where the circulation shows up in the middle. So multiple indicators here that do, unfortunately, I guess fortunately we can't confirm debris, but some people wait for that confirmation to go, this is really happening. Let me just say, when we start getting a bounded weak echo region here, where it's kind of surrounding the area where the circulation is, that's a sign of a very well organized thunderstorm that could potentially be producing a tornado there in Yalobusha County at this moment. So we need to really make sure that we are paying very close attention to this here. Approaching Velma and Coffeyville and Water Valley, this could potentially be, this is a dangerous storm, no question, but this could potentially be a very strengthening tornado for sure. Let's bring in Gabe here for a second. Gabe, what you got?
I want you to go ahead and put it up there. It's on Apple TV, and I believe we have confirmation of it back when it was in Minter City.
Okay.
This was a video submitted by Colby, and yeah, this shows.
Hold on a second here.
This shows it in an open field, so that would make sense of the leaves being what was being produced right
Okay, we have clearance on this?
Yes, I got permission, so we are good to use this.
Okay, you want to zoom it in?
Yes, let me go with. So it's going to go pan around the entire thing, but it'll go back and you can see the debris flying. And you see that dirt coming.
Yeah, I see that. Where was this at?
This was outside of Minter City, I believe between Sunshine and Minter City. I have to look back at the other city, but this is that Warren storm we've been tracking, and that's as good confirmation as I would need.
Yeah, I mean, that looks like, at the very least, that's a gustnado. Maybe it's a tornado. And in either case, we have to be very, very careful about these storms, because clearly they're showing lots of signs of strength. And this one in particular out here in Yalobusha County is one we've got to be very, very careful with. Wider shot here. You mentioned this. This would be the Minter City one. Let's look at this quickly, and we got to get back up to the north one, because with that's a stronger circulation at this time. I'm going to just track it from the center of the circulation on this one. A longer shot here. Again, getting into the WTVA 9 News viewing area, we show Bruce's Junction there at 612, 609, Bryant, Gatewood at 607, Coffeyville, different storm, circulation as well. At 613 for you Gums, at 614 Spearman, at 616, and then Velma at 618. But ignore that time, Velma, because right now we have a storm that is trying to move in that could potentially be producing a tornado. This is a tight circulation near County Road 211 there, west of Velma. a tight area of circulation. All indications are this could be a tornado at this time. Looking from our different radar sites here, I would definitely say that I feel pretty confident saying that we probably have something damaging and potentially a tornado here near County Road 227, County Road 225. There's 211, pretty much right in the middle there, moving in the direction of Velma. And right behind that banner is Water Valley. And the time's ticking away for folks there in Water Valley. So we need to be in that tornado safe place. All indications are that this is probably right there. I mean, I have a couple spots right there, two spots that indicate this could potentially be a tornado here near County Road 227 and 225 in Yalobusha County. Current time is 5:42. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Walpole alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor here as we are tracking an area of circulation that's moving toward Water Valley and Velma. If you know somebody who lives here in this portion of Yalobusha County, all indications are that this storm could be producing a tornado. I'm going to see if I can keep Water Valley kind of at the top of the screen there as I put on a storm track here that has hopefully both Velma and Water Valley in it. I'm going to have to do two separate storm tracks. So this first one's for Velma. If you know somebody who lives there, we're less than 6 minutes now before this could make impact there. The location, certainly some Velma addresses potentially already seeing impact from this 5:48 time for you. And if it continues at the current angle and speed, there are definitely indications that this could make it to Water Valley 5:53. That might be a little, we need to double check the speed on this again, Gabe, if we could. Always want to be adjusting that speed if we can. 5:53, what was showing kind of middle part of town there, southwest portion of town closer to 5:52, 5:51. So about less than 10 minutes there. Circulation strengthening on this here. And could potentially be a tornado ongoing here in Yalobusha County. Very rarely do we get tornado debris signatures this far away. I mean, that's about as strong a one as we're ever going to see, just because we have to loft it so high up. It's been very noisy radar image here, and there's definitely probably some hail and very heavy precipitation up there, which is one of the confounding factors I'm trying to determine for sure that this is a tornado. This is all nerd stuff, and none of it matters. We need to just pretend at the best case scenario, pretend that this is a tornado moving toward Water Valley. It's not something I'll be able to confirm until after the fact, but this near now just north of County Road 211 moving there. This is Highway 7, and we're probably no more than about 3.5 minutes away from crossing Highway 7 there in Yalobusha County. Go for it, Gabe.
I was just going to say 55 miles an hour. I
55?
safe bet. Give them as much of a heads up as we can. I was getting anywhere from 53 to 54.
Okay, so 55 miles per hour. We're going to up that speed then just a little bit on this based on kind of the current track. And yeah, I show pretty much right over top of Velma where our area of circulation is. Just directly to the west of Velma where circulation is there. And it is moving in a direction that will take it, I'd say, south side of Water Valley there. I don't want to say one side is better than the other, but let's just say this is probably something potentially doing damage at this moment. This is noisy. This at this distance away, we never have a good lock on debris. In fact, I don't know, I can't remember a time we've been able to confirm debris out here in Yalobusha County in my time here, but this might be the closest we've been able to see that there. So we're not going to get that tight, dark circle we sometimes see with this. But I'd say there's enough evidence here to say that you got to be preparing for this up there if you live in Water Valley. This could definitely be a very significant tornado and certainly a damaging storm moving toward you. Velma, obviously, as well. Water Valley, we show 5:53. Current time, I mean, we're less than 10 minutes now, about 7 minutes away from you there. With that in mind, I got to go wider. We got to check out some other storms very briefly because our storm up here in Lafayette County, now moving into western Lafayette County, has strengthened as well. I'm not going to be, again, able to confirm debris on this, but this is one of those thunderstorms where it's definitely showing more of those signs of this trying to produce a tornado as well. Because if I put on the smoothing there, what do you see again? There's my S. And there where the S breaks near County Road 317, that's where we need to be watching. We'll get a camera shot on the west side of Oxford if we could, back toward this here in just a moment. Moms and dads, we've mentioned it a couple times, we need to be making sure we're on the phone with our loved ones there in Oxford that maybe are concerned about whatever they're concerned about on a night like this. I will say, okay, hold on. I'm going to keep this track up. This will say the worst case scenario track. I think this is heading a little more north. I want to keep Oxford at least one of these tracks. About 6 o'clock if this would make it to Oxford when it would arrive for you. So 6 o'clock, snap a picture, send it to the child, and make sure that they're aware that this is potentially coming toward you. Now, in saying that, the last couple of scans here, this looks like it might be heading a little more north than that. It is absolutely heading more north than that. So I want to get a more reasonable angle. This is probably a more reasonable angle on it. Burgess 549 there. Let's make sure we are in that tornado safe place here in Spring Hill School. We're looking for you at about 552 College Hill community. I know a lot of kids, a lot of people live out that direction. 557 Pine Grove School, 559 Abbeville 604. New Hope Church there, historic about 606. Spraggins by 608, Malone at 610. That is a Doppler radar indicated area of rotation approaching 278 and should be crossing 278 here very shortly. Let's go ahead and get our track that does both ETA and distance on there. 55 miles per hour. We've said this one is going. We'll give you a time before it crosses 278 near the intersection there of County Road 313. This is Lafayette County we're looking. Again, crossing 278, about 3 minutes. And the distance right now, not even quite that far, probably about 3 miles away, we'll say. Yeah, about 3 miles and 3 minutes before it crosses 278, just inside the Lafayette-Panola County line. So Doppler radar indicated rotation, we need to be in that tornado safe place. Same thing again here in Water Valley near County Road 225. Of course, Water Valley, the largest population center, one of the largest, of course, there in Yalobusha County. And this is not long before it makes it to some of the intersections on the southwest side of town. That first dot you see there, Union Hill Church. We're looking at that at 5:48. Current time is 5:48. That dot there, that'd be Yalobusha General Hospital, I believe, and that'd be about 5:52. So on the southwest side of town, we're no more than about 2 minutes away from some kind of impact there. I hope I'm not in too close on this and tracking this too carefully. The reason I say that, I'm going to go wider on this, is because kind of this latest scan, some of the greens down there are concerning that maybe I don't have the perfect angle on this. Either way, I'm not implying that it is this big. I'm saying that there's some extra uncertainty because of where exactly we're looking at on this. So if you're in Water Valley, we need to be in a sturdy structure now. We're kind of running out of time here. A Doppler radar, is not perfect, but there are definitely indications that this could potentially be a very significant storm. I want to bring in Gabe once again. Gabe, what you got for me?
Well, we are getting pictures coming out of Water Valley. We talked about Water Valley. And so here's a look at the lowering that's seeing place right there. So not the confirmed funnel on the ground, but you can see it's not taking much to get it just from there to the ground. And this is coming out of Water Valley. Tilatoba also showing an intimidating picture. You're seeing the lowerings happening right there on the left side of your screen. So both of those storms, same storm system moving northeast, showing significant lowering and would not be surprised, especially this far away from the radar site, to have something being produced, Matt. Exactly what you're saying.
Absolutely. And let's encourage one thing real quick. Let's encourage folks to get to their storm shelter in either case here. We appreciate, seeing, those potential where that might have been a funnel cloud there a moment ago. Let's make sure we pass that along to the National Weather Service, give them time and location on that. But we'd encourage you to send in a safe place selfie instead, so that we're in that safe place, and so that ultimately we can show folks and mentor for them the best way to react, which is to be as safe as possible in this situation. I know to some guys in particular, it's kind of a buzzkill, but the reality is that we've got to be as safe as we can, and it's on a lot of times men to model what that means for their families to take storms seriously in this case. And so certainly that is our wish and our hope, that folks will do that, because unfortunately we have whatever the circulation is, that funnel you saw a moment ago, and it's a storm trying to produce a tornado that's moving into the southwest portion of Water Valley right now. So kind of the south side of Water Valley and near County Road 103. This is Mississippi Highway 7. This is the intersection there, Mississippi Highway 2, 315. And again, 32 there. So the 32 and 7 interchange kind of on the south side of town there, intersection. That's where this area of circulation is right now. So as you saw a moment ago, and Gabe, if you can leave that up on Apple TV for a moment, I'm going to pop that up here and show that at the same time. So let me know when you have that.
Do you want the funnel cloud?
I want the funnel cloud, if we could.
It's good to go.
Okay, so again, this is what folks there in Water Valley are seeing. We're seeing a moment ago. So we've got to make sure that we are in that tornado safe place now. If you live in Water Valley, that's possible that this could be producing a tornado at this instant. So our time again into the middle part of Water Valley, 5:54. That's only 2 minutes away for you. So this is moving into and crossing a Highway 32 likely at this moment. You can see new scan updating there. And so looking at the latest wind scan, we'll wait for that here in just a moment. We do expect it to be just a little ahead of this, probably at that 32 and 7 interchange at this moment, intersection on the southwest side of town. So in Water Valley, we have to be in that tornado safe place at this moment here. Doppler radar indicated rotation, and then we have the funnel cloud. All of this to say, we're now under, we are now at basically go time. And so based on where we think it is now, no more than 1 minute to kind of the main overall city grid on the southwest portion of Water Valley. So hopefully, as you can see, the update exactly where we expected it there. And funnel cloud reported, and potentially this could be a bad situation if not taken seriously. Let's go wider here for a second. We've got to go, and the mention from the National Weather Service there, definitely rain wrapped on that storm. Let's get a quick track on here, and we're going to come back to Water Valley. I know this is a lot less populated up here, this portion of Lafayette County. Let's get a track on this. Again, this whatever this is could potentially be rain wrapped as well. We show Sprague 607, 608 there into the Malone community. This is Doppler radar indicated area of rotation, and eventually could be heading there toward Abbeville as well. So make sure we're in a sturdy structure, a small windowless room where we can wrap up with blankets, pillows, put on a helmet to protect yourself from debris. And here's the deal. This is likely rain wrapped. You're not going to see it. Gabe's mentioning something here behind the scenes. Gabe, what you got?
Well, I was just going to say that up in Marshall County, or sorry, not Marshall County anymore, Benton County, moving into Tippah County, an area where they've had plenty of action here recently. We are seeing rotation tighten just a bit.
Let's come back to that here in a minute.
Okay.
This is coming into Water Valley, so I want to make sure we stick on this here for folks there, just as this is kind of coming into town. But as soon as this passes the Water Valley city grid, flag me down no matter what I'm doing. Okay. So again, hopefully I know this is obviously at best a scary situation, and at worst something worse. So in Water Valley, pretty much I would put our circulation, if it's moving into town as anticipated, pretty much kind of right over that 315 intersection Main Street there downtown at this moment. So thoughts and prayers for those folks in Water Valley as this circulation kind of moving into town at this moment here. Thankfully, we cannot officially confirm, based on kind of the latest scans here, officially tornado debris. That is one of those things that we are able to figure out after the fact. But there you go, that circulation right in on Siskel Road there on the south and central part of Water Valley as of the latest scan. Let's go to the what we call debris mode here. Cannot confirm debris at this instance. So we're going to stick with you here in Water Valley as this kind of comes to and through town. So we'll also be checking on some power outages here in a moment. If we could out there, that'll be kind of a sign as to what this is producing. So for folks ahead of this, obviously on the northeast side of Water Valley, we have about 45 seconds before it kind of makes it through. Because you have to figure at 55 miles per hour, it's like driving, a mile a minute through town. It doesn't take a whole long time for that to happen, but that's kind of moving over on top of town at this instant here, there in Water Valley, tracking again closer to County Road 224. This could potentially be a tornado. So our thoughts and prayers are there. Okay, let's go ahead and look. Gabe, we'll pop this up. I'm gonna stay on this here as well. So this is very near, again, the intersection of 315 bypass and Water Valley, which we were tracking that a minute ago. Again, probably about as old as this radar image actually here. So you can see the lowering there. I'm gonna go and make it full screen for a moment. And so you can see the lowering part of that. And I do think precipitation probably back there. It's not unreasonable to think that our circulation is probably wrapped back up and precipitation back behind it there. So this leading edge might imply a better situation than the actual reality in this situation, unfortunately. Let's look for the Memphis radar. More difficult to see. Let's see if we're close enough to catch it with the tower Doppler. We're not. So we're going to stick with Monroe County and its position. I'm going to go up a scan to see if we can advance the position just a little bit. I think seconds do matter in this moment, and so looking up might be our best way. So I would now put it closer to County Road 25 on the northeast side of Water Valley, where our circulation likely is. There's an update on the lowest scan there. So Doppler radar showing potential that this could be a tornado now moved through Water Valley and about to move into the southern portion there of Lafayette County. Really a couple of an extra circulation kind of ahead there as well that we're looking at. The primary one that we've been tracking, and then the one up there closer to Springdale. So let's get a track into southern portion there of, oh no, okay, hold on. Okay, we're gonna have to balance some things here real quick. I'm gonna have to do fast track, and then we're gonna have to come up and hit that one northwest of Oxford because I got a radar error, and that's never good. So Springdale 6 o'clock, Taylor 6:04, Oxford 6:12. This is the other one. Oxford 6:12 for you, Kiel 6:20, 6:26 Burt. We gotta get up here to this one. Because that's not a good sign. We start get this what we call de-aliasing error. That usually is a sign that something rough has happened there. So if this is producing a tornado, you can kind of see there highlighted in the green. This is not the exact perfect green red that we typically would see, but it tells us that something else is going on there and the radar is struggling with it. And usually that is a tornado or at least something damaging at that moment. So let's track that angle for that there toward County Road 411. I show in a path of this. Abbeville, this is going to be a close call for you. This is northwest, on the northwest side of the College Hill community in Lafayette County. And so tracking that toward Malone and Potts Camp eventually there. Longer track, let's give it a tornado safety rules. Send a picture to some folks. No, Oxford is not in the path of this one, but there's another one that we're watching Oxford potentially on. So let's look at the west side there of Oxford, and we'll do that kind of, you can see the rainfall there kind of moving into town. Not a lot of movement on the camera there. This is the rainfall portion of the thunderstorm down there versus the wind and potential tornado we have on kind of north and west there. Abbeville again, 6:05. Current time is 5:58, almost 5:59. So we need to be in that tornado safe place there, you know, on the northwest side of Oxford. Certainly, I'd say in Lafayette County. And looking at our various radar presentations, all of them are basically saying we got to be paying attention up here closer to College Hill. So this could potentially be a tornado occurring at this moment. Looking ahead, I do notice, and this is an unfortunate thing, National Weather Service is going to have to issue a new tornado warning on this. I think they'll do that very, very soon. But this does mean for our Weather Call subscribers, that comes back to when they trigger that tornado warning. So we're not going to have a ton of lead time for some folks out here in Abbeville that aren't officially in the warning. They're going to have that warning out here in a minute. But Abbeville, we need to be in that tornado safe place if we live there. There's that new warning we were talking about. Let's go and circle our area of circulation. Again, kind of west of the College Hill area up in Lafayette County is where our circulation likely is at this moment, moving toward Malone and Abbeville. Again, lots of heavy precipitation, just rainfall in Oxford out of this one at this moment. There is another storm that we are tracking for you. And this one, again, moving toward Malone, and eventually Potts Camp. Here's our updated angle based on current position. Abbeville, 6:06. Current time is almost 6 o'clock. We're looking at Waterford at 6:16, Potts Camp at 6:22, and Driver School 6:27. By the way, back in the back room there, hopefully the open is queued. We'll hit that and come back here for some house cleaning as far as what we do. And then let's kind of widen this out. Again, tornado warning does continue for locations back around Water Valley. That circulation a little ahead of that is going to be southern portion of Lafayette County under that tornado warning there. And then additional areas of circulation we've been watching back toward the south. This kind of the first wave on what will continue to be an active evening. Current time is now 6 p.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor as we are tracking tornado warnings for Yalobusha, Lafayette counties at this instant. We have Benton County as well as Marshall County involved here, and then tornado warnings do continue for Yalobusha, for Calhoun, and again, another one there also in Lafayette County. Neither way, two circulations that we're tracking closely, neither of which make me particularly happy at the moment. Not that any circulation makes me happy, but I will say, let's look at this bottom one here, make sure this isn't the tornado debris signature. Nope, it is not. The reason I could say that, see how there's a hole in the data? It's tracking bugs and everything else. It's in a position where perhaps we would see one, but it's not quite right. And looking where we have our greatest change there in wind direction, it's out here kind of in the open area. So indications at this moment that this is a strengthening thunderstorm, has very strong winds aloft, but I do think this extremely strong wind return we're seeing here is being transposed down closer to the ground. And I do think our areas of circulation could be those two that are actually north of it. One that moved directly through the Water Valley area there, and another one a little bit to the east of that. So in either case, the thing we want to make sure that we are stressing at this moment is it's unlikely that you will see these. Okay, these would likely be wrapped in rainfall. I know there's this inherent urge for some people then to go to the porch and see what these storms are doing. The reality is that this is not a scenario where you're really going to see anything, but you will put yourself in danger. So we need to be in that tornado safe place if we're up here in Yalobusha, the far northern portion of Yalobusha County, and really Lafayette County, with two different circulations in Lafayette County that we're tracking right now. If you could, Jake, we need to try to see if we can get an emergency manager there in Yalobusha County on the phone. I know that they're probably busy, and if we call them and they don't pick up, we don't want to keep bugging them because they probably got their hands full if they don't pick up. So we'll try to get some information out there. Of course, if you have reports that you can share with us, you can do that by emailing us, weather@wtva.com, or using the WTVA weather app. But again, approaching the delay community, that's where that circulation is as it comes out of the south and west. Let's do a longer track on this. We're going to have to do a longer track on the north one as well and go in a little close to it. And again, I'm looking at a circulation here. This one's trying to kind of redevelop sort of on the front side there. We're looking at Etta for you at 629, Darden at 632 there, Altus at 615, Delay at 610, maybe New Albany eventually in the path of that, or Myrtle, depending on the angle of how this goes as it progresses toward the north. Let's go ahead and loop this a couple of times. That's on the leading edge. I don't know that that circulation, as strong as it is necessarily on the ground. I think we're transposing that aloft, but it might not take much to force it down. So we need to be treating this as though this is a tornado if you live in those communities such as New Albany ahead of it. So if you know some folks that live there, take a picture, send it to them, and let them know that this could be a storm trying to produce a tornado moving in their direction, and additional tornado warnings are likely to be issued for them soon. Up here toward Abbeville, again, a fairly broad radar error that we're seeing here. We'll call it de-aliasing error. That's not important. What is important is we don't get that error very often. It almost always happens when something extremely turbulent is happening in the atmosphere. So it could just be wind damage. It might be something more than that. So I'm going between a bunch of different radars here as I try to figure out what exactly that something is. And again, I think it could still potentially be a tornado. The fact I have some missing data on this particular radar, this is the radar out of the Memphis airport, at the same place that I'm also getting some of these other errors showing up, is not exactly a happy sign there. So I'm going to stick with the Memphis radar. Yes, even Jackson has exactly that spot there. Let's go to the Memphis radar. So Abbeville, we're no more than about 2 minutes away as this crosses Mississippi Highway 7, pretty much in Abbeville. I am instead going to track this a little broader because there's a couple spots along this that look suspect. I just want to make sure we're not in too close. And so Abbeville 608, Spraggins at 610, 611 Malone, and Bethlehem 619. Doppler radar indicated rotation. The reason why this has been issued, unfortunately, we're not going to get probably any more confirmation than that at this distance away. Hopefully not. But we need to be in that tornado safe place if we're up here in Abbeville, Spraggins, Malone, the Bethlehem community, all kind of ahead of this there. Let's look here. Okay, let's go ahead and pull this up on another camera in the Oxford area. This is, as you can see, University Avenue there and Highway 7. Obviously, a lot of heavy rainfall. There are flooding concerns that will become more and more of a factor as we go into the evening. But as you can see, it's just kind of windy, it's cloudy, it's rainy. The point in showing this is that it's unlikely that you will be able to visibly see tornadoes today, whereas they were visual on other instances this week. It's unlikely that you're going to see anything that is visually interesting, but you will if you go to your porch, subject yourself to whatever potential injuries come along with a tornado that could form. And again, near Abbeville is where we show one at this moment. We show another area here close in southern Lafayette County. I've just kind of jumped over Oxford. They're either side of Oxford at this point here in Lafayette County. And this one on the south side there, certainly one that has to be watched pretty closely. By the way, Lafayette County Emergency Manager reporting that Highway 6 West at County Road 105 is flooded. We expect that to be the first of many, many, many reports there of similar things in Lafayette County and other locations as we go into this evening and tonight, because flooding rainfall amounts in excess of 8 inches are possible some locations. Yeah, I said 8 inches. Unfortunately, it's going to be a lot of water. So, again, looking ahead of this, for folks that do live in New Albany, 6:43 time for you. Doppler radar indicated area of rotation moving in your direction. So definitely a situation where it's dangerous and we need to be in that tornado safe place there. Let's go ahead and look at the correlation coefficient on this, which is how we kind of detect debris. My initial thought on this here is that I would say unlikely that this is tornado debris right there, but I need to make sure that we're on the correct scan. It does kind of appear right there on the latest scans. Make sure the wind. It is right where you would expect it on the wind mode. So let's go ahead and circle it on debris mode here. Wind mode, precipitation mode. It's trying really hard. If this hasn't produced a tornado, it's trying very hard to do so. I'm interested to see if this can fully wrap this part around, but this is probably some wind damage at the least moving toward Yakima and Delay. The fact that I don't have a lot of pixels of precipitation showing up right over there makes me wonder for a moment. In either way, this is clearly near Yakima, moving toward Highway 334 and Denmark, a storm that requires our respect and could potentially be trying to produce a tornado as it kind of moves in some of those directions there. Let's go ahead and look at the northern, actually, let's go wider for a second here. Let's double check the southernmost circulation back there in southern Yalobusha County, closer to Tillatoba. I know same spots, that's what we talked about earlier, same spots kind of hit by this second one here. I'm less convinced that this is a tornado. I'm going to give you a longer track up to the edge of where we presently have that circulation. We show Gatewood at 611, Velma at 620, Water Valley, yeah, kind of on the northern edge of this track there at 625, at 635 there, closer to the Paris community. Go ahead and take that report over to Gabe, and we'll let Gabe deliver that here in a second. Appreciate that. So latest here, rotating wall cloud south of Highway 278, south of Faxton there, reported by the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. So again, that would be this circulation here that we're looking at. What I'm imagining based on the positioning there. So we will know very quickly. I don't think now, looking at this latest scan, that we can necessarily confirm tornado debris on this storm here in Lafayette County. But either way, it is trying very, very hard to produce a tornado. And just because I can't confirm it at this moment doesn't mean the next scan doesn't become something where we can. Because the problem with confirming things with debris is that means it's already hit something. And so it's possible that that could happen very soon. I do want to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, as we're starting to get some reports, some information in from local officials. Gabe, what are you seeing as of now, 6:09, almost 6:10?
Well, our Jake White called the Yalobusha EMA director, and they did say that trees were down on Highway 330 just east of Tillatoba. Possible tree on home going towards Water Valley, and power is out in Water Valley. Now, I did look up the Tallahatchie Electric Power Association, and looking at the latest outages in Water Valley, give me one moment to pull this up. We are seeing a few, but it's very scattered. It's not what you typically expect with anything tornadic developing. There's Water Valley. There's the bulk of your outages right down the south side of town. Now, saying with that, we are seeing several outages on the west side of Oxford through Tallahatchie Electric Power Association. So something to look back on. That may have been something produced beforehand, but I mean, we haven't had anything confirmed, being that we are so far away from the radar site.
Yeah, and folks on our chat here on Facebook Live continuing to talk about Water Valley with power outs there. Folks watching from near the Water Valley area, so that means at least it's sporadic power outage there. Trees down on County Road 25 in that area as well. So something has happened, whether it has been officially a tornado or whether it's been strong straight line winds. In either case, we need to be in that tornado safe place from these storms, because technically I have two areas of circulation that we're watching here, southern Lafayette County and then northern Lafayette County. And honestly, you might say a couple there in northern. Let's go to northern. We haven't been up here in a minute, continuing to get that radar error, which is something that usually only shows up for a scan or two. So it's interesting that it showed up for a longer period of time. Our circulation close to the Abbeville area. And again, looking at the wind mode there near Abbeville. I mean, I'd show it really kind of on the northern portion here. It's the most likely spot for us to be seeing that at this moment. So the fact that I've got a couple spots there, I'm going to do a more of a broader track than we sometimes do, and I'm going to do this on what we call a squall track, but I'm going to make sure I have this up to 55 and put on as many places as possible as we can. So again, tracking that based on current speed there, and we'll go and pot Gabe's mic down in the back room here, pot it up and down as we can. There we go. So let's track that there toward Hickory Flat eventually as well. Got a lot more folks in here than maybe will experience it, but there's just a broad enough area here, a couple spots along this line where we could try to spin something up. I'd rather paint too broad of a picture than too narrow of one. So again, Redmond's Bluff public use area there at 611. So that is, basically now in the last 30 seconds or so. Laws Hill about 613, Cambridge School at 615, Malone at 615, Burt 619, Bethlehem at about 620, Waterford at 622, Potts Camp 625, Hickory Flat close to around 631, Driver School about 633, and Gravestown at 640. Doppler radar indicated rotation, where you see that arrow going around over and over again there, is one of the two locations kind of on that northern section that we are watching closely as it moves into northern Lafayette County. And then down here in southern Lafayette County, basically on top of Yakna, is where we have our area of circulation, kind of looking for debris here as we look at the different things. I cannot, again, confirm debris, thankfully, yet, but there's just kind of an area here where you could see the warmer air is being kind of sucked back in. We'll call it inflow channel, and then you have our kind of RFD, our winds wrapping around the backside. And so they're trying very hard. If this can pinch just the right area in here near Yakna as it's pushing out, that's where that'll develop a tornado. It's going to try to track toward 278, Fayette Springs, maybe a little east of Altus there is where this is going to try to drop something if it has not already produced a tornado. We are getting reports near the Tula community there of some rotation showing up at this time. And our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, getting some pictures from very near the Paris community in as well that he's bringing up for us as of 6:13, almost 6:14. Gabe?
Yeah, Matt, that was where we saw the debris possible. I mean, it wasn't lining up with necessarily the reflectivity, but we can see this is out of Calhoun County looking towards Paris community. And you can see what looks like a lowering within this, or at least a very large and dark rain shaft moving into the Paris community. That kind of gives you a visual of what was happening over in Paris. And yeah, I mean, nothing confirmed so far in regards to a tornadic development, but it kind of gives you an idea of what they're seeing there in Paris.
Okay, appreciate that, Gabe. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand you the other iPad here. It's probably a little easier, so we can kind of hand it back and forth there and pull that up. It should be in the picture mode as well there. So current time is now 6:14, getting close to 6:15. You're watching a continuous coverage here live on the TVA, ABC WTVA, as well of a storm trying to produce a tornado near the Yakna area. This has been a storm that previously has produced damage back toward Water Valley and back toward Tilatoba for at least sporadic damage. Now, is it wind damage? Is it tornado damage? That is something that we do not know for sure. But certainly watching that potential that it could be trying to produce a tornado very closely. This is just south of US 278, as you can see there, US 278. We show our area of circulation, really two areas of circulation here, less than 1 mile from US 278 there, very near the Yakna community, and the other one about 2 miles, maybe 3 miles, it says 4 miles south there, just a little east. And let me just say this to my wife who's at home. When we had kids that were at camp this weekend and they brought them home, that's exactly pretty much where that would have been. So sorry you lost part of your fun day by yourself. But I think obviously good decision to have brought them home at the time that they did today. So that's just my little 2 cents from my wife there. And I know she's happy to have them at home and glad they're safe. And we encourage you to make sure if you live in this area that you are in your tornado safe place there. Again, near County Road 415 and County Road 421, where we have this area circulation about to cross 278. So near Denmark, we need to be in that tornado safe place. If we live near Denmark, we need to be there. If we live out toward Lafayette Springs as well. Thaxton, of course, not officially in this tornado warning, but the northern side there of New Albany is, and we need to be in a tornado safe place there as well. I'm tracking in those two areas of circulation that we're looking at out of that same storm. Probably not two tornadoes. That one deepest in is the one I'd be most concerned with, most likely to have everything happen. but there still could be wind damage on the southern one as well. So this kind of wraps in there, man. Okay, so again, get a longer track on both of these, kind of on the wider shot here. We can get away with this. And so this longer track taking it toward New Albany, Dumas eventually. This is a very long track. I'm going to just come over here and I'm going to cover up these times there at the front end. The reason for it, these are not precise enough times for you in Denmark and Lafayette Springs and Flatwood. I'm doing this more for the longer range there. So New Albany has a time, so that Ripley has a time, so that Jumpertown has a time there as well, just to give them an idea. This could be a storm that keeps doing this for a while. So we need to be in that tornado safe place. In Denmark, it's basically over top of you right now in eastern Lafayette County, because this is definitely in the position, with the fact we've already had damage out of it, that this could be a very significant storm. And at the very least, some damaging wind gusts kind of flowing out ahead of this as well. Let's check this from a couple different radar sites, see if we can nail it down a little closer. Too far away from that one. Let's look for Memphis. Memphis radar, for one reason or another, that is not coming in. So let's come back here to Monroe County. And yeah, if this isn't producing a tornado now, it's producing damage in some form or fashion from straight line winds on the south side there. So Takapola, Thaxton, Lafayette Springs, Altus, Delay, and of course Denmark, right there, pretty much where my finger is, all in the path of this damaging storm that could potentially be a tornado developing right now. Looking at the precipitation mode, now going to the debris mode. I cannot yet confirm debris on this, but I definitely have some strong straight line winds, 70, 80 miles per hour here, kind of pushing around, because what this is doing is one of two things. This little hook that you see here is going to wrap up and produce a tornado basically over top or just east of Denmark here near Lafayette Springs. And if it doesn't produce a tornado in this zone, it's going to have a wind gust there of 80 miles per hour or so pushing right there toward Lafayette Springs. And that's going to cause power outages. That's going to cause low-end tornado-like damage. So one of two things here. This is either going to produce a tornado or this is going to produce tornado-like damage if you're ahead of this and in this. And I know they went ahead and clipped out the northwest portion of Pontotoc County on this there. I think we need to probably see an adjustment on that as well. Let's get a look at this again on the latest scans here. I would say northwest Pontotoc County, though officially you're not in this here, I would say we probably need to add a few other folks here there in northwest Pontotoc County, because whatever the circulation is going to pass pretty close to over top of you. So let's pull down those tornado safety rules to remind you again, if you're ahead of this, some of those folks I was mentioning out here in New Albany, Cowanville, Dumas, now is the time, probably a little past the time, we need to be getting to a stronger structure. We need to be getting out of unsafe places. Keep your phone charged. This will cause power outages. Put on hard-soled shoes, gather those important documents. Listen, you're down here in the red tornado warning. We're too late. We have to be in our best possible location, lowest floor, middle part of a sturdy structure. But if you're ahead of this, New Albany, Dumas, New Albany, you're technically in that tornado warning. We probably at 55 miles per hour don't have a whole lot of time to be getting someplace at this point here. But downstream, obviously, make sure that phone is charged. Make sure we are in a safe place as possible. And I just, this is not a graphic I like. This is one I put up because it is factual. That homes without solid foundations, in particular manufactured homes that are just tied down, are not as safe as homes with solid foundations. You put a manufactured home on a slab foundation, we can debate that. But if that's not the case, you're 20 times more likely to be killed in a tornado that hits a manufactured home than a tornado of the same strength that hits a site-built structure with a solid foundation. So we need to be getting out of those ahead of this into friends' houses, to storm shelters, to someplace stronger out here, New Albany, Dumas, back to the north and west. Because sometimes this is in the perfect spot here. See how there's nothing out ahead of this? It's getting perfect air in here for this to try to produce a tornado for a while longer. And so a potential there that this could be strong for quite a while in the future. So we need to be thinking ahead and trying to find the safest possible location here. Current time is 6:20. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Waupon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynard. The entire WTVA 9 News newsroom here is tracking this storm that is attempting to produce a tornado or at least 80 mile per hour winds. You can see some times there on your screen as it moves toward the north and east, as it's wrapping up there. We show it again. Shiloh Baptist Church at 6:21, Lafayette Springs at 6:22. We're looking at Union Church 6:27, Bethel Church at 6:30, Salem Church 6:31, West Union School there at 6:34, Poolville 6:36, Union Hill Church at around 6:38, and Old Myrtle we show at about 6:40. Let's get a New Albany time on that. To take it up to New Albany and not get it in there would be wrong. So New Albany, we show that 6:44 for you. Cownville 6:51 if it holds together, and I do expect it will hold together, and I do think it's reasonable it could produce a tornado, because see how that is curling up? It's curling, like how this is curled up a bit more there. That is trying to wrap back around, and see how it's now extending out more. If this hasn't produced a tornado yet, right over 278 where it's trying to do it at this moment, please, beg you, get to your tornado safe place if you're in Northwest Pontotoc County as well. Okay, so Northwest Pontotoc County, Faxton, we need to be in our tornado safe place. Buchanan as well. I know you're not officially in the tornado warning. National Weather Service debating that at this moment because they left it out. To put out a brand new tornado warning can cause some confusion out here. But I want to tell you right now, northwest portion of Pontotoc County, we've got to be in that tornado safe place with this here. They are going to put out a new one to clip the northwest portion of Pontotoc County as well. I mean, they're seeing the same thing we are. And if this hasn't produced a tornado, it's about to here, and it has damaging winds. Lafayette Springs over top of you at this moment. Let's go ahead and look from a different radar site. Again, we poke and prod this from all sorts of different directions. We're just outside of range of that site at the Memphis airport, unfortunately. And the Memphis Weather Service radar site is too far away to get a good look at it. So let's go up instead of scan as we continue to kind of poke and prod and look for better data. And as we do, there's that new tornado warning that's been issued. Yeah, everything about this says this is trying really hard, right over 278, moving toward Harris Lane, Hunter Road. You can see Thaxton now officially in that tornado warning. Lafayette Springs has been. And this is a strengthening storm. Again, for some all clears here for just a moment. Let's hit that real. We've been in very close on that storm for a little bit here. Let me go real wide, double check, make sure there's nothing else that catches my eye. Nope, this is where we're going to stay. The storm up here in south of Potts Camp looks a little broader than it did before. I'm gonna check if that other radar there. No, I'm not as concerned about that one as we are the one down south. Everything about this one down south says this could be a really bad situation on our hands here, moving into western Pontotoc County. So we have to be in that tornado safe place. It's also reasonable that this could be producing hail in excess of ping pong ball size. So keep that in mind. Report coming in just a minute ago of a funnel cloud near Takapola. So that would be from this portion of the thunderstorm right there as it's wrapping around. So again, we can go all clears for folks there in the Oxford area. Yakna, DeLay, Altus, all clear. Denmark, east in Lafayette County, obviously not. Ping pong ball size hail possible up here on the north side of that. And that weather call tells me that that's coming right up there again. The rest of almost all of Union County under that new tornado warning there. And then Pontotoc County also under that tornado warning at this time for this circulation that's over top and just north now of Mississippi Highway or US Highway 278, Mississippi Highway 6 there in the Lafayette Springs area. So trying very hard to produce a tornado right over top of Lafayette Springs. So County Road 346 in the path of this as it moves there closer to Benjamin Road, Wood Lane also in the path. And the new scan will probably place this tornado right over top of Lafayette Springs if it is deformed there. I mentioned this a moment ago, the hail potential significant. One other benefit to us looking three-dimensionally on this thunderstorm is we might be able to see a little bit more on, let's see if I can get it to kind of pull up here. Oops. Give me a second. We might be able to see just a little bit more on how exactly it's structured aloft as well. So I think that's kind of important. Yep. And so you can see actually the area where the circulation's kind of rotating all the way around this, right? So this is our hook echo there coming down, what we call the rear flank downdraft. You can actually see kind of a clear slot there kind of in the back. So this is curling around. That takes a little bit of time. But as this curls around close to the surface, it's going to wrap back in. Where you see that circle there is where we anticipate our tornado to form as that curling process completes here pretty soon. So again, this is the Lafayette and Pontotoc County line, and we anticipate this is going to be right over folks there here extremely soon. So let's bring it back kind of two-dimensional mode. Let's change it back to the normal version of Storm Track Doppler radar. And Lafayette Springs, again, in the path, in the direct line of fire for the potential for this to produce a tornado, and then this is big hail up here on the north side. Those things are interlinked, by the way. New report from the emergency manager in Lafayette County now. Tornado on the ground reported there near the Thaxton area. Of course, Thaxton is across the county line there. It's actually behind where it says WTVA News there. Let's get that above. But more people will consider this the Thaxton area. Tornado reported on the ground there near 346 is where we would put it right now. So as we've been warning you now for about 15 minutes that this storm was about to take that next step, now reports there from the emergency manager in Lafayette County near Lafayette Springs that this is probably producing a tornado now. Now, we do not have tornado debris that we can confirm at this moment, but of course, it's going to take a few moments for that to happen, because if you're talking about lofting it a mile up, it takes a minute for that, whatever it is, to be carried that high. So tornado reported on the ground near the Thaxton area at this instant. I do want to see Gabe behind the scenes. We're gonna keep it on this shot here. But Gabe, behind the scenes, I want to see if we can get the Storm Chasers feeds up on this there. In particular, not the cameras, but their driving feeds. Let's double check those. North Mississippi Storm Chasers out have been all week long doing the best they can to keep folks safe. And so they are tracking this as well from the field at this time. This is an area where we don't always have the best cell phone signal, but along 346, near 355, where this is tracking. So a tornado believed to be on the ground at this moment as of the latest update there. So things have changed. As we've been saying, rotation is there, about to develop soon. Well, now we've had tornado that has been spotted on this. So we can, at least from the emergency manager there in Lafayette County, confirm that a tornado touching down very near, they said Thaxton, which would put it right here pretty close to the Lafayette and Pontotoc County line. As you can see, an upgrade in that description there at the top of the screen now showing large tornado and the possibility that this could be doing damage at this moment near Carter Road and Mississippi Highway 346. Is this on 3?
It's on 3. He's driving in Thaxton.
Okay, so this is, which is this, Ashton?
I believe it's Brad, if I remember correctly.
Brett?
Brad Arnold.
Okay, well, I'm not sure we can show that one. So, yeah. We need to make sure it's either Ashton or it's Adrian or Stan.
Okay.
So either way, you can see how this is now curled around there near Carter Road and 346, where we show that area of rotation, where we show that likely tornado at this instant there. So again, Benjamin Road, you're in the path of this. If you're up here in 355, this is going to be moving into Union County fairly quickly, because this is the far northwest corner of Lafayette County where we are tracking this. Again, toward County Road 47, moving toward Bald Hill there. See if I can extend this track to where we also have New Albany eventually, and we want to make sure we keep that time for New Albany on there, 647. So with that in mind, we're now 17, maybe 18 minutes from this moving into New Albany. This is a tornado believed to be on the ground at this moment, doing damage. So if it is not hitting anything, that'd be an absolute blessing. But the reality is that Storm Spotter is now reporting a tornado on the ground with this in northwest Pontotoc County. Let's adjust our position with it now, probably just a little north of 346 by about 250 yards. And again, tracking that right there. I'm actually clear off that storm track because it might have moved a little more north on the latest scan here. So again, going back, get our angle just right. And I'd still say northeast there, Smoketop Road, where we have our circulation moving again closer to Flatwood. Let's change the angle on here so we can see a few things downstream a little bit better. Give me a moment to do that so you can see kind of Poolville eventually in the path of this toward the northeast. And yeah, that's potentially part of what's making this hard to detect on there is you see how kind of wide this is. I might be underestimating the size of this tornado potentially here. This could be strengthening into a strong tornado right now, hence the reason you could see large tornado, considerable damage, what it says on the screen there. So this is about to cross the Union County line within about the next 45 seconds to a minute. If you're ahead of this, and you can kind of barely see New Albany on the top part of the screen there, if you're ahead of this in New Albany, we need to be getting to that sturdiest structure, the lowest floor of a sturdy structure, a small windowless room we can wrap up in blankets and pillows, put on our helmets to protect ourselves from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. this just want to remind you that we need to have the WTVA Weather WTVA News app downloaded there. For whatever reason, the icon's not showing up, but either way, those will have our live stream. And if for whatever reason your signal goes out, you'll be able to catch us there. So please make sure you have at least one of those there so you can watch us, of course, WTVA.com/live as well, so we can keep giving you updates. But we need to be in that tornado safe place. This is going to be moving. Next scan here that comes in will be up here over top of Benjamin Road, if it's not already over that location, moving toward County Road 47. And that County Road 47, of course, is up in Union County. So this is the Lafayette County line there. Pontotoc, Lafayette, Union counties, right in the middle of those three where we have this at this moment, moving northward. Ingomar, folks that live near Ingomar, Flatwood, Bald Hill, Poolville, Sherry, and New Albany on the path of this circulation that could be a tornado occurring at this moment. Let's go wide for just a second, see if there's anything else we need to pay attention to. Nope. We need to stay right here. So again, as you can see flashing at the top of your screen, large tornado, considerable damage possible out of a storm moving through the northwest portion of Pontotoc County. It could potentially be producing debris. Let's see there on the latest scan. I would say it's possible that we have that. Let's go over here while we're showing this here. Ashton with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers on this storm here looks like might have some damage as he's trying to get around and negotiate. He's probably on 278 by the look of that there. A lot of heavy rainfall on that. We will get more information from him as we try to make contact as he's trying to, obviously negotiate back through the rainfall. It's hard when you can't really outrun these or even necessarily stay with them when they're moving 55 miles per hour. They're not following a road 55. These storms are going in the northeast, and so it's near impossible to keep up with it once it gets past you. So Ashton is trying to negotiate the terrain, knows that area out there very, very well, being from Lafayette County. But unfortunately, we have what is likely a strong tornado potentially on the ground at this moment in near the intersection, the triple point there of Lafayette, Union, and Pontotoc County. Poolville there, New Albany, just the news showing up on the edge of your screen. This is heading toward New Albany. Again, let's go wider for a moment and let's, look at that again for you. But I just want to kind of emphasize this for a second, that this is heading, generally speaking, toward New Albany. So for folks who live in New Albany, if we know folks there, we want to make sure we give them a call. And that would be including people here at the TV station. If we know some folks there in New Albany, let's give them a call and make sure they know that they need to be getting to their tornado safe place on this here. So one of the interesting things from the National Weather Service, I'm gonna go ahead and read this, this kind of behind the scenes chat for a moment here. Conditions are favorable and supported by Warn on Forecast Guidance, which is a new system the National Weather Service has been developing for a number of years here. For supercells to continue along the corridor from the current tornado storm northeast from Union to Alcorn counties over the next 60 to 90 minutes, meaning the next hour to hour and a half. Also very favorable for heavy rainfall due to training storms. Here's the point in all this, that even models are looking at this going, yeah, this one could be bad. So let's be taking this extremely seriously if you do live here in New Albany and locations there in Union County. I got to track this one up north real fast as well, because it looks like it has organized a bit more there. Let's just get a quick storm track on it. Up here about to cross I-22 south of Hickory Flat. There are a couple of areas in this line closer to Hickory Flat where we're watching this, but this one near Ebenezer Church at 635, Community Church 639, Graham Chapel at 643 there, Palestine Church 644 and 646 there as well, another church in the region. But this is likely a strong tornado ongoing here in northwest Pontotoc County, moving toward New Albany. I cannot stress this enough. If you know somebody that lives in New Albany, stop now and give them a phone call. If you, I'm just gonna stop. I'm gonna be quiet for a moment here as I take the picture there and put on those tornado safety rules and tell you this one could be bad, real bad. Okay. So if you know someone who's ahead of this, please take the picture, send them a shot of it, and let them know. I'm gonna point right to New Albany there. Obviously, a lot of folks before New Albany, like Flatwood at 638, within the next minute to 2 minutes, it's over top of you. But New Albany, 649, it's adjusted new scan. We're gonna steal some time from you there. This is likely a strong tornado at this moment. So New Albany, somewhere around 648, 647, depending on which side of town we're talking about there, 644 to 649-ish as it moves through town. This is a strong tornado in all likelihood. It could be bad. Looking for debris on this, on the tornado debris mode here, not as well detected at this instant, but near the Flatwood community, near County Road 47, everything about this says this is damaging winds. Let's say best case scenario right now. Best case scenario, and this isn't a tornado, right? Best case scenario, this is still probably 80, 90 mile per hour winds here that are moving over top of Flatwood toward Bald Hill. They'll be moving toward New Albany. So best case scenario, we still have tornado-like damage out of the winds with this. We've got to take cover, though, if we are in New Albany, because this is a classic, strong, and potentially deadly situation if not taken seriously. I'm going to go wider on the shot here. Everything about this is kind of the worst case scenario we expect out of a storm like this today. It has perfect inflow on the front edge here, right? Perfect air coming in that's unstable. It has the perfect air balancing it with the rear flank downdraft around the backside. And so, unfortunately, everything is structured just right for this to be bad for not just now, but for a while in the future. So I'm going to get a longer track on this, and this is a very long track. And so now, if you know folks who live in Dumas or up in Biggersville, near Boonville, Rienzi, Corinth, it's not going to hit all those folks. Obviously, it's not going to hit everybody from Boonville to Corinth, but the angle is close enough that it's going to track through that corridor there, as you can see, somewhere around that 7:13 to 7:30 time period. So that really 15 minutes there, 7:15 to 7:30 or so, it's going to be going through there. But in southern Union County, this could be a deadly tornado if not taken seriously. It is either, I mean, listen, I have not been able to confirm tornado debris on this on a good shot here, but I honestly think that just honestly has to do a little bit. Yeah, I can. I'm a liar there. There's our tornado debris right there along the Pontotoc and Union and Pontotoc County line right there. It's, right along County Road 47, which looks like straddles that county line, is where we have that tornado debris on what's an extremely strong wind return on Storm Track Doppler radar, and the exact spot we would expect to see it. So Bald Hill community, Ingomar, obviously Flatwood, we need to be in that tornado safe place. This could be a deadly situation with a strong tornado. There's very large hail on the backside of this as well. But Bald Hill, this is coming right for you. County Road 87 in the path of this. It looks like this is passing over the Little Tallahatchie. Pretty much now, it can be right about there, right? So this is going to be passing over the Little Tallahatchie. So we at least have a couple minutes here where it's over something a little more open. Obviously, those houses on that road there, not open. But everything about this is just not a good situation, unfortunately. Because over the Flatwood community, I'd say that qualifies as tornado debris at least. And this is wrapping around to try to do something stronger. I'm frankly surprised we haven't seen a stronger tornado debris signature on it, but I just unfortunately think yet is the word on this. So cannot stress this enough. You have to be in a tornado safe place if you live in New Albany. Current time is 6:39. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Walpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor, tracking a tornado producing thunderstorm moving into New Albany. It's our only storm of concern at this moment. I wanted to go wide and show you that because we're going to have to drill in and stay on this for a while. So New Albany, cannot stress this enough that this is a tornado on the ground moving toward town. Bald Hill, Poolville, Mississippi Highway 30, all in the path of this. And hail, where you see this flashing right there, could be talking about hail in excess of 2 inches as well. Here's why we don't want to wait New Albany to be in that safest location. And I'm going to put up the unsafe places here for a second. I'm going to get New Albany to stay on there. I'm going to put the storm track on here as well. Try to kind of layer all of these things on at the same time. There's going to be some big hail with this as well, and you have to be in that tornado safe place now. I would not wait to see if this does something more. See if I can drag that down so we can see New Albany on there at the same time. Well, New Albany is showing up below the track there where that dot is. So obviously that's Midtown New Albany. So when you see that New Albany time at 6:49, that's the middle of town. Southwest portion of town there, we're talking obviously before that, within really the next 5 minutes or so. And obviously, Midtown New Albany, we're only about 8 minutes away. This has all the writing on the wall of something bad. So let's make sure we're not in cars, trucks, or manufactured homes. There's the list of storm shelters. The reality is we're too late to be getting into a car, because where is the number one place we shouldn't be? A car or a truck, right? You're most vulnerable out of any type of way you can take cover in a car or a truck. So we don't need to be in those at this point here. But I put on that shelter list because I know there's some folks downstream of this that might still have some time. And for you, that's where we still have a little bit of time. I do think we're continuing to see more indications of tornado debris showing up here on Storm Track Doppler radar close to the Bald Hill community. Again, this is the Little Tallahatchie River right there. Let's look at debris mode right there. We're showing that near Flatwood. There's Bald Hill. That's County Road 87. Looking at rotation that is likely a tornado ongoing, where you see that circle there on Storm Track Doppler radar. And I do believe we've had a debris signature the last few minutes here. There was one right before that there. So I will say one indication there is that this is potentially heading a little bit more of a straight northeast direction as opposed to east-northeast. So the south side of New Albany in particular, more in the path at this moment. But let's be clear about something. The way strong storms like this typically work is, they kick the tornado out like this and then they try to curve it up, and that's relative to the track. So while it might be heading a little bit more this direction now, as the tornado matures and eventually the channel of air that comes in here, what the inflow channel gets pinched off, it can pull the tornado north on its track. And so while it's heading toward kind of the south and east part of New Albany at this point, it would be very reasonable for it to pull back northward at some point in its journey. Now, that pull northward could happen farther south, but certainly all indications are that this is a damaging storm still and could be a significant tornado. As you can see, there are multiple places in here where we're showing, again, that very strong wind, including a place where we have tornado debris that's still being detected on radar there, right over top of Bald Hill. So again, that return you see over Bald Hill there, County Road 101, the intersection of County Road 87. Now, this is Ingomar there. I know we have a lot of folks there that live in Ingomar that watch us, even some former employees here at WTVA. Hopefully they are in that safest place. This is, again, right now, a little more east of north. It's County Road 94 at the intersection of Mississippi Highway 15. We need to be in that tornado safe place there. County Road 86, County Road 92, and County Road 88, all in the path of this. This next scan will probably be here at the extension of that road. Let's get exactly what that road is there. So we have County Road 94. So the next time I get a scan here, whatever this tornado is probably going to be right about there, over top of County Road 94 and County Road 86 here in Union County on the northwest side of Ingomar, moving there toward County Road 90. Now, again, I'm being very precise. The reality could be that I'm being too precise. And the reality could be that I have two circulations here. I have another one here that does not perfectly line up with some things. So I have what would look like debris showing up. I also have, again, the open area there. I think that's not it. I think it's still solidly this one to the east. And unfortunately, we'll get a new debris scan in here in just a moment that updates this. But Ingomar, I'm praying that y'all are in your tornado safe place here. Small windowless room where we can wrap up the blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect ourselves from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. I'm going to go back here and we're going to spend some time again on the debris mode, again, right over where we expected it. And now that debris, that tornado debris and that tornado is likely moving there over top of County Road 86 at the intersection of County Road 92. This is Union County that we're looking at here. This is south of New Albany that we're looking at here, and approaching Mississippi Highway 15. Doppler radar indicated a tornado doing damage at this moment, approaching Martintown and locations on the south side of New Albany. So I pull that off again, New Albany at the top of your screen there, and I know for sure this is a tornado. And I think this is in the open area there. I don't want to trust my think. Are you okay with that? If we, hold on, let's see what we got. Pick from pond, okay. So let's go and pull that up on, do we have it on 3? What do you have it on?
It's on 3.
It's on 3. Hold on here. So we believe, hold on, you talking to M.Cam?
No. Oh, wait, I apologize. It's on Apple TV.
Okay, pull up. This is the tornado. Likely a shot of the tornado there that was sent to us So that is what it looks like. So now you don't need to see it and go to the porch. But if you're in New Albany, if you're in Inglemark, we have to be in that tornado safe place, a small windowless room to wrap up with blankets and pillows. I'm going to track both of these areas. I believe the south one of these for sure is a tornado. And while I mean, it's just a strong enough return up here as well that I think it's what we call side lobing. But the reality is I'd rather take it safe and track both those. Again, so you can see Inglemark's over you now. Martintown, it's over you in a minute. And as I kind of bring down that shot there of the tornado that was shot there from Pontotoc looking back toward it, as you can see there, we're looking at Glenfield at 650 and obviously New Albany around the 650 time period there as well. But I mean, the south side of town, this is a tornado. This is, I mean, on the northwest side of Inglemark, a tornado right now. So unfortunately, two areas of significant circulation, one of which I believe is probably still a tornado, or at the very least, best case scenario, 70 to 80 mile per hour winds right here on the north side of Inglemark right now. So two areas of significant circulation, and we just need to be inside and making sure that we are sheltering with as many walls between us and the outside as possible if we're out here in Union County. Let's reset things here for a second. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Walpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor, looking at rotation on Storm Track Doppler radar that is indicative of at least one tornado here near the Inglemark area moving into the south side of New Albany. As you can see at the top of your screen, the designation by the National Weather Service. So this isn't the WTVA 9 News Weather Authority. This is the National Weather Service looking at this. And when you see this pop on the screen, that is their designation. Large tornado, considerable damage possible. So our assessment is similar as well, which is that this is likely a tornado still at this moment. Do you still have it up on Weather 3 there?
It's on Weather 3. That's Blue Springs looking west.
So this is Blue Springs looking west, and this is looking into that thunderstorm as well. This is that rain trying to wrap around it there. New Albany, of course, would be right about there. And so that is one of the areas of circulation showing up. A lot of cloud to ground lightning. We will have a shot generally toward it. It's a little ways away, but we will have a shot toward it. And so as a result, I'm going to leave that small on the screen for a moment here. And dare I say that that person right there is doing the right thing by getting out of the way of this and waiting. If you know somebody who's traveling along I-22, they probably ought to be doing the same thing as well, because that shot, Blue Springs there, looking up toward New Albany, and is going to be making impact in one form or fashion or another in New Albany within the next few minutes. And we are just hoping and praying that this is not producing tornado damage at this moment. We do continue to get pictures coming in. We'll pull up those pictures from the storm chasers on the iPad there if we could of some of the damage, so we can show that in a minute here, but we're going to get this through New Albany first. So looking at this in New Albany, we're going to bring that camera down again. The area where we previously had some tornado debris, I do not show as much out here toward 15, but I do show a sharp area where this is rotating back in. So while I cannot guarantee this to be a tornado at this moment, there's more than enough evidence that says that if this is not producing a tornado, and that's a huge if, it could be producing one soon. So we are hopeful that, again, this is going to lift, but on the west side of town, still some strong rotation showing up there. And then north of Inglemark, strong rotation as well, still on Storm Track Doppler radar. And both of these areas are moving there into the New Albany area. Let's look from the Memphis radar for a moment, see if it gives us a better idea. It does not. So let's stick with the one that we've been rolling with to this point here, which is from Monroe County. And certainly indications that this could be a tornado still occurring, moving into the New Albany area. So our thoughts, our prayers are with those folks in New Albany now as this kind of moves in. Still some questions as for sure whether or not this is producing a tornado, but certainly it is still strongly rotating. And the south side of town is where the area that's previously produced the tornado is moving in there. So that's the Highway 15 exit, the high school, right about there. This is just rotating a big way right over top of New Albany at this moment here. So lowest four of a sturdy structure where we have to be. North Haven, Baker, Union Hill, Pleasant Hill, and Cownville, all in the path of this area of rotation on this that could be attempting to produce a tornado. We're going to bring up that camera again from this would, again, looking northwest from Toyota plant. This is that big, heavy precipitations kind of wrapping around our view there. So as we shrink this for a moment, shrink this back down. So this is that big red you see there. That is that curtain that you see wrapping around. So unfortunately, if we're seeing a tornado, it's in this, somewhere in that there. So largely this tornado has been wrapped in rain and not visible to the naked eye. And so I think still very near that intersection of I-22 and Mississippi Highway 15, where we could potentially still have a tornado on this, and then an area of strong circulation right over top of the Highway 30 exit there in New Albany. Next scan is, of course, going to have it. You can see just from there, it's now north of I-22 at this instant because it's on the right-hand side of it there as we look northwest along I-22. So let's widen this for just a moment. Again, tornado warning has been extended for northern Lee County. That means here in just a moment that you will hear the tornado sirens likely going off for folks in and around Lee County here fairly soon. I do want to look back to the southwest, make sure there's not something else that we're missing in this. And actually, real quick here, there's a couple other little areas of circulation back on this as well. Let's get some storm tracks on those. I know we do have some first responders out there trying to pick up after some damage has already kind of come through some of those spots. So let's assume that that could still be an issue there. Get a longer track if it will give me one there. And so I'm going to take down our camera because it's no longer needed at this point because it's showing that that storm has now moved north of I-22 in New Albany. This is another area of circulation near Denmark. Again, moving maybe a little more toward Blue Springs and Beacon Hill, all that direction there. Let's go ahead and look in a little closer here to the New Albany area again. And Maddie, you're going to have to tell me where we're at with that shot, where it's at. Okay, we will, and give me just a minute here and we'll take a look at that. So we're over top of New Albany with this circulation here. And again, the latest wind mode has one of those things where we're getting the radar error, unfortunately, and that's not a good thing. Sometimes that means something worse has happened. Yeah, but it's north of I-22, or right over top of New Albany. This thing is just rotating and rotating and rotating. So best case scenario, it's just rotating. Worst case scenario, we've had a tornado move into part of town right now. I don't have the clearest of analysis to show that at this moment, but again, radar is just one tool in our toolbox, and we need to be assuming that this is damaging because all indications are that it still is and could still potentially be a tornado ongoing at this moment in the New Albany area, pretty much right over top of New Albany. So thoughts and prayers with those folks. Let's go a little wider for a moment. Let's get a longer track on this. And I'm going to look from a different radar. We'll go back there again to Monroe County because, again, this is taking on an odd shape at this instant where this is extending much farther out. Left kind of a really just a weird look at it. Power hit here at the television station as we're going in and out for a moment. Hopefully we're still on the air. We might be about to lose power, so here's the deal. If worse comes to worse, we'll have Facebook Live going. We do have backup generators here at the TV station, but I know sometimes that can knock out the internet in this situation as well. So we're hoping that that wasn't some kind of significant transmission line that just got hit that was causing us some power outage issues there. Sometimes that happens. So New Albany, that's obviously a concerning factor for you as well, because, I mean, obviously it has been as this tornado has been going over you. Let's reset here for a moment. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Waupon alongside of meteorologist Gabe Maynor. Information coming in from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Gabe, at least some reports of damage from around the area. What can you tell us as of about 6:54, almost 6:55?
So getting a lot of reports from Colby talking about trees down on Highway 6 near County Road 431. County Road 94 has power line down. Yalobusha County has a good bit of damage when it comes to trees being down, and lots of pictures associated with that. I'll pull it up here real quick to show you guys what we're looking at. But this is in Yalobusha County, just getting a look. You can see police on the scene trying to clear this as soon as possible, but just a very active scene. And as you can hear, tornado sirens going off here at the studio. I do want to say real quick, talk to Lafayette County. Damage on 1500 block, Highway 6 East. No injuries. It's great news in this case. Damage to roof structures, and they're still surviving after what was an intense storm moved through today.
Okay, that's our meteorologist Gabe Maynor there. Reports coming in that this potentially could be producing some debris once again here on Storm Track Doppler radar. Let's look here and we'll put it on our most sensitive mode, and perhaps near Union Hill Road there. Such a dirty velocity look on this. Let's check from the Memphis radar. See if we've got a better look at that. And let's look for the debris signature there. Difficult to say at this moment, but I think there could potentially be the next scan, some debris showing up on this. So again, Cownville, we need to be in that tornado safe place. If you live north of 348 and near Mississippi Highway 30 in New Albany, we have an area of rotation that could potentially be a tornado occurring at this moment. For some house cleaning here at the television station, this is going to stay north of us. So at the TV station, this will stay north of us. That's why we are not going to imminently take shelter. There are other storms that we're going to monitor, but at this moment, we don't necessarily have to take shelter here at the television station from this storm. But the circulation moving through the New Albany area. Hey, Veronica, have you heard from anybody back there yet?
Not any, but no damage or anything like that.
No damage so far?
Not leaking.
Okay, so but everybody's still good? All your people are good? Okay, just want to double check. Same with you, Maddie. All your people good? I know your people more Cownville. Okay, absolutely. When they come out, let me know what they find out. I appreciate that. So this moving toward Cownville along and just north of Mississippi Highway 30, an area of rotation that could potentially be, hold on. Yeah, could potentially be still a tornado ongoing here in Union County. Radar is not clear cut on this, but I still show one area near where it shows Baker up there north of Highway 30. This little blip there could still potentially be some tornado debris on this north of County Road 246, south of Pleasant Hill, southwest of Cownville. So again, this is just about at that curve between Cownville and the Cownville and New Albany area, moving toward the northeast. So you need to be taking the storm very seriously. As we've talked about over and over again, radar is just one tool, and just because it's inconclusive does not mean that this is not producing a tornado. It very well could be. So now Cownville, Locum, Molino, all in the path of this tornado that potentially could still be ongoing. So we're looking at Cownville 7:01. Current time is 6:58. By the way, if you've heard the tornado sirens behind us, the folks at Lee County E911 sound the sirens when it's anywhere in the county, north to south. And the reality is that we need to be on high alert because there are other thunderstorms out there rotating that will affect other locations within the county here fairly soon. And the northern portion of the county involved in this here, especially when you get closer to like Locum there and some other locations. Pine Grove, we showed about 7:11. Mount Hebron about 7:13. Halls Chapel about 7:16. But Cownville 7:01. Pleasant Hill 6:59. Basically over those locations right now. Doppler radar indicated rotation that could potentially be a tornado at this time moving into and through some of those spots. As you look at the southern area here, you can see a new severe thunderstorm watch coming out just a moment ago there. That's kind of what I was alluding to. The National Weather Service there in Memphis putting this out with rotation detected as the tag, one of those areas of rotation that we have been watching previously. Looking at the wind mode on Storm Track Doppler radar, some pretty intense wind returns showing up on this as well. That's out in the clear air just ahead of it, but a couple little notches that we're watching. So we're going to track that whole line there. We're not going to spend a lot of time on this. We're going to track that whole line through Pontotoc all the way through Tupelo as well as it moves northeast at about in the neighborhood of about 50 miles per hour. We might want to go ahead and check that speed again on this. So that I put Takapola, again, second time we've had something right near you, at 7 o'clock. Randolph at 7:06. Pannell at 7:11. We're looking at Pontotoc City Lake 7:16. Pontotoc proper, of course, not showing up in that list. We'll get you in just a second. Tupelo at 7:37. Verona at 7:37. Eggville at 7:44. Mantachie about 7:50. I'm going to back this up. I'm going to force it to give me Pontotoc on that list. Pontotoc at 7:16 there. So same time as Pontotoc City Lake when it showed that a moment ago.
I would say 45.
45 on that?
Yes.
Okay, so I was going a little fast. We'll come back to that here in a minute. I was going a little bit fast on that. So Cownville, this is basically on top of you at this moment, and Baker, an area of rotation that could potentially be still attempting to produce a tornado. This is my weather call coming in, and I'll let it handle the Lee County folks. Hello?
Is not following with a weather call mobile notification. The National Weather Service has just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for within 1 mile of your smartphone's current location. Severe thunderstorms can produce dangerous lightning, large hail, damaging winds, and very heavy rain that can cause localized flooding. If you must drive your car, do not attempt to drive through water covering a road. If possible, seek shelter in a sturdy building or stay in your car.
For the water part. We need to be in a sturdy structure, though, for the tornado part here, where we think it's still possible over top of the Cownville area, that we need to be in the sturdy structure there as well. We have not had tornado safety rules up here in the last few minutes. We need to be in a tornado safe place in Cownville, in Locum, as this is pretty much tagging right along County Road, Mississippi Highway 30 in the northern and now approaching eastern portions of Union County. So definitely watching that closely. I want to look at a couple other circulations showing up here just southwest of that, because we do have, again, kind of one area we know has produced a tornado and a couple other areas of significant interest kind of coming in back on the backside of this as well. So I'm going to go back and forth here on precipitation, back to wind a few times to see which of those is capable of what. Again, it's possible that one of these could spin something up at some point here in the future, meaning it's possible that we need to be obviously in that tornado safe place. Still, I would say I don't think we can come out of that New Albany, just because I think we have a couple other areas back to the south and west that are moving in. Let's get a loop on this here. Let's get a look at it. 1, 2, 3 areas there of additional rotation showing up on here, which are going to make sure Ecru needs to be in a safe place, and Bald Hill once again, and Ingomar, and other locations. So Takapola, north of Thaxton, Bald Hill number 2, and then Cownville are 4 areas of circulation on the leading edge of this that we need to be very, very careful of. Let's go ahead and go to our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, for a second here with video out of the New Albany area. Gabe, what have you got?
Well, I do want to say my in-laws and my family, and they were all in shelter, but they were actually off closer to Ellistown, looking back towards New Albany. And I'm going to ask that we can either pull it up on Cam 1 or on Matt's to show this real quick. But basically what we had was that rotation moving right through downtown New Albany. Well, this is just the east of it, and if we look over time, and it zooms in at times, I'm going to try and just drag this a bit. You can see off there in the distance, that lowering on the tail end of this cloud, that's New Albany right there. As I move through central portions of Union County, you can see it's hard to see beyond that tree line, but kind of gives you an idea of the lowering that was taking place. And I'm just going to fast forward to the end of this right here, because you can see how intimidating those skies get, still with that lowering on the back end, but watch just how dark it gets here in just a couple of seconds. I mean, it just shows that it's an intimidating lowering cloud, and there it goes right there. No, that's not just my phone turning off. That's how dark it was as this moved on through. So, Matt, an intense storm. This kind of solidifies what went through New Albany just a few minutes ago.
Absolutely. And so now looking at additional tracks on these other storms as we got to get back up to Cownville. South circulation, if it ends up becoming something, we're looking at Horntown at about 712. Thaxton 705 for you, Endville about 723, North Pontotoc High School there about 715. As that works its way, eventually I-22 McCullough about 729. I'm just going to take our track and drag it north. We're going to keep the same angle on these. And so this kind of middle one here, Bald Hill 711. That's not right. Let's adjust this forward just a little bit. There we are. Bald Hill 710, Ingomar 712. This is another circulation. Might not be anything, but we're not going to have a lot of time to poke and prod it because we still have a possible tornado on the ground up north. And then Alpine shortly after that. And then this kind of middle one here, New Albany, again, in this track 710, current time 705. So let's stay in that tornado safe place there. Cownville from the next one at 717. I'm going to pull that off before we get much into the rest of that list there, simply because those locations are being impacted by this initial rotation right now. So we're looking up here north of Cownville, where we still have Doppler radar indicating strong rotation on this thunderstorm, and possibility near Cownville here that this could still be producing a tornado up your County Road 150, County Road 283 in Union County, just south of the Union-Tippah County line where that is the case. Now, I do not have strong debris returns. Let's look here and change. Okay, we're still on the right color table on that. So I cannot say I have a strong sense of debris on this, but I do think it's possible this still could be producing sporadic tornado debris, possibly right there, there. So we'll see. Now what you see up north here, this is in the clear slot, so that is not tornado debris. And our inflow channel there still showing up, so it's possible this is still trying to produce a tornado, at the very least producing damage near Cownville. along Mississippi Highway 30, just north of that to Mississippi, Union County Road 150, Union County Road 157, both on the north side of Mississippi Highway 30. This is County Road 163. That's Locum there. And that's where Highway 30 kind of shoots back to eventually catch up with 45. So this would be Tippah County. This is Union County approaching the Tippah County line and Locum and Mississippi Highway 370 as it moves northeast at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. So taking our circulation from about where it is now, we're about 3 minutes away from Mississippi Highway 370, just north of the Cownville area. I'm standing over top of Cownville. We'd like to keep you in the tornado safe place there, obviously, as well, and for locations in advance of this. Okay, let's go back over here to the precipitation mode on Storm Track Doppler radar. And looking at this, I'm going to look from a different radar site here for a second. We're going to look from Memphis to see if perhaps we have a better angle on this here. I'm looking from Memphis. I still show a couple areas of certainly circulation. I mean, I'm looking at tornado debris on this, Gabe. I'm not really seeing a whole lot there at this moment. Are you catching more than me on this?
Are you talking about that northernmost storm?
Yeah, the Cownville storm.
I mean, I haven't seen, well, I mean, there's a couple pixels that you could argue, but they're not lining up necessarily with what I would say the couplet is. But I mean, there's definitely still enough, and it has produced a tornado to go ahead and treat it like it is still on the ground, just to be on the safe side.
Absolutely. I think you nailed it there. I'll be on the safe side here. We'd much rather be on the safe side than the wish we had side. So Dumas, of course, we have not mentioned you as much because we've been very close in on this in Union County. So let's get a little wider so that we can kind of mention you. This is still a very strong, an organized thunderstorm, still potentially producing a tornado. I know I show that mid-level rotation over here, rotation out here closer to Locum and Dumas and Blackland and Jumpertown and Boonville on the path. More on maybe a line that would take it toward Rienzi there if it continues at about the same angle that it has been going. Let's go wider, make sure we have the right angle on that. So again, no, maybe a little more north of Boonville, hopefully. Yeah, I'm seeing the target just a little bit north of Boonville. So let's get you a storm track based on where we have it now. This is going to have too many folks in it. So let's come in closer and do that. Get something a little more precise. It's a lot of jockeying to figure out exactly what this is doing. What this is doing is either A, producing a tornado, or B, producing damage. And in either case, we need to C, be sheltering from it. So Locum 7:10, current time is 7:09. Dumas 7:11. We're looking at this for Blackland at 7:21, Jumpertown at 7:23, Boonville at 7:27, Thrasher at 7:31, Rienzi 7:33, Bickersville 7:34. Working toward Jacinto for folks that live near there at 7:38. Glenn, where you already had a tornado this week, we're looking at this for you at 7:42. Alcorn Central Elementary at 7:43. Holcut 7:44. Burnsville 7:47. And eventually getting closer there to Center Point School at 7:48 and 7:49 Kendrick. I'm probably not going to get this wide for a little bit. This is about a 40-minute track for you. So you need to be taking a picture of this right now. If you know some folks that live in Prentiss, Alcorn, or Tishomingo counties, to let them know that, hey, we have a tornado producing thunderstorm. We've had reports of damage with this, at least tree damage. And most of those near Lafayette Springs, reports of some trees that were uprooted for some of those locations. So downstream of this, you're not officially in the tornado warning yet in some of these locations. I think the National Weather Service will be issuing a new tornado warning here within a couple minutes. So sturdy structure, a small windowless room where we can wrap up in blankets and pillows, protect ourselves from flying debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. Gabe, I want to bring Gabe in for a second. What you got?
Well, so we were getting reports from Bill Hughes, our very own here at WTVA, and he told me that there was no damage that he could see, and he's in New Albany. He's getting back in storm shelter now, as there are still rotating storms, but no reports of any damage there. And we also got a report from a former meteorologist in Scale. She has family in southern New Albany. No reports of any power outages or any damage close by there. So hopefully this thing might have lifted
Tell him to
towards
send
New
it.
Albany, but based off what we've seen with debris, I mean, it's tough to argue that. And so that's what we're tracking right now as it continues to move through parts of Locum into the Dumas area. So if you are still in the path of this storm, going about 45 miles an hour, go ahead and get to that safe place, man.
Absolutely. So Gabe, we're again the same wording on this new tornado warning as the previous ones, which is that we're looking at a potential for considerable damage out of a large tornado. That wording coming from the National Weather Service in Memphis there on this strong circulation here, a long-lived circulation on a thunderstorm moving there into and through now southern Tippah County as it's exiting Union County. If you live in New Albany, we have been watching a few other areas of circulation behind you. Let's address that again where we've previously had some damage before. Looking at those areas of rotation, I'd say more straight line winds than anything else. But again, a few areas back here that we're going to watch. So I'm going to track that whole batch there. As Gabe said earlier, about 45 miles per hour is the speed on this. Give me a moment to kind of get my system here set up 45 miles per hour. And so we're going to track that New Albany, Bald Hill there, Thaxton toward the east and northeast at about 45. Let's double check the angle, see if we need a little more. We need a little bit more of a northerly angle of that. So let's do that. It's probably a more accurate angle. So again, New Albany, this next round, 713 basically now. We're looking at North Pontotoc High School, 719. Blue Springs 732, Sherman 734, Alpine 738, the Birmingham Ridge area there at about 740, Bethany at 744, Northly Industrial Complex at 748, Baldwin 751, Chapelville at 754, and the Pratt's community at 755. This is some Doppler radar indicated rotation for some of those spots as this continues to kind of move toward you. Double check with our Veronica Mejia. We all good from your folks there in New Albany? Thumbs up. Man, I hope we dodge this bullet. Man, okay. It looked like it was more significant south of town. Things got real weird on the radar image over town. Prayers for the folks that have had some damage, but sometimes those reports coming in later, and I do want to check power outages here in a moment if we could, Gabe, to kind of see the latest on that.
I did get a report. Central New Albany does not have power. One of the viewers submitted that.
Okay, so no power in at least parts of New Albany related to this there. To this storm. But here's the part of the storm that previously caused some of that damage, at least south of New Albany, close to the Ingomar area. And for folks in the newsroom, if we haven't talked to emergency manager there in Pontotoc and Lafayette and Union counties, we need to get on the phone and have some conversations there. If they don't pick up, we're not going to bug them because they're busy, but we do need to see if we can get some information there if we could. Current time is 6:13, almost 6:14. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Waupon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Mainers. We're tracking tornado warning that now extends into, what'd I say? I'm sorry, 7:13. 7:13 now with these storms moving in through, in particular right now, Tippah County will be entering Prentiss and Alcorn counties. It does look like the most intense portion of this probably stays north of Lee County there. There are other thunderstorms we're watching farther south, but this one solidly kind of heading more in the direction here of Rienzi, Burnsville, in the path of this long-lived circulation that hopefully is not a tornado, but has produced tornado damage and sporadic damage on multiple occasions previous to the current time. So again, Dumas, you're in the path of this, 370 there. Some pretty terrain up here. But a lot of trees and stuff. So if this were producing a tornado, we'd probably get a pretty clear-cut tornado debris signature on this. And looking at that, I think we're going to have to, keep tracking that again northeast on that as well. Speed at about 55 miles per hour, I think, still the latest time period there. So again, toward Burnsville, we'll look at that for you at 7:47. Jacinto at 7:38. Blackland 7:21. Thrasher 7:31. I'm not sure if I said Rienzi because I went out of order on that, but we're looking at about 7. Where are we at there? Rienzi 7:33 on this. I do think they might require a new tornado warning on this storm down south here, closer to maybe Ecru and Bald Hill. I think things are getting a little more organized on this thunderstorm here. In fact, there you go. New tornado warning issued for the south part of this. Again, it's a different designation. This is tornado possible out of this. Tornado potentially in the development phases. So this is going to be a new warning. It does include other locations from where we were talking about a minute ago there. This is Prentiss, Lee, Tippah, Pontotoc, Union, and Itawamba counties in effect here until 8 p.m. Doppler radar indicator rotation near Bald Hill. As you can see, the emergency alerts going off there here for folks at the TV station, including all the stuff from the apps and everything kind of pinging. But near Bald Hill, where that circulation is the strongest, I do show it just ahead of where the precipitation is. So I cannot confirm this to be on the ground, but Bald Hill, I know we were just talking about you in Ingomar a little bit ago. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation that could be a development, be a tornado in the development phases near County Road 96, south of Ingomar, moving toward Mississippi Highway 15. So we need to be in that tornado safe place. Time to Mississippi Highway 15 is no more than 3 minutes. And again, the angle on these has been more northeast. So Ingomar, we have to make sure that we are in that tornado safe place. And I think one of the things National Weather Service just mentioned in our chat back and forth is apropos at this moment. Because of this trailing storm, we need to be staying in shelter and not going out surveying damage at this point here. There's certified storm spotters and first responders that are doing a little bit of that. But even them, they need to be in shelter. Hello?
This is WCCA Keystone Meteorologist on with a rainfall moment notification. For weather purposes, tornado warning for within 1 mile of your smartphone's current reported location. State detected action now. Review a Google map of the warning area. Warning on the tornado icon button.
In the text message that I got. Okay, so Ingomar School over you at this moment here. We're looking at North Pontotoc High School at 719. This is that southern area of circulation that now has been upgraded to a tornado warning. Blue Springs 728. We will get that camera in Blue Springs up here in a moment if we could. As it's moving toward Alpine 734, Boggins Bend at 736, Blair at 737, Guntown there at 741. Baldwin 744, Frankstown at 747, and Wheeler at 748. This is a Doppler radar indicated area of rotation at this moment here. And here's what it looks like to the naked eye out of our camera there in, this would be Blue Springs. And I don't think we have a great angle on that quite yet. Let's clear that. Sherman's there, Blue Springs there. We'll probably look at the south Blue Springs one, looks toward the Toyota plant. I'm going to go ahead and minimize that. Well, actually, I'll just let you go ahead and click that and bring it up. Go and make it full screen. So we're looking kind of in this portion right there, too far away to be able to see it. And one of the issues today has been, we're going to leave this camera on there and I'm going to kind of leave it up in the background on the side as well. But lots of lightning, but a lot of our tornadoes today have been rain wrapped, meaning you couldn't see them even if you tried. So not shocking that we see the rainfall there. I do see potentially what could be a rain-free base just over top of that as well. I said I wanted to stay on that. Look at the west camera out of Sherman. And then if we don't have something obvious on that, let's go back to that one there. So we just talked about that. We need to do a quick track up here on the north one, which looks a little bit more disorganized than it was earlier on wind mode. Still strong enough on precipitation mode to be producing a tornado. So let's get a new storm track on this one here. It's County Road 600, approaching Jumpertown, Thrasher, Rienzi, Jacinto in the path of this. Regaining strength as we speak, continuing to get more organized here. Mount Hebron Church, we show at 719. You need to be in your tornado safe places if you live in Jumpertown. Again, time for Jumpertown, we're 726 for you. Thrasher 733, Rienzi 735, moving toward Hickory Flat School, different Hickory Flat, at 738 there. Searcytown about 739, and eventually Glen by 745. Burnsville by about 749. Doppler radar indicated rotation could be strengthening once again and could, if it continues to strengthen, produce another tornado as it moves in your direction. Let's go to the south storm here. Again, two that we are monitoring at this point, two areas that could be tornadoes. The south one getting more organized and over top of Ecru and near the Ashley Furniture Plant pretty much at this moment here. Over top of Ingomar, you can see that the circulation showing up there as well. As we go to the wind mode, our wind return kind of right at the leading edge there. So I cannot confirm for sure that this is a tornado. This indication where it says large tornado, considerable damage is from the last tornado. The current tornado is still a maybe situation, but we take shelter in maybe as opposed to oops, I shoulda. So looking for Ingomar, we have to be in that tornado safe place. Out for Wallerville, Beacon Hill, Center Community ahead of this. Doppler radar indicated area of rotation that could be a tornado. And Blue Springs, New Harmony there, also in the path of this at this moment and time. Looking for debris, not something I can confirm, thankfully, at this moment. I'm going to pull up that camera that I'd asked Gabe to bring up just a moment ago there. This would be from Sherman, just dark stuff. So let's go back to that camera pointing right toward the Toyota plant there, so we can get a better idea of what that's capable of. The reason I'm have an elevated amount of concern on this storm here as well is, as we talked about earlier, in either case, got a lot of stuff going on. Pull off the lightning for a moment. But in either case, I have free flow right out of the Gulf of Mexico into both of these. There's nothing down here impeding it. And that means it's going to take all that humid air that's been sitting here all week and gobble it up in either case without any storms in here to mess it up. That's a bad sign. So that's where we get the potential for tornadoes and potentially even a tornado that could be strong. Looking at other thunderstorms down toward Grenada, let's just get a look at that. Maybe broad rotation on the north side of that. We're going to throw on a preventative track here. Again, there's going to be some spots that aren't legit yet, but I'd rather just do a preventive track and get back up to these two storms. So looking at this, as you can see there, eventually Bruce 749, looking closer to Gums 731 there, Houston 808, Okolona 825, Verona Tupelo area, generally speaking, around 830 or so. Again, it won't be both Okolona and Tupelo. Will be one of the two, probably the northern of those. But again, I have not spent a ton of time analyzing that one because it's not producing. We do have, unfortunately, more reports again that this storm is getting much stronger up here nearing Jumpertown. So Jumpertown, a significant situation where we have a tornado warning in effect for you. Looking at the wind mode near County Road 601, where I do show it. Looking for debris. I don't think I can say that is tornado debris at this point here. I think that is ahead. Yeah, that's in the clear area ahead of that. Let's go ahead and change our scale to make it as hyper-focused as it can be. Right there near maybe County Road 626. I'd say I cannot confirm that to be a tornado right there. Our circulation, this is trying really hard, potentially could be a tornado right on the Prentiss and Tippah County line. So this is a strong circulation moving into Jumpertown. There's County Road 8200. There's Mississippi Highway 156 and US Highway 45 directly in the path of this. So again, as I kind of give you a longer track here, this is going to skirt the north side of Boonville, probably stay just slightly north of the Boonville city limits, maybe not by a whole lot there. Let's get the long track and then we'll get the everything track. So the longer track, Jumpertown at 7:27, current time is 7:23. So folks that live in Jumpertown need to be in that safest possible location. A sturdy structure, a small windowless room. We can wrap up in blankets, pillows, put on a helmet to protect ourselves from debris and stay there until we can give you the all clear. Here is a shot. I'm going to go ahead and steal Apple TV from you, Gabe, for a moment here. I think we've got a shot coming in just a moment. This would be from Calville area. And this is what folks up there were looking at as it came through there. Potentially is what we think it is. Now, I will say that there's the lowering associated with this, and it's possible whatever it was is actually back here in the precipitation, but no question it's a scary looking cloud. And what? 1, 2, 3, 4 people that need to be inside. As much as we appreciate the pictures, we need to shelter as much as possible from these storms, because by the time history tells us, by the time we realize, ooh, we should have sheltered, it's usually a little bit too late. So tracking the southern storm now, let's go back and catch that. This one approaching the Blue Springs area. We're still good on Weather 3 on Blue Springs?
Yeah, Maddie was telling me to pull up west camera, so I'm doing that real quick, and then we can go south. We can look both
Okay.
ways.
Okay, we'll look at that there.
You can see the lowering on the left side of the screen.
Yeah, you can. I want to see south though. Let's pull up south.
Okay.
Because so what we're seeing is we're seeing the edge of whatever wall cloud there is right here as well, along the leading edge of that there. And so this is going to be the south camera. Again, this is the heavy precipitation. So our area we're watching is right there over the plant. If I'm looking south, I should be able to kind of see that. There's probably some hail and stuff in that gray that's all the way at the edge there. So this is going to be close, obviously, for the folks there at the Toyota plant. I know they have their own sheltering procedures that they do in this scenario here, and hopefully they are doing that at this moment, as certainly strong winds showing up here. And looking at kind of the debris mode on Storm Track Doppler radar. Well, hold on. I need to check timing on this, Gabe, but look right there where it says Cherry Creek. Right there, Supertown. Hold on, but right there, I think last scan, this might be Supertown Road
Next, it shows up after the rotation.
right
on
there,
12:30.
but it doesn't line up perfectly with the wind, but wind's been all over the place today. Let's treat this like this could be a tornado ongoing, okay? I'm going to treat this like a tornado debris signature here because I just have not had very good confidence in the wind on this today. I feel it's, for whatever reason, we're having some issues. So let's treat this like a tornado debris signature here. Supertown Road, New Harmony there, and of course, right there is the Toyota plant. Let's get the angle on this for folks there. And let's get a specific time. Obviously, they have their own sheltering procedures there, and hopefully they are doing that at this moment. But I show no more than 3 miles and 3 minutes away from the Toyota plant based on what we're looking at here. Could potentially be a situation where this is producing a tornado near the Toyota plant there, approaching highway US 78, 22, 178, the combination there in front of the Toyota plant going right toward where that camera location is. So let's get a track on that. Let's see if everything we can get the kind of pull up on there. Of course, the Blue Springs Community Fairfield area there in advance of this. I know, do you need to make a phone call to some folks as well, Gabe?
All of them are in shelter, and all the 20 dogs too. So they're where they need to be.
Okay, that's good. You know, and private shelters accept dogs. Public ones often do not. So if you're going to be going to a public shelter, just know that a lot of those do not accept pets, just because, as important as pet lives are, and I'm not saying they're not, they put a little preference on human lives, and that's the reason why those shelters are made for that. I know that could be a hard decision to choose to leave those pets behind if that's something that you have to do. But the reality of the situation is that those shelters are made for humans. And I know that's not going to be a popular phrase to say. Let's look at the camera shot there from Blue Springs. I want to keep it on that south shot there until this is passed, Gabe. So I don't want to go any direction but the south shot, unless someone could say for sure we've got a tornado on the ground. But that's the area we're looking into right there in the distance. So dark looking and potentially a tornado coming up and through and approaching that location there at the Toyota Manufacturing Mississippi plant. Unfortunately, that's just the angle at which this is heading. It's heading right toward them. And my times, probably a little slow at this point here, as we've lost some time. I put it no more than about a minute. I mean, we show 7:30 the time there. We show it a minute away from getting that spot. So it might be just off the edge there. So we're going to leave that camera up as we go through this. So hopefully thoughts and prayers with those folks there that they are in their safest possible location as that moves in. Look at this north storm as we're also keeping an eye on what's happening on that south storm as well. So trying to multitask as best we can. Near Jumpertown, where we show this area of circulation moving through for you. Again, near Jumpertown, right where that arrow is where our circulation is the strongest at this moment. Let's get a storm track on that again toward Rienzi. Locations northern portion of Prentiss County, southern Alcorn County. So Jumpertown, we show 7:30. Pisgah Church at 7:33, Rienzi at 7:39. I'm going to just kind of slide this up so we don't move that camera. And I show our Rienzi Elementary School at 7:39. And let's not change the computer from that one anymore. If you want to see it back there, we'll look back there so that we keep it as clear as we can for a moment. Let's go Hickory Flat School. Again, that's not the regular Hickory Flat, but at 7:42. Searcytown at 7:43. Macedonia Church at 7:44, and Jacinto at 7:45. Doppler radar indicated area of rotation that has produced damage multiple times in the past and additional tornadoes. At this instant here, I cannot confirm that that is a tornado on the ground, but certainly it is a strong area of circulation still at this time and has been for the last hour plus. Now we're looking both at that camera you can see there on your screen and okay, as much as I said we're not going to do it, I'm gonna look at two things at once here. I'm gonna look at that. This is basically moving along I-22 as we speak. So don't move that camera. I'm gonna look at both cameras at the same time here for a moment. So we are looking again toward the Toyota plant. That is looking south. This is looking west. This is our area of circulation right there, moving over I-22. You can see the camera's hitting. The reason the camera is bouncing is because of what we call a rear flank downdraft on it. That's the hook echo kind of wrapping around on this storm. You can see the sheets of rainfall, whatever it is, actually might be right behind that there, right there. That could potentially be a funnel cloud right there, maybe even a tornado kind of exiting. We're going to shift this to the north camera as soon as I bring it down. Go to the north camera on that now, if you could, please, as we continue to have that moving right across I-22. So whatever our circulation is, that camera's right there. It's looking directly that direction into it. So it's now north of I-22. It's going to be a minute till we can see it up here toward Blue Springs. So we do believe we had potentially a funnel cloud at least along I-22 moving toward Reese and Fairfield and Ellistown and Branyan on the path of this. I can say I don't know for sure that that was a tornado, but I can tell you that there was enough precipitation there that it's possible something was back up in it that we couldn't see as clearly. I still do have the faintest return there, potentially of some tornado debris on Storm Track Doppler radar with that. So that is what's crossing I-22 now, moving toward Blue Springs and Fairfield and other locations there in Union County. So I'm hopeful that that this is not what we think it is, but certainly that is a fairly strong return just west of the Toyota plant there in Blue Springs. So tornado warning ongoing with this, and potential that this could be developing into a stronger tornado as we speak. Let's look. I think I shifted you guys too soon, but let's go ahead and look here at that camera, looking northbound. Oh man, it's just all blurry. We're not gonna be seeing anything. Let's go back to the west one here, just one more time, and let me know when that is up. But again, this circulation right there over top of the city of Blue Springs now. On radar, it shows it back here. I put it in all actuality right over top of Blue Springs. That's where we should get it in the next scan along Highway 9, moving toward Fairfield and Ellistown. Of course, Ellistown there where East Union is located. And so folks that live near East Union School, of course, in the path of this as well. Corona in the path as it's continuing to move toward the north and east with a speed at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. At the very least, this is damaging straight line winds. That's kind of our best case scenario is it's damaging straight line winds. Worst case scenario is it could potentially be a tornado still at this time trying to form. We're looking into and through that wind. Of course, it's nothing now. It's just all raindrops in there that we can't see. It's just so strong as that has kicked through. So now we'll go back to that north camera again. And it is interesting that now think about that north camera. It should not have been all rain, fully covered in rain. That would tell you the whipping of the winds there if it was all blurry from the rain a moment ago, like we had it.
Yeah.
So that would not have been my initial expectation on that. Let's go wider. Let's double check up here on our other storm closer to Jumpertown, approaching 45 in Rienzi. This one has gone through a bit of a cycle once again. I'm going to hit it from the radar over in East Alabama, which does a better job of I think the positioning might be just a little bit off on it, but it does a better job of showing how it's wrapped all the way around in there, close to the Jumpertown area. So let's get the positioning better on this one. So kind of wrapped all the way in there, up close to Jumpertown, near the Alcorn and Prentiss County line, where I have it at this moment. Again, based on the current angle, I feel like we've gone a little farther north. Yes. So let's get the latest track on that. I'd say putting right about here. We might clip Corinth with this track, the southeast side of Corinth there. Rienzi, 740 for you. New scan, let's adjust. 740 for you in Rienzi. We're looking at Jobs at 743. Glenn at 748. Current time is 7:35, so 12 minutes away from when we had a storm a little earlier on this year. We did get a report of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but no visual of a tornado when it moved through the Jumpertown area, according to ham radio operators, amateur radio operators there that do a good job helping us out on nights like this. 7:49 there, Alcorn Central Elementary. Farmington at 7:49. Dosky at 7:56. Crossroads, where we had a tornado earlier this week, at 7:59. Fredonia at 8:01. Caney Hollow at 8:04. Grand Harbor, that would be as it exits the area, at 8:04. So within about the next 30 minutes, we'll be rid of this storm that unfortunately has been wreaking havoc for well over an hour now. Coming back to Union County, as we're now looking north of the Blue Springs plant, the Toyota. Of course, this is a communications tower that's flashing there. I still have power clearly looking up toward Blue Springs on this shot there. Maybe that's actually a car with flashers on. Now that I say that, so not a lot visual out of that camera there. Let's look at Sherman back toward the west. It might be just outside. Or do we need Sherman to the north? Let's try Sherman in the north. Either way, Ellistown, Blue Springs in the path of this rotating storm near Branyon and over top of Fairfield at this time. Let me know we've got it up. Good. So this would be too far away and not enough sky to show that up there. So we're going to bring that back down. See if there's a better camera. South, actually Tupelo cam back northwest. We might still have a shot at it from there. We might be able to get kind of a better overall perspective as well. But over Fairfield, moving toward Branyon is where our circulation would be at this time. Again, right over top of Fairfield and County Road 197. Let's move that forward a little bit near Branyon and Graves. Branyon, of course, where Highway 9 turns north there at 348. 348 right there. There's Graves, Corona. Bryce's Crossroads area in the path of this as well, as it moves kind of closer to Bethany there, which of course would be where the Bryce's Crossroads area would be. So let's track this out that way. Speed again, about 50 to 55 miles per hour. I'm going to keep Baldwin in the track just in case on kind of the east side. Let's take a look here, see our angle. I'm not wide enough to see an angle. Storm Chasers report 1 northwest of Blue Springs, inch 0.75, so golf ball size hail from this. So obviously some big hail as well. There we are. Let's get the loop.
It's behind the tower, so
It's behind the tower. We can't really see it. Okay.
not really. You can see the lightning on the back end, but
Okay. Okay. And a shot from a storm chaser looks like we one of the storm chasers when they were in New Albany had a shot of a tornado. Excuse me, Blue Springs did have a shot. Will look like it a tornado. I think we probably did catch it there briefly on the camera. Whatever funnel cloud or tornado was occurring with that as it moved through that area there. So that's what we expect to still potentially be causing a damage out here northeast of Blue Springs. I don't have debris imminently obvious on Storm Track Doppler radar at this moment. But the area that would be producing it is the one that's over top of County Road 197, just south of Mississippi Highway 348, and the intersection there where Highway 9 turns off of that. So again, let's adjust our track forward, which is what we just have to kind of keep doing as this kind of moves toward the northeast. I'd show it again here closer to the Jug Fork area, just north of Jug Fork, where this will pass. This, of course, is Birmingham Ridge Road there. So Birmingham Ridge Road, and it becomes 231. And I'll just say, Drew and Kelly, hopefully y'all have already gone to shelter. I know you're good about that. They typically go to the shelter up there in Alpine. But just some folks that used to work here at the TV station, I'll make my own shout outs from time to time as well. And I know they're in the path of this. See if that Alpine shelter is as well. It's a close call. We'll see. This could potentially curl a little more north. So watching that out here that'd be Lee County, but this is still technically in Union County for the next few minutes here. Let's go and reset here for a moment. Let's double check what we have going on. Additional thunderstorms kind of back behind this. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Waupon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor, looking at a line of thunderstorms here from Grenada up toward around Oxford. It's in a zone where perhaps one of these could again spin something up at some point here in the future. I do have a couple areas of spin showing up there. I tracked one a minute ago. We're going to get a longer track on this one as well. Once again, not spend a lot of time on the not tornado warrant stuff, but I do at least want to give you something here. And there's a circulation back out there, southern Yalobusha County, eventually Algoma 818, Tupelo 840-ish. Looking at Manhatchee at 853, but the near term Bentwood 843, Bounds 847, and Bruce at 854. We will see. Yet to see any kind of official warning come out on that one there, but it's a zone where that one is strengthening a little bit, and that could end up being our next tornado warning. So if you're out here in Bruce, out in Calhoun County, Bentwood, Lloyd, watching this closely for you just in case this ends up taking that next step and trying to produce a tornado. But again, within the last few minutes, we've been able to confirm a tornado touchdown near, at least according to spotters there, tornado report near the Blue Springs Toyota plant. Again, not on, but near. And then as we look up here toward Biggersville, we have a storm that's produced multiple tornadoes over the course of its life cycle that still trying to nail down the exact spot as we've gotten where we're looking really high up and fairly broad on this. I think right where you have that circle kind of circling around is where it's most likely. Actually, I say that in 356. Let's double check that. Now, right in here, where our area of circulation probably is near County Road 541, moving toward Biggersville, Jobs, Ryenzi, where we need to be in that tornado safe place as well here. So I'm gonna track it based on kind of where that circle is there, with the reality being there are a couple other spots in this line we have to watch. But Danville Church, we're at 743 for you. Glenn at 752. Burnsville at 757. Bethel School at 8 o'clock. Dosky around 8 o'clock. Tishmingo County Game Refuge at 8:01. Crossroads at 8:03. Pine Flat at 8:04. And Fredonia at 8:05. Goat Island Recreation Area. Felt like it was Goat Island weather this week, but 8:05 for you, for folks that are up there. So let's make sure that we're getting to shelter here if we're up with this storm in Alcorn and northern Tishmingo County. Still some questions whether or not that one is still producing. I don't think we have the same questions though surrounding this one moving into northern Lee County near Branyon. This would be the Union Lee County line, 348, the intersection there where Highway 9 turns north. I believe there's a gas station right about there on the south side of the road. If you find yourself kind of middle of nowhere, we need to make sure that we're getting to as sturdy a structure as possible. Sometimes a gas station with the refrigerators is the best we're going to be able to do related to that there. It does look like the folks down at the National Weather Service have issued, as we were talking about a minute ago, tornado warning on this storm moving toward Bruce and Pittsburgh. That coming out just in the last couple of moments here. This is the one we were tracking just a minute ago with that time about 8:40ish, or yeah, 8:40ish. I think the Tupelo area, I think, is what it was there. So we're tracking right along 330 there, approaching Bruce from the southwest. So let's get a storm track on that there. Buckhorn, Gershom, eventually Algoma potentially in the path. I'm going to do a really long path on this here. That shows again about 8:40ish for Tupelo if it continues at this angle there. That's Midtown Tupelo, southwest portion of town. We show at 8:34, Chesterville 8:33, Furse 8:29. But in the near term, Algoma at 8:17, and really Bentwood, Schoona, Elliott, and Bruce all within about the next 10 minutes or so for you. Bruce in particular looking at 7:53 as this is entering the western portion of Calhoun County. And we need to again double check those speeds because I think I still have this tracking at 50 miles per hour on this. And you last mentioned it was 45, so I might be tracking this a little fast. In fact, I'm tracking at 55. So I'm gonna back to 50, and I'll double check with Gabe here in a moment as just exactly how fast. I might have given you a little too quick a time on that.
45 still.
45 still? Okay, so it's back down to 45. So let's do a longer track. Let's do it 45 miles per hour. Let's get some more accurate times there. And so for folks in the back room, folks in the newsroom, when we do have reports of damage as this is coming in, let's go ahead and relay those along if we can, so that we can talk about those as well. Not necessarily go in depth, but make sure that we relay what's actually happening in more clear terms. So again, looking at this here, this would get it toward the Tupelo area about 8:53 if it were to continue at that speed. Pontotoc 8:32, Algoma 8:27, Bruce at 7:58. So that shows 14 minutes. Best case scenario might be a little less than that. In fact, I'm going to clip a little time off that. I think that's a little slow. That's a better time, 7:57 there. So about 12 to 13 minutes for you. As we come northward, a tornado warning continues for locations in northern Lee County. Have not shown you tornado safety rules really at any spot in a while just because of how busy we've been kind of going back and forth on these there. But down up here toward the Bethany area, we need to be in that tornado safe place once again as well. Branyon, I don't have as clear cut a tornado signature on this as what I had a few minutes ago, but still a potential this could be trying to produce a tornado in this zone. So here's some times again, all the way to Hobo Station. We show that Corona at 7:45, Bethany at 7:48, North Lee Industrial Complex at 7:53, Baldwin 7:56, Franktown 7:56, Wheeler at 7:58, and Hobo Station by about 8:10. And now let's go north on this line here and catch our storm up here closer to Biggersville. Let's look at the wind mode on Storm Track Doppler radar. There's a interesting return showing up just a little south of the Jobs area. Again, our wind mode has been less than ideal today. We've run into some errors from time to time on this. Let's look at wind. Again, I'd say east of Biggersville. Clearly, there's no question that's our area of greatest concern on this storm. The remaining question as to whether or not it's fully producing a tornado, but that's nerd stuff for after the fact. We prepare by going to shelter, and we hope for the best, as opposed to planning for the best. So tornado safe place if you do live here in eastern Alcorn County, northern Tishomingo County. That's where we need to find ourselves, is that tornado safe place for those locations there. Searcy Town, obviously right now, Dosky at 8 o'clock, Crossroads at 8:03, Pine Flat 8:03, eventually closer to Grand Harbor about 8:08. But Glen 7:51, current time is 7:46, and 7:47 for folks who live near the Antioch Church in Alcorn County. So a clear area that we need to watch. Definitely some big hail with that one, as well as it's possible that could be producing maybe even golf ball size hail. So we don't often have hail of that size out of thunderstorms, but certainly a possibility out of this one. We're going to hit this and head back to Calhoun County as we're looking for Guntown, for Bethany. Again, we had been watching it out here closer to Corona. We have seen a shift in the way this storm looks, where I previously had a clearly kind of the hand sticking out there, or the rear flank downdraft rotating around. I don't have that as well pronounced right now. That reduces my confidence level on this producing a tornado. So damaging winds, and perhaps this could spin something back up. We're watching that for you, Blair, Bethany, Baldwin, Guntown. As this moves toward you, we had a track for you just a moment ago. Over the next 10 to 15 minutes for those spots there. Let's come back south. Let's look out here west of Bruce and Calhoun City. So our more clear-cut circulation a minute ago was the northern one. The one that looks a little bit more interesting now is actually the southern one near Pittsburgh. These are not big circulations, and I think that's one of the challenges on nailing them down tonight in this area here. That's a benefit, because big circulations, I always say that my kids could find those on radar. Littler ones are more difficult. More difficult is good, because that means that perhaps they aren't what we think they could be. But Schooner, and I'm gonna look at that for you, for Bruce. I'm gonna, instead of looking at the wind mode here, I'm gonna track you based on the precipitation mode, and that's gonna slice a ton of time off of my time that I was looking at for you. I think my area circulation is deeper into this storm, but I'm going to track you from the front edge because that shows less time. So notice how that's cut it down to 750 for Bruce. That's when the precipitation gets there. There will be some wind rotating in with this as well. And potential this could try to produce a tornado at some point in the future. So Bruce, we need to be in that tornado safe place. Pittsburgh, Lloyd, Reed, Buckhorn, all within about the next 15 to 17 minutes or so as it moves toward the northeast. Let's go to our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, here, as we're continuing to kind of assess some of your reports into us. Some reports of damage do continue to come in here. Gabe, what do you got?
This was actually from our very own Veronica Mejia. She was telling me that some of her friends that live off of Highway 15 and County Road 94 reported that their roof was completely gone. And going back on some of that radar data, I mean, this is just south of New Albany, and you can see what went right through there. I mean, we're talking about that tornado, or at least strong wind gusts, but I think we confirmed it, and based off the assessment of the damage. Now, I don't know if that was just a tin roof that was ripped off, or if it was off of what exactly it was off of, Matt, but it's at least some damage that's being reported, and some devastating damage like that.
Absolutely. Stuff that'll take a while to pick back up from. I appreciate that. There have been multiple multiple rotations went over that area. One surefire tornado. So prayers with those folks this evening, that things don't get worse. This middle storm here is probably the one of greatest concern. That was the northern storm you mentioned a moment ago there, that when it moved south there of New Albany, kind of over top of New Albany, south of New Albany, closer to Ingomar, where you had that damage there. That's the storm up here closer to Corinth right now. So that is the one right there. I do believe it's possible that storm, the rotation has not looked as compact recently. We're also a little higher up, so confidence is always going to be a little bit lower in that situation. Still need to be taking this seriously up here in Alcorn and northern Tishomingo counties. The storm in the middle, though, is the one of possibly greatest concern right now, because I think it's going through a storm cycle, which means it could be getting stronger here in the next few minutes as it kind of gets a little bit more organized. So I'm going to take kind of a long angle at this here so I can see more things at once. to Boonville in this shot here, north of Bethany, where I have this little indentation. Our previous circulation had been down here. I have a little more indentation showing up here near County Road 6100. There's Baldwin, so this would be up in Prentiss County. There is still some rotation back here toward Blair, just north of 348. But that northern one is, I'd say, a little more concerning. Yeah, looking at wind mode. It is as well. No tornado debris on that here, but let's go and circle it for you. This is the one near County Road 6100 that's moving toward Frankstown and probably the south side of Boonville. As this storm gets more organized, it's possible that this is going to shoot out more toward Baldwin, probably closer to Frankstown. But if this is not producing a tornado up here close to Frankstown, south side of Boonville, when it could reach that layer of greater organization where it attempts to do that once again. So speed on these, we're going now 45 miles per hour toward the northeast there. Let's extend that track. And so this is about Gueville at 6:53. So within the next minute to 2 minutes or so, we're looking at Frankstown's at 7:53. For whatever reason, I can't get 6 out of my head. Wheeler at 7:58. We're looking at Boonville 8:04, altitude 8:11. Burton at 8:17 and Paden at 8:22. Doppler radar indicated rotation. And an area where we definitely need to be continuing to focus on the potential that this could try to produce a tornado. So let's look back at the wind mode here for a moment. Again, the latest scans here, we're right on top of Frankstown and Gueville at this moment. This is Highway 45. This would be the Highway 30 bypass on the south side of Boonville. Boonville, this is heading toward you. So we need to be in that tornado safe place. As you can see now, that yellow rotating arrow showing up there. To show the mid-level rotation getting more organized on this. But all indications are that when we get the next precipitation scan, it's going to be kind of up here, right there, closer to Frankstown, that you and Boonville have to be in a tornado safe place from this. So we've talked about a lot of other locations, and we've shown the tornado safety rules numerous times today. But a reminder of unsafe places. And again, cars and trucks, we don't need to be traveling. Cars and trucks and mobile homes are the most unsafe places, but we also, if whatever structure we're in, need to make an evaluation. We don't want a large open room. We don't want upper floors. We don't want rooms with windows. We want to get down low, want to get to the middle, because the more walls you have, the more protection you have from the potential for flying debris if that's something that ends up impacting you. And so there is that potential that this could produce another tornado once again as it moves in your direction there. So current time is 7:53. Let's go ahead and let's take this wide here for a moment and catch all locations for just a second here to do an overall assessment. That same thing I have on the screen there applies for everybody at this point here, which is that we need to make a safety assessment as to where our safest location is. And if we aren't in one of those or aren't near one of those tornado shelter lists there at WTVA.com, you hold your smartphone up to that and it'll pop up a little link in yellow. Click on that and you'll be able to get to that tornado safe place. Let's go down to Calhoun, Chickasaw, Pontotoc, and southern Lafayette County. Some folks that have already had some issues tonight watching near Bruce, our area of circulation there on this thunderstorm. And again, the wind mode, not giving me something. Go ahead.
I was just saying it's not lining up at all.
It isn't. It isn't lining up right for one reason or another. Let's look out of Memphis.
It's not any different. Memphis, Jackson, GWX.
Oh, that's good. That's a good thing if it's not lining up perfectly. That's what I want to see. The precipitation mode, I think we're just going to stick with that here for a moment. And again, it's kind of a notchy front end of this here. Again, this is possible rotation that could lead to development of a tornado with this part of the thunderstorm there. And so there's kind of our longer track. I'm tracking the whole front line of that in case it gets more organized. The southern part, it's a little more likely, but just kind of a notchy front end of there. Looking at that tracking again toward Takapola. How many times I said to you tonight? 3 times at least. About 8 o'clock. Polk at 8:19. Sherman at 8:32. Enville 8:27. Tupelo in the neighborhood about 8:40 to 8:45 or so. Based on where it's going right now. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynard with more damage reports coming in to us. And Gabe, I've seen primarily tree damage in a lot of reports so far. What are you getting this evening?
Well, tree damage, but also more damage coming out of Union County. I mean, let's just go over that real quick. Locust Grove Christian Academy was showing that a roof was blown off and the tree blown on top of the roof. Now, I'm going to work here real quick to get that picture pulled up because we did get pictures of that, but it was a child's daycare. Fortunately, I'm not hearing of anyone hurt so far, so as long as we can keep that going. then that's exactly what we want to keep reporting on. We also got power out in downtown New Albany. We reported that in the central part of the town. And roads are closed around Ingomar because of downed trees and debris. Matt, you were talking exactly about that. I have the pictures pulled up right here, and I'm going to work to open those.
Is that it?
Yes, so
Right there?
that's the Locust Grove Christian Academy off of Highway 30 as those storms rolled on through. And I believe I have one more picture of it. You can see the tree falling on the backside of the house. And the roof also reported to be blown off. I'm curious if it was ripped off from the tree or if it was actually legitimately pulled off of the roof due to those strong wind gusts. But either way, devastating damage, Matt.
Absolutely. Where was that location one more time?
It was off of Highway 30 is what she reported, and I looked it up on Google Maps.
Highway 30 and what?
Highway 30, and it's off of County Road
Okay,
126.
Go ahead and we'll come back to this shot here, please, if we could. So County Road 126 near Highway 30 there. Okay, so that was probably the first storm.
I believe it was the first storm that
Okay.
went straight through the heart.
Unfortunately, we've had a couple of these storms kind of go through the same spot. Frankstown, like we talked about a minute ago, this storm getting more organized and potentially about to try to produce another tornado pretty close to you and pretty close to Boonville at this time. Again, a couple of spots along here where we have strong winds and at least 50, 60, maybe 70 mile per hour winds possible out of this here. Boonville, we need to be in that tornado safe place. I see somebody asking in the Facebook live chat, you're under tornado warning. Those sirens are going off. You need to be in that tornado safe place as well, and continue to kind of track that toward you. So Frankstown, we're looking at that for you. Boonville, Altitude, Jacinto, Holcut, all in the path of this storm as it moves toward the northeast. So Franktown, we show at 7:59, Doppler radar indicated area of rotation. This is definitely an area of circulation, Boonville, that we need to be in that tornado safe place for. 8:07 time period for you. So looking now again at the debris mode on Storm Track Doppler radar, nothing on that I am seeing at this time of indicating that this is producing debris. But of course, that's something that we confirm after the fact. There's nothing predictive about debris. There's just for the nerds after the fact saying, oh, look, that one did that. But here's my concern kind of on the wider shot here. We still have the rotation up north. I'm not as convinced this is for sure on the ground, but it's been the storm that produced the most significant damage. So that's the one that obviously we have to keep tracking. But the middle storm there is about to become, if it hasn't already become more dominant storm. So up here, just east of Corinth, moving toward Kendrick Crossroads, the Sandy Creek subdivisions. We tracked this a number of times over the last hour for you. That's where we're going with this as well. Again, we show Jerusalem Church at 7:59, Shady Grove Church at 8:01, Kendrick at 8:02. Looking at counts at 8:11. By that point, Pickwick Landing there, we're now north of the Tennessee state line. That leaves the WTVA viewing area there. So there's your times. Snap a picture. Tornado warning continuing for you until, I believe, 8:30 p.m. on that northern storm. It says 8 on there. If I were to advance this just a little bit, you'll see it pops over and it says 8:30. The middle storm, though, just using the eyeball test, we're in March Madness as far as basketball teams are concerned. One thing they always say is use the eyeball test. Well, okay, using the eyeball test here on this, that is our more dominant thunderstorm. This one's still getting more organized. It has an open gulf to work off of, so more issues there potentially. But this one up here we have for Boonville is clearly the more significant one at this instant here. It just has the overall look of something that could do something bad. So that's what we're tracking for you. I'm going to check from a couple different radar sites. I'm going to try to go from the one we have over there in West Alabama. I do think our, again, positioning, I think, is a little bit off on this here, unfortunately. So we're not going to be able to trust that one tonight. But over Frankstown for you, let's go up a scan to see if we can get a better location. There we are, right over top of 145. This is the bypass there. Where we are, right there on the south side of Boonville. So right over top of that bypass is where this is. But over top of the Frankstown exit, this is trying to kind of curve back around here. We've talked about this a number of times. There, County Road 5020 is moved toward Boonville, the altitude community. Really, I mean, everybody in Boonville needs to be in that tornado safe place because of this here and what it is capable of. You can see a couple spots there. Again, it shows on the southwest side there, Boonville, right over top of that Highway 30 interchange is where our strongest circulation is showing up right now. That might be displaced a little bit from higher up in the thunderstorm, but either way, let's treat this as though this could be a tornado at the very least in the development phase. I think definitely we can say Doppler radar detects rotation that could lead to the development of a tornado. And while one has not been spotted in this moment, this previously did produce at least a tornado that we were able to confirm using the Mississippi Department of Transportation cameras when it was back in the Blue Springs area. So Boonville, folks at Northeast Community College need to be sheltering in place from this potential tornado as it moves toward you. So I'm going to track it based on where the wind interchange is there, which might be just a hint fast. And to give you some times there in Boonville, of course, we're Boonville High School at 8:02. Current time right now is about 8:01. So that might be just a hint fast, but we're looking at 8:02 for you. Midtown Boonville around 8:03. Tuscumbia Church at 8:06. Smith Church at 8:08. Free Will Church there at 8:09. And Mount Olive Church, all these in and around the Boonville area and just beyond that within the next about 10 to 15 minutes or so. I'm going to extend this out a little farther, get some other folks into this track. We showed Jacinto at 8:16, a New Lebanon Church at 8:20, Holcott at 8:22. Burnsville, again, different circulation than the first one. That's one of the messaging issues that we have on here, that this could potentially still be a tornado strengthening and could generate a tornado here very soon. We got to go south, check out that storm. We got to go north up to Tishomingo County here real fast.
Yeah,
So we might have a tornado redeveloping up north, and I need to make sure we don't have something south before we stick on the north one for a minute here. I don't have anything. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not impressed by what we're seeing here. So I'm just gonna put a track on the whole line, front of this line, give you some times. We got to go back up to the north one. So there's your track. Thaxton, we show 8:05. We're looking at Pontotoc, 8:21. Chesterville on the west side of Lee County there, about 8:37. Tupelo High School, 8:42. Assuming about the 45 miles per hour. And we got to go north up to Tishomingo County again. Law enforcement reporting potential that there was a tornado there in Tishomingo County. This would be near County Road 214, near just north of Highway 72 was the most recent report there. And just a reminder, when we do get into this wall-to-wall coverage like this, we are live on KZ103 and oftentimes also on 95.1 The Farm. So you can listen if for whatever reason your internet goes out. And a reminder that also we do stream live the WTVA weather, WTVA news app, and WTVA.com/live because power outages, real thing in this situation. Let's look for the wind mode here. And again, County Road, the report was County Road 214. I'm not seeing it specifically here, but just looking at radar, I can see about where I would put it. So there's Pine Flat, there's Fredonia, there's Crossroads, there's Dosky. Right in there is where we have it, the northwest portion of Tishomingo County, right near the Alcorn-Tishomingo County line, moving toward the east and northeast at 45 miles per hour. Law enforcement reporting that could potentially be a tornado at this time. Mississippi Highway Patrol with that report there. So approaching Mississippi Highway 350 at this moment near Fredonia. So again, we're looking at about 4 minutes or so from at most crossing a 350 there. Fredonia is where 350 hits, and then you turn north to go up the Pickwick Lake there. So I mean, a lot of folks head up there in the summer times. I know I do from time to time as well. So a lot of those folks, certainly Grand Harbor, other locations up there, making sure they are in shelter at this time. And then it will cross quickly up into Hardin County and out of the WTVA 9 News viewing area. So Pickwick Landing, we're looking at 8:13 for you. Pine Flat, 8:08. Sandy Creek Subdivision at 8:09. Bethel Church at 8:11. Counts at 8:11. And Caney Hollow at 8:12. Let's go to the middle thunderstorm here. Because again, we're tracking 3. The middle one's over top of Boonville. In saying that, I'm going to give you a long track on Holka before we do this. I say Holka, it's not Holka. It's Southwest Pontotoc County. I'll give you a longer track on this. This might be getting a little more organized, but I still have about 3 or 4 minutes before I got to get really in on that there. So Rob's 8:05, Buckhorn 8:07, Pinell 8:12, Algoma 8:18, Troy 8:26, Pontotoc 8:23, Trey State Park 8:29, Tupelo High School 8:36, Verona 8:38, Tupelo proper 8:40-ish on those. That storm getting more organized. You can see how it's kind of changing the angle there. Not a good sign, unfortunately. Let's come up here to Boonville, because this storm, if it has not produced a tornado, it is trying very hard on the southwest side of town now. I show it near College Street, really kind of moving over top of Boonville as we speak. So I'm gonna have to keep it here on Boonville for the next few minutes. I hope we're in that tornado safe place up here in for folks that do live up here in Boonville, because this potentially is a tornado either regenerating at this point in time. I cannot yet confirm that it has touched down, but let's put this in the ultra sensitive mode. More likely to give us a false positive, but at this point I think we probably need to take the chances with that there. So I'll be looking at this section right here near 510 and Meadow Creek Drive. Still have, again, the wind has not helped us much today, has it? But I do have that little lowering in our correlation coefficient there. Let's see if we have run-to-run consistency. I don't yet, so I don't have high confidence level that's a tornado damage yet. But the confidence level could increase if we go to the next scan and it's there. Either way, we need to be in a tornado safe place up here if we live in Boonville, because this is a rotating thunderstorm moving into town. So Jacinto Road, Meadow Creek Drive, I show Franks Road there, King Street, all in the path of this, Mississippi Highway 30 through town there. Of course, I mean, downtown right there, pretty much over top of you right now, moving toward MLK Junior Drive on the northeast side of town. I'm going to kind of change the angle a little bit more here and come in real close. So again, North College Street, of course, Northeast Mississippi Community College, and we're pretty much right in there. The Walmart as well. There's McCormick Road, Jacinto Road, Martin Luther King Drive, and then Highway 4, the bypass on the outside of town. So we're no more than probably 2 minutes from the bypass as we're over top of downtown right now. That shift in the city grid, of course, there at downtown Boonville. So this is moving through Boonville proper. Thoughts and prayers for those folks tonight that this is not something worse. But certainly this is a strong storm that has pretty consistently had some strong winds with it. This one has briefly produced at least one tornado when it was close to the Toyota plant at Blue Springs there. It went through a bit of a cycle where it weakened and now has re-strengthened once again, pretty much right on top of Boonville. So now latest scan, I would place this circulation, this potential tornado here, pretty much right on the northeast side of Boonville, about to kind of exit there toward Highway 4 and the bypass on the northeast side of town where that is. Let's go a little wider for a moment. Thrasher, you're close on this here. The worst of this probably staying a little bit north of the altitude community there. And I don't want to miss the fact that, yes, we're looking at the tornado here, and that is absolutely of significant importance. Let's get a track based on where that is going. But what I'm also looking at here are strong winds pushing out this way. It could be 65, maybe 70 mile per hour winds pushing out more east there along Highway 30 as well, probably knocking down a few trees. Because as this is trying to spin up the tornado back in here, it's kicking out the stronger wind push there. We'll call the rear flank downdraft. And what happens is this tries to kick out, and you get the wind that kind of wraps in, and the interactions where the tornado forms. And so that inflow channel kind of pinching off some with a much more forceful RFD push here. All of that to say, the middle portion of this right here, probably more likely to have some strong winds with that as well, in addition to whatever's kind of wrapped into the middle at this point. Current time is 8:09. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching live continuous severe weather and tornado coverage here on WTVA and ABC WTVA as we are monitoring a tornado warning for Prentiss County, Alcorn County, Tishomingo County, and additional tornado warnings back here into Pontotoc and northern Chickasaw, Lafayette, and Calhoun counties. A couple areas that we're watching back here on this storm. I see some broad rotation just north of the Reed community there in far northeastern Calhoun County, and a couple other spots along the line where I do have some broad rotation up north of that. Before we kind of zoomed in close on the Boonville storm, we said we had some concerns about the angle of this.
The southern part is positioned right.
Bring in our meteorologist Gabe Main here for a second, because you've been looking a little closer at this one while I've been up north. What you got, Gabe?
Well, so I would say that your more concerning part is right along Highway 32 and Highway 341, just north of Reed, like we were talking about. And the reason why is because if you look at this rotation, you're of course getting that notch just around the Buckhorn and, as I mentioned, 341 area. And yes, it is interacting with those greens and reds. But what was the more concerning part earlier was up north and with the straight line winds, Matt.
Okay, reports from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers now. Spot a report in Boonville, police officer confirming tornado on the ground, West Church Street and downtown. That report coming in just in the last couple of minutes here. So unfortunately, kind of the worst case scenario on this has happened. Aaron with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers reporting just in the last 8:08, last 2 minutes, a tornado touchdown there in the Boonville area from this. So that would be what's on the northeast side of town now near County Road 1000. Looking for debris. I do have, again, this area here that we've been kind of looking at where we do show some tornado debris potentially on that. Not a strong signature of that, but reports again from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers that this did produce at least a tornado near or in the Boonville area in the last couple minutes here. So we have to make sure that we get into our tornado safe place. Some things to also note here for folks that are up in Burnsville or Rienzi or Iuka, you have a tornado warning you've already had in place, and the tendency is going to be to come out of that storm shelter once the initial storm has passed through. You can't do that in this case. We have a trailing storm as well, and there's yet another one behind that could be an issue. But of course, we've just now had confirmation from North Mississippi Storm Chasers of at least a brief tornado touchdown in the Boonville area, and that was a report pretty fresh as of the last 3 minutes or so. So about where you see that arrow on the graphic here, here's Boonville, there's downtown where the report came in, kind of around the downtown area, and then now it'd be pretty close to where you see that arrow showing up on our graphic there is where that circulation has moved on to. As far as tornado debris goes, I don't have a lot that I can confirm, but again, it would take a while to loft it up this high. So again, a confirmed tornado within the last 2 minutes in the Boonville area, now moving toward altitude, now moving toward County Road 1251 and County Road 1219, north of Mississippi Highway 364. There's 364 there. And so north of that is where this is at this instance. South of Thrasher, in Thrasher, safe place. Altitude, safe place. Burton, just outside of this, safe place. Holcott, safe place. Iuka, you're in the path of this storm as well. We need to be in that tornado safe place here as this is continuing to show strong rotation with this storm. It could potentially still be a tornado. We'll look behind this here. We have something else near Frankstown as well. Hold on. There's at least some rotation with that as well. I need to take this to clear air mode. Give me a moment. I need to see what's behind the outflow, where our outflow is on this. It's going to get ugly for a second. I apologize for that. I need to have an idea of where we have outflow here and what's... Okay, so here's the point. See that green line there? We talked a lot about this on Facebook Live earlier today. It's going to be kind of a quasi-cold front that this kicks out. Now, that has not really shot very far ahead. But behind that, it becomes more difficult for these storms to produce tornadoes, but that storm near Baldwin is pretty close to that, so it still could get this more fertile air to intersect with it. And if I kind of go back southwestward there, this storm is also back behind it. So these are still all prime and potential to try to produce tornadoes near Bruce, near Holka. I say near Holka, north of Holka, where that one is as well. So let's get storm tracks on these. I do not have the same kind of returns or confirmed tornado reports we have north. So we're not going to spend a whole lot of time on it. And I apologize for that. I know we spent a lot of time on a lot of the same spots. The threat has been greatest for those locations to this point. The southern one of these storms, let's give it a longer track. You're going to get some of these spots such as Tupelo in both of these. That's why this is a later time. But we'll look at Lloyd 819, Reed 822, Thorn 827, Davis Lake 832, Holka 834. And working its way toward Palmetto at 854 there, and the second one toward Tupelo around 9 o'clock. The lead storm, and again going to the wind mode here, the lead storm where you see the arrow showing up there, moving more toward Algoma. Let's get the angle. I got another little spin up here as well, north of Randolph.
That whole line has been rotated.
I mean the whole thing, and it could still potentially be. Okay, let's just circle. Hate it when we have to go crazy here and just kind of circle a bunch of stuff, but that's what we're going to have to do. Let's get you 2 tracks on this, and we got to get to a confirmed tornado up north, because that's one of the issues. But these are moving more into populated areas. Pontotoc, City Lake, which is about where Pontotoc is. For whatever reason, Pontotoc's not wanting to show up today. That's fine. Pontotoc, City Lake's in Pontotoc, 824 there. We're looking 824 for the Pontotoc area. Nixon, 828. South Pontotoc High School over you at 820, which is about 5 to 4 minutes from now. And then Buckhorn here, the southern rotation. Again, that's looking a little bit more healthy, unfortunately. And so that one, similar spots, we're going to get there. Pinnell, we show 818, Algoma 823. We're tracking that there toward Trace State Park, 834. This could eventually prompt a new tornado warning for Tupelo, 840-ish. This is the time we've been watching you, depending on where we're talking about Midtown Tupelo at 846 there. Actually, I think that might be Fair Park Tupelo technically, but the Medical Center 845. Basically, everything here down is pretty much in the Tupelo area, generally speaking. So there are 3 different zones that we are watching. We're watching, of course, the zones there. Well, let's look up here toward New Albany. I still have some broad rotation in this section here near Bald Hill. Let's get you another track for the 4th, 5th time. And then we got to get up to that confirmed tornado. Bald Hill, 818, Ingomar, 821. This has got a ways before this produces a tornado. Could still be some wind damage. And yes, there are probably folks out there trying to pick up the pieces right now. We're not quite ready to do that. Hopefully after this line, things will clear up enough for us to be able to pull that off. And then we got to come up here to Prentiss and northern Tishomingo counties. And I do think, again, our circulation far northern Tishomingo County up here has probably lifted out of Tishomingo County. Yeah, we're now probably up here into Tennessee. We're going to turn that over to the folks up north. And we're going to concentrate on the part that is in our area. Still some strong winds, again, crossing Pickwick Lake as we speak. And then coming down here to Prentiss County. Again, this is the part of the storm where we had at least a report of a brief tornado moving into and through the locations there in Boonville just a little bit ago. I do want to go to our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, who does have some reports of damage coming in. Gabe, what are you seeing?
Well, these were photos submitted by Michelle and Ingomar earlier tonight. And we know we had that confirmed tornado move through parts of there. This is a car report submitted off of County Road 98. And the unfortunate thing about this is that the car was underneath. But Michelle did tell me that everyone is okay in the house. Unfortunately, just going to have to go get a new car, of course, a new carport going forward. But they're just grateful to be alive after what was a very significant storm roll-off road.
And so I also have a picture here that we'll pull up from near the Blue Springs area. I'm going to steal the iPad from you here for a moment and wait for that to kind of pop up. But we'll show you that here in just a moment as we get a new track on this previously tornado-producing thunderstorm just within the last couple minutes. As it's kind of tracking there again toward Jacinto and Leedy and Iuka in the path of this. Again, a most recent report here, this did have rotation on it that was reported to be a tornado within the last 15 minutes or so in the Boonville area. Not as convinced looking at radar, but as we've talked about over and over again this week, radar is far from perfect this week and it's been not having a great day. We're looking about 839 there, Iuka. Walker sighting there at 833, Jacinto at 821 as it's moving toward the northeast. We need to be in our tornado safe place there. We do have, we believe, a new area out here in Union County we were tracking a minute ago. It might prompt a tornado warning. Again, near Bald Hills where we were looking at this just a moment ago. Again, same spot we were looking at continues to kind of get more organized here out in Union County for like the 4th time? Third or fourth time here as it's moving there. I'm going to keep this, by the way, over here connected if we can. And if we want to pull it up, we'll pull it up here. So once we get it back reconnected, so that we can do that. But you can see Bald Hill 818. I'm going to switch of places so I can get this fixed and going over here. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we're tracking this tightening rotation that we're seeing along parts of Union County, moving through Bald Hill and now moving into parts of 22. You see times listed there. Bald Hill by about 8:18, Mitchell School by 8:21, Shiloh School 8:24, Wallerville by 8:28, Union Hill 8:29, and you see several times listed in there beyond that point. Ellistown area 8:35. I know my folks are out there right now, so go ahead and getting back to those safe places. Unfortunately, as Matt was mentioning, this is the 3rd or 4th time that this has happened, and we are seeing that rotation tighten up. Looking at the last couple of scans, you can see how that's wrapping around. And we're starting to get that RFD to form, especially on whenever we look at the reflectivity as that wraps around. Now that tornado warning now being issued, and it is going to be moving in that far northeast direction. I would argue this is much more northeast than what they've been prompting here over the last few warnings. So we're going to take that warning a bit more on the northeast side. You see it's going, Lee County is included in there, but it is going to be moving if they continue that same track. We see it moving through parts of New Albany, 828, Keonville, 836, Buena Vista, 845, Dumas, 846, Collinstown, 903, Thrasher by 909. Just a bit of the extended look at this. But we've seen tornadoes in Union County right now. I want to zoom in here real quick just to make sure. We have nothing confirmed as of right now, and I would say nothing confirmed. So let's just continue to assess the entire line. I want to say that they have issued I think it's covering both. Now that I'm looking at it, it's the southernmost rotation. That's what it's including for parts of Lee County. So let's go ahead and get a track on that as that moves into northeast, uh, the northeast direction through northwest Lee County. You're seeing a few times listed in there: Pontotoc by around 8:31, Enville 8:42, Sherman 8:46, and Blue Springs by 8:48. On to Alpine 8:58, Guntown 9:02, and Baldwin closer to 9:07. So it's covering both of these notches of rotation, Matt, and that's kind of just covering their bases going forward, right?
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and trade back here. I
Okay.
finally got Stan's picture up here from the really the Blue Springs area. It says Highway 9 south of Blue Springs and near County Road 209. And this is some of what we have seen often today, and it's just pictures of trees covering roads. Pretty good sized tree there knocked across the road. The kind of thing that if you can stay in, you can stay safe. We need to make sure that we are in that safest possible location here, because it's possible that damage like this or potentially the structures could be something that we are confronted with, unfortunately. So multiple areas of circulation that we are tracking here across the region. One thing the Weather Service noted a moment ago is perhaps getting a little more circulation out of some of these storms back to the west once again. Still some time before we have to confront those, but the S is showing up clearly on that Pontotoc storm. Let's look up here closer to Rienzi and Boonville. And really Boonville, we have another storm coming into town. Broad rotation on that. The storm of greater significance has been the one to the east. Let's go back and let's keep it on the rainfall mode here for a moment. You can see how our RFD is kind of kicking around our area of wind, trying to wrap back around a little more tightly there. So kind of tracking this in Jacinto where we show it right now. Iuka, give me a moment. I'm gonna change our position just one more time. So we have that. Okay, Jacinto 823, and that's basically now. We're looking at Leedy at 828, Tishomingo County Hospital 837 there, 838 in the Iuka, Burnsville Oglethorpe area 832, and Eastport by around 846. The marina there at about the same time as well. The storm that's behind that, if it were to strengthen, it still has a ways to go. The next one, again, we need to be sheltering from still in Boonville, despite the fact that storm number 1 is through. I know that's why I'm not giving a whole lot of all clears. It's the same spots keep kind of getting the next round. We're looking at, for you, again, Boonville moving in within the next 2 to 3 minutes. Already kind of overhead at this time. Altitude at 834. This is a different one for Jacinto at 839. So still about 15 odd minutes from now, if that were to take the next step and produce a tornado as well. But back out here in Pontotoc County, again, and Union County, let's catch them both. 2 areas of circulation, well, maybe 3. Up here, Bald Hill, closer to New Albany, a couple spots where we have the rotation. I'm most concerned with the one that's southwest of Pontotoc. So let's track the north one here first. We'll come in really close on the south one. So it gets kind of a broader track on this whole batch up here. And the speed, hold on. I think that might still be too fast. Let's adjust the speed on this track down to 45 miles per hour, which is more realistic. We're going 55 there for a moment, so I'd want to give you as realistic a time as possible. And then we show that there. Ingomar, now, number 3 or 4 for you. New Albany, 827. Calville at 835. Molino at 837 there. Bethany at 850. Tracking eventually toward Guyville. Again, some spots where we had sporadic damage showing up on radar earlier at 853. Baldwin, 858. And next one, Boonville's overhead now. The one after that, we're looking at about 904 for you. Now let's look south here at Pontotoc. Let's look really closely for you in Pontotoc and Algoma right now. This has more of the angle that we look for. I'm going to change the smoothing on this. Right in the middle there, south of where we show South Pontotoc High School, north of Algoma, right in this area where it kind of makes this S, right? Right, like there, right in the middle, moving toward Pontotoc is probably the area of greatest concern on that. Getting more organized there as it moves into Pontotoc proper. So hopefully we're in that tornado safe place if we're in Pontotoc County. We have had different parts of the county under tornado warnings at different times. National Weather Service in Memphis has. And so now is the time that we need to be there. Looking at the wind mode, that's the spot here near Algoma Road, between really the South Pontotoc High School and Algoma there. where we show it most impressive at this time. Next scan's going to have it between 9 and 15, really just southwest of town. And I do anticipate it could potentially look stronger than it does right now. So we need to assume this could potentially produce a tornado if it continues kind of at the pace that it is right now over top of Old Airport Road. I cannot confirm tornado debris at this instant, but unfortunately that's something that's not predictive, as we said probably 10 zillion times today. That's something that helps us to figure out after the fact what has happened as opposed to predict what's going to happen. There it is where we expected it. Luckily not a whole lot stronger this scan. Could still be a tornado in the development phases. Let's get a kind of a longer track on this. Again, we're within 5 minutes or so of the southwest portion of town. I'm get a longer track on this ahead in case this holds together, since this is one of our southernmost areas of circulation. Pontotoc, City Lake, we show 8:27. A minute from now, south part of Pontotoc City, or really kind of midtown at Pontotoc, 8:29. Nixon, 8:33. Longview, 8:36 there. We show Blue Springs, 8:44. Ellistown, 8:49. Birmingham Ridge area, about 8:50. Branyan, 8:51. Alpine, 8:54. Guntown at 8:57, and Baldwin about 9:02. Doppler radar indicated area of rotation that could potentially produce a tornado for you guys there. So I'm watching very closely, obviously, and keep it here for the very latest. Let's go ahead and reset here for a moment. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor as we are tracking multiple tornado warnings still at this time. Multiple places where we've had reports of tornadoes within the last 30 minutes, and watching near Thrasher, an area that continues to show some tightening of circulation up here as well. Also close to Boonville again, as really two areas here. Leedy out ahead, and this one closer to Boonville. Look at the wind mode in either case. Again, we do have areas of rotation in either case showing up there. I'm going to track the back one. I'm going to track the front one after that. So I'm going to track the one but basically over top of Boonville. And again, this track only good up until the next circulation. So that's why I'm not giving you farther time. Boonville City Park, 8:28. Current time is 8:28. All these times in Boonville. And then, of course, we're looking at Smith Church at 8:32. Jacinto. A lot of folks live near, not a lot of folks live in Jacinto, but 8:39 for you. And then our lead circulation there, a little broader than it had been earlier. Still showing up south of Leedy, moving toward Iuka. I haven't spent as much time on this storm because I'm believing it's probably getting far enough north it could be what we call elevated. And that might mean that the circulation is struggling a little bit more to get down to the ground. Nonetheless, we have previously had reports of damage out of this thunderstorm, so we have to assume it still could potentially produce that this evening. Rowland Mill Church at 8:29. We're looking at Overton Chapel at 8:34. Iuka at 8:39. Eastport 8:47. And Waterloo by about 8:51. Again, Iuka 8:39 if it continues at the pace where Burnsville is right there. You see that flash. We're still there. We need to be in our tornado safe place. But definitely looking at a strong thunderstorm trying to produce a tornado there. And then back out here to Pontotoc, moving into town right now. An area of rotation could be damaging. Not sure for sure that it is a tornado, but it's about at the right angle. I don't know if it's going to sweep far enough this direction in time. Hopefully we can get it to not do it at all. But right there, there's just a couple spots where it's trying to spin something up. We'll change the angle on this a couple different ways. Waters Road, I mean, pretty much all there right along Highway 15, 342, 41, where they're all kind of right there at the same spot, is where I have a couple spots. It was hit by a tornado a couple years back. I've been hit by a couple tornadoes over the last few decades in this zone, and the same spot here kind of in the target of this. Luckily, we're still in the maybe time period on this as opposed to we're sure this is happening, but I would put our circulation within the next couple of moments here. Approaching again Mississippi Highway 6. This is the 278 bypass around town. A lot of folks take, back and forth between Tupelo and Oxford there. That's Highway 9 up to I-22. It'll be kind of paralleling Highway 9 for a little while and then catching up with it close to Endville if it continues kind of at the angle that it's going right now. Looking at wind here. Again, see, the thing is, I have this area there that's very suspect, but just all along this, there's just a kind of a somewhat suspect green and red that are there trying to make it spin something up. So I don't know that we have for sure a tornado there, but I do know that that's trying very hard to do something and needs to be respected, obviously. Looking toward Union County, again, some fairly strong interactions there, but I do not show an imminent tornado in that line as well at this time, thankfully. I mentioned a minute ago, Burnsville, hail dime size in Burnsville recorded by the North Mississippi Storm Chasers at this moment there. Looking for where they're at. I don't see a whole lot of reports of damage in the last few minutes, so they have folks that are engaged helping with damage in other locations. So not as many of them are chasing at this exact moment as they're kind of helping out before they reposition. Come up here to Tishomingo County, Iuka, next populated center to be hit by a storm that has previously produced tornadoes. Again, I luckily have some questions as to whether or not this is still producing one, but this has produced over its life cycle numerous rotations before, and so let's just go ahead and assume that it could do it once again. So given a storm track kind of all along the leading edge of this push of strong winds that could also be rotating here. Waiting for that to pop up, we show Iuka at about 8:40. Eastport School 8:45, but in the near term here we're 8:34 there. Hebron Church, Overton Chapel at 8:34, Mount Moriah Church at 8:36, Tishomingo County Hospital at 8:38. All of this for Doppler radar indicated rotation. I'm gonna check that other radar. It's been a little slow today. Let's see if it's a little slow. We're kind of looking at a few different things here. It looks like it might have gone down. Let's see. Now, looks like our position is getting a little slow. Whatever reason. That's interesting. Never happened before. Okay. Either way, let's go and trade places here for a second, Gabe. What you got?
Oh, it's just to look at power outages. So I'm gonna. Can we get my mic up real quick? Is it up? Okay, perfect. So I'm gonna look at power outages here real quick. I have it on weather 3. So I'm just gonna kind of walk you guys through what we're seeing, and this just basically confirms what we've been looking at. Going county by county, we're talking about Pontotoc having 1,300 people without power. That was along that initial storm that went through northwest Pontotoc County, especially with the winds afterwards. Lafayette County, 1,400. Union County, 276. Tippah County, 324. Prentiss County, we had that confirmed tornado just east of the downtown city of Boonville, 431. And looking at the rest, Alcorn, 365. Tishomingo currently 0 without, and Lee County currently was 0 without power. So these storms ramping up and moving more and more in that eastern direction. So it's something to keep an eye on, especially as we head further into the evening and these storms continue to go into what is a very, very unstable environment. Now I want to take this entire line just from the top to the bottom, going ahead and looking at these as they move about 45 miles an hour. Would you say that's still accurate, Matt?
Yes.
So 45 miles an hour, we're seeing Eastport 848, Riverton 849, Waterloo close to 852, and Wright about 856. Now, assessing this in a more detailed fashion because this is a tightening rotation, you can see several towns listed in there. Mount Moriah Church 834, that's right now. So hopefully you're already in your safe place. Tishomingo County Hospital 836, Iuka 837, Iuka Elementary 838. It's a fortunate thing about it being a weekend. Folks are not at school right now. Eastport School 843, Eastport 846, Waterloo closer to about 849, and then moving beyond that more into Wright and Gravelly off there into northwest sections of Alabama. Now, assessing the line, we see some strong wind gusts coming out of this tornado warning that's in Union County. You're seeing that along the leading edge right there, and so I'm going to track this entire line just moving in that northeast fashion. You can see several times listed in there. What you're going to get right now is gusty conditions, whether it's a tornado or not. These can be damaging in its own right. Just looking at some of those wind returns as we're seeing right now, very high up in the atmosphere, anywhere from 40 to 50 miles an hour associated within this this leading edge of the storm. So still going to be damaging in its own right, but fortunately not seeing anything in regards to tornadic development. I say that reflectivity shows it wrapping around just a bit, and I would say on this bottom part of the line, something to pay attention to because we are getting that RFD developing right along Highway 6 as it moves northeast into parts of Longview and then on into western sections of Lee County. So I want to do a line based off of where that strongest wind return is. And you can see folks in western Saltillo, just outside of TCPS, you're seeing Longview 837, Enville 840, Sherman 844, and Birmingham area 851. This is not a confirmed tornado, but still a tornado warned storm, and we're seeing what we call an RFD. I mean, we've talked about so many tonight that I figure everyone's an expert at this point, but you're seeing it right there, that RFD with that wraparound of moisture and those reds and yellows showing up on the bottom side of the storm. That inflow going right into the storm, and that's what's allowing that turning to take place. You can see it right there. I mean, that arrow showing up right where it needs to. When we talk about debris, I'm not talking about, I can't confirm anything just yet. Getting a more detailed look right there. Yeah, there's your rotation, putting a circle on that. Those reds and greens, I'm in a very tight rotation at that, but we line that up with debris, and let me see if I can turn this arrow off. I mean, you get the idea. There's not any debris associated with it. Reflectivity shows that it's right in that inflow notch, so it's right where that rotation is supposed to be. Hopefully that does not produce and continues to weaken, but it is strengthening as of this moment. So eastern sections of Pontotoc County, go ahead and get to that safe place if you're not there already. I want to do a storm track on that for folks that are out ahead of this, just because this is going to be our tightest rotation outside of northern portions of Tishomingo County. Longview 838, Enville Baptist Church 841, Sherman United Methodist Church 846, Birmingham area 852, on towards Blair about 856, Guntown closer to 859. So we're talking northwest portions of Lee County, even southeast portions of Union County. Go ahead and get to that safe place as well, as we do have a storm that's tightening in rotation. Still nothing confirmed as of now, but that's definitely a very defined inflow notch that we're getting right there just outside on the east side of Pontotoc, moving across Highway 6 as we speak. Assessing the entire line. I mean, still seeing those 2 tornado warnings and that one up in Tishomingo County. I know folks just along 72 in Glen, I mean, this is going to be right east of you. We're talking east of Burnsville, moving towards the town of Iuka. Looking at the latest returns on our wind mode, definitely showing some tighter rotation, not seeing anything confirmed as of right now. I want to show you guys the area that we're primarily looking at, and it's going to be those brighter reds and greens showing up right there, the interaction of the two, showing that vorticity tightening, and fortunately, not showing anything in regards to confirmed debris. Still tightening as we speak, so let's go ahead and get a track on that as it moves in that northeast direction. Oh, forgive me on this. All right, let me go ahead and draw this out. So again, moving in that northeast direction, Tishomingo County Hospital, 838. That's happening in about 10 seconds as we speak. So hopefully you're in your safe place as of right now. Eastport School and Eastport going to be anywhere from 8:45 to 8:47. Safe place now as we head into the next 10 minutes or so. Riverton, same thing. 10 minutes from now, we're going to be in your area. And by then, with how much it's strengthened over the past couple of minutes, wouldn't surprise me to see one being produced here in the next few minutes. So let's go ahead and assess this again. And that is showing a very clear and defined structure as we see right there, that RFD wrapping around the inflow notch, moving in. And I just want to check this one more time to make sure it's not producing, because it's definitely getting tighter as we speak. Hear the sirens going off here at the station. We'll assess that one moving into Lee County here in a few moments, but definitely some tight rotation. If you know of anyone in Tishomingo County, downtown Iuka, it's over the top of you as we speak. Again, not showing anything debris-wise, but you guys need to get to your safe place as we speak. Downtown Iuka. It's moving across 72 right now, Veterans Memorial Drive. You can see that rotation, that main part that we're watching, right along 72 as we speak. Downtown Iuka going to be affecting you here in the next 20 to 30 seconds or so as that rotation continues to tighten. Fortunately, not showing any debris, but let's go ahead and treat it like it's like what it is, the damaging storm moving closer and closer to your area. Now, I do hear the sirens going off here at the studio. I mean, we're right on the outer edges of this polygon, but still looking at those wind modes, definitely getting some strong returns out on the southern part of this line. Long portions of Trace State Park, and even up here on the northern side, we're talking about 22, just southeast of New Albany. I'm seeing some tight returns as well. It's going to be along 178 and 22. You're seeing it right there as it moves in that northeast direction. We'll take a storm track on this and then move south, because we need to assess this entire line. Hopewell Church 840, Center Baptist Church 841, Parks 844, and Alpine closer to about 849. Taking this off, and let's go to the south part of this line, which, speaking of the line itself, still going to be 40 to 50 mile an hour gusts. Let me look at where we're expecting that tightest part to be. I mean, honestly, looking at this, and I'll swap it over with you, Matt, here in a second, but you're seeing the wraparound right there. You're seeing
that
the
last scan.
Yeah, that's definitely tightening up on that upper part. We're talking about Longview, and that's going to be moving into Enville and then western sections of Lee County.
I'm going to pull up that Tupelo tower cam, because we're looking back kind of into that there and that rotating
You
part.
want to take it full screen?
That's not yet. I want to give it a minute here, because that has tightened up a bit more, and that's the most like, yeah. Okay, let's get an angle on that there. Man, we had a minute before it got worse again. Okay. So it's the right angle there. West Saltillo, Saltillo, in the path of this. Want to make sure we get the angle just right as we're kind of watching that camera at the same time. Yeah, I'd say Guntown, West Saltillo, in the path of this rotating thunderstorm here. And I'm going to adjust this forward actually a little bit because I'm tracking where it last showed up as opposed to where it most likely is. We're watching both these things at the same time. You can see Enville at 841, the Red Hill area at about 848, West Saltillo there at 850. Doppler radar indicated rotation. This is the Lee and Pontotoc County line. This is the Union Pontotoc County line, and again the Union Lee line. So again, similar spots where we've seen a couple of these coming through in the northeast portion of Pontotoc County. This is approaching Sherman as well. We show Sherman at 8:45. That's maybe 3 minutes away from now. We've actually on 3 should get a shot from Sherman looking south.
I do want to say this
Let's bring
polygon,
Gabe's thing up again. Go ahead.
this polygon is not showing the correct path of this storm. It's moving more.
Your
east.
mic may or may not be muted. I'm not sure. Okay.
Test, test. Okay. So yeah, this storm is not moving in that far northeast fashion that this polygon's issued. It's moving more east-northeast. If you look at the last couple of scans that show that storm track, I wouldn't say it follows that polygon. I'd say it moves to the southeast side of it.
I would agree. I think it does eventually cross out of it, but I think that one circulation, if it wraps up, I think it's pretty close to. I mean, it's going to be a close call. Sherman would be right there. Yeah, let's adjust our angle a little bit. I'll give you that, and let's move it forward because again, near Buchanan there, this is right along Highway 9. Where this is tracking at this instant. You see a lot of cloud to ground lightning showing up our Toothlow cam looking back toward kind of the west. We'll pull up the camera instead out of Sherman looking south. I'll pull that full for a moment while I'm also going to adjust the Toothlow tower cam, make sure I have the best possible angle of that. Again, either way, you can hear the tornado warning sirens in the background here. The northwest portion of Lee County needs to be in their tornado safe place because this is a tornado warning for a thunderstorm that is trying very hard to produce a tornado. And you can even see just in the lightning flashes there, the lowering the area where we would watch that potential this could try to produce a tornado. I don't like sitting on cameras for long periods of time. Right there. That's what you're saying too. That's what I was saying as well. I'm going to duck down here for a moment so I can keep that on and look at some other things at this exact same time. Just want to remind folks that if your power goes out, we do stream live on Facebook and WTVA Weather News apps, WTVA.com/live. So there are lots of ways to catch us. We're also live right now on KZ 103 and 95.1 The Farm. So if for whatever reason your signal goes out and you have no internet, those are options in and around the Lee and Tupelo County area at this point. Okay, well, that's a different return. Okay, I showed it very near Enville. Looks like it's our line's broken there. Sometimes when it breaks is when, again, right there, 2 areas of circulation, Enville Road, TCPS. If you live on the west side of Tupelo, northwest Tupelo there, we might be able to get a shot out of that from 20. Here, hold on. I'm gonna pull it up here. Let's go Tupelo. We want the west part of town, and let's kind of check the multi-directional shot, the shots on this here. West. I mean, you can clearly see the low-hanging stuff there, but I think that's a little north of the spot we need to be looking. So give me a chance to hit a different camera here. God, nearly cloud to ground lightning. We're going to have some power disruptions from this as well. I just need one of the cameras to shoot the right way. I don't think I have a good shot on that one either. I'll give one more here, and then we gotta go back and try something else. This is near McCullough, and that McCullough and Coley South might eventually be more useful than it is right now. But none of those are exactly what I want at this moment. Let's get back to radar here. Storm track Doppler radar. Let's go wide for just a second. Make sure there's not something else that we need to hit up here. Up at Tishomingo County, again over Iuka. Broader rotation in this batch here. Still need to be sheltering from this potential tornado. Boonville, another area of rotation, still fairly broad. Probably not a tornado, but definitely trying. But out here at Endville and Sherman and TCPS on the west side of town, West Saltillo, all in the path of what is likely a tornado at this moment. Again, there's a couple spots in there where we got to be careful, and right there could potentially be. It's pretty close. If this has not produced a tornado, it's trying very hard to do so. So we need to assume. See, right there, we do have that weak spot there is where we have that return. So I'm not sure I could say for 100% that we can confirm that, but I definitely would say it's trying very hard to produce a tornado at this moment on the northwest side of Tupelo. For some wider perspective here, let's double check our angle for a moment. Here at the TV station, we're okay, but not by a whole lot. Let me double check the angle one more time. Boy, that's close. I think the odds are really good that this will miss us, but here's what we do need to do. I think we're okay. I think we're okay on this. Not by a whole lot, not more than a mile or two, but I think we're going to be okay at the TV station. Pretty much right where you see that arrow is where it's most likely to be producing something kind of right in this zone there. So it's close for us. We're just outside the tornado warning. I think that's fairly accurate. Now, up there at 145, and this would be Birmingham Ridge Road. I think that's going to be a fairly close call for locations there. The Garden Park subdivision, where I show West Saltillo on the map there, that'd be Old South Plantation there, kind of the north side there of Saltillo, where we need to be in that tornado safe place. This is an area of circulation that's trying to spin up a tornado as we speak. I'm yet cannot confirm it to be a tornado, but Saltillo, West Saltillo, kind of in the path of this storm. I'm going to check it out again using our Tupelo Tower Cam. As you can see, I'm going to load the screen up with some things here for a moment. So get on ready. We have that, and then I'm also going to throw, I don't think I can actually throw tornado safety rules on that. Well, I'm going to adjust Tower Cam back to the right just a little bit. Right there is our area of interest. There's a better shot at it. Okay, what do we got? Be able with your eyes on camera, got to make camera big. I'll adjust it over there. Let me look at this. So there is whatever it is. I see primarily precipitation with that. Wait for some lightning strikes from behind. But this is our whatever moving toward the northeast area circulation. I say whatever because I cannot confirm that it is a tornado, but certainly this is the spot we would look for. Go back on the screen here for a moment. We're trying to get as good a look at it as possible. It's right in here. I would say that's our area trying to wrap back around it. I'm gonna stay out of the way of it for a moment. Okay, do I see an angle there and an angle there?
Yes, I would agree with that. It's right over that light, that white light. Maybe a little bit to the opposite of that white light.
We're right about there. Here, wind start to pick up outside a bit more. Of course, if you live in the northwest portion of Lee County, we need to be in that tornado safe place, the lowest floor of our sturdy structure. I know we've had some hours of tornado sirens going off. It's easy to get fatigued from that. But looking toward Mount Vernon there, just north of Barnes Crossing Extended, where we're looking over the Herdtown subdivision, where we have this potential circulation trying to produce a tornado. It's right behind me there. So this is the spot we're looking at here, moving toward West Saltillo. This is Birmingham Ridge Road there. This would be kind of that main Saltillo interchange. That's Old South Plantation. That's Garden Park there. And so it's kind of moving over a lot of those spots as it crosses the Mount Vernon Road area at this time. Now, I do not have any debris that I can confirm as of the latest scan here, but we're watching whatever this feature is in the middle there very closely. Right in there is the thing that we are monitoring. Now, we're looking below that there. That is our rotating wall cloud. That is messy looking. That's not good. So hopefully this is, man, we're hoping that doesn't produce a tornado, but that's definitely trying pretty hard as we kind of look back toward the west and northwest from the television station there toward whatever this rotating thing is there. This is our rotating wall cloud. And so there is still, as of the latest gap, a little gap there. Now I do hear Wind's picking up in the tower up there a little bit more as we're seeing the inflow into this circulation. This is rotating. Don't get me wrong. Don't misunderstand me. And those places that I've been mentioning a moment ago, we need to be in that tornado safe place because of that fact. I'm going to have to leave this camera up no matter what we do. But West Saltillo there, this is trying very hard to produce a tornado. This is Birmingham Ridge Road. This is kind of the Birmingham area, Birmingham Ridge Baptist Church. This is Euclid Tubber Road. You have made all your phone calls. Your wife's a different
She's
place.
up in Union County,
Okay.
but the house is another story. So
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Appreciate that. Good to hear that. And I don't blame you there. This trying very hard
Matt,
over I would say this is trying extremely hard to produce a tornado here near this Birmingham Ridge Road, pretty much right over top of that.
It must
This
have done
would
it.
be Euclid Tubber Road. It might have. Let's see here. If it has, it's been wrapped up in rain, and that's always been our concern. That this, if it, oh, hold on, let's double check. That's still the open area. Yeah, yeah. So we've yet been able to truly confirm this to produce a tornado, but there's a couple spaces right along here along Birmingham Ridge Road where it's trying extremely hard. Our WTVA studios there, and I got to point our camera a little bit more right here. We're gonna lose it in this tower here in just a second, unfortunately. But that's just that happens. You can't when you mount it on a tower. At some point, you're going to be pointing back toward the thing you're sticking out of the ground watching. So wider perspective for a moment. We need to be in that tornado safe place if we're up here in Guntown and Baldwin, as we are looking very closely at a circulation trying to produce a tornado. May potentially be a tornado up here, Saltillo, moving into again Mud Creek Church there, Birmingham School, Old Birmingham School there, of course Euclid Tubber Church. Francis Chapel, Mayfield Church, Evans Chapel, Guntown Middle School, all in the path of this potential tornado as it moves toward the northeast at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. Let's get a longer track on that ahead. And again, that eventually take it toward Bay Springs Lake, Hobo Station, Marietta. You see Marietta at about 9:14, Baldwin 9:05, Guntown 9 o'clock, as we mentioned, altitude about 9:24. Burton 927, again, repeating locations once again. As we look, I'm going to get one last shot at that tower cam. I think we probably lost whatever it was into the camera. Yeah, I think it's probably back over there now. This is just the rainfall. We're there. We're seeing all that rain there. That's about to hit us. I think by the time we could look north and catch it, we might not have as good a view. Man, if this didn't produce tornado, got really close right there around Birmingham Ridge. I mean, you saw that live on TV, how close that came to doing something. Let's double check here. The threat's by no means over, but we have to come up here north and kind of catch and see what else other storms are doing. And very messy velocity or wind return on these storms tonight for one reason or another. Let's check out of Memphis and see if it's any better. They're just very messy. Clearly, of all of them, the one that stands out the most is the one that's in kind of North Lee County, the one you're seeing there out of our Tupelo tower cam. And we need to instead, I missed opportunity there, we need to look north out of our MDOT camera at I-22 and 45. Before it rains, we could potentially at the top of your screen there have a better shot. We might have had a better shot the whole time actually on this. There's the new tornado warning, I think, coming out. Latest update there. There's new tornado warning coming out for Prentiss, Lee, Tippah, Pontotoc, Alcorn, Tisch, Mingo, Union, and Itawamba counties. That in effect until 9:45. So again, another 45 minutes there as well. We'll go ahead and bring up the camera. Is it up?
Yeah, let me.
You're gonna have to steal the. We're gonna pull up
Give me 1 second. I'll let you know.
from Maynardville, USA here in a
Alright,
minute.
There you go, and it is on the path of this rotation. I just
Okay.
want to say that.
So hold on. I'm gonna see if we pull it up here. So this is.
This is Euclid Tubber Road.
Boy, I see it there. Did you see it right up there?
Yep.
Oh, Gabe, I hope this isn't what it looks like it is. Okay. So that's our area of circulation getting closer there. I'm gonna make you small but keep you up there. Keep an eye on it, as I'm sure you will. Again, new tornado warning came out a minute ago, kind of making sure to include in it locations back farther to the, let me double check, is that it? Yeah, farther to south and east. And so more locations in Tupelo involved in this here, partially because it's trying to cross out of that tornado warning, they're trying to cover that. And any additional circulation that comes from this part back here toward Pontotoc. You still have power? Is that still updating? Yeah, it is. Okay. So where Gabe is looking at here, I'm not going to completely give away exactly where he lives, but we're up here kind of north of Saltillo, where the rain has yet to hit, and where the circulation is kind of moving very close to. So this general area here is where our circulation is. A lot of lightning showing up in that shot there as this moves toward Guntown. So Guntown, we have to be in that tornado safe place, a small windowless room where we can wrap up in blankets, pillows, put on a helmet to protect ourselves from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear Guntown. Again, we're looking at 9 o'clock for you, Euclid Church at about 8:56, which right now is where we kick over to 8:56, about like that. So it's over top of that location there. Strong gusty winds, at least 50 mile per hour winds there. And then it's not unreasonable that we could get this to try to produce a tornado. As you can see, quite a bit of lightning as the wind is picking up right before the big wall of rain hits there. It looks like it's about to hit up there in northern Lee County. So as we'll leave that up, we're going to check out other circulations here for a moment. Did you leave it by the road?
Yeah, it's all pulled down.
Well, it's your fault if somebody hits it. You know that, right?
What's in my road?
Oh man, look at that road wrapping up right there. Right over top of Euclid Road, where that's happening at this instant here. Kind of this little inflow notch. I don't know if it's going to get all the way where it produces a tornado, but it's trying really hard. And so that's the strong wind kind of pushing up there. That's what you're seeing from left to right. This camera points back toward the west. And so swirling winds there on the porch related to that at Maynardtown, USA. I don't usually sit on one of our home cameras, but it's right in the area of greatest likelihood to see a tornado in the entire viewing area. So we're going to stick with it here for a minute. At least you still have power. The rain's starting to hit. Strong wind gusts coming across and near nonstop lightning, and there went power. Nope, it's back.
Yes.
That's impressive. Okay, but I don't see a tornado on that at this moment. You can see the times there on your screen. I am going to have to move the storm track so more people at home can see it. So I'm going to move it there. So again, Baldwin 906. I'm going to settle on a place to put it here in a second. Baldwin Elementary School 907, Pratt's at 907. This is a potential tornado trying to form. I cannot confirm debris at this moment, but in saying that, our correlation coefficient, where we would typically see it here, does have a little bit of a lowering to it, a little bit more light blue showing up. I'm going to put it on the most sensitive mode here, double check. And then right there, yeah, County Road 6, that's 681, 683, 683, and Euclid Road, where I do show just a little bit of a change in color there. Back in the precipitation. Back where the wind is, that could potentially be trying to produce a tornado there at this moment. So hope folks in advance are in that tornado safe place, lowest floor of a sturdy structure, small windowless room where we can wrap up in blankets, pillows, put on a helmet to protect ourselves from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. I'm going to advance this just a little bit more here. And again, updated time, we show Guntown about 9:01. I did change the angle a little bit, and that removed Baldwin from the track. I would still say in Baldwin we have to be in that tornado safe place as well. Because I would say also on this line, again, there's a couple spots here where that's still the case. So I'm being a little more precise than we should be. But Gabe, I think you made it through at your house there. So I think you're okay there. So I'm going to take that down. It's back into the precipitation mode, or precipitation part of this here. So Guntown, Chapelville, Baldwin, Pueblo Station, Marietta. We've had 2 great shots at this, and neither shot could I confirm it. All honesty, could be wrapped in rain, and we wouldn't be able to confirm it either way. So we got to admit that that is a possibility on this. So let's get kind of a longer track on that, and we're going to look at the other storms here. So the longer track, that's still our most likely storm to be producing a tornado at this instant. That's why we're in so close on one storm, is because out of all of our thunderstorms, that's the most likely one at the moment. It's a very wide track because I have a few too many people in this, but rather to make a few. We only show 914, with the Pueblo Station 919, New Site 923, altitude 927 there, Burton 941, Dayton 937, Volpac 939, Burnsville at 946, Iuka 950, Marjoram at 955. Doppler radar indicated rotation there, and I mean that's a pretty impressive return just south of Blair. just east of Guntown. This is 348. This is 45. Could be crossing 45 within about the next 2.5 minutes or so. We should have a new scan coming in just the next couple of moments. There we are, right over top of 45, the 45 and 348 interchange there at Guntown. Woodland Hills subdivision, Gun Club Road, all kind of in this area of the speedway over there as well. Kind of in the path of where this circulation is on the zoomed in view there. So hopefully those folks are in their tornado safe place. Let's go wide here. Let's make sure it's not something else we're missing again. And in saying that, it's going to take us a minute here for this to populate, but I think it's worth us doing so to pop in here rainfall. And that's not up to date yet. We'll have to see if that gets up to date, because I think we've had very significant rainfall amounts, and flooding rainfall potential is continuing to increase as well, because unfortunately I think we have those two threats overlapping. Most of the purple you see back up here, all the purple, I'll pull up the radar for just a second to show this to you. That's why they're calling me back, because I refuse to answer it at the moment. But all this purple, these are all flash flood warnings because of how slow this system has been. Massive flash flood emergency type situations going on back toward the Memphis area. Our flash flooding issues just beginning, as we talked about on Facebook Live and other places. Flooding rainfall amounts in excess of 8 inches possible before we're all said and done with this. So unfortunately, that is another factor that we have to kind of monitor in this whole thing. Now, our WTVA studio is about to emerge from this first thunderstorm, and then we'll have a view of this second one here, which has had some broad rotation back toward TCPS. That is not tight enough to produce a tornado, not necessarily in the right spot to do so as well. So we'll monitor that, but I think it's a little bit behind the outflow. Might be a spot where we can still get in. I think our outflow rain cooled air is right there. So I think it's probably too far back. But Guntown, it's not. Hence the reason we're in so close on you is because at this moment here, as of 9:02, you're one of the most likely locations to possibly see this produce a tornado tonight. Is just now east of Guntown, near Bryce Street, Ford Avenue, just south of County Road 277. There's Pratt's. This is moving toward Pratt's at this point in time. There's probably some hail on the north side here. Have not had a lot of confirmation on hail size. But definitely watching that potential that this could be trying to produce something there as it moves toward Pratt's and County Road 5411 on the path. Marietta, Hobo Station also in the path of this rotating thunderstorm. So let's get a storm track on that again for some of those locations. And this is the story of this week has been, if you've been in the zone, you've been in the zone, and we still have you in the zone, unfortunately. Tornado potential out of this still kind of tracking toward Marietta at 916, Pratt's 908, Tenneloo Church on the east side of Guntown there now, pretty much. Hobo Station at 918, New Site 921, Burton 929, Tishomingo at 935, and Forest Grove School at about 939 as it moves toward the northeast. Let's look at the northern part here of the line. I do believe we still have some potential that this one up toward Boonville could have a little rotation. I think it's still pretty broad. That's nothing that I'm overly concerned with at this point. So I think we're okay there. And then let's look back west toward Coffeyville and Water Valley, where we previously had storms that looked like they might have produced brief tornadoes and at least some spotty wind damage earlier. Down here south of Taylor, I need to look at some observations because I don't know that back in this rain-cooled air that it's as possible, but this has been such a weird setup this week that, I don't really want to rule things out. We'll get you some storm tracks on that just in case. Moving northeast, about 45 miles per hour there. Taylor, we're looking at 909. Altus at 925. Denmark at 928. Of course, we know there's some folks that are out there closer to the Denmark area still trying to clean up some tree debris, things that were covering roads earlier on. So definitely watching that closely. Takapola, 938. Buchanan, 948. Ecru, about 955. Let's go ahead and bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard. Gabe, what you got?
Let me pull it up here real quick. One thing I want to check first is power outages, because did we ever confirm a tornado up in Tishomingo County?
The folks with the MHP did report that a tornado. So yes,
Well,
I
do you
don't know
want
that.
more
I don't know
evidence?
if we've reported we've got confirmed damage. But go ahead.
Do you want confirmed evidence?
No, but if you've got it, we'll see it.
Well, let's pull up power outages. Go ahead and pull it up right here. We're talking about nearly 1,300 outages up the Tishomingo County area. I don't think this is updating as of right now, but it was showing earlier. Well, I can get it right here. 1,500 actually. 1,521 outages up in Tishomingo County where that initial rotation went on through. I got people telling me that Iuka was without power, so that's probably where it was around where that rotation went through. And I'm working to pull up here in a moment. Matt, I might have to give this back to you, but I do have a picture of the rotation that went through Saltillo and it never touched the ground, but man, it looked interesting.
Okay. Well, we will look forward to seeing that here in a minute.
I'll let you know whenever it's up.
Okay, did get a report from a storm chaser as well in Guntown as this approached. They saw the lowering on it, but no apparent rotating wall cloud at that point there, despite the fact that it looks fairly impressive. And this is a fairly reliable storm chaser, so that's a good sign to hear. Now this is on Apple TV.
Yes. I mean, it's a blurry picture.
It's blurry picture, but that's trying. That's something for sure, right? So I mean, I don't need to point out what we're looking at. Clearly, you can see what we're looking at there. And I'm hoping it's blurry because then they went and got back inside pretty quickly there. It's also night, so trying to hold it up long enough to where it gets a good shot of it. But that's certainly one of the lowerings. Looks to be a funnel-shaped cloud. I hesitate to call it a true funnel cloud or tornado or something like that, but clearly the storm was trying very hard there. That was in Saltillo area.
Saltillo.
Where specifically?
They didn't give a specific location. They just said Saltillo, so I can
Okay.
message them back and see.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, Macomb Avenue.
Where?
Macomb Avenue.
Macomb Avenue. Okay, yeah. So Saltillo. Okay. Updated shot here at this tornado warning. I think we're down to one tornado warning at this point here. The one that we're tracking that does include Alcorn, Prentice, Tishmingo, technically Tipa. You don't have to worry about this one. Union, you're done with this Union. Pontoc, still watching that trailing portion there. I don't know if it could actually get into Itawamba. We'll see. I think eventually it's got to get into Itawamba, right? And then, up toward Tishmingo County there, Lee County. I don't think I listed Lee in my list there. But when we come in closer here, we go back to wind, near Guntown, Baldwin, Pratt's, all kind of the zone here that we're watching, the main circulation back here west of Pratt's. We've over and over again, I should clarify why. There are sometimes when we do this coverage, and I look at the green and the red, and I'm just, saying, man, this is absolutely has to be big, bad, awful, and otherwise. The reason why I'm hesitant tonight is a lot of times we're seeing the green here and the red, it's in this open area. We would anticipate looking for that contrast, the green and the red, be in one of the precipitation areas here where the precipitation is wrapping around. And so when we get it out kind of ahead, that tells us that we're seeing strong winds a lot. They're being translated down close to the ground. Storm chaser we were talking about a minute ago, reporting that the strong straight line winds on this, what we call RFD, have kind of kicked through his location there. And according to his report, some power flashes, but from the straight line winds as opposed to a tornado on this. He had a good visual, but now that visual's gone to nothing because of the strong straight line wind. So near Pratt's trying hard to do something more, and probably is damaging, but luckily we're probably not sure. Did get a report a minute ago from the North Mississippi Storm Chaser South Baldwin of wall cloud out of this thunderstorm there. And I want to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Meter. Gabe, what you got?
We have a picture. Are you sending into other chats that way you can look on your
Okay.
which it was not had?
And let's,
It's a picture out of 348 in Gun County, so let me send that up here.
okay, we will then pull that up over here. Appreciate that. As much as we can, we need to try to be putting stuff into that chat. It's the easiest way possible to get that back on the air. Here's a shot, speaking of, from Belden, our Jason Williams, showing you what a lot of folks, experienced when this came through. Oh, man. Hold on. Oh, and actually, I'm not going to show it because he's on the second floor of someplace. So I'm going to have a discussion with him on where he should be next. Anyway, strong straight line winds associated with that. Lowest floor of a sturdy structure, where we need to be when we're under one of these tornado warnings. Because again, That's really strong, but it's luckily in the open areas where things are side of it. For Gabe mentioned that it's this one. But, yeah, so this one's the one. Okay, so this is the one from the bridge over there in Guntown on 348 over 45. So it's right there, that bridge when it came through. Whatever reason, talk to me. Try getting to the okay, we'll wait for that to come back. Okay, widen it out. Double check Saltillo. I don't see enough there. Go up to Boonville, not enough there. Go up to Burnsville, not enough there. Okay, so we're on the one and only at this point. So up here, north of Pratt's, east of Baldwin, County Grove. Well, this is pretty much the Lee-Prentice County line right there. On the Lee-Prentice County line, that's where our circulation is the strongest, just near and north of the Pratt's area at this time, trying to produce a tornado. You know, and where it has the yellow here is not a bad place to put that because typically we expect this to kind of throw around and wrap back up. So if it's going to do it, that's where it's most likely to do it. There. Checking the debris mode here just to make sure there's nothing to catch and see. I don't think I see anything yet that shows tornado debris on this. It's interesting. I see this kind of clear slot there, but I think that lines up perfectly. Yeah, with that. So no debris yet detectable on Storm Track Doppler radar, thankfully. But the storm is trying very hard to do something. Current time is 9:12. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpont alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor, tracking a tornado warning that's now in the far northeast corner of Lee County. Maybe just barely clipping the far northwest corner of Itawamba County. Marietta, you're in the path. Hobo Station, you're in the path. Basins Lake will be Southport Tishomingo in the path of this rotating thunderstorm. It could potentially produce a tornado. I can't say that it has, this one in particular. We have other storms that have produced damage, and some of that damage has been tornado-like damage. And so strong straight-line winds could possibly produce tornado-like damage out of this as it continues to move northeast. So there's your times, Marietta at 9:19. Looking at Hobo Station for you, 9:22. New site, 9:25. Bay Springs Lake, 9:32. Burton, tracking that toward you by around 9:34. Tishomingo, 9:40. Carter Branch, 9:46. Petertown, 9:48. Bishop, 9:50. And Hallsboro at 9:51. And here is that photo we were trying to show a minute ago there from 348 in Guntown. Basically, the 45 interchange, you're looking south. I'm assuming we're looking south down 45 there at that features that came in. I mean, very suspicious looking for sure. I can't say for sure I have the, the tree line there makes it difficult. In fact, I can see a little bit of light there. Tells me that clearly that's a wall cloud. It's a very interesting feature, but at this point here, we need to, I can't say for sure that that's a tornado. Either way, we still need to be treating this storm that's moving near Marietta and Hobo Station there seriously, because whether it is a tornado or not makes less difference in the fact that we need to, that it could potentially produce damage. And so it is a damaging storm in all likelihood, with at least sporadic wind damage possible. I will say it looks a little bit more organized as this is curving around a little more the last couple of scans here. So possibly getting a little bit more organized at this time. Approaching, again, Mississippi Highway 366, Marietta, Hobo Station, new site, all this area here. This would be the Natchez Trace Parkway there. So this is north of the Natchez Trace Parkway as it kind of rolls through this part here of Prentice and eventually into Tishomingo County. It's about to exit Lee County. I can say now it probably has exited Lee County. And so it's really in a zone here where it's going to try to get more organized in the next few minutes. So Marietta, we need to be in that tornado safe place. It's going to change our angle, make it a little sharper angle here so we can see some folks farther upstream. right along County Road 5450, where it is at this moment. It's going to track right up in here toward New Site and Hobo Station. We're getting pretty decent inflow into this here. Just not sure if we're going to get this to wrap all the way back around. So it's probably wind damage on the front here. Whether it fully wraps in to produce a tornado remains the question on this latest one once again. Because again, right where I showed that that signature, again, we're in the clear slot there. And I'm hoping we get lucky on this one once again. County Road 4010 and 4001, north of Marietta, both in the path of this. This is Mississippi Highway 4 and Mississippi Highway 366, both moving toward those locations up here. Of course, New Site School, New Site there, and then Bay Springs Lake at the edge of your screen, Burton farther down the road in the path as well. In all these cases, I showed a lot earlier, have not showed as much recently. We need to be in that tornado safe place, which is a sturdy structure, a small windowless room. We can wrap up in blankets, pillows, put on a helmet to protect ourselves from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. Hold on. I'm gonna change radars here for a second. I'm gonna go to the Memphis radar. There we are. I think our position is still correct on that there. Yeah, so we're still, looking from Memphis again, those two kind of areas of rotation. Does have a little more rotation aloft on the other portion there versus what we have from Columbus, obvious. Huh, interesting. Hold on. Pull that down. Pull that down. It's interesting that let's get rid of the little swirly thing for a moment. Let's go to the wind area here. What do we got going up here north? One of those errors again. South altitude between that and Hobo Station. I think again that's a misplaced color error there. We have a de-aliasing error. There is maybe just a littlest bit of inflow there. That strong wind either way. Now let's go ahead and track it. Track this north one here toward altitude, some other locations such as Iuka. Not particularly convinced on this part. I'm much more interested in the south part, but this is all wrapped up in rain, likely. So, same folks again on this one, different track. 937 there for you, with an altitude 921, 918 there, Hills Chapel School, and Iuka about 941, Tishmigo County Hospital about 942, Leedy at 932, 931 in Holcut. Unconvinced, we'll say. More convinced, we'll say. But I'd rather at this point here, at this time of night, track unconvinced as well, just in case. Let's look at the Marietta one. It's clearly the more impressive circulation. It also has changed the angle. Again, we always talk about how when it changes the angle here, you get this RFD surge of wind with that sometimes it's able to spin something up right there. Let's see if that spot is right. That's awfully close. That is not tornado debris that we're looking at there. That is kind of the clear air trying to feed back into this, but that is pretty close to doing something. On the north side of Marietta where we would have it, there's County Road 5091, Hobo Station there, New Site 366, County Road 4101, kind of all in the path of this circulation here that's kind of moving toward the northeast. Report coming in of report of a couple of trees down in the area of 145 and 3rd Street in Saltillo. And that came in about 10 minutes ago from Lee County 911. Also trees down in the area of County Road 681 and County Road 599 in Lee County. Let's double check that. That should be pretty close to the locations where this would have come through. So whether it was wind damage or tree damage or tornado damage remains to be seen. So that 681 should be right about there. I think that's 599 there. 681. 681 there, 599. So it'd be right there on your map. So reports of some tree damage there, really close to where we were looking at that camera a little bit ago. And it did look like that circulation, I think, might have gone just a little bit north of that. So unfortunately, some reports of damage coming in from that area, generally speaking. So possibility we might have had a brief tornado. Also possibility it's just straight line wind damage. Hopefully, I mean, hopefully it's no damage, but obviously don't want it to be tornado damage for sure. So hopefully we're in good shape with that. But first responders trying to figure things out. Current time is 9:20, just about 9:21. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside of meteorologist Gabe Maynor. Entire WTBA 9 newsroom continuing to assess damage reports around the area. We're looking out toward Marietta with a storm that's rotating and trying to produce a tornado near County Road 4001, south of Hobo Station, southwest of New Site, the area of greatest concern. We'll circle it for you here. And again, this is moving toward County Road 4001 and it's just south of Mississippi Highway 366. For folks in Prentiss County under tornado warning 10 zillion tonight, Boonville, you're in the clear from this. There's been another area of broad circulation up north. I do not see really a clear-cut way in which I can get wind in there to fully circulate around anything. I feel like it's too high up for that, too deep into that. But the altitude community toward Iuka will track this just in case. For you, altitude, we're looking at 922, Holcut at 933, Iuka 944, Eastport at 954, and Riverton about 955. And then tracking the southern circulation, there's really a couple spots on it of concern. Again, the storm is about as strong on the rotation part as it's been, about 15-20 minutes here. New Site at 925, Burton 934. We're looking at Payton 939, Tishmingo 940, Carter Branch 946, Allsboro at 951. Malone 952 and Oldham at 954. Doppler radar indicated rotation that could potentially produce a tornado or be a tornado trying to form. I am hopeful that we have seen it try and then fail. And the reason I say that is the angle of this. We got the inflow in here. It's very kind of east-west, kind of wraps back around there for a moment, and then it's kind of lost it. So I'm hoping that maybe we're just it's kind of losing the battle here. Each time, though, that surges around and tries to kind of pull back up, that's a push of strong wind. So that's the reason why the damage that occurred, west of Saltillo, kind of west-northwest of Saltillo, was either tornado damage or straight line wind damage, and the either or came from it trying to produce a tornado. So every time it kind of gets that surge of wind like this trying to wrap back up for a tornado, you get an extra push where the wind goes from 55 to 75 miles per hour. And so then it knocks over some trees because of that. Clearly, if you live in New Site, regardless of what this is, or Burton or Bay Springs Lake or Tishmingo, we need to be in a tornado safe place because of the unknowns at night here. And safe is always better than sorry. And so that's why we encourage you to be in that tornado safe place. This, again, a different track from the one I had you in just a moment ago. New Site we showed 924, looking at closer there to, okay, I want to check that in just a second. Okay, so New Site at 920, where are we at? 924, Burton 932, Tishmingo 938, Allsboro 947, Iuka 949, and then Marjoram about 953. Let's look at this drone video. Do we know which side of town this is from, Gabe?
Off the top of my head, I don't think that he said. I know it's back towards the city. It looks like it would be on the.
We might be able to figure that out here in a second. That looked kind of like a Walmart there for a second ago. So let's.
You'd have to have a takeoff point, so where there's an open space.
Well,
I can message him and see.
I think this is from. I think that's Walmart on West Main there. I think it's Walmart on West Main, and there's that complex with it. I think that's probably what we're looking at. So looking up toward it from there, that's the heavy precipitation as it kind of went through the area. I'm going to have to press play a couple more times on that there. Maybe we get a longer video from him. Like, I understand trying to get it back down there. He's probably a little too close to the airport to have this up, actually. But that'd be North Gloucester there, and whatever circulation would be in this part there over on that side of the image. But we appreciate people when they send us shots, but obviously we want to make sure we follow all laws and regulations when getting that stuff there. So a photo here from the Auburn community looking north. Brian sending us this shot here. Again, this is what a lot of you are probably seeing if you're going out, and part of the reason why we just encourage you to not go out and try to see this stuff. because this is just low-hanging dark cloud sort of stuff. We call scud clouds likely lofting up into this there. Now, it certainly looks like something with a lightning flash, but I think Auburn might have been a little too far away to get a good shot at this. Certainly, though, we've had a number of these storms with quite a bit of rotation, and that most recent one, as you can see there now, east of Marietta, up in eastern Prentiss County, kind of moving the general direction there of Tishomingo. So let's look back west once again as we're looking back toward, guess what? Lafayette, Yalobusha, and Grenada counties. And in Lafayette County, right near the Delay community there,
Go back over time. And
you know,
you'll see the
I
rotation.
trust you on that. There, I see what you're looking at there. It may be side lobing again, where it's just a little in front of it. But it's certainly organized and not in the wrong spot. So let's get a track on that. We're going to get at 45 miles per hour or so. We'll go a longer track just in case something happens with that. I'll go back to the wind mode on this. I also see this kind of wind enhancement back here toward Coffeyville as well. But there's the one that Gabe is kind of tracking there. Denmark community, a little more east, and then my track goes probably. Let's change that angle. There we are. Okay, that's a better angle. Denmark at 931. What is this? Hopefully nothing, but some broad rotation. After today, what we've had, let's just track it. Better safe than sorry. And then we're looking at Ashley Furniture 953, Thaxton 942, Takapola 937. This is not a tornado. This is broad rotation. Could it become something else? Absolutely. Does it have a ways to go before it does? Yes. 10 o'clock New Albany. Center Community at 10:08. Ellistown about 10:11. I can't emphasize this enough that we've kind of transitioned in this event where we had a significant tornado potential earlier to a lessening tornado potential now. That does not mean the tornado potential goes away. But that does mean there's a transition point, a pivot point tonight where this is significant flash flooding. And I think we've really kind of last 30 minutes entered that time frame between really 9 o'clock, and I need to do some research here and some mesoanalysis. So I might trade you places here in Gabe in a moment to do that. But from 9 o'clock, at least what I was looking at earlier, till around 1 o'clock in the morning, this is a lot of flooding with maybe stuff trying to spin up. And then there's an extra push of winds aloft that could enhance the tornado potential a little bit in that 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. time period. Again, I need to do some looking on that because of that, Joel. There's a Joel in there. Gabe, I'll trade you places.
I think it's 2 for 2 on events being
Have I-
Joel.
Have I done that twice?
Yeah, but I'm honored. Joel's a good guy.
Let's see, it's Joel Barnes up there from up in Jackson.
Well, whether you're Joel Barnes or Joel Young, all Joels are good people.
Sorry.
And so are Gabe's. But yeah, tracking this one out there towards eastern side of Prentiss County, we're definitely still seeing that rotation associated with it. And honestly, I would say that let's go ahead and go to the latest scan. And I want to just assess it over the last bit of time. Saw that rotation up around the just east of Boonville along Highway 30, and then even south there along parts of Marietta. Now watch over time how it's kind of built more to the south, and that's more of the concerning rotation that we're watching for. As we look at that, we can definitely see that notch that we've talked about with that RFD going out along that leading edge. Bay Springs Lake heading right for you guys, so hopefully you're in your safe place as we speak. And I want to make sure the direction's correct on this because these kind of have a mind of their own in regards to going east, north, northeast. So just continue to get that track right as we head over the next couple of minutes because, I mean, that could make all the difference going forward. So that leading edge, as we track it moving up towards downtown Tishomingo, we see it reaching Tishomingo by around 9:40. It's 10 minutes from now, enough to act to get to your safe spot. But let's go ahead and get to that safe spot as we speak, as it's moving closer and closer to that region. Payton High School, 9:39. Bay Springs Lake, we talked about you, 9:32. I mean, that's 2.5 minutes away. So hopefully you're already in that safe spot if you need to be. Tishomingo Attendance Center, 9:40. The Vocational Technical Center, 9:41. Paradise Church, 9:43. Mount Glory Church, 9:44. And Carter Branch by about 9:45. Now, this is a rotation we've been tracking for several counties now. Moved through Lee County not too long ago. That's what we got that drone footage of, just showing exactly that. But as we look at the entire line, I just want to make sure that we're not missing anything.
definitely some just defined rotation right there. There still is broad rotation, don't get me wrong. Just on the other side of 364, moving towards Holcut, and I'll do a line on that as well, as we are moving more towards the Iuka region. Iuka, I believe, has already had what I believe to be a tornado earlier today with lots of power outages there. So folks that are cleaning up, let's go ahead and wrap up that cleanup. We'll handle it tomorrow once these storms have passed. Let's go ahead and get back to that safe spot. We talk about Iuka closer to 943, but let's go ahead and break it down. New Lebanon Church, 931. Divide Overlook area, 933. Hopefully you're not there at this point. Sardis Church, 934. Hebron Church, 939. We mentioned Iuka, 943, re-emphasizing that. And then Eastport, 952 with Riverton, around 952 as well. Now this is still a rotating thunderstorm, but as of right now, when we look at both of these rotations, I'm not seeing anything that's clear and defined as a debris signature. Yeah, I mean, that's way too far out ahead of this. But we're definitely still watching that inflow notch, as we mentioned. Looking back west, just continue to monitor these storms in case a warning is issued, because we know they can strengthen quickly. An interesting return right there, but as you can see, there's nothing along that region, but showing some interesting things. Honestly, I've never seen that on radar before.
What was it? Show me.
This pink showing up. Oh, it's gone now on this. Let's go back a scan, because it was definitely eye-catching.
Yeah, I think that's
Another glitch?
go to the precipitation.
Yeah, there's nothing there.
Yeah, I mean just bugs.
Yeah.
And stuff. Fast moving bugs.
Well, they're fast moving. Yeah, but they're gone now. So looking at the latest in regards to rotations that we are concerned with, that leading edge along the backside of the line, I'm not seeing anything that sticks out, except for this one on the southeast corner of Lafayette County. We know that it's moving in that northeast direction, so I'm going to put a storm track on that long term. And we are talking about, unfortunately, northwest Pontotoc County and Union County, where that rotation's going, but nothing right now that we're concerned with, but something we'll keep an eye on going forward. You see some towns listed in there, including Thaxton 949, Ingomar 1003, then on towards New Albany closer to 1010. That's in the next 30 to 40 minutes or so. Well, let's continue to focus on the tornado warning that we have issued out there towards parts of Prentiss and Tishomingo County, still showing that, honestly, that rotation's tightening as we speak. I want to look at the latest, not seeing anything in regards to clear and defined debris signature. It's close.
Yeah, the RFD's wrapping back around a little bit.
I mean, you can see it right there whenever we get those returns. This isn't anything debris-wise, but it does show that inflow going back inside of that couplet, and that's what's allowing that to continue to turn, continue to develop, and continue to strengthen. We see that rotation right there. So we have that RFD wrapping around, we have that inflow notch, and that's basically interacting with each other and forming what we're seeing right here over Bay Springs Lake as we speak. So Bay Springs Lake, go ahead and get to that safe place. I hope you're already there. We've been talking about you for several minutes now, but this storm right over the top of you as we speak. Doing another updated track on this as we are inching closer and closer to the Tishomingo area. Highway 30, Highway 25, something we're tracking over the next couple of minutes. Tishomingo continues to be about 9:41. We're at 8 minutes now. Timer's ticking. We need to get to that safe spot as we speak. Paradise Church, 9:45. Carter Branch, 9:46. And the Carter Branch School by about 9:47. Bay Springs Lake, we talked about you. Again, over the top of you right now. This is our most defined rotation as we've headed through what was a very active afternoon. I mean, we've been on air, 5 hours now?
I have no clue.
With warnings. So it's been eventful, and multiple confirmed tornadoes, whether it was visually or whether it was through our debris tracker. So we know what these things are capable of, and we need to continue to take them seriously.
Speaking of, let's pull up this picture here for a moment.
Oh, yeah, New Albany.
You want to trade? Yeah, that one's New Albany, and this was let's double check who sent it. Is Mary from New Albany? I sent this one from the I-22 near the pilot there. This is again a little bit ago when one of those storms went through there. As you can see, an 18-wheeler knocked over. The broad, tall vehicles more easily knocked over by this. Go ahead and leave that up there for a second. I'll pull that up on up weather 2 there, Gabe. Because the other thing that we want to mention, there's just 2 things we're watching: the tornado and damage and wind threat, and then this flash flooding threat. This is rainfall since midnight last night. Most of which has occurred this evening. We already have some spots up there in northern Tishomingo County where estimations are in excess of 6 inches of rainfall so far, and it's still raining. We're going to have more rain there as well. So unfortunately, again, multiple threats from the flash flooding to the damaging winds and tornadoes that we're still monitoring at this time. And again, near Bay Springs Lake, again, this is a large portion of what we're looking at here is a radar error. But there is still rotation going on. It's just rotation aloft that's translating down toward the surface. But again, this is over top of Bay Springs Lake there. Probably the Piney Grove campground pretty much right now. moving toward County Road 113, Payton, Tishmingo, in the path of this rotating portion of this thunderstorm here as of 9:35. Speaking of 9:35, current time is 9:35. The time it will make it into the Tishmingo area, we'd be looking at 9:41, so about 6 minutes from now. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Walpon. Along our side, our meteorologist Gabe Maynor, as we are tracking storms that have produced sporadic damage in the form of either straight line wind or tornado damage today. And our last warning so far of this first round is moving through eastern Prentiss and now exiting into western Tishomingo County. On our discussion back and forth with the National Weather Service, I'm mentioning that several things they're watching on this, the front of this. Current thing is they'll let the warning in Tishomingo expire in 10 minutes at 6. I never get up on a 6. 9:35. So at 9:45, the time when they would let that expire, unless they see some kind of significant tightening of the rotation on this. So that's a good sign there. Now let's look down the line and make sure there's, check out what else we could see. Because one of the things I was looking at behind the scenes a moment ago is kind of what happens from here, right? Because as we talked a lot about on Facebook Live, we have what's kind of like a sort of, I don't know if you want to call it cold front or stationary front that's kind of formed here, right? And the rain-cooled air is trying to like push this, this direction, from the north. I'm going to use red for both sides. But we have lots of warm, moist air coming up from the Gulf of Mexico from the south like this. All of these angles to say the warm air here is continuing to feed in. And so if this kind of stops enough that it acts like a boundary, there could be a little enhancement of the winds later on tonight that then causes a few other stronger thunderstorms to maybe rotate and try to stick close to this boundary overnight. Earlier projections where I was looking earlier today showed 1 or 2 really strong thunderstorms hugging that boundary. When I looked a minute ago at just a couple of those projections, they did not have as strong of storms in that 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. time period. That's not to say that we couldn't necessarily have it, but is to say that at least there's some sign of maybe that overnight round isn't quite as impressive. In saying that, though, on the wider shot here, what I do see is I do see this nose of moisture starting to show up more, right? See how this nose of moisture heading northward? And where's that pointed? Right up here in this zone, Monroe, Itawamba, Lee, Chickasaw counties, all there. Okay, so let's go ahead and look up once again at our tornado warning that continues up here into Tishomingo County, now over top of Bay Springs Lake. As we're looking closer on this here on the wind mode of Storm Track Doppler radar, check for tornado debris on this just to make sure. I think that's still just ahead.
It's
I
very
think
high up.
we are looking fairly high up, but that would be in the clear slot there, right? I'm going to need at least 45 dBZs.
Yeah.
I would say that's
I would get worried if it being so far away from
the radar. I get that. Absolutely. I think it's too high. I think it's not too high. I think it's just in the clear slot there, just barely. Yeah, man. It's
not far from producing them.
No.
It's still tight.
it's still relatively tight there. It's just so much of this has been, actually, we haven't looked at this three-dimensionally in hours, and I think that could give us a better assessment on this and what it is capable of here for a moment.
I do want to say, while you're looking at that.
Yeah, go for it.
You want to go back to Lafayette County again and northern Calhoun County? There's still several notches of rotation that's just like nonstop.
Yeah, we could. So what we're here, the reason I'm trying to go 3D on this for once, or for the moment, is you can kind of see our area there where our inflow is coming around. But what we think we're hitting here on all the fast winds is we're hitting what's happening up here aloft, where this is really spinning, and it's translating some of that down to the surface on the shot. This coming around is some strong straight line winds kind of coming this direction. So Tishomingo, this is still some 50, 60, maybe 65 mile per hour winds trying to wrap around the east side of this there. But I just don't know that this is circulating enough to get it to produce a tornado. I think most of those strong returns we're seeing are from aloft there, a little higher up. Let's go check out that shot you mentioned back toward Tishomingo County. We'll go kind of wider wider perspective on the whole thing here for a moment. I mentioned Tishomingo. I meant to say Lafayette and Calhoun counties. And again, just kind of a choppy velocity, choppy wind return here. And we go back and forth between some of these things. That one there near Sarepta. Man, those winds aloft are really buffeting this. They're really kind of hitting this line. And so as they come in for this line, they're trying to produce these little brief little spins. And so I think that's what we're kind of catching there, because you see how now the latest scan, that one's not as impressive, but the one near Banner is more impressive. I don't know that any of these ever get to the point they produce, but they're trying. I think the other thing is I think they're potentially behind the outflow. Kind of bit behind that like fake cold front we showed you a minute ago, stationary front here. Let's get a storm track on it just in case. Do that, we'll come in a little closer, and I'm gonna kind of track that whole bunch there. Again, this is not warned on, not officially severe, we'll say, but kind of moving northeast there to get kind of a broader track on that. So there's your times. As you can see, Gershom at about 10:07, 10:05, Pontotoc, Bruce, though 9:41, Randolph 9:51, Holka 10:10, and Chihuahua there at 10:17, Sherman about 10:20 if it kind of continues at that rate there. Let's come up here to Tishomingo County. Now this is Michael with the North Mississippi
Storm chasers, yes.
Storm Chasers. Let's make sure that the folks at the Weather Service know what he just said, that there's at least on his drone shot there, Michael with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers reporting he's at least seeing some power flashes from this storm up here. Power flashes being, when it's power lines, sometimes it's when power lines slap together, sometimes when it's power lines are knocked down. But the fact that they're seeing some kind of power flashes.
Well, they issued a severe thunderstorm warning.
And make sure they know where that is, though.
Oh, yes.
So they did issue a severe thunderstorm warning to replace the tornado warning when it expires here in a minute. And pretty much right where that arrow is the most interesting part of this thunderstorm. Kind of go back a couple scans. I think still some strong straight line winds, but you can see how we've had a cell merger and we've kind of lost that feature. We have a little bit more of an S showing up here, again, over Bay Springs Lake, southwest of Tishomingo. I think either, I would say either case, it's strong straight line winds, Neil, Tishomingo, moving toward you, Dennis, at this time, and kind of the middle portion there that we're watching the most closely. Trade me places for a second. I'll make sure I clarify with them what you see.
I think James is already doing that, but I do think that this is going to be reissued as a tornado warning, so it's something that we need to stay on top of for the next couple of minutes. I mean, either way, because it is still a damaging storm. Looking at some of those winds, I mean, that's damaging in its own right, whether they're spinning or not. It doesn't matter, just because this is going to be a damaging storm. Continue to look for the main area of rotation. It gets to be a bit messy because we are still miles and miles and miles away from the radar site, so it gets to be very high up to where you're not seeing it exactly what's happening closer to the ground. So tracking that leading edge is something that I'm going to go ahead and do real quick. Ooh. Are you taking over?
No.
Okay. So looking at this as it moves closer to Tishomingo, I want people in Tishomingo to go ahead and get to their safe place, whether they see a severe thunderstorm warning or not, because if this did produce power flashes earlier, it does show the potential with this, and it's inching closer and closer to the downtown area. So let me go ahead and move that up a little bit where that believed rotation is, and we're looking at 9:45. That's in the next minute or so. We're talking about downtown Tishomingo, Tishomingo Attendance Center included in that. Carter Branch 9:49, Mount Glory Church 9:50, Owlsboro by 9:54, and then Providence Church by 9:55. This is, we're getting reports from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers that there were power flashes, and that may have been with what we saw earlier with the debris signature showing up. Let's see if I can find it. Right there. And even the
So
one
one more
before it. That would be 9:35.
What about 9:35? The report?
That's where that signature showed up.
Yeah, I still think that's clear area. I still
Even-
think it's a clear spot.
Back there.
Go ahead and go back over it. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think it's
that's
a clear
more.
spot. Now, but I will say, going to you have more of an S signature on that now.
For sure. Yes.
So I mean, I'm not necessarily down it.
Yeah, and that's
Okay,
moving closer and
so
closer to
the-
Tishomingo.
I need the exact location.
He said James is trying to
Hold
find
on,
it.
I'll get it. You worry about that for
Okay.
a second.
So looking at the very latest on this, we are seeing that S shape, as I mentioned, just making sure that there's nothing on the back end of this that we need to be watching. Still just a very, linear fashion. You're looking at bow after bow after bow. What you're going to get on the leading edge of this is some strong gusty winds, anywhere from 20, 30, 40 miles an hour. So still something to watch for as it moves through parts of Union County, but our area of most concern is what's in Tishomingo County right now. We're looking north on Dennis over 25. That's going to be honestly, closer to Tishomingo. Again, moving through downtown Tishomingo as we speak, or at least the next 15, 30 seconds or so. Let's go ahead and do a storm track on this as it moves in that northeast direction and just include a few areas on that. I'm meteorologist Gabe Maynor alongside Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhan. We've been tracking severe weather, more severe weather moving in, and currently watching a tornado warning. Now transitioning, actually just expired as we speak, and now under a severe thunderstorm warning with rotation detected. That's lasting until 10:30 this evening, and we're seeing several areas included in that. Highland Church 9:45, Carter Branch by about 9:50, Bishop 9:53, Allsboro by 9:54, Malone 9:56, and then you see a few specific locations listed in that as well. Latest scans not showing anything clear and defined in regards to debris, but still something we're paying attention to as that potential is still there with that rotation taking place. Now, you heard Matt mention earlier the S shape and why we look for the S shape. Well, it's areas that jut out ahead of the main line, because if this is all linear, you're looking at strong wind gusts. When it gets to be that S shape, that's where that RFD is wrapping around. You're getting this rotation happening aloft, and that forms an S shape in regards to what we'd refer as that rainfall mode. So that's why it's important to continue to look at it, because you see it right there, how that wind mode is going in that S shape and then continuing down into southern parts of Tishomingo County. So Dennis not affecting you. It's going to be outside of you. Bay Springs Lake past you as well. But now we're moving into the heart of Tishomingo, city of Tishomingo. Might go just south of you guys, but still going to be some gusty conditions along that part. Folks on the east side of Tishomingo along Highway 30 going to be moving closer to you guys, just on the east side of 25, continuing that stretch out there. Highland Church again 947. That's right now. Carter Branch 951, Petertown 953, and Bishop closer to 954. This is still a very impactful thunderstorm with winds anywhere from 50 to 60 miles an hour. We look at the wind returns right there, and we can just show you guys a little bit of what they're experiencing up in Tishomingo County to give you perspective. 43, 45. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see even higher than that on the leading edge, especially when we mentioned the RFD and the winds associated with that inflow. It gets to be gusty real quick. I saw it at my house on our doorbell camera a second ago as a strong system went on through. So tracking the latest, just continue to look at that S shape, still very defined and still moving in that northeast direction outside of Tishomingo County.
Gabe, they're gonna reissue tour, I think.
Okay, so they are going to reissue a tornado warning, so that rotation detected. They're now going to reissue that. We'll see what the expiration time is on that, but I wouldn't be surprised to see 10:30 to 10:45. Oh, they're continuing it until 10 o'clock. Okay, so they went short on that as it just moves out of the county, but they say confirmed tornado touchdown. Now, what that means is they saw debris on this. Actually, was it through the,
I'm betting it's the spotters.
yeah, our North Mississippi Storm Chasers reported that damage, reported that power flash, and they are calling that a confirmed tornado touchdown based off of that analysis. Fortunately, as we speak right now, we look at that notch of rotation. I'm not seeing anything clear and defined saying that this is still a confirmed tornado touchdown, fortunately, as it moves on the east side of Tishomingo towards Carter Branch and Mingo. Let's go ahead and do one more storm track on that as it moves closer to the northwest sections of Alabama. I will say it's looking a bit tighter and a bit more organized. So folks in northwest Alabama, if you know of anybody, if you are in Tishomingo County and know people across the state line, give them a call, let them know. And here's a few towns listed in there that are included that you can let them know it's headed their way and they need to get to that safe place now. Even if you're in Mingo, we're talking about getting there here in the next 2-3 minutes or so. So go ahead and get to that safe place. This is why we kept on it, is because we saw that rotation happen. We got the reports and we knew what this thing was capable of. So still seeing that. So hopefully folks in Mingo listen to those warnings and are now in their safe place and where they need to be for the next couple of minutes as this clears on out. I want to look north and just make sure that there's not anything else we need to worry about. I'm not seeing a clear and defined S shape on this, but still seeing a slight notch of rotation with that. And so let's go ahead and put a storm track on that on the tightest rotation as it moves closer to northwest Alabama. You're seeing right by about 10:07, but Oldham 9:52. Again, moving out of Tishomingo County and into parts of northwest Alabama. looking at the latest, I just want to keep checking back here just to make sure we're not seeing anything that needs our attention right now. I will say that up around Ecru, moving into Union County, we are starting to see that notch of rotation. You're seeing it right there across 15, and I know folks have already been impacted in this region, so let's just go ahead and give a storm track on that. You can see that RFD wrapping around, and so that potential's still there, but it's entering into an environment that has been used up. So if you're in any of these towns, hopefully it doesn't develop anymore, strengthen anymore. Ecru 951, Ellistown 1004, Jericho 1013, Frankstown 1025, on towards Osborne Creek by about 1028. So, okay, I'm going to swap places with our chief meteorologist, Matt Lawfon. Matt, what you got?
Okay, still watching, of course, that storm up in Tishomingo County. At least potentially brief tornado on that in the last few minutes here, confirmed by the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. One of two things is that has happened. Either this produced a tornado exactly like they expected. As you can see, the wind there has really kind of wrapped up close to 25 on the south side of town there. And still, I'd say moving toward Mingo. This is, I believe, the Natchez Trace Parkway there. That is the Natchez Trace Parkway there. So it's basically over top of Tishomingo State Park right now. I'm moving toward Mingo, Carter Branch, and Maud there, just east and southeast of Tishomingo. A report from the storm chasers there that it was some at least damaging straight line winds on what we call RFD. That's the winds we've talked about over and over again, kind of wrapping back around on this. Got them, and yeah, they had two of the storm chasers about the same spots. Looked like they split up. One of them missed getting hit by the other, ended up getting hit by it. And luckily, it wasn't a stronger tornado by the definition there. But I mean, it's moving right along the Natchez Trace Parkway now. So if it actually is producing a tornado, there'll be tree damage. You know, there always is along the trace. And so moving again toward Mingo and Maud there in the far eastern section of Tishomingo County. Current time is 9:51, almost 9:52. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor. New tornado warning now issued that does include northern sections there of I believe that'd be Franklin County, Alabama, north of Red Bay. I know we have a lot of viewers in Red Bay who watch us. This is north of you, north of Belmont, north of Pleasant Site, north of Rock Creek there, and moving toward Minot and Cherokee, and eventually Tuscumbia, which of course outside of the WTVA 9 News viewing area. I will give you a track that takes it all the way there, including Florence. I'll check that Florence radar that's not been my friend today, and let's see if it's still delayed. So it'd be great to check that 10 minutes from now versus what it has right now. But still plenty of rotation showing up on this thunderstorm as it moves northeast at about 45 miles per hour at this time. Again, I'd put our circulation very close to the Natchez Trace Parkway at Mingo, maybe just slightly south of that there, and Highway 30, kind of where it kind of intersects there with the Natchez Trace, where it is at this point here. So pretty close to that at this time. Oh, wow. And now it's harder than ever to kind of pick out where it is. It's crossing the state line. Let's check out Memphis, see if we got a better shot at it. Nope. Well, that means if it's not Monroe County, we're not going to have a good shot at it. So I put it right at the Alabama state line. I think it jives a little better when we look at the precipitation mode. You can see right there where it is once again. It's not quite as well organized when it was south of Tishomingo, when it probably produced that brief tornado. But again, moving along the trace there toward Maud, and the trace kind of pulls up north. This should kind of go east of the trace as it kind of works its way toward the northeast, eventually kind of toward Cherokee and locations that direction. Wider shot here. Most of these storms are back in the cold air. Even though we have some rotations, it can be difficult to get that rotation to the ground. So we're kind of, again, we mentioned, thought we were entering that lull. But this one last storm here that we've been tracking that produced some damage around Saltillo now has produced at least some tree damage on Highway 25 south of Dennis related to this. So that might be closer to their location there, which was south of Tishomingo. So yeah, near Neal and Dennis and the Natchez Trace Parkway, where that probably was when it produced that brief tornado there. I don't know for sure that it's still producing a tornado. I can tell you it's probably still producing sporadic wind damage with this. That's what this portion is there, kind of shoving ahead. That is an area of rotation that's trying to move again out of the WTVA 9 News viewing area and should be out of here within the next couple of minutes. Our last tornado warning of the evening set to expire. Well, the last one of this round of the evening We have about 4 minutes in, and hopefully we're done with it after that. Although the tornado warning does continue for northern Franklin County, this should largely stay north of that location. Let's kind of circle where we're watching. Well, I don't have to. It looks like the radar circled it for me. Very near the Alabama state line and over top of the Maud community there, where this is kind of moving toward the east. Continue to kind of check all of the reports coming in from you. Damage from Pittsboro area, mainly tree damage, it looks like. Power lines in the Pittsboro area. Trees since removed and power back on in some cases. This courtesy of the Calhoun County Sheriff Greg Paulin, showing us some of the tree damage there in Calhoun County. Pine trees there knocked over related to tonight's strong winds, either knocked or maybe snapped. Possibility that was a tornado. There have been some areas of rotation move through there, so that's definitely one of the things that we can say. So possibility that could be the case in the description there. So that's, sporadically what these storms have produced. We do have on the wider shot here a tornado watch that remains in effect and encompasses a lot of these locations, and yet another one for our Alabama counties, Franklin, Marion, I believe Lamar as well. Nope, just Franklin and Marion counties in that secondary watch. The watch for Alabama continues into the overnight hours till 3 a.m. The watch on the Mississippi side, we have an effect until midnight tonight. So there's a very real possibility that even though here in about 4 minutes we're going to run the open for folks behind the scenes, we're going to start WTVA 9 News by Jake will say something, we'll come back over here. But what I do want to emphasize is though I do think we will probably have our last tornado warning of the moment expire. A very decent possibility is not our last tornado warning of the night. That makes sense. There are other thunderstorms back to the south and west to watch. Okay, this storm is almost completely out of Tishomingo County, at which point we can get disengaged from it there. Still right on the county line, right there on County Road near Peterstown and Bishop. I say county line, the state line there between Mississippi and Alabama, near Bishop, where our circulation is now. It's part of an area of circulation that produced a brief tornado, we believe, down close to the intersection between 25 and the Natchez Trace Parkway, pretty close to that within the last 20 minutes. Reports from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers of that at about that location there. Tree on a car and possibly something else. By the way, it looks like National Weather Service there in Huntsville has upgraded that one to confirmed. Let's double check, see if we have tornado debris on that. We do not. It's exiting Tishomingo County now. Next scan, it should exit. This is a picture of a tree that looks like it fell on a house and partially on a car. This from the new site area. And then the other thing I immediately notice is all the water down there, because unfortunately we have flooding issues kind of piling on top of the damage issues that some of these trees, some of these circulations and tornadoes have produced. I appreciate that picture. Appreciate all your pictures that you sent in. I believe that's from Joshua. We'll look at some more of these damage pictures coming up here during our 10 o'clock broadcast here in a couple minutes. Let's look back along this line. Look at kind of the different spots we're looking at. Let's go back to Calhoun City. It's possible that this one's still surface-based. Any rotation's pretty broad there. Buckhorn, pretty broad in the head. Pontotoc, a little more interesting, but it's behind our rain cooled air. But it's not, temperatures are still mid-60s behind us, so it's not like it's cold. It's just not upper 70s. A little difference might be enough. But Pontotoc, still watching a little broad rotation in that one there. I don't think it's enough to produce a tornado at this time, but still watching that fairly closely. And I'm going to keep going back along that line. We get kind of more into the warm sector back here, Winona. And then these other thunderstorms back out west there toward Vicksburg. The overnight round that we're watching, this is the zone we're going to have to watch closely to see if one of these kind of attaches to our boundary and heads right up there on the north side of the Golden Triangle. Some indications that could happen. I don't know that it's a high confidence situation, but a possibility that we're considering. So as we kind of wind things back out here for a moment, kind of give you an overview for a second here. In a couple moments, we're going to start our 10 o'clock newscast. We're going to go over some of the damage pictures you've sent. If there is damage in your area, send those pictures into weatherwtva.com, where you can tag us in the WTVA weather app is probably the easiest way to send those in. We'll make sure the Weather Service gets those reports. But we do anticipate additional warnings tonight, be it severe thunderstorm and possibly tornado warnings. And as you can see, significant flash flooding issues out there. All these purple boxes are flash flood warnings. And rainfall, including what's here at the TV station, should continue to be heavy and possibly pick up as we go into the overnight hours for some spots. So flooding, rainfall, very real possibilities. So whether it's from a severe weather threat, whether it's from a flooding threat, we highly encourage you to stay in and as good as possible, stay sheltered. WTVA 9 News at 10 starts right now.
Thank you for joining us for WTVA 9 News at 10. I'm Jake White here, being live, both through one of our FreeDot tracker cameras. We continue to track severe weather all throughout the Mississippi. It's great. Chief Meteorologist Matt Robarts for the latest.
And tree damage in particular, main impact a lot of folks have seen. These pictures coming in from Saltillo and Cody showing us some tree damage. I mean, some light debris, but nothing that's overly impressive there in his shots in Saltillo. And again, this is primarily just tree branches. That's not even a full tree knocked over. And it's new damage that's been sent into us. And we appreciate all the photos that you guys are passing along tonight. Tornado watches continue in these blue boxes here, generally speaking, until midnight on the Mississippi side and until 3 a.m. on the Alabama side. There's still a very real possibility that some of these moisture fetches you see northward here coming out of the Gulf of Mexico could enhance the tornado potential out of storms that are back in West Mississippi. Most of these do not have severe thunderstorm warnings on them and have not over the last few hours. I'm going to take our loop here and I'm going to make it longer. I want to get kind of a better idea because one of the other issues that we have that's very significant is flash flooding issues that could continue to cause major flooding problems for some spots. You see, this line is not accelerating quickly to the east. And so that's one of the things that's limited its damaging wind potential to this point. But there are some projections that do have an additional surge of moisture coming out of the Gulf of Mexico that could enhance some of our storms, once again, unfortunately, during the overnight time period. Because of all of those factors, the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma shows only a very small, what we call a level 4 risk, moderate risk. For the far northern portion of the area, it does include Lee, Prentice, Tippah, Tishmingo, Alcorn. I mean, if you've watched this all this evening, you know who it is because it's all up in the same spots. But notice we still have the threats in for other locations, all of us under at least a limited threat for severe weather. And by limited, I should say we have a level 2 threat at the lowest at this point here. The tornado threat remains, and it's still possible that maybe we could see one strong tornado tonight during the overnight hours. Unfortunately, the other big factor that we alluded to is the flooding rainfall potential, and we're dealing with very significant flooding rainfall where some estimations already exceed 7 to 8 inches in parts of the area and 2 to 3 more still on the way for some of those same locations. As of now, 10:02, almost 10:03, let's get the Storm Track Doppler radar. And our most recent tornado warning remains in effect for northern Franklin County, Alabama. Now, the portion of this that briefly produced a tornado, according to the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, was up here closer to the Tishmingo area and then tracked close to Maud. And as it moved there, generally, it's moving toward Red Rock there in Cherokee. It will stay north of Pleasant Site, and thus, though we technically have a tornado warning that remains in effect for Franklin County, Alabama, that threat has passed for you. Looking back along this line, what I largely have is what I believe to be elevated storms. What I mean by that is if I put on and draw on here a front, and essentially what we have is we have rain-cooled air that's representing the front here. Everything north of this is going to struggle to produce tornadoes. There's one up here in Franklin County, right on the line. But we're stuck here in Tupelo, Baja County, and I think Calhoun County largely was on the pool side, but not by much. Only 10 miles or so, maybe only 5 miles or so. So that will try to keep some of that from producing tornadoes. Not an impossibility, but if you look closer here, we do have some storms that are just close. Like, it's hard for me to say for sure that this isn't still getting some warm air north of Barnum there because the strong winds from the south are trying to continue to allow these storms to produce some rotation. And so when we look at the wind mode on Storm Track Doppler radar, I just go up and down this line. There's a lot of green and red. I want to show you what one that produces a tornado looks like, brighter. And then lots of green and red because there's a lot of turbulence along this line. And I'm just kind of panning south to see if I can catch anything of more significance. And I don't really get anything of any great significance until I'm back out here closer to Vicksburg. So it is this main line that I would say is the most important for us. And there's some notches in it, but once it makes it over here into our more unstable atmosphere in central Mississippi, it's more likely to potentially cause some problems for the patients down around the Golden Triangle eventually tonight. So what are we talking about? How are we talking about as far as timeline is concerned? Now, I could track this 45 miles per hour, and that might be a little slow. But let's go ahead and get an idea. And so you can see that kind of say slow, that actually might be a little fast. Kind of checking those times there. So this gets Kosciuszko about 11:37, assuming 45 miles per hour. And Gabe, you might check that speed. See if that line back to Vicksburg. That might be a little faster. Because it has not advanced much tonight. I'm pretty sure about midnight or so. It ran about 11 o'clock. Again, watching this section back toward the Gaspee Vicksburg there, rolling east. So it might be a little fast on that. One of the concerns, though, is you have all of this moisture kind of funneling northward up here. So that's what I think could enhance our chance for more strong overnight thunderstorms. You guys have come out in force, sending in pictures of damage of all the points this evening, including Jim first here from Townville. Townville, one of the locations that had some sporadic damage tonight. What could have potentially been a tornado, certainly some straight line winds, certainly this house there. Jennifer sending us a picture, unfortunately seeing some damage related to this, and one of many other types of damage that's been reported around the area. Dave, I want to see if we can pull up some power outage reports here, because we do think those numbers have gone up a little bit more. That storm, one of a number of storms that kind of tracked along the same spot. So I turned this to a longer track here. We go the last 5 or 6 hours. You'll note that it's been really the same spots that have had storms over that entire time, including our first strong one that produced some sporadic damage back in Lafayette County, and then looked like it could have produced a very significant tornado close to New Albany. Luckily, the reports out of New Albany have been sporadic at best, meaning that it's probably more straight line winds than anything else. But we did get what looked like at least some damage reports there from around the Ingomar area south of New Albany, according to folks. In Union County, we got these pictures in from Veronica Mejia, one of our reporters. And you can see this is an example of a tree that was knocked over there. You can also see some fairly significant damage. It looks like a house that was hit by that, as that was blown over. Unfortunately, that tree snapped. Now, it might not have been the healthiest tree, looking at some of the black that you see in there. So sometimes these big trees look better on the outside than they are on the inside. But you can see that, unfortunately, has caused some major issues with the roof caving in at that location there, and obviously the water damage to go alongside that. So some folks are going to be having some trouble getting better here. Unfortunately, the vibes are not exactly good for that family tonight. And that storm then tracked from New Albany up toward Cownville, and where it produced some sporadic wind damage and tree damage there, and then continued to produce at least sporadic damage, I believe, up there. We have not had many reports into Alcorn County, so hopefully diminished at that point there as it worked its way in. Gabe, do we have those power outages updated?
Yeah, and you say that not much reports out of Alcorn County, but 679 outages.
Well, there we go. So 679 outages out of Alcorn County. We can go to Gabe over there on Cam 1 to look at there and at what you're seeing, Gabe.
Yeah, let me pull it up here behind me real quick just to show you guys a little bit of what we're seeing. But basically, it's a ton of power outages that we're getting. Going and pulling it up right there, and I'll walk you through it here real quick. So the largest one we saw earlier, Pontotoc, coming in with 1,157 outages. Up just north of there, Union County, 207. Lee County, this is fresh information from what we had earlier during our coverage. 346 without power right now. Prentice, 168. Alcorn, 679. And Tishomingo, the largest county without power as we speak, is 1,749 people. Now, I'll have to look at specifics when it comes to that. Sorry, it's all good. I'll have to look at specifics in regards to what areas were affected, looking at Tom Bigby Electric as well as Tallahatchie Electric Power Association, just to assess that. You can see this right corner. That's where the bulk of their action has happened. Where it's not happened, right here, the Golden Triangle and surrounding areas, and that's what we're watching for overnight. Matt, looking at dew points earlier, which is one of the ways we can test the instability of the air. I mean, we're still in upper 60s, low 70s around some of those parts.
Yeah, so that, I mean that's one of the issues. You know, this week won't end, Gabe. Then this line eventually will. But it's been a struggle to get it out of here, and so we've kind of been stuck with it at this point. And one of the places we were watching a minute ago there is one that the National Weather Service is watching a little closer as well, out here in kind of western Chickasaw County, west of Houston, west of Thorne there, kind of Chickasaw Calhoun County line. One of those spots where if we look at the precipitation mode, you see how you have this green that kind of bends back there and like that. I don't know for sure that this is back where it's getting true warmer air from the unstable air ahead, but it's one of the spots that certainly still has some of that rotation at this point here, and maybe at some point could get strong enough to do something with it. So let's track that toward the east, and then we're going to take a quick commercial break here, which we have not done in hours, to kind of reassess, and then we'll continue with this broadcast. But we show you Thorne at 10:14, Holka at about 10. Where are we at? 10:24, Okolona 10:41, Nettleton at 10:53, Amory at about 11:01, Smithville 11:10, and eventually toward Tremont by about 11:24, and Detroit 11:26. More WTVA 9 News at 10 coming up right after this. Okay.
Don't hold it against Southern Pontotoc County too. It's starting to jet out as well.
Why am I all of a sudden starting to sweat? Did I just finally drink some water and therefore I can? Ah! Gotta go back on. Ah!
So close.
So
That
close.
10-minute break was amazing, right?
That close. They're going to issue a new tornado warning back for northwest Chickasaw County and southern portions of Pontotoc County for this portion, this part of the line that we're watching. Again, rotation is kind of picked up on this section here, but as we talked about a moment ago, I'm not 100% convinced. This is nerd stuff. Let's be clear, nerd stuff here, but I'm not convinced it's getting fully unstable air. It might be somewhat modified air, but the fact this kind of pulls back to the west there, sometimes you just get the right spot where you get a little extra rotation. National Weather Service in Memphis going ahead and extending now a new tornado warning that does include locations there in northern Chickasaw, southern Pontotoc, western Calhoun, and southwest Lee counties. And that means for the umpteenth time today, some folks are going to be getting weather calls, like mine coming through over there, and code red calls, and the sirens in Lee County will be going back off here in a minute, as well as some other places as this kind of rolls in with the next round. So the area we're looking at south of the Reed community there, as I go back and forth, there is just a little bit more of a notch right there at 115, west of Thorne, west of Davis Lake. That would be the Natchez Trace Parkway there. There's Houston, obviously, and Thorne. This is an area circulation's kind of picked up a little bit in the last few minutes, and so it's enough that the National Weather Service there in Memphis is going ahead and extending a tornado warning. We'll look at that one in time as well. Let's put a loop on both these. As slow as it can go. We'll step on this side here, get a good look at it. Oh, I have this on a really long loop. Hold on. Let's dip that down to something more reasonable. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, sort of. Right there near Thorne. I can see what they're getting at there. But I say it's moving almost more east. It may have a little bit of a north. Yeah, it's got a little bit of a northern component. So Davis Lake, Holka, and the path this could cross the Natchez Trace Parkway near the intersection of Mississippi Highway 41. If it kind of continues at about that 45 miles per hour that it's moving there. I'm going to extend that in. So again, this is a new tornado warning right on the Chickasaw and Calhoun County line. Again, Davis Lake 10:21, current time is 10:13. So moving in that direction there. So what are we looking at? Doppler radar indicates rotation that could potentially develop into a tornado here. What's prompted a tornado warning for Chickasaw, Calhoun, Lee, and Pontotoc counties. That in effect until 11 p.m. tonight. So again, we expect this to be for probably a fairly long night of tracking storms and from time to time tracking tornadoes. So we show Holka at 10:23. We're looking at Shannon at about 10:48. I would say Shannon and Verona more likely than Tupelo to have impact from this, at least based on the angle I'm tracking it now. We will see if that circulation can hold together that long. It definitely now. Okay, I will say this is looking a little bit more organized here, north of Thorne, in particular, just west of Davis Lake. southwest of Holka and County Road 23. I could see just the lightest return there where it's kind of got some rotation, hooking around where it's supposed to there. Unfortunately, that actually does look a little more impressive on this latest scan. So tornado safety rules, Holka. I know some folks out here that have been in the tornado shelter a couple times today already. We've got to make sure we go back there now. So let's get on our storm track that kind of puts on everything near County Road 4. This is west of Davis Lake. I know this is not a particularly populated area, but there are folks that do live out here. Mount Prospect Church, we're looking at 1015. Scooter Valley Baptist Church, we're looking at 1019 for you. Holka at 1021, Old Holka at 1023, Macedonia Church at 1024 and 1026, Chickasaw Game Management Area, and then Shiloh Baptist Church at 1028. I'm going to extend this forward. We're going to get a few more locations. Good Food should be in this one here at about 1030. Takshish along the trace there about 1030. Troy at 1034. Woodland School at 1039. Let's look at Palmetto there at 1043. Shannon 1045. And Tupelo, if we made it all the way up to Tupelo High School, see that would be at close to around 1046 the time that would make it up there. Doppler radar indicated rotation for those locations that could potentially be a tornado. So let's take it seriously, despite maybe it's just me that's a little fatigued after this week, but I know that a lot of these folks, this is kind of your first or second round of storms all week long occurring right now. Gabe, are we getting any reports from the National Weather Service or from the storm spotters related to this yet?
I haven't heard anything as of yet, and I haven't really seen any damage when it comes to debris tracker. So honestly, all good things. I do want to check here real quick, just while we're here, if there are any power outages. And so far, I'm not seeing any, which is a great sign. And we don't want that. So hopefully this is just broad rotation up in the air, doesn't bring anything to the ground, and it's just going to be a heavy rainfall overnight. But we know active system doesn't take much in this environment. It's getting time and time and time again all throughout the week.
And one of the issues, I'm a little more concerned about this than some of the other ones we've tracked for a little while on the tornado front. The others had more wind damage front, but this, I can see a pretty clear-cut area, and I'll use your eyeballs on this as well, Gabe. I'm going to get my arrow here ready to go. I mean, I can see an inflow area go all the way around there, and I can see the outflow area go all the way there if I look at the precipitation now. And I also can kind of see that there. Like, this is one of the, honestly, less side-lobed rotations we've had in the last 2 hours. I would say it's one of the more likely to actually be an embedded rain-wrapped tornado that we've had in a while, though not overly strong. It's kind of, I mean, you saw with the flash there. I mean, I can very clearly see where that's wrapped up there. So, I mean,
Which is closer to the radar site too.
It
so
is
it's
closer.
a better visual.
You're absolutely right. It's getting a dead-on shot from the radar site, so it should have a better angle on this as well. So yeah, so I mean, we got to treat this like this is a tornado out here in this kind of northwestern Chickasaw County. For wider perspective, in Houston, we're all clear, but Holka, we're definitely watching this as it moves toward you, and then eventually close to the 41 and Natchez Trace Parkway intersection there. So a sturdy structure, middle of the lowest floor, small windowless room. We can wrap up in blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect ourselves from flying debris and that potential there, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. This is a circulation that last couple scans has looked potentially strong enough to do something. Because I can see here as we get closer, there's still this boundary there near Van Fleet and Parkersburg. Houston is still hot and humid, and up here in Holka, we're probably a little cooler. And is this just going to ride the boundary in the right spot there? That remains the question as it kind of works toward the east and northeast. It does not look quite as strong this scan as it did the last 2 or 3. But that does not mean it's not producing something. Yeah, it's more elongated now at this point. Let's pull off the tornado safety rules for a second here. See how this is kind of more two elongated areas versus the previous scan. It's more concentrated right there near 4th Avenue. This is west of Davis Lake. This is north of Bourne. This is just inside the Chickasaw County line, east of Reed, in kind of west and northwest Chickasaw County. So I'd still say where that area is near County Road 23, we need to be taking this seriously. Holka, Davis Lake, we need to be in that tornado safe place just in case this ends up producing a tornado, because unfortunately that remains a possibility. I'm checking our discussion on Facebook Live. Not a whole lot of poor reports coming in here at this point. Thankfully, that means we probably have quite a few folks that are doing the right thing and staying in those safe places at this time. And we appreciate everyone who has done that there. Uh, so number of reports of wind damage throughout the Union County area. The Sheriff Jimmy Edwards there in Union County, setting a command center up at the fairgrounds. For folks in the back room, we might try to talk to some officials about what they are seeing and what they are doing in some of these counties if we can at some point. We'll try to get in contact with them so we can relay information related to whatever tornado damages we've had from these storms tonight. Looking at the latest scan here again near County Road 23, I do think things have broadened out just a little bit more here, where the rotation isn't quite as tight on this latest scan. But again, right here along County Road 23, south of County Road 408, south of Mississippi Highway 32, southwest of Holka and Old Holka, where this is at this moment kind of moving there toward Good Food and locations up that direction where we're tracking this. Now, circulation, I think, broadening out just a little bit more. So we'll have to kind of walk this whole area for some strong winds. There it is, curling back up, just west of Davis Lake.
Yeah, Matt,
And let's bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor here. Gabe, what you got?
just doing a bit of an assessment, what it was doing, and we can go ahead and take cam 1 because I want to show this real quick. Over time, you had these cells back towards the south that were fighting with the energy out there towards the east. The cell has now moved towards the west side of the inflow and has allowed this one to start eating at all the energy down there on the east or northeast side of Wichita County. So that's why this is starting to wrap around again, is because one, getting all the energy, but two, there's also an outflow that was falling earlier, and then you share it with another cell, and now it's going to be by itself.
I agree. It's right there. One of the things we, in all this discussion behind the scenes on Facebook and last night we talked about is if one of these could attach to the outflow, and that could be what's happening here. Again, this is generally speaking, all the greens you're seeing there is the edge of that. Let's go ahead and go into a kind of a clear air mode, which is a way to say that typically you'd use this mode when you were looking for bugs and things like that. So it's not going to be as pretty as the radar we typically show, but we're more able to see this boundary in it, which I think is important to see how this is going to evolve from here. Yeah. See, that's also partly a cell merger. See, we have some storms that kind of getting this line here, getting convergence down there. It's kind of forcing it up there, and that's what's kind of trying to push and enhance this potential. It's complicated, isn't it? So, all that to say, it's trying pretty hard up here toward Davis Lake and Chickasaw County. Tornado safe place if we live in Holka. This is you, Troy, and Good Food. This is headed your direction. Reminder where unsafe places are. We have shown this before a number of times tonight, and here we are again. Looking cars and trucks, manufactured homes, large open rooms, upper floors, and windows. You want to avoid all those places. Storm shelters, I know they've probably gotten a lot of usage tonight. And probably once again now, someone asking on, I don't usually do whatabouts on Facebook, but just out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone asking about Verona. And because this storm is going toward Verona, I will track it toward them because they were asking specifically about that spot. And this is headed that way. But Holka, over you now. We're looking at getting closer there to Troy by 9:38, Verona at 10:38, 10:32 there, 10:38 in Troy, 10:55. The medical center in Tupelo, if we go that far north, Verona about 10:52, and Tupelo 10:56. One of these days I'll get the front number correct on all these tracks. Apparently tonight I am stuck in the past.
We've been on for 5 hours. I think it's credit.
Well, either way,
It could be 5:24 to get us to 5.
well, the one benefit I will say is that when you're a meteorologist, you're on for this long, but your nerves are a little less frayed because we at least can interpret what we're looking at. So I apologize to folks at home who've had to been on all night long like this. Sometimes that happens. That's just tonight, unfortunately. Watching the storm up here closer to Plantersville and Verona, kind of over top of them, I do think it is probably back in the cold. I don't know for sure that it is because I see my house will kind of curve up there. So let's track this area here on this storm as well. More toward Mantachie, Fairview School, if that holds together, and Morville will be in the path of this one. This is kind of an earlier shot time than what I had a minute ago. So Morville we show for you at 10:34. Easton and US 45 over top of you now. Tupelo again over top of you now. Basically, we're watching the south part of this thunderstorm near Morville. I don't know if we're going to be able to get a shot. What would be? We'll probably be able to get. Hold on. See if we can get a shot of this for a moment. We'll go Tupelo. I'm going to go. Maybe I can get eastbound here. I don't know if these cameras are all out. Looks like those cameras are out. Let's try eastbound at Easton. I'm going to have to get a shot that way. Still don't have a good look into this one, unfortunately. It's already kind of getting into the rainfall there. Oh well. Say again? It's working. That might be a little too far away. But let's set a timer for 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, I will want to see that. I do think. Boy, let's actually hold on. Give me Fulton. Give me Fulton North. Give me Fulton North. Yes. This has got to be back in the cool air, right? Sandy Springs here. I mean, let's see if that's worth a track. Near Beaver Lake Road and Highway 25. It's an interesting look. Yeah, absolutely.
Pull it up on 3. I think you get a visual on it.
Okay, we'll do visual. We'll add that. Okay, so this is north. I don't know if that's just the lights of the city there. That's kind of interesting looking. So that's the storm north of Fulton. Yeah, I think a lot of that's reflection of the lights of the city more than actual anything else. That's an interesting look there near Sandy Springs, that's for sure. Let's come back here to our tornado.
I was going to say, Union County, Sheriff Jimmy Edwards, he's on the phone doing something.
Okay. Let's get a storm track up here, and then yes, I want to talk to you. Give it just a second, get a storm track on this. And then we can get Sheriff Edwards will give us an update on what he needs people to know about what's going on in Union County. So as you can see, current tornado warning continues until 11 p.m. Sheriff Edwards, are you there? Okay, this is Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobb on WTVA 9 News. You're on WTVA 9 News at 10. I know y'all have had some damage tonight. What do you have going on? Yeah, I think on radar it also looked like we had at least a brief one. So what I am hearing though from you is there was some concern as it was approaching New Albany that this is early on in the event that we might have had something that was fairly significant. From what I'm hearing from you, you're not getting high-end damage reports, and it does not sound like I heard anything about injuries. Are both those correct? That's best news I've heard all night so far. Anything else you want to relate to folks? I know y'all were setting up, I think, command center in the neighborhood of the fairgrounds. Is that correct? I'd agree. I'd agree. That's certainly the case. Well, Sheriff Edwards, thank you for joining us on WTVA 9 News at 10. Of course, trying to convince folks to stay inside, the rest of the night. I'm sure that's one of the things you want to relay as well. I appreciate that, and thank you for. I appreciate that. Thank you for what you and your officers, your deputies do on nights like this. Everyone else stays at home, stays in their safe place, and you guys rush out to help people. So thank you so much for what you do. I appreciate that. Sheriff Edwards with Union County at 10. A tornado warning does continue until 11 p.m. for northern Chickasaw, southern Pontotoc, southern Lee counties. But I want to come up here to Lee County where we have a severe thunderstorm warning, and I have something that's over ICC Tupelo curled up pretty effectively in the last few minutes here as well. Looking at the wind mode, I cannot say for sure that this is producing a tornado, but I can tell you that that's a very suspicious looking return moving toward Moorville. So if I were in Moorville, I would be in my tornado safe place right now, a small windowless room where you can wrap up in blankets, pillows, put on a helmet to protect yourself from debris, and stay there till we give you the all clear. Because, well, I cannot 100% say that this is getting the most unstable air down south. It could potentially be seeing some of that. So if there's anybody around here at the station or, at home that needs to pass along information, make sure folks know, let's go ahead and get to that tornado safe place if you live out here. In fact, National Weather Service in Memphis now saying they're going to issue a tornado warning on this here. So this would be for locations in central and eastern Lee County and Itawamba County. Tornado warning coming out for this here in just a moment. You can see that now popping on your television screen there, the area that we were tracking. So again, a little bit of a heads up there before the warning came out. But this is a storm that could potentially be developing a tornado in eastern Lee County moving toward the Moorville area. So again, if you know somebody that lives out there, snap a picture of this and send them that shot to let them know that this is an area in the eastern portion of the county involving locations such as Moorville. I do think the track that gets towards Shiloh and Manhatchee and eventually Mount Pisgah Church and Fulton, potentially in the path of this as well. Let's check the angle specifically for Fulton. I showed over Skyline right now. The precipitation mode on this here, again, wrapped up there, frankly, pretty close to the dump. East of ICC, Tupelo, and then, of course, that State Park Road and Plantersville there involved in this. I'll let Digital Matt Lawpons handle this for a moment. Hello?
With the weather call mobile notification. The National Weather Service just issued a tornado warning for within 1 mile of your smartphone's current reported location. Take protective action now. To view a Google map of the exact warning area or to read the full text of the warning, tap on the tornado icon button on the main screen. Repeating, a tornado warning has just been issued for within 1 mile or less of your current reported location. Seek shelter in the lowest part of a sturdy building or in the interior. If you are outside a place where there is no shelter, find a ditch or a low place to lie in until the threat has passed.
Do not do that last thing tonight. Let's be crystal clear. There's too much flooding out there to do that last thing tonight. No ditches. That's absolute last resort. Get into a building of some sort, I would say, is a much more reliable thing. Either way, it's heading toward Moorville and will be there within the next 5 minutes or so over top of Skyline at this instant. Now, I mentioned my smartphone's location. I'm up here at WTVA where it shows it on the map there. We don't have to shelter here at the station because this is going to be heading more east. And so it's in this just in case this would curl up and something would go wrong with that there. So tornado warning, again, another one of these issued for Lee County because of this. And you can see all the locations such as Tombigbee State Park are right there in the path of this rotating thunderstorm. I do not have a tight pixel-to-pixel wind change on the wind mode here. So luckily there are more questions than answers related to whether or not this is producing a tornado, and that's always a good thing. Let's go ahead and pull down the reason this is issued, of course, which was Doppler radar indicated rotation. And let's look back in here to Troy and locations back toward Parkersville and Parkersburg and Good Food. Nearly the returns on this I had 10 minutes ago before we got all obsessed with what's going on around Tupelo. Parkersburg, maybe some broad rotation there. I don't show quite the returns we had on the Good Food portion of this. I'm going to toss this to my meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, here for a second. You're looking at this as well. Main concern, I'd say, still the Lee County storm. Would you agree to that?
I would, and I've been trying to track even the storms moving into western sections of our viewing area, the new storms that we're waiting for the overnight threat. And so far, nothing even on those that we need to be concerned with so far. I do want to say that we did get a good report at Tishomingo, the city. The mayor reached out to me and told me that they have no damage to report, just some strong winds and heavy rains. So fortunately, we love good news tonight, especially on the night as active as what we've seen. Continue to look at those latest threats. I mean, just continue to assess it. The brightest returns and strongest winds still coming out of southern and eastern Lee County. But in regards to rotation, I'm not seeing anything as defined as what we saw earlier. Over Morville right now, probably getting anywhere from 30 to 40 mile an hour wind gusts through the city. Worsen loose objects and even affect some weaker trees, but I would say right now that we're not looking at the immediate.
Yeah, and I think these things these are going to be short-lived threats when they end up impacting us at different times here. So one thing I do want to point out here is I do think we are getting again another one of these hooks to develop back here toward Parkersburg. It's going to track and may eventually make it closer to, say, Okolona there as well. Leotis and Shannon kind of in the path of that. So there's our longer tracking Chickasaw Academy there. Top of you at 838, Van Vliet Baptist Church at 836, Van Vliet at 838. We're looking at Union Chapel at 847, closer to Shannon at about 855, and Nettleton 859. With us, go ahead.
Before you do it, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Calhoun County. It's wrapping around and it's getting a little bit more defined.
Okay, give me a moment. I kind of looked at that a minute ago. I was wondering about it. Are we up there south of Calhoun City?
Yes, over time, or north of it, I would say.
Oh, I see. Little things. I think it's behind the outflow. I'll be honest, right there.
Yeah.
I don't know. Give me a second. We have with us Prentiss County EMA Bud Lindsay. Give me just a moment before we'll talk to you, Bud, in just a second. I'm gonna check this Calhoun County thing out for just a moment. I know you understand. North of Highway 8 there, moving toward Lloyd. Let's get a track on it, and then we'll talk to Bud Lindsay, who is the emergency manager up in Prentiss County, on what they've kind of seen up there. So you can see some times on your screen just in case. Okay, Bud, what you got going on as of 10:37? Did you have any reports of damage from? You had a couple chances there. Do you have any reports of damage from any of that stuff? Okay. That's great to hear so far. And so that if there's no damage, then of course no reports of injuries, anything along those lines, correct? Okay, well that's good. And we had something pretty stout come over top of you a couple of times, so that to hear that we haven't had it reinforces to me that hopefully some of those storms were somewhat elevated. Okay, anything else you want to pass along to folks at home? And almost always we have some culvert under some road that washes out in this situation. It's just another reason to not venture out tonight. Agreed? Okay, there you go. I mean, it is 10:38 on a Saturday night that's rainy. What a better opportunity to stay at home or stay someplace safe. Hey, Bud Lindsay, Emergency Manager, Prentiss County, thank you so much for joining us for the TVA 90. Okay, so tracking this tornado warning for eastern Lee County, you can see the times on there on the screen. Fawn Grove Freewell Baptist Church at 10:41. Let's pull up one of those cameras in Fulton again, if we could, to get kind of a shot back into this. We'll be looking along I-22. Should probably on the west shot there be able to see, get a look at it here. So let's see if we can kind of look back into this, looking west So that's looking back toward the Tin-Tom Waterway. I know it's very small right now, and I'm not seeing a whole ton of lightning, which means it's going to be difficult to kind of illuminate and see this because we're just kind of then at that point looking through dark clouds. So quite a distance away, you're not getting a ton of lightning strikes. So I'm going to keep that up here for a moment on smaller cycle as we kind of track this ahead. So we need to be in that safest location if you live near Fawn Grove on the north side of Fulton as well. You get a track where I kind of put it behind me there, and I do need to include Fulton in this track. The angle I'm going to give you isn't exactly right, but I just want a time there for Fulton. I just feel more comfortable if we had one on there. So we show Fulton somewhere in the 1050 time period, assuming about 45 miles per hour, which has been the speed that these have gone. So around 1050 current time is about 1040, so about 10 minutes from now. The little appendage on the south side here, it's kind of sticking out just a little bit more. So Dorsey, obviously, Abney, we need to be in that tornado safe place. There's the main city grid of Fulton. There's I-22 at Fulton. There's Walmart. There's IHS. All kind of in that zone there where we need to be in that tornado safe place. North of Tremont, obviously, as well. To clear everything off, this is over Morville at this moment. And for folks that do live in Morville, again, this is past the main intersection, past the high school there. And so kind of working its way along I-22. This would be the lead of the Waukegan County line, the Fawn Grove Road area, and then of course Dorsey down there. So Dorsey, back in that tornado safe place. This is not fully wrapped around. I believe this probably is not on the ground at the moment. But could it be some strong straight line winds? Yes, I think that is a possibility there. There's just, at this time of night, too many reasons to shelter, not enough to go, meh. We come back here toward Van Vliet. I would say that's probably the most likely spot on this storm back in Chickasaw County. Because here's the deal. These are heading northeast. So Amory, eventually Red, Nettleton, you're going to be in the path. It looks like our boundary is finally shifting a little bit east. And so these storms are getting just enough warm air. As you can see, they're kind of curling up. So they are near Highway 30, west of Okalona, near the Natchez Trace Parkway at Van Vliet is where our circulation is at this time, right on 32. Now, I don't have anything overly pronounced looking at the wind mode there, but looking at precipitation, that would be the part I would go for, right there. So again, some broad rotation in this whole area. There's Highway 41, Natchez Trace Parkway. Earlier, we thought it might cross there, but I would say it's on more east. And hopefully that's showing a shift. We need to start shifting this out because, as Bud Lindsay, the emergency manager up there, Prentice County was mentioning, got some issues related to flooding. And this is from Prentice County, and this is a shot of at least some tree damage from up there coming in from the Hobo Station area of Prentice County. Looks like someone with a tree knocked over. Looks like luckily it did not hit whatever vehicle or buildings were around it, but at least a tree knocked over there from some of the strong winds near Hobo Station. We might make sure we put that in the chat, just to make sure that the folks that can ask me whether service know that. So we put that tree from Hobo Station in our chat to make sure what the service has in their chat as well.
I'm not saying over it's Highway 6. Highway 6 earlier than 9, but somebody did video of it. I'm looking to see it.
Okay. Not sure which of the 17 rotating thunderstorms it was. Probably. Pontotoc County Emergency Manager says there are few homes with damage in the county, but due to the rain and darkness, it's hard to tell much more right now. We'll know more in the morning, and we have been damaged power lines, trees down. MDOT and county supervisors are clearing roads right now. Northeast Power is in the area surveying damage. So at least some reports to structures of some damage there in Pontotoc County from tonight's storms, whether it was wind damage, whether it's tornado damage, something we figure out tomorrow. And that's kind of the way we're going to have to handle all of these. It's like, well, is it tornado damage? It's damage. We need to be in a sturdy place. The middle of a sturdy structure is the best place to be in either case. Okay, now looking here toward Itawamba and Lee counties are previously obvious area circulation. There's now kind of 3 little hooks, and I'm not sure any of these little hooks are enough. East of Morville, the one we have been tracking, looking at wind, it's not as impressive. In fact, so much so that I need to go wide and kind of look at all these for a moment and see if there's something that catches my eye. Now, out here west of Baden. Worth a long track. See if it's their previous scan. Maybe. Let's give it a track anyway. So it's a fairly long track for that. Might not be anything, but this is one of those areas we're going to have to watch a little later on as it gets into more unstable air here. So we're looking at Bain at 1101, Emory 1047 there, Wiltshire 1052, Kilmichael 1117, Newport 1142, Sherwood about 1150, and Shermatheston about 1152. This is some still fairly broad rotation, but it's a ways down the line, so we'll have to see if that can hold together. The thing I want to notice on that is how much that is going. Not yet, sort of picking up some speed here. Some indications are in projections that maybe this is one of those storms that kind of hugs the boundary, kind of overtakes things that we have to watch a few hours from now. All the showers that we do have around the Golden Triangle are ones that are kind of feeding into this system, kind of think feeder bands in like a hurricane kind of. These are feeding into the storms we have up north, and where we get the extra convergence along some of them, that's where we end up getting these to try to spin up tornadoes. Does look like our storm that the storm chasers had that tornado on up into Tishomingo County is continuing to produce up there east of Florence. Unfortunately. Okay, so 2 tornado warnings as of now, 10:46. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Walpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynard, watching these tornado warnings for potential for brief spin-up style tornadoes. The expectation tonight is on these storms, not strong tornadoes. It's brief tornadoes. Okay, what is the difference? Why does it matter? Strong tornadoes, you have to be in reinforced shelter to have any chance, whether it's you, me, and no matter what your home is. In this case, these are more likely to be brief tornadoes, EF0 or EF1. EF2 is not off the table, and that would be a stronger tornado. But most of these are going to be quick EF0 or EF1 style tornadoes, I would say, the next few hours here before we get some kind of reinforcing strong winds aloft. So we're really kind of in the maybe time period on these, thankfully, as opposed to the I'm sure time period. Because what we have is this outflow has gotten ahead, Gabe, where we're nettled into Okolona. I mean, we're about 5 miles or so behind the outflow. With some of these storms, that's where it becomes difficult for them to continue to produce tornadoes or rotation of significance. So that's why, even though we have all this larger tornado warning does extend up there, kind of in the southwest Lee County, and there's a spot up there closer to Shannon I need to look at a little closer as well. But it's a little bit removed from the more unstable air. Now, see on the wind mode, that does not show up as significantly. Our initial area of circulation that prompted this tornado warning right there would be right there close to Shannon by this point. And I don't really show anything left of it at this time. So we've been kind of looking at something broadly towards Shannon, but I don't think that's gonna do it. Not based on what I'm looking at this moment here. Gabe, you want to trade me out for a moment?
Yeah, so continuing to assess the tornado warnings that are in effect for portions of Lee County. It's just not what it was. And these are entering an environment that has been used up by a lot of these cells. I mean, the area that we were really paying attention to going into the rest of tonight is going to be more Golden Triangle further off to the south. So anything produced up here, I'm not going to say it's an anomaly, but it would just be a very hard fighter to power through what is a used up atmosphere. So currently assessing what's around the area. I mean, that rotation that prompted the tornado warning up in Chickasaw County, or should I say down in Chickasaw County, it's nowhere near the strength that it was. Continue to look at reflectivity. Wouldn't be surprised to see some small hail development out of it, but overall just going to be heavy rainfall. Lightning more in the Tupelo region, not seeing much out of these that are hanging down on the southern side of this line of storms, talking about Parkersburg and even out there towards Vardaman. So not seeing as much energy as what we were earlier tonight. But as we look out towards the east, just continuing to assess this, strong wind gusts, that can be guaranteed along the leading edge of this, and that's why that severe thunderstorm warning is still in effect. but and that's expiring at, or tornado warning expiring at about 11:15. The severe thunderstorm warning expiring. Let me go back and get up. There it goes. 11:15 as well. So it's tied with that. That was one that was upgraded to a tornado warning. So still a damaging storm, but not going to see anything tornadic out of it. And that's the fortunate thing with this system. I want to take a look real quick. Process of canceling both tornado warnings, so that's a good thing. But they are going to issue severe thunderstorm warnings with it, and that's where we're going to get those damaging wind gusts, possibly even some small hail development, and that's going to come out of primarily these up in Lee County and Itawamba County. Out towards the west, I would argue they don't need a severe thunderstorm warning, and I think that's what they're doing right there. So they canceled the tornado warning and about to issue possibly another severe thunderstorm warning here shortly. I want to look out west just because that's what we're watching as our next severe weather chance, and so far prompting strong wind gusts along the leading edge. Still a ways away from the area, but let's go ahead and get a storm track on that as it moves in that northeast direction. I'll give me a second to just draw this out. But this is kind of that second round that we were talking about and why folks need to stay awake. I mean, well into the night, just in the event that this produces a tornado warning. So Winona, 10:55, on towards Clinton, 11:38. Louisville, 12:37, folks from Winston County. Columbus, Lowndes County, 102. And then moving more into the Townley by about 217 and Jones Chapel, 231. So there's a long look at the line, and that's our next threat we're watching. And really with this, the main threat primarily becomes embedded tornadoes within this line. So that whole entire leading edge, strong wind gusts, but the moment that it gets a bit of an S shape, and honestly seeing a few possible ones right there, you're seeing it just on the other side of Jackson, northwest of Jackson, and even a bit north-south of Greenwood, showing those S motions, and that's where we get those embedded tornadoes. Not long-lived tornadoes typically, but they are going to prompt, at least for a scan or two, the possibility of a tornado touching down. Continuing to look out towards the west, moving into portions of Winona, seeing some stronger outputs in regards to reflectivity with those purples showing there on the other side of 55, moving over 55 as we speak. But overall with this, that's not a notch of rotation, just because of the orientation of it, seeing it more on the south side of that storm, but could become one, most definitely. It's entering an atmosphere that's still primed for it. And looking at what they've issued right now, continuing to have that severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Lee County and Itawamba County. Looking at the latest out of that, I just want to make sure we're not seeing any notches. Does it try to battle the atmosphere? It's starting to get more of that inflow, and that notch is showing a bit more just on the other side of Centerville. Seeing it right there with that slight notch, that slight S shape, starting to develop more on the other side of 371. Let's go ahead and just do a storm track on that as it moves into portions, and again, far from producing anything, but just something to pay attention to. It's been a busy night already. Why not make it busier? Belmont, 11:15, Red Bay, 11:16, Halltown by 11:22, and Pleasant Sight by 11:25. Now, again, far from producing anything, but definitely catching attention a little bit. It's interesting if it catches that outflow and continues to build. We're seeing that outflow along that leading edge right there. That's what it needs to ride in order to produce and strengthen, and hopefully it doesn't, and hopefully it stays out behind it and just continues to bring some heavy rainfall. And honestly, we need heavy rainfall at this point. If weather could just stop, I think we'd all just be smiling ear to ear. Let's go ahead and look at rainfall outputs from today. We are still in today, believe it or not. And it's been an action-packed evening. So let's go ahead and just expand things out and look at it so far. Where we're seeing the heaviest flood threats is going to be up around Alcorn County, 6.8 inches so far. Tishomingo County getting that as well, anywhere from 6 to 7 inches. Clearing this out and looking more at Lee County. I know up around Saltillo usually deals with some isolated flooding, 2.1 inches. Lafayette County along 6, 4.5 inches. Same thing down there in Yalobusha County, anywhere from 3 to 4 inches. And Grenada County starting to get up in numbers as well. Now, we did see a flooding emergency up around Memphis earlier tonight where we had, let me go ahead and just look at this right here. There were upwards of about, honestly, 8.5 inches. That's honestly on the low side. I've seen some areas get around 12 to 15. So that's why it was a flooding emergency. We do have flooding potential tonight, but I think we stay avoid a flooding emergency, but honestly, it depends on the situation we're dealing with. But looking at the latest, we are still under a tornado watch until midnight. And have they issued the next one? Let me go ahead and pull it up right here.
I do not think they have.
Have they talked about it at all?
I've not seen it come through chat yet. I think they're going to wait another hour because they can look and extend if they need to.
Oh.
What? Never mind, they did.
There you go. So looking at the latest in regards to time frame, we can see right here, Lowndes County, Tillamook County, up until 5 a.m. this evening. They will probably issue another one depending on the progression of this frontal boundary for Lamar and Pickens County, probably going into more 6, 7 a.m. as that line progresses on through. But again, locally extending it, like Matt was saying, excuse me,
10:27 when they put it out.
10:27. So nearly 27 minutes ago, they put that out, and so that's just basically showing you the area that's prime. But I think they could be for some.
We're getting closer to that. Hopefully, we're getting closer. We can kind of cycle some, finally put some minds at ease with this. New video coming in. I believe this is from. I just lost it. I have to go back up again. From I think Michael. Of what is the, I'll say, likely tornado that moved pretty close to the Blue Springs area, the Toyota plant there. Get that pulled up here. I believe Michael was the name on this. Yeah. So this new video coming in of what we'll just call the likely tornado, and that moved through that area tonight. You'll see this video pan back over to the left here in a second. He's watching that area. I'm going to get over here so I'm out of the way because I'm just looking at this here in a moment. And I'm going to zip this ahead because if he pans it back over here, that is what you think it is. Gabe, have you got to see this one yet? So this one is what you think it is. And I'm going to make it going fast forward so you can definitely tell that is where you think it is. So that was Union County. I believe that's close to the Toyota plant, I would guess, Blue Springs. And that's about the only place you have that much light. So I do think that's probably what passed there just a little bit. I think we're looking kind of westerly direction at this point. That's I-22 kind of looking west, I believe. And we might be on, that's Magnolia Way, I think. Can't tell for sure. Hold on. My guesstimate, can't read the sign, but I think it's, the words are big enough there where it can say Magnolia Way. Either way, I think Michael said this, not one of the storm chasers, just a person who I think at this point here, when they see that's a tornado right there, realizes they're wrong place, wrong time. So I think we confirmed that was a tornado. There also was a number of reports of, vehicles knocked off the road and some other issues near that area as it crossed I-22. So at the very least, it was strong straight line winds. Yeah, I mean, that looks pretty solid, like a tornado there as I go back and forth and fast forward there. And even if I let it go in real time, you can see that circulation there. So, yeah, kind of whipping around. So not the highest resolution video, but man, scary stuff. So at least one tornado that we did see there in Union County and multiple reports there on different thunderstorms tonight. As of 10:57, here's my plan for what we're going to do. Because I think we are now past all of our severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings for the moment. Knock on wood that it stays that way. Let's go from northeast to southwest through this line to see if there's any triggers that might bring us right back on like what happened last time. So let's start up here, up in Franklin County, Alabama. Looking at wind, very choppy velocity look here. That's expected because of the strong winds aloft. But I think all of these are kind of behind that outflow. But we do have the merger there of all this moisture coming in from the south. Let's give it a loop. Nope, I think we're okay. Red Bay, I'm watching that one for you. Let's look at wind here. I think we're good. I think it's east of Red Bay before it does anything. The ones that previously prompted the tornado warning, most recent tornado warning in Lee County. Basically a Fulton, and there's nothing there that I'm concerned with. I think it's back in the cool air, back behind it. If we kind of roll down this line, I'll see a whole lot here of significance. I'm watching southwest Chickasaw. Nope, I think we're okay. Let's look back at this Winona storm. Potentially trying to get a little more wind with it. I'd say that's more straight line wind. Let's give you a track on the whole bow there, because this is trying to catch some of the additional thunderstorms. This one could be our next problem at some point. So that's one that we are tracking again, working east at about I'll say 45 miles per hour, pretty good number tonight. We show Baden at 11 o'clock and 4 at 11:24. This is non-severe, but heading toward Midland there about 11:44. Starkville about 12:24. Hamilton by about 12:31. Hatley by 12:37. Potential that could be a rough one at some point in the future. And there are other thunderstorms back southwest that perhaps we have to kind of monitor as they work their way closer to Yazoo City. Just kind of looking at the wind load on there. I mean, listen, there could be additional rotation, additional issues there from that as it eventually works toward Louisville and Macon. So there's your kind of longer track. But at this point here, I think we're going to suspend coverage here on WTVA, ABC WTVA. I think we'll keep the live stream stuff going behind the scenes, at least for now, as we do anticipate additional warnings possible as we go into tonight. Of course, prayers with those that have had damage. There have been a number of those folks this evening. We do expect it's reasonable that we could have additional warnings during the overnight hours, so keep here for the latest. Give me a minute here while I stretching out my back and everything. Let's see if we're good here. Hey y'all, we're just getting stuff kind of straightened up here behind the scenes with us, making sure we're all good on everything. I'm make sure all my stuff is plugged in and working right, and so that streams are still going and all that. We're still kind of looking through pictures and stuff. I am not going to be talking full time. Neither is Gabe or Mark necessarily. So folks want to know, where can they go to sleep? That is a very reasonable question, and one I should have answered.
Do it. Draw the line after 4 days. 96 hours in the making.
96 hours in the making. We can finally tell some people to go to sleep.
For the first time since Monday.
Yeah, for the first time since
Or
Monday.
Tuesday.
If you live in northern Tishomingo County, or Union County, or northern Calhoun County, or Grenada County, all these folks here that have over and over and over again been like, nope, not you. You can
Say.
go to sleep. Oh, they're doing the thing like it's a
That's the best news of the night. Man.
yes, so those folks, we can go to sleep. Obviously, ahead of this, we still have issues. We just had these consistent showers down south. Now, let's be clear. If you live in a flood-prone area, there could be some issues in this go-to-sleep zone as well, because an additional inch to 2 inches possible in some of these locations there. But for locations such as Coffeyville and Grenada, Bruce, I mean, maybe Calhoun City. I probably could have got Calhoun City and Vardaman in that as well. Probably could slide this a little bit south of where I have it. There we go. Okay. So I can get Tupelo in that. Not quite Houston. Obviously not Kilmichael at this point here. Everything ahead of this? No. Everything behind this, we're in the go-to-sleep zone there. So rather than the whatabouts, because I see some people saying, what about certain cities? If you are in this zone here, you are go to sleep. Okay? So hopefully you know where you're at on the map. But everybody in this zone is go to sleep. Now, if you don't mind for a moment, I'm going to sit down for just a second here. If my back hurts, and I didn't realize I could told people that as far as my back goes. So my back hurts. I'm going to move over here for just a moment. We're going to kind of look at some things and figure out what we got to do next. Well, let's just say, yes, we just, hold on, saw somebody. Fulton, we're not quite go to sleep mode on this. Morville, we're not quite go to sleep mode. And if you're right on that line, I would say, no, you're not quite go to sleep mode on this. Verona, I would say you're close. Guntown, yes. Iuka, yes. So we're getting close. I'm going to trade Gabe spots here for a moment. Let me kind of look through.
Come on, Ron. Oh man, I almost don't want to even take it off screen. I just want to sit here with this graphic on screen.
Well, you could, smaller box with actually, no, you go to
Backroom conditions for weather two. Backroom. Which gave weather two for a moment. There we go. And then now on weather two, what we'll do is we will click on that, which should bring up weather one. No, never mind. It's just weather two in the both of them. That was a great idea that didn't work.
I saw the vision. Oh, now we're glitching.
Yep, now we're glitching. Okay, well, never mind. Come back to weather one and let him do his thing.
All right. Well, I'm sorry. I'm about to take the best graphic down. I apologize,
I know,
you guys.
it's okay.
All right. So, continuing to golly, it's a night. Hang on, it's frozen. I know it just has some delay. Okay, so let's just continue to assess what we have as of right now. It's 11:05. I know it's been a late night. It's been a long week for a lot of us, but fortunately, reaching the end for some places, but other places need to continue to pay attention. Now, I want to look at one down there towards Italic County, looking a little bit more defined when it comes to rotation. And Italic County, I don't think has been mentioned all week long, thinking about it off the top of my head. So hopefully it's nothing, but we'll continue to watch that for you guys as we look at it. What I'm looking at primarily, I'll go up here, show you guys. You can see that it's getting some high reflectivity values, but as it moves in that northeast direction, we're talking about 55. Honestly, let me see the motion here. So it's still following that same. I would say, yeah, still northeast. We're seeing McMillan 1109 on towards Beatty 1129, Baden 1133, Kilmichael 1149, Eupora 1213, Sherwood by about 1220. Now this is not anything to worry about as of right now, but we're watching that next round of thunderstorms move in, so it's important that we just keep an eye on it moving forward. I do want to say out towards the west right now, we are getting some strong wind gusts, especially along the leading edge of this line towards Grenada, Yallabusha, Calhoun, and Montgomery County. Now, these are going to be anywhere from 30 to 40 miles an hour. Gusts could be in excess of 50 miles an hour, so doing damage in its own right. But in regards to a tornadic threat, and that's what we were talking about, wrapping up for a lot of places, fortunately, and can finally sleep soundly. I know I haven't slept well in probably 4 or 5 days, so all of us, and that's the best news ever. So I was clapping. My Mark and I were clapping. You've been through it too. So yeah, let's continue to just look at the line and continue to look at what was issued multiple tornado warnings earlier as it moves through parts of Itawamba County, continuing to just not show nearly the signatures that they were showing earlier. So fortunately, that is wrapping up. Looking at the latest on wind returns, those are going to be the strongest gusts there towards Itawamba County, anywhere from, let me just give you an exact value. So we'll see anywhere from, honestly, 50 to 60 miles an hour. Again, this is high up in the sky, and so we have to bring it back down to the surface, which is typically several miles an hour less, and so that's what we're going to get down here. So 54 up top is probably 35 to 40 down at the surface, which is still some gusty conditions. I mean, I think my garbage can got knocked over in 30-mile-an-hour winds, so loose objects, not safe in any bit of this wind. Rainfall totals are still significant and only getting more significant as we head further into the evening. And we'll talk about the rain chances beyond this point and what we're seeing in regards to flooding impacts. But just going ahead and extending it out and looking at some of those values. 7 inches, Alcorn County, right on the Alcorn County-Prentice County line. Up around the northwest portion of Tishomingo County, 7.5. Honestly, I expect 8 inches. And then we're seeing Tippah County, 5.8 inches. So lots and lots of rainfall, and for folks down here in the southeast portion, don't worry, you'll get your fair share too. And we're looking at that. You see a lot of moderate showers on the back end of this, and so what this is going to do is continue to allow storms and showers. Don't get me wrong, moderate showers to develop, and that's going to continue to feed into what has already been a saturated day in an underwhelming way to say it. Let me go ahead and show future rainfall totals to give you an idea of what to expect over the next the next 48 hours. Here's a look, and I'll extend things out here once this loads in. So there's a look at some of the rainfall totals. Not seeing 8 inches on the southeast portion, but we are seeing 2 to 2.5 And up north, I mean, we were talking about 8 inches. Wouldn't be surprised to see an 1.5 to 2 inches added on top of this, and that's just going to make it for a a double-digit rainfall total day is just unreal. So flooding impact is definitely a concern. I want to continue to keep eyes on this one in southeastern Lee County, just outside of Nettleton. I had someone message me a moment ago and saying, "Is Nettleton in the clear?" I mean, this is why I told you not yet. Chances are diminishing, but still the possibility is there, and that's why we need to keep watching, paying attention. And man, it's been a week. My brain is fried. Looking at the latest on this, we are seeing strong wind gusts out of it. I mean, anywhere from 30, 40, possibly even 50 miles an hour out of this, especially more towards the Morville area. 52-mile-an-hour returns right there. So this is definitely still a gusty system. So, check and make sure we're not watching anything else because we're not seeing anything too major. That's what we need to do. Let's just go ahead and check out flood warnings that we're tracking right now because there are several. And I know that there are a lot of flood prone areas here in Northeast Mississippi. So looking at the latest in regards to flash flood warnings, mainly going to be on the northwest side, where they've gotten the most rainfall. So we're talking western Chickasaw County, all the way west into Yalobusha and Grenada County, and as far north as Tippah, Alcorn, Tishomingo, Prentice, all of those included in there, Union County. And what that means is just flood-prone areas. They're going to have that rising water, make it dangerous for commuting. So if you're driving and it looks like water, it looks like you're about to drive into deep water, stop, let's turn around. Actually, let's just get out of the car and jump to stay as safe as possible. On top of that, I see, I've heard of people swimming in creeks or swimming in rivers, and it's not as safe as what you typically think it is whenever you get this amount of rainfall. Flash flood advisories and watches still in effect for a large part of the Mid-South. Just looking at the grand scheme of things, look at that graphic right there with all the flooding threats across the area. So it's been an active system, not just for us, but all over the eastern part of the United States. So don't worry, feel alone. You are not alone. We are dealing with this with a lot of other people. That severe thunderstorm warning now being issued for Attala County. We talked about that storm earlier. That's continuing to move northeast into parts of Attala, Montgomery, and Choctaw County. Going to give you an extended look at the check on this. Yeah. Let me look at this real quick. Talk about those S shapes. You're definitely starting to get more of an S shape right there on the north side of Franklin. Seeing it on the east side of Lexington across Highway 12. Seeing that S shape on that return right there. So that's something to watch for as we head into the coming minutes because that could definitely increase in strength in what is still a very primed environment for severe weather to take place. As of right now, I'm not seeing anything high on those returns in regards to a couplet that we need to pay attention to, but altogether, let's just keep an eye on it. Let's go ahead and do a storm track on this as it moves more towards Montgomery and Attala County. I'm going to try and encompass all of this. Again, moving northeast, you see that time frame listed there. We're talking about Beatty by 11:16, 11:17 West, Durant 11:21, Kosciuszko 11:50, Maben by about 12:05, and then on towards Ackerman 12:17, Sturgis by 12:28, and McMillan 12:34. It's a bit of the extended time frame, but this is our next round of storms that we're watching. Let me see what you guys have been saying on here. A lot of people talking about the flooding concerns, and rightfully so, just with how active of a pattern it's been, how saturated the environment has been, how much rainfall everyone has gotten. It's just not going to take much for some flash flooding to occur. I want to continue to keep an eye on this one over in the Ebenezer area, moving across 55. Something to watch for because it's starting to jut out a bit more. See the latest scans on this, and I'll get it to where you guys can see it a little bit better. So see out here, it's more linear in fashion along that leading edge. And watch how over time it just kind of wraps around. And now you're getting that jutted out portion moving across 55. Again, looking at the latest on the wind return, showing some bright returns there with the greens and reds. So we can go ahead and do a storm track on that, moving across 55 in that northeast direction towards Durant. So if you're in Durant, go ahead and have that safety plan in place and get to where you need to go just in case. But as of right now, something we're paying attention to and the most likely storm to produce, if there is one. That's just how less of a concern it's become for the last little bit.
Yes, we do.
We love trees, I promise. Memphis still talking about the flooding concerns, flood advisory still in effect, flood warning still in effect. Likely will be until tomorrow morning, until the sun comes out and dries up a lot of that moisture. So hopefully folks are just staying at home, not dealing with flooding conditions. I know our Jake White here at WTVA told me that his water is all the way to the door. So hopefully this rain wraps up. Someone told me to sing the Rain, Rain, Go Away song and see if that worked, but I think we'll hold off on that one. I'll let Mark sing it on the side. Yeah, still talking about flooding concerns. This would be more Jackson in regards to the possibility of this. So still just a severe thunderstorm warning that they're watching within this system. As we can see on the latest one, it's become more of that linear pattern, still jutting out just slightly on a reflectivity, but in regard to wind returns, just going to be those strong gusts along the leading edge. We're talking, let's see if I can do this real quick. We're talking right along here. So these are going to be the highest wind returns that we're seeing so far, moving in that northeast direction, including a few towns listed in there. But basically what you're going to be getting is some strong wind returns out of this. Whenever I click at some of the highest areas, we're talking 40 to 50 miles an hour, similar to what they're getting in Itawamba County right now. So lots of areas just dealing with windy nights. Can take loose items, they can knock trees down, especially in a saturated environment. I mean, that's a whole other thing we need to talk about. Whenever it rains this much, the ground softens up, and one strong wind gust doesn't need to be as strong as what it was in order to knock it over. So likely seeing more trees down. Well, weather call, I would assume that's for the Itala County storm. Hopefully you have that. Hopefully you got the alert. But as of right now, that's just going to concern folks in Choctaw, Montgomery, and Itala County. Not seeing I want to expand things out and look out towards the east to make sure we're still good. Just a lot of windy nights, a lot of windy conditions, but overall, I mean, this is just not having the same instability as what it was earlier for these to produce. I mean, we would have seen this wrapping around of moisture on these Nettleton storms, on these ones in Itawamba County close to Fulton, but it's just not the same environment, fortunately, for these to continue to produce. So a rainy night for a lot of people. Energy is also depleted on this. As you see, a lot of the lightning has diminished from what it was even about an hour ago. But continue to watch this main line out there towards Itala County. I want to look at the latest on the wind returns because we were watching that one moving towards Ebenezer. Latest returns, and I want to see the new scan on this just to make sure. And I wouldn't say that I'm overly impressed with it as it becomes more of that linear mode, but still something to pay attention to. My wife asking if it's safe for her to come out of her safe place and head back home, and she's up in Northern Lee County, so we're all good to go up there. If you're in Northern Lee County, you can head on home, head to sleep, wherever you need to go. You are good to go, as this is just going to be a rainy evening. Fortunately, we talk about that area where it's safe, and we can draw that yet again because I feel like it's just something that folks need to know after what has been a very busy week. So bear with me, I'll draw this out. And Matt already wrote the words, but we're just gonna show it again. Greatest news ever. And I'm just gonna leave that there because for at least a couple minutes, so that way folks can know. And so that means if you're in Oxford, Boonville, Corinth, Northern Tishomingo, even Tishomingo City proper, we're talking about Calhoun County, northern side of Chickasaw County, Pontotoc, Oxford, Tippah County, Benton County, Marshall County, any of the counties in the Delta, any of the counties on Western Tennessee. Finally, after 4 long days, 96 hours of what has been an action-packed weather week, we can finally go to sleep soundly without any worry in the back of our head of what tomorrow will bring. Tomorrow's actually going to still have some showers here and there, but overall just nothing severe. I can guarantee that. And moving towards next week, Monday all the way through early parts of next week, still going to be a dry forecast, plenty of sunshine, gives you something to look forward to, right? For the week we've experienced, I think that's what we deserve. Right, Mark?
Yeah.
So let's just continue to look at the line. I hope folks got that and feel more at ease. I do want to say that we're still seeing some areas that just jut out and form that S that we often talk about here in the weather world. But I'm not seeing anything overly concerning in regards to tornadic development. But we are going to be tracking these well into the night because I haven't even shown you this. But let's go ahead and talk about the dew points. Dew points is a measure of moisture, but it's also a measure of instability. When you get those dew points up around the upper 60s, the low 70s, even mid 60s is sustainable moisture. It allows for these storms to form. It allows for these storms to grow and strengthen. And so far, this is why we're given all clear. And I'll plot values here because I know it's easy to look at the greens, but I want you to focus more on the numbers. And let this populate in. There they go. So let's just talk about this. We talk about that line where you can go to sleep. And the reason why is because you're talking about 64, 63, 62. Nowhere near what we saw earlier. And what we saw earlier was what's around the Golden Triangle. Starkville, Columbus, Louisville, Durant still coming in with 70-degree dew points, which shows a very primed and unstable environment. 68 Eupora, West Point, 66 Avery, Fulton. That's still enough, but you're also battling other scenarios at that point and other variables. So I wouldn't say you're as primed an environment for Fulton, but Amory, Eupora, Winona, West Point South, still in an environment that's possible for tornadic development. So let's pull it back up and just continue to assess it. That was just something that helps people get an idea of what's taking place. The rest of the area is where that front is starting to move through, and that cold front that sat in Arkansas for about 3 days. Yes, it's finally moving. Latest on this continues to just look like a linear bowing segment, which is a gusty situation, but nothing tornadic of immediate concern. Just continue to look around the area just to make sure. I do want to say it's something to note for Carolina and Cardsville. I would say eastern side of Carolina, moving towards Cardsville, Beans Ferry, Tremont, moving in that northeast direction. Let's go ahead and do a storm track on that, just in case. And it's so far from it being anything that develops, but it does show some strengthening, especially when you look at the reflectivity mode right there. Still showing a little bit of that S shape right there. And when you get those purples, just showing that it's building in strength. Will it take advantage of the environment? That's the question. But we talked about Itawamba County earlier. It has sustainable moisture, not strengthening moisture and instability. So we'll see if it continues to strengthen or if it's just going to remain at this level, provide some heavy rainfall, provide a few lightning strikes, but not anything severe. That's the goal, right? Cardsville 1122, Tilden 1127, and Tremont 1135. There's a few times listed in there, but again, we're far from seeing anything tornadic develop. Strong wind gusts, though, we've been seeing it a lot in Itawamba County, still getting anywhere from 50 to 60 mile an hour gusts, just under that severe threshold, but still, my garbage can got knocked over at 30. So what does it take?
Are you sure it's 30? Sure it wasn't more?
Could have been more.
That was
A lot of
that
stuff.
circulation went right over your house, buddy.
I know.
Like,
I
that was
sweating.
That was
I said multiple prayers tonight, one for my wife and one for the house and then one for the people of Mississippi.
they were coming for you, weren't they?
Golly, they had my number.
Oh man, they almost did. They're one digit off.
Well, and we love visitors at the Manor household, but when it comes to a tornado, they're not welcome. Mother Nature is on the banned list from the Manor household. So
We immediately call the cops list.
yeah.
Okay, so let's discuss strategy. Do you want to stay and cover this? Can I go home for a little bit, or do you want to?
When you just went 6 hours on air. So no, it's funny. The entire time I've looked at that piece of pizza that I got at 5:20.
Uh-huh.
I took one bite out of it, and that was it. That was all I got out of it. before
Well,
we
do you
started
want
going.
do you want to eat a piece of pizza and then I'll trade you out. I'll go home. You call me.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, let's do that.
Are we keeping the stream up and all that? Or
I think we can keep the stream up, but here's because as soon as we take it down, something stupid's gonna happen. So let's just keep it up so nothing stupid happens. Is that the gambler's fallacy?
are we going to keep covering, or is it just to monitor radar?
I think we're just gonna kind of keep it up for the radar and just kind of keep it, doing that as opposed to fully monitoring things here.
Hold up. Do we have anyone that can go to Euclid Road? Because English just texted me that it's impassable flooding.
Who is that?
Where on Euclid, like actual Euclid,
North
or
side, so close to 348.
so she's coming down actual Euclid from
Uh-huh.
348 down. There's some low spots in there. I believe that.
Impassable? I'm because there's culverts on the side that usually take that water.
Was oh, sorry, I went to college with that guy. I saw a second ago. Anyway, he's not him, but the meteorologist he had on a second ago. Anyway,
My phone's on. If there's major problems, who's staying?
I think it's gonna be Gabe.
Woo! I'm off Monday. That's what I keep counting down for.
That's right.
Okay, so call me if you need me. Eat your pizza first, and then
Hold on the pizza over here.
okay, perfect. Thank you.
Have you gotten pizza?
Huh?
Hey, nice job.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're still live on the website. We still got Facebook Live going.
Oh, keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Keeping people safe, saving lives.
Hey, good work tonight too.
Hey, you know what? We're almost done.
All is good.
Pat, they said that you were in Belden wanting to go get a shot
Why?
of
But I'm
this,
sorry.
and I said, I was like, Maddie, do not send him out in that.
I said, hey, I'm in Belton. You know how McCall Boulevard and
Yeah.
22 is up kind of high?
Yeah.
I was looking at that tornado warning storm go northwest.
Did you see anything?
I was getting lightning flashes and it was dark.
Yeah.
And I think you almost took me,
Mm-hmm.
but then something else popped up.
Yeah, I think we probably then got like Blue Springs, and then it was
Yeah.
like, well, here we go.
Yeah.
I just figured at that point, you think you guys already been an hour or two in, so you might want a shot.
Well, I absolutely did
yeah.
want a shot, and then of course Mother Nature said, no, not that
Well,
shot.
I mean, I'm not smart enough to chase. I wasn't gonna do that.
Yeah, no.
But I'm smart enough to know that I was.
You were you were steps away from your safe place.
Yeah.
Have a good night,
But
Pat.
thank you, appreciate it.
Maggie,
Eat your pizza.
Well, honestly, I think you could still head out, and I'm right here. I'll just not eat that bite of pizza like I did before.
Yeah.
Let's here's what we'll do. I'm gonna put this on like a fast loop for 6 hours, and let's do some go to sleeps if we can. We'll do the opposite where we're at here. It's a medium loop.
Mark, what are you doing?
Okay.
Stay.
So again, the flooding issue here, one of the main concerns going forward, it's a question is whether or not, the way these are, I'll say my angle might not be right. Okay. God, my back hurts. That's 90% of my problem.
Come on,
Oh my goodness. I know I'm old, but I didn't realize I was that old. Okay. So let's really kind of I'm going to look at some nerdy things here, kind of for the folks who are like, can I go to sleep, right? Get it. I get it. Let's figure that answer out. So to figure that answer out, because here's the thing, see these little storms there, that one in North Caledonia? Well, let's put it on a slower loop than that.
That line that's merging.
Yes, what I'm gonna have to look at is see what surface ops look like. We're gonna move. We're gonna move over there. You're not gonna see me for a minute. I'm gonna move over here because I need to sit down. And then we'll kind of assess what we're gonna do. So we'll just unplug that. We're gonna go. Okay. So you gotta have my old person mouse, my old person seat.
You got your glasses on too.
Got my glasses. I've gone full old person here. I have more and more gray showing up every year. So,
Does it not go white?
Huh?
Does it not go white?
No, the problem, yeah, it does go white. But the problem with redhead is you can never tell. Just go from red to that's not quite red, is it? You don't get the pretty silver. It only wants nothing more than silver hair. Looks forward to the day. Okay, let's look at what we've got here very fast. I don't want very slow.
Did you see Duke got out?
Huh?
Duke got out.
Who won? Was
Houston.
it Houston won? There you
Uh-huh.
go.
They went on a 15-2 run to wrap it up,
Wow.
and Florida beat Auburn.
Jeez, there you go. Florida back in it. Okay, so here's where I'm at. I need to I'm gonna have to look at surface obs. My concern is gonna be again where we talked about Gabe earlier, but you're gonna get this line. I need to make this a little more opaque.
So you've got this fetch of moisture right here, right?
Mhm.
And you have your outflow that's going to line up with that. And with this fetch of moisture and the outflow where they line up, which is, of course, the eastern one of these, because I should point this as the outflow. That's the outflow like that, right? Where the two of those line up, which is going to be where else but
Avery.
Monroe County. I'm not going to say directly Amory, but Monroe County, eastern Monroe County, because while Amory gets stuff from time to time, it is always splunge. Every time. 10 out of 10 times, splunge. But it might not be, because I think our boundary might already be through there. So it might be southern Monroe County this
True.
time. But I mean, you can see what happens. Those storms are finally deepened enough that they're starting to get supercellular characteristics. I mean, I have a little hook showing up on that one there, east of Aberdeen.
And it's
And
right over the
Hamilton
radar
there.
side, of course.
It's of course, it's right over the radar site. So we need to call in the Monroe County group to tell us what they think.
Where's Craig Ford? Where's Golly G?
We need Craig. We need Chelsea to all kind of weigh in on this. It's not there yet, but this is one we're gonna have to watch, because of course it is. But it's right with that fetch of moisture. You get the storms from the west plus that fetch of moisture. Stupid stuff could happen. So that's where the storms are now. They're all coming southwest. Let's look at surface obs.
Do you want Zach to turn the stream off on the website?
No, not yet. I want to give this 10 more minutes and figure out what's going on with Monroe County with that convergence there first. Here we are, surface obs.
Are the winds actually that high in Itawamba County, or is it just the interaction with the radar site?
Probably interaction with radar site.
Because golly,
Hold on, where you?
like Itawamba, I'm just looking on here.
Yeah, no, I think, but I think part of it is you're also seeing the near surface winds. Okay, where are all the sites? That's the thing. We are still okay. Look at this. So we have your winds cross over here, right? Your individual storms are. Oh, it's gonna be a 48-hour loop. Like, why would I have saved it as 48 hours? Makes no sense. Let's make it 2 hours. Okay, but that one storm is messing with the ob at the Air Force Base. It was south. The one shower kind of messing with it. It's all basically south. All low 70s dew points still. I stand by it. Models went away from that overnight single storm. 0Z models did. That still looks like it's probably going to be, whether it's Columbus or West Point or Aberdeen, maybe not Starkville, but wherever this fetch of moisture is, plus that line, we're still going to get one more. Probably. That's
probably going to happen about 4 or 5 a.m.
Well, I don't think it'll be that late. I think that whole I still like my 2 to 3 a.m. time period on this.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. It might be 4 to 5 a.m. Part of the reason I say that is, you're already starting to get more supercellular structures ahead of it. That's supercellular. It's just not big and tall. And clearly you have a significant directional shear. And all this stuff is behind the outflow. Right? That's not. Southern Itawamba's not behind the outflow, is it? It's not.
No. Well, you could look at that southeast storm as it moves in the southeast. It builds. and
Which
then
one?
jumps.
Which
But
one?
Put it back on loop, and you'll see it. Just watch the one moving into southeast Itawamba.
Oh yeah, no. That's the thing. Southeast Itawamba.
It's eating at that outflow.
Uh-huh. And you've got the little spin there. Bend Road, State Line Road Southeast. Let's look at this.
Is it gonna?
That might be enough.
Because it's also interacting with the radar site right now, so it's not going to get stronger returns. Is Huntsville close enough? Or not Huntsville, the Florence?
This had bad positioning all night. Guess it's not close enough, I guess. Oh, it's attenuated.
Because that supercell is going through the radar site right now.
I don't think it's quite right. Man, that's close though.
Let's see the bright returns on wings like that.
Hold on. On top of this, all that split. When it's over the Air Force Base, behind where it says Columbus Air Force Base, that thing splits. All right? Look at that.
Uh-huh.
We're done. We're not, are we?
I haven't even looked at models. Let me look at the latest model.
Look at the latest models. Check and see what you think. Okay. So,
Do you want honest opinions or hopeful opinions?
no, I want honest opinions. Okay, my back didn't hurt me. Let's at least put track on that. And that might not be anything. I'm not 100% sure that's not something.
So, can you go long track so I can see how well it lines up with this?
Yeah. Hold on.
So that has nothing of the outflow or the
Yeah, whatever that and it hasn't for days. Is that graph?
because the curve, everything has underconvected.
The HER's been the closest, and it always overconvects.
It has that. It's close.
No, that's close.
And
Of course, like
it's
everything.
still very linear.
Not the stuff in advance, isn't?
Yeah, that's a supercell. That's not what that is though. Like that's a single cell that's eating up an entire atmosphere of energy. That's not what's going to happen because that's all a line battling the same thing.
But it's the difference is the other is a line being spawned. The west is a line being spawned by a front. This is some kind of convergence at some level, making what I'm just going to call a feeder band.
Yeah.
And so it's probably riding some kind of like low-level jet maximum, right?
Yeah.
You know what? It's time for mesoanalysis. All anybody wants to know is if they can go to bed. And I'm sorry that I keep poofing you off on that. I'll show you a go to bed line here again.
Hold up. What's my phone? Hold on.
So this is your go to bed. If you're in orange, your go to bed.
That you were using earlier? No, I was using a blue one earlier, but I had one that was a black one. Oh,
By the way, you can go to bed other places if you have weather call that'll wake you back up. But that's go to bed.
Matt, you made a mitochondria.
Gabe Mayer's getting punchy, everybody. As if I'm not.
41.
Anyway, that's your go to sleep zone. I'll give you a few more moments here to kind of look at that. And then what I need to do is I need to go look at a few other things.
Go ahead, Bedline. Where is this? Hopefully you can see it.
Have they cleared out any of the watch yet?
That's a good question. I'm not sure that they did. I can't really show it without. Let's see here. A lot of flooding, by the way. We haven't really talked about flooding. A lot of flooding. Ooh, I need to. Hey, Gabe, do you know where my charger is over there? I need to probably charge up my batteries in case we go on longer. I was down to two, or down to the last battery nom as it was before.
Battery for your computer?
My battery charger over with the other at my desk. Hey, Maddie, would you grab me my battery charger from over there? Should just be on the desk. Thank you. Okay, I gave you a moment on go to sleep. Now we need to. I guess I'll have to take that out of play to do this. We need to look at SPC. There we are. And let's look at mesoanalysis. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Have a good night.
Yeah, you too.
How we doing?
I'm gonna take my earpiece batteries and charge them for a minute, and then at least get a little charge on them. I won't be able to hear what we say. Okay, so let's go ahead. I know that let's let Zach know. We'll take that live stream down for a little bit on the website. We'll keep this one up here. And that way I can recharge batteries. You can put your battery on, you can put your microphone on the charger for a little bit. If necessary, we'll start the live stream back up on the website. Last thing we want after all these hours is the batteries to go dead while we're doing coverage.
That'll be awful.
It would be worst case scenario, wouldn't it? Okay. So let's look at this. So you can see our low kind of developing right there. Hence the reason we still have winds that have backed a little bit. Okay, upper level, let's look at 925. There's our moisture transport, lots of fuel in there. 850, lots of fuel, but slightly more southwest. So those are probably at least being driven by the 850 to 700 millibar winds. It's directly aligned with the 700 millibar winds. So check 500, similar. And 300, of course, right along the line. Again, arguable. That's what I'm looking for. Arguably still surface-based. So I think it's reasonable that they're still surface-based. I mean, my surface-based cape and my most unstable cape are basically the same. See, there's my 1,000 line. And there's my 1,000 line. So basically the same. So still surface-based storms. So tornadoes still likely possible ahead of this. Mid-level lapse rates are better than I thought, actually. Low-level lapse rates are what you expect. Okay, so that could increase Cape a little bit down west of the Golden Triangle. Double check that. It's still good.
Okay.
Okay. Obviously, supercell composite still maximized closer to that line, so is significant tornado. That's definitely up on that significant tornado, closer to.
Fish off going on tornado up. Bridge.
Hold on. Why is that not going? Has this battery died? Like what we. Okay, well, guess we don't need that. Okay.
There's also a significant delay on the stream.
No, there is. Yeah, there's
It's
reason.
not usually like that.
There's reasons for that. Let's look at the violent tornado parameter, which is maximized ahead of it, so we should be okay there. But both my conditional sigtors are significant. For those storms back west, where they have the severe thunderstorm warning.
That's one to watch. That has the most
Yep.
energy in it.
You're right. Yes, I mean, everything still says that that's clearly the area to watch. Trees down county roads 32, 24, 23, Bay Springs Lake, Highway 25 near Natural Trace Parkway. No significant impact to structures that would be from that tornado there. And Jackson doesn't have a whole lot in their chat, but
No, Jackson's had an easy job of issuing a long track severe thunderstorm warning for 18 counties at a time. There's such a difference. And honestly, some days I love.
here we go. So okay, so they're canceling out some of the counties from the watch behind this. So kind of pull that back up for a moment. So you're going to see Tishmingo, Alcorn, some of these other counties go away on the tornado watch here pretty soon.
Huntsville issued the ones in Alabama, right?
Yeah. Effective shear of 10 zillion still. EHI up a lot. I mean, everything still says there's still tornado potential ahead of this. There's no reason to believe differently. And so looking at model projections here, let me take this back full screen again to do that.
Saltillo had a lot of damage. We're still getting reports from it.
Where, Saltillo?
Saltillo.
It tried really hard. And it was either like significant RFD damage or a tornado. I mean, yeah.
Well, that one picture, it was blurry. That looked close.
It looked close. Let's go back here to
What's
late.
that appendage on the bottom of that? It's probably thinking.
Oh, that's part of the composite. Nope. But
No,
no, it's not.
That's gonna be the one.
Right there.
Should I
That's
get
gonna
mic'd
be.
up?
Yeah. Let's let charge for a couple more minutes here. We just need to make sure we have their chat up.
Come on, Jackson. Welcome to the party. Are they talking about it?
Mesoscale discussion just came out. Okay, hold on. I'll bring them back over. I'll read the y'all from over here. Make sure in the back room they know it's coming potentially. Okay, let's get this over here. That's plugged in. I'm going to keep plugging this in. Okay, I'll read the all. Same thing that we're looking at here. Discussion. Long-lived supercell clusters are currently ongoing near the Alabama-Tennessee border in the Middle Tennessee on increasingly extensive QLCS quasi-linear convective system across parts of Mississippi, Louisiana has shown signs of accelerating eastward late tonight. Northern clusters may eventually reach parts of eastern Tennessee overnight, while buoyancy, meaning lift, well, we're meaning fuel, and low-level moisture weaken. Buoyancy is actually a combination of two, but anyway, it's not important. Low-level moisture weaken with eastward extent. Some severe threat may continue into the overnight hours with these clusters due to their current organized state. A persistently strong low-level jet and favorable deep layer shear, some tornado threat could persist, especially with any supercells to continue to track near a southwest to northeast oriented outflow boundary. Farther south, damaging wind and tornado threat may increase with organizing QLCS across Mississippi and eastern Louisiana. The 4Z Jan sounding depicted a notable mid-level cooling with a modest strengthening of mid-level lapse rates
resulting in somewhat more favorable buoyancy profile, meaning buoyancy is the ability for air to go up, compared to earlier this evening. This sounding and area VWPs also continue to show favorable wind profile for tornadic supercells and embedded cells and/or line-embedded circulations, which may be capable of producing tornadoes, including potential for a strong tornado. The severe threat will eventually spread east of ongoing watches, local extensions, and/or new wash issuance will eventually be needed during the early morning, especially if convection developing ahead of QLCS is able to mature from eastern Mississippi into western Alabama. Okay, all that to say, unfortunately, what we were thinking is what they're thinking. Man, I was hoping I was on one and not right. A long night. This is the part we're gonna have to watch. I say that, but man, look at the lightning down that part west of Vicksburg.
You said what part?
The lightning on this part west of
Oh,
Vicksburg.
man.
These transient supercell structures when they intercept that outflow. I'm really interested to watch some of these in the next 10 minutes here.
North.
Yeah.
We've got them 1 second before things get wild.
That's probably smart. I probably should do the same thing.
We'll trade out. I'll come back.
I don't know if I'd say till about 3 a.m. Honestly, Amory might be north of this boundary. Amory could fall into the go to sleep category here pretty soon if we're lucky. Once this boundary gets through, it would take something pretty significant for that boundary to back up. I don't know that I think I see it backing up. What do you think? I have a hard time believing that boundary is going to back up. See, we got it right there. It's still advancing. It would have to retreat to get back to Amory. I'll say Amory will probably. I mean, I know that can't convince you. If you give me 20 minutes, I think we'll probably go to sleep. If this green line hasn't retreated in 20 minutes, we'll go to sleep zone there. But I'm saying not far away in Solingen and out here in the southern Monroe County. Really interested to see how these storms feeding in there kind of affect this. That's a very pronounced fetch a low-level moisture there. There are other batches down south as well. See, I lose it a little bit there. So it's connected, and then not as much. So tornado watch continuing for Chickasaw, Monroe, Lee, and Itawamba counties until 5 a.m. Let's go ahead and pop that up here for a moment. So again, if you're in blue, we're not completely out of it. I'd say Lee County, we're awfully close. Awfully close to done in Lee County. Someone mentioned it falling a flood in Smithville. I believe that. That's a lot of locations. That's thing again, out of all the things we're not really talking about, all of these purple things you see here, these are all flash flood warnings. Again, where flooding, dangerous, potentially life-threatening flooding are occurring right now in all of these spots. So now next question, Mark, ready for 1 minute? Or you want to stick around?
No, because on one hand, I love all this, and on the other hand, nothing sounds better than that.
I know,
And
right?
on the other hand, I'll be driving through all that. I'll be right.
Oh, if you don't leave now though, you'll be driving through all of it all night long.
Also
You-
true.
Well, but see, you're gonna go south, you'll hit that. You will be going into that. But I still think at this rate, uh, you're probably 2.5 hours before you're not in that. So, say the storm near Kilmichael. Let's time that out. Let's get a speed on that one.
We're not live, are
Let's see, that gets the start going about half an hour. Oh, sorry, gets about an hour.
Yep.
Somewhere around that, give or take. So I don't know that you beat it there if you head out, especially with wet roads. I think you then end up in that one, and who knows if that's not the one.
Right.
I don't know. That's a your call thing. I probably wouldn't at this moment, but
I would stick
I also don't have an hour-long drive to get home.
Yes.
So, you want to stick around a little longer?
I think I
That's
will.
okay.
You also feel like that. It's an hour-long drive to get home, but then it's also possibly an hour-long drive if you never make it home.
Well, it's more than an hour long. It's probably an hour and a half in this rain.
Right.
Uh, okay, let me trade you places real quick here before things get interesting.
Oh, I gotta get my mic on.
Marcus, yes, it's I don't know. I can drive through rain. I just prefer not to drive through.
Understandable. And that always happened on 45, it seems like. Give me 1 second, I'm getting mic'd up and I'll be able to talk here in a
The
second.
battery in this thing. Is it the part of the battery the first place?
I don't think so. So I don't know those that will like smoke. Okay. Yeah. So, okay, continue to look at the latest. I mean, Matt has been talking about it all night. The threat's far from over. I'm going to use a regular mouse. So what are we saying? The rotation isn't nearly as defined as what it once was on this. Got interesting there for a second. I saw someone asking about Pontotoc, and you guys are okay. So that's outflow. Where's the outflow? So outflow's still in central Monroe County. And moving through parts of Clay County as we speak, and why that matters is because a lot of these cell strengthening things are going to be what drive the forecast going into the evening. So if they ride this outflow boundary, then they're going to be able to strengthen relatively quickly. And where we're seeing that outflow right now is, of course, you can see it where those greens are. There's that arrow right there. So there's your outflow. And here's your line of storms. So where these meet, we'll have the possibility of strengthening some of these. Now, I do want to take a look at this on the latest one, the latest model one. Not model one, what am I saying? The latest scan. That is definitely getting more interesting. Columbus, to be honest, you're just getting started. So don't go to sleep just yet. Of course, weather call will be able to wake you up. But if you don't have weather call and you're relying on us, then I'd recommend staying up a little longer. Nettleton, you're going to have some rumbles of thunder, but overall, you are good to go to sleep. Shannon, Palmetto, kind of in the same basket there. Going to have a few rumbles of thunder, but overall, you are good to go to sleep. That leading edge is what we're watching for the highest potential of development. And overall, I'm not seeing anything that's saying, hey, look at me.
which is a good thing. But still paying attention to it. I mean, definitely seeing a lot of output of lightning here on this Brooksville Crawford storm, just on the northern side of Noxubee County. Honestly, broad rotation too.
Got a ways to go.
It does, but it's more organized, like you're saying.
It's got more lightning than most. That one up there, southern Lowndes County as well, on the,
Look at this shape right here.
I know, they're trying hard.
And it does have broad rotation with it. I mean,
Go back to the rotation.
you're not getting a lightning output on these either. Usually, whenever you start to get that tornadic development, there's a high output of lightning right before it. There's no lightning strike on that rotation.
But on the one down south, it is.
Yes, and that's why.
Because what I think is they might be shallow supercells. That's why they start looking supercellular when they get dark.
Mhm.
Because they're not tall enough. So you get close to the radar, then they start looking supercellular. They always were, you just didn't have good radar.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. That
Oh, that one up there, dude. I mean, that's. No, the north one.
Oh, I was like, I mean, something has to turn that tail.
Yeah, it's gonna have to get the RFP around.
Uh-huh. What about this one?
Still surface based, which is.
Hey there. That one, Natala said, "Oh, you caught me."
Like, no, I'm not doing it. There's no one here.
You weren't supposed to look at me until I performed.
What do you?
Oh, that one's got broad too, and some more energy.
Say Noxubee's is what is it, it's got a lot of lighting on the Noxubee.
Starting to get an RFD a little bit.
All of it.
Yeah.
But it's head northeast.
I know it's going northeast.
Yeah, but then watch the last part, see. So that's good. Recently, it looked like it might be gone. So that just might be it. We're looking to go in this level.
So the intervene on the other side of it, but he's making it with an 8 week hospital.
You should sue anyway because they shouldn't be selling you this.
You know what they had? So about 2 weeks ago, right there, they had sand on it. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Merry St. Patrick's.
Have you told anybody?
No, because they're still there. Like I haven't died yet.
You're good with communications industry, so if you didn't communicate effectively, that's on you.
I don't know.
But to get the compensation.
I also don't want them to take the vending machine away. And I need those, like those Cokes, those Sprites, lifesavers.
You money in vending machine, like that's how you get poor. You bring the Coke with you. Huh?
They don't have any, and it's canned. And I just think there's a convenience with a bottle.
So you don't know where to find bottled Coke?
1 minute. to the
That's
gas station.
expensive.
They're less expensive than they are here.
No. But let me tell you. So if we get an 8-pack of bottled Coke,
I'm going to drink all of those bottled Cokes in like 3 days. But
Why don't you bring them up here and set them behind the set?
because I don't want to drink them that quickly. I want to
No,
drink them
then you
already.
won't drink them that quickly because they'll be warm until you put one in a day.
But they're there, and that's the
But
thing.
they're warm. You're not gonna drink them while they're warm. You'll have to wait for them
Some
to
days I
cool off.
might. Some days I might. I would just come in and be like, you know what? I'm thirsty.
What about this? What if you go to Sam's and you get like pastries?
Okay, hold up. That's a whole other conversation. And if my wife is watching this stream, I hope she is, because I just found out she had a Sam's Club card. Why we've been going to Walmart?
Okay, let's look at Northern Mounds again.
More interesting.
Way more interesting. We're gonna roll on wind increase.
Where's the radar site? Because I have a feeling it's going to go right over it, and that's where it's going to be.
No, I think it was at least right on Caledonia though.
I had someone asking about Caledonia, so I hope you stayed up.
A little wider. I want to see the other one there. Okay. Your Fern Bank. Now that's Wolf Road's got hit a number of times in the last few years. Post Wolf Road.
Is Wolf Road from Bank?
No, that's Caledonia.
Oh, I see. It. So letting everyone know what we're looking at on the live stream is several cells producing broad rotation, but I wouldn't say right now there's an immediate concern, but definitely something to watch for. And what it's all been is associated with this leading line that have been developing over the last couple of hours. All of that action right here is what we're paying attention to. And if it interacts with the outflow, kicks off. Just 2. The Crawford storm looks the best, but it's getting eaten by the GTR storm.
It's fighting. It's losing the fight. Did Jackson put anything in the chat? About that necklace. That mouse necklace. I wonder if it's dead.
That's not a rechargeable battery, is it? Well, they expired the warning in Talbot County.
Good.
So that shows that they are not
This
concerned.
is, in fact, a rechargeable battery.
Mark, you wouldn't have burned the place down.
When did what? Oh,
Well, have you ever put one of those non-rechargeable batteries in the recharge station?
yes, not good.
Yeah, it starts to smoke.
Yeah, you don't do that. Looks like there's one extra battery. That's one of these.
Oh, praise God. Someone in our in our church was about to have a baby, and they just were about to enter into 36 weeks, and so they just had the baby, and they said both mom and the baby are doing good.
It's good. Good. It can be, they issued a new, oh no, that was last one.
There's still broad rotation on this one in Atala County, and I would say that's interesting because it has a lot of lightning output. It definitely has that. Oh, I'm blocking it. That jetted out area. We're talking about west of Newport, moving towards McAdams and Salis and Kosciuszko. Still, I mean, a ways away. Don't get me wrong. And that's the fortunate thing I would say so far is that a lot of these are just a ways away, and they get somewhat interesting. And the fact that we're poking and prodding trying to find something shows that there's not anything overly concerning at this moment. Saying that, what is that one showing?
Isn't it interesting that it now almost looks like the lead line is as strong as the main line?
Yeah. That might be a
Should
good thing.
allow the outflow to slow down, right? You have a place here where you get outflows from both sides, like a north outflow
Just because I have someone asking about it. For anyone watching that is from Fulton, you are good. You can go to sleep.
There you go. Same thing, Lee County?
Yeah. Yeah, I told Shannon Nettleton they're good to go. I would say the line is now shifted. Calhoun County, half of Webster, Montgomery, half of Choctaw.
Here's the way I see it. I can stay here, then nothing can happen. I go home, something can happen. I'm pretty much only staying here for that jinxing purpose. I can make sure nothing happens.
I mean, they're all full next week. So,
I'm more about ready to lay down, like, I'm like, fall out.
well, like, you don't have to. You can go to sleep right now and not wake up until next Monday.
Until I have to teach Sunday school.
There's church.
Then after church, there's small, and then after small group, I don't have to.
You're like children, men's group.
Every Thursday.
I thought it was just for that 4 week series.
Yeah, we do it every Thursday. But no, it's every Thursday. It's me and all the old guys.
We say older.
They're all older than me, pretty much.
Their owns.
I mean, they're bad, you know what?
Someone texted me tonight and said, I know we're out of the threat, but I just want to keep watching to see what matches entertainment will come out.
It's just like there's always something, right?
Mark,
Always
go catch a wasp.
On that.
I don't think you understand how hard I tried to be serious in that moment.
I know.
The second wallop, it was like, I can't.
I know.
Oh,
Sorry.
no, it's funny. That's just one thing that just shows that we're human and we're not these robots that. Jason messed up. I think it was yesterday night as he was wrapping up the 10, and it looked like he rebooted. And I said that just shows everybody that we're just robots because he went like this.
To go find like Scorpion or something.
No, let's not do that. Scorpions, I'm actually terrified of. Okay, so they went just south of Atala County. Understandably so. I mean, look at the difference in energy between the two. Jackson is a high output of lightning, and then there's those lead storms up here in northeast Mississippi. But outside of that, like Atala County, I guess. Everywhere else is.
30. The thing is that this lead that has got so much stronger than last time. See, you also have that, like, okay, so like right here.
Another outflow? No.
No, see, watch this, like little green thing here. Further on. Okay, see that?
Yeah, it's feeding it.
Just a reminder of like all the directional shear we still have.
What is that doing on the south side of that storm?
Go ahead.
Right there, that's what.
Ooh, go up to this one.
Oh, you got it.
Get a little more interesting.
It's been happening too. That's what I mean, it's fighting. Fortunately, it's like young siblings that don't know how to share. They're not matured yet. And so they're still going to fight over that toy being the energy. And you're going to get, a furious reaction, but you're not going to get a brawl with a fist. It's going to be absolutely damaging to things
I'm
around.
trying really hard. I'm gonna make this
It's 1 in the
analogy.
morning, is it? We're inching closer.
But sadly, it's only 12:14. I don't know why I'm so tired. Like I am just.
Because you're an unk.
You're something you would.
I'm changing.
Boston.
I'm changing the contact in my phone to Unk Matt. Okay, so the leading edge of this line is going to get what you would say intense in regards to heavy rainfall, lots of lightning. So, I mean, no doubt about that. The thing that we're concerned about is strong wind gusts and tornadoes developing. And fortunately, from what we're seeing so far, outside of that leading line, I wouldn't say there's an immediate threat for tornadic development along the what we would call the frontal boundary. So that's a good thing so far. So yes, it's going to be intense with heavy rainfall, but I wouldn't say anyone's in an immediate threat outside of that front line for tornadic development as of right now.
The front keeps advancing.
It's kind of hustling. It's almost like this line is going to slow it down, and that's why fronts had it last until 5 minutes.
Yeah. Front was fine. Like that.
I would agree. Is there a way to compile data from the last 96 hours of reports to just talk about
Reports.
overall events?
Well, so Memphis hasn't put in a bunch of their reports. Like they stopped putting them in because they just didn't have staff for it.
Have they done any? They've done surveys.
No, they've done some surveys, but they haven't really put in a lot of storm reports just because they have not had staff. I mean, they've been blowing and going. We've had it not great. They've had it awful.
Yeah, like they have Arkansas, Eastern Arkansas, Western Tennessee.
Up from Missouri Blue Heel.
Yeah.
And
They
then
have
North
everything.
Mississippi. Like they've been, I mean, it's been basically a full week.
Did they never raided Glenn? Did they?
No, I don't think they've gone and got Glenn. They did, Northern Tishmingo. Northern Tishmingo, into, Alabama.
Which one?
Technically, that's a tri-state tornado.
Which one was that? Was that the same day? It was the same day.
Yes, it's same storm, next drop of the tornado. Possible, I mean, it's probable that you had the tornado in Glen, it lifts and it reproduces through Crossroads, the northeast part of the county.
Did you watch Someone with the Three Kids? The story?
Morning one,
Yes.
I did not.
Those were some. That was the best storytelling story I think I've ever had. I said probably 6 words in the entire thing.
They just said the rest.
They described every event, and it was like they all led into each other, and so I had them introduce the story.
Yeah.
And I had all 3 of them said it was a boom, 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 and like I had them back to back to back.
Nice.
Golly, it was such a good soundbite. And I got out of the car. They said, "Gabe Maynard." I was like, "Why? You don't want me to be here? Because then that means something bad happened." Carly, what would you like to know? Because we kind of laid out the foundation earlier. We are tracking that main line of storms, and we're tracking everything, but so far not seeing anything developing at the moment. No, that does not mean we're in the clear all night, because we are still in a very unstable atmosphere. But as that front pushes more, we're going to see more counties cleared on the back end of this. So, do you want to give them an update at all clear?
We can probably go.
The front's the divider.
Yeah.
So everywhere on the northwest side, the top left of that frontal boundary, that line in the middle of your screen, you guys can go to sleep. But everywhere where it says not yet, you don't go to sleep just yet. So there's a easy way to tell what's going on. Now we'll be here for the long haul, don't get me wrong, but not going to see anything
as of right now, developing for immediate concern, but still the potential's there.
Watching that Lowndes County stuff.
Yeah, Lowndes, Noxubee, and Lamar County. Those are the interesting ones we're watching right now. At the same, yeah, Starkville's yet to be hit. 72-degree dew points. I mean, that's all the story right there.
So, I was hoping I could move it all and side here, left side.
Just put the eye on the windshield and then take out the windshield.
Probably photos.
We haven't gotten a report or anything, have we? Gloria, Lowndes, do not go to sleep yet. Unless you have a way of waking up. Pontotoc, Thaxton can go to sleep. Natalie, if you want to, you can go to sleep. Corinth is in the clear. Monroe County, they're in the go to sleep, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Out close through.
Yeah, Monroe County's good to go to sleep. Smithville's good. Vardaman, has it cleared Webster County yet?
No, Byron's, County.
Calhoun?
Yeah.
That's right. I always get that confused.
I haven't been here 15 years, that's all.
I always get Vardaman. It's not Webster. I always get that wrong. So there's some broad rotation we're tracking and a look at some times on there. For anyone that's in the immediate path or know of anyone, just go ahead and let them know to be watching. In case something gets interesting here in the next couple of minutes. Columbus 12:34, so that's about 12 minutes from now. Is that right? Is that the southern side of the storm?
Yeah.
Yes. Because the other one's like right over the top, isn't it? Caledonia is extended about 12:51. Moorville's good to go to sleep. Monroe County, good to go to bed. Yeah, Aberdeen's good. Red Bay, where's Red Bay on this?
Red Bay should be good.
Red Bay should be good. Matt, you can go to sleep if you want.
Like to. But I'd like this storm to look less interesting first.
Where's it at? I mean,
Look up. I'm in there. I'll make it easy.
Okay.
Great job today.
Same to you.
I'm gonna put these batteries in my stuff, so it's all ready to go. Okay.
Are you leaving laptop?
Yeah, one laptop.
Caledonia does not need to go to a safe place just yet, but watching some broad rotation move closer. So just be watching, just in case.
You're kind of in that odd focal point where there's just moisture, this moisture fetch coming in, Caledonia. Unfortunately, I mean, make sure, if you have a weather call, go to bed and it'll wake you back up. That's the purpose of weather call.
If you didn't hear what Matt said, basically if you have weather call, you can go to sleep. Have ways of being woken up. If you're in anywhere that says the not yet area. So if you're in the go to sleep area, just go to sleep. Like, you're good to go. Yes, Gabe did say Red Bay, Alabama's in the clear. And so did Matt. Starkville,
Not yet.
not yet. Louisville, not yet. Smithville, good to go. How do you get weather call? Do you want
WTVA.com/weather call.
to? Okay, WTVA.com/weather call.
It'll take you to a site where you can sign up. And it's the best, I mean, it's the best money dollar for dollar you spend.
That's literally
Get-
$1.
Huh?
It's literally $1.
A month, yeah.
So
Maybe you have to pay for a whole year at a time, but, so it's $12, but I mean, it truly is the best money you can spend because it's just, I mean, come on. How much is one night's sleep worth it to you? How many times do people go on vacation and they stay in a nicer hotel than maybe they need to, and they'll pay that money? This is one night. This is just tonight is just one night that you get back.
oh, I have a better one for
And
you.
then like the past
Uh-huh.
4
How many
nights,
expired bottles of Coke do you buy?
Does your wife have weather call?
I don't know if we do. Or not. I don't know if we do or not.
Fail.
I know. Well, because I'm here. So
Yeah, exactly.
she watches.
My
it.
wife has weather call. When's the last time you ever heard me? Okay, there's a bunch of little things over there in Lamar County. Like that one near Mulberry Road and the other one down there near Haituki. Go back to the precipitation.
Yeah, they all look interesting.
They all look interesting. I don't know if any of them are deep enough. This is the zone where something stupid could happen. Yeah. See it for a second?
Yeah. Yeah, that one on the south side of Columbus still looks good.
See, that fetch just keeps regenerating the same spot. I say that it doesn't. That's not true. Yeah, it is. You're right. It comes down to lightning to a certain extent. But there's just so many rotating things over here.
Well, it's a sheer filled environment.
What's the odds that see? But you don't get this many rotating things and not get one to do something.
And that's first.
Gotta hope. But I mean, more often than not,
What's happening to the north?
that's
Is
that's
that
the
Phil?
front. That's the boundary. So
that's
that's
the meat.
yeah. So this is the main. It's this one up there near Beaverton, heading toward Ewan and Winfield. The one near Haituki. We're so borderline on all these. One of these is gonna do something dumb.
I will say they're all fizzling out though.
No, I disagree. I think that could have to do with the angle versus the
Maybe,
the
yeah.
radar site.
It's also my severe lightning bias.
It is your severe lightning bias. Nope. There's not actually something that states. I was thinking I'd click down there.
Did it stop fighting? Is it starting to build itself?
Hmm?
Well, you know how it was two couplets that were north-south. Now that one up north isn't looking as prominent. That southern one's still pretty defined. Or is it just because it's getting closer to the radar?
No, this southern one. This is curled around more than the others we've seen before, right?
Mhm.
The others stayed very north-south with their RFDs. This one's curved around a little bit.
We're not even talking about it? That's Jackson still, isn't it?
That's Cindy Lawrence from Lowndes County asking about it.
Getting ready?
I mean, I'm sorry.
Let me make sure it's the one on the suspend. Special age.
That's a different one.
See, because this one down here in Knoxville. We'll see. Is there a thunderstorm moving over radar site? Sure it is. The reflectivity immediately goes from.
We are still live on Facebook, period. I understand where you're coming from, period.
Look at this. That's. Watch over time how it wraps around.
One more time.
It's starting to get
Lounge, are you talking about? Or the same one?
Knoxville.
We're just going to be staring at ghosts of these all night long, aren't we? It's the next ghost of a rotation. The next ghost of a rotation.
Isn't that what you'd rather have?
Yes, I'd rather have ghosts of rotation over and over again. Than actual legit. It'll take a bit of work.
Doing a protocol call and not here. Then resume will cover the thing. People like people who follow the car out. So true. Actually, Mark, I'll give it to you because you're going down to as well. So. Do you think we beat 2024 on tornadoes this year already?
Probably. Say highly likely.
The only reason why there's any doubt is it's December 29th. Otherwise, it'd be a sure bet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's really the only event that otherwise was severely underput on numbers.
Let me look at something here. Hold on, let's. I'm watching Steens in Columbus. We're going back and forth on Caledonia. We're watching a lot of those things. Why aren't they on TV? We're not on TV because I don't have anything strong enough at this point here. The sound is working. We're just not talking nonstop because I'm all out of energy. And so if I'm going to have something in the can still to use if we have to go back on, I'm talking once in a while as opposed to nonstop. So I understand that there are folks that all want to know about their exact spot. As we have shown kind of over and over again, I'm not going to specifically kind of call out every location, but I will kind of put on here again that general go to sleep. And if you know where you're at on a map, and of course that's an important thing, figuring out where we are on a map, then we can kind of nail it down from there. So again, I'll put this on once again. There's a couple ways to look at this. First way is this. If you're still in a blue county, there's conceivably still an issue there. But I'd say for the most part, we can probably eliminate a few other folks. So It's kind of where our squiggly front is. And for those wanting to know, ahead of this is not yet. And behind it is this. So don't take this the wrong way, but I'm probably not going to go city by city through all of those simply because I'm all out of time. Not all out of time, all out of energy. Got plenty of time, got no energy left. And so I'm trying to kind of conserve what energy we have for if we need to go on. So our lights are out on the north side of Columbus area. We'll zoom in a little closer on that. But for those folks wanting to know, take a screenshot here. South Hill is out of this. And again, I could go city by city, but if you're north of this line, everything north of this line is go to sleep. Okay? So all this area up here is all go to sleep zone. Everything south of that, we're still watching. We'll say not yet. So the good news is we're probably not taking this all the way at 5 o'clock in the morning. Praise Jesus.
Hey, I do want to say,
Yeah.
there are some organizations that are saying the southern part of the state or viewing areas are not clear,
Okay. Okay.
and that was posted 2 hours ago.
Wow. That's okay. Good for them.
$19,000 followers.
Proud for them. Sorry, I was looking at another picture. So again, there's your go to sleep. I'm going to get rid of the orange line. If you're north of this boundary, you're go to sleep. If you're south of it, we're still watching. So I'm going to bring it in now, kind of so we can actually watch some of this stuff. Eastern Lamar trying. The angle's wrong on that. It's more downdraft than it is. So it is this kind of southeast zone in particular we're still watching here. I know, it did look like something my kids would scribble. Go to sleep kind of does when you think about it. Pretty much exactly what it looks like. Clear. Down. Look at that.
What they issued here, principal. Oh, it's in now.
Severe warning, rotation detected on these. Pretty much exactly. Of course, I probably would have taken it south to catch the other area rotation too. But again, Monday morning quarterbacking there, and they've had a long week, like we have. Does capture this one kind of east of Columbus as well, kind of a catch-all with that. Give me a moment here. I'm going to check something else on this computer. Okay. Nice long rolling thunder. You're going to get long rolling thunder behind this because of just. Okay, I'm now officially shot. I can't even think a full sentence through. Because the atmosphere is stable and that helps it bounce around, keeping it going. Keep it permanently on Jackson for now. So that cell merger, hopefully killing a low-level rotation, messing it up. Hopefully.
Never seen a rainbow at night.
You have a rainbow at night picture? Do we think it's AI?
No? You sure?
Okay, yeah, I think it is, but I think that's probably caused by the headlights. It's the refraction of light from the headlights.
I've just never seen that. I didn't even know it was possible.
You've seen refraction at night.
Refraction, but I've not seen that looks like a rainbow.
It does but you have to think the refraction usually comes from the headlights, right? And they're looking right back at you, but now you're off center from the original angle.
No, I want to check this. Because would it only go over the skyline?
Huh?
Would it only go over the skyline when it looked?
I don't know. My brain's not good enough to answer that question. Apologize, I'm not really talking. I know that what'll happen is it froze. Hold on, the live ended and it started, then it froze. Loud and burning. Okay. Yeah, I'm ready to go home. I'm ready, but I'm ready to. Obviously, we're watching things here for still just a couple little storms. I'm just trying to be quiet to kind of conserve energy, knowing that adrenaline will hit when it needs to, if it needs to. But we could just keep watching these little spinners all night long. If I've said it once, I've said it 10 million times. This, y'all, this. See if I can position it just right. This would be the same spot as. Give me a moment to get that on there kind of right. There we go. I think that's close-ish. Point of the story is this. I have to watch this, and so does Gabe. You don't. You get this? Well, good. You're good. You can go to bed right now if you have this, because this will wake you up if something weird happens. I'll be honest, I'm a little less confident in that theory about one strong tornado near the outflow than I was a few hours ago. Maybe that's tired talking. Maybe it's the fact I'm just waiting on one of those to get more organized. But this is what you need. Weather call. If you have this at WTVA.com/weather call, WTVA.com/weather call, then it'll wake you up if you're in danger. That's what you need, right?
I don't think our house was that far away from where this might have produced.
Oh no, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like that tornado, if it produced a tornado, was basically right over your
Do you
house.
know the Mexican restaurant across 45?
Yeah.
What's that, South Philly?
Yeah.
There's a house right behind it.
That's actually farther than I would thought.
Yeah, I thought it'd be awesome to tell you.
Did Wi-Fi home yet?
So what are you talking about? I'm just surprised that. Close your eyes while we do it.
I have joked for days now with Pat, our boss, that nobody will make more money this week than Gabe Maynard at WTVA
Because of our,
because you're hourly and not. How many hours of overtime you have so far?
after tonight, if I reach 2 a.m., I'll be at 63 hours.
You'll be at 63 hours this week, so 23 hours of overtime.
There's still a whole other week. And I got a morning shift. And a school visit. Oh, and past Gabe on memory.
What?
It's honestly, it was like a delirious state at
Oh.
this point. Like, I realized what I'm saying 5 minutes after.
Yep. We're just done with this.
Usually, right, the very well, right now. That's the time. Yeah. It's like this. So Chris Nolan told me that he's traveling back from Grenada.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we were talking about a station.
What?
They make them do one TikTok a day. Every day? It's not hard to know content like that. And his content's about nice.
This is presently on TikTok. Did you know that?
Who, you are?
We're live on TikTok.
Oh, bet.
Yeah.
I saw that you followed me that time.
Yeah, I know.
Felt honored.
I don't see. I had a different TikTok and I lost it because I tried logging back in and couldn't log in, so I deleted it for like 3 years.
So I can be an impersonator, not log on, but my big account. Never log in.
Pretty much, right? Let's get a storm track on this one you're making again. Less lightning out of these two.
Jake White is like he's recording. Jake was here for a game shift. Do you know what he did? He said one line. Severe storm going through the area, Matt. Have we seen him? And then he walked off, changed into shorts and a t-shirt. That's the dream show. Hey,
Sounding rough in North Columbus.
live might be off. I've gotten a few messages about that.
Hmm?
And
We-
Alicia texted me that.
So we think the Facebook Live cut off?
Let me see what it was on, but I also got another message.
Hold on, let's check and see. Hold on. It might have cut off. Do we think it hit the 8-hour limit?
Another thing,
I don't know.
you've not found that it's a thing. There goes the 24-hour live stream ideas. No, I thought the doing a phone before.
No. I'm trying to see here if what. Yeah, it does look like it cut off about 10 minutes ago.
Just pull it back up.
I'll pull it back up. Hold on. Give me a minute here. We gotta. Well, there you go. Well, give me a second. We'll see if we can get it back up. Let's see here. I should be able to. Yep. Hold on. Take that down. Confirm. There we go. Hold on. That should conceivably come back. There we go. Double check to see if that is working again. Yeah, there we are. We're back. Good loud boomer. Okay, so we're back on here. Sorry about that. Apparently, I don't know if we just hit like some kind of Facebook limit at 8 hours. So anyway, we're back for you. We're still on X, it looks like, on what is it? Look at TikTok and YouTube. We're on all those different ones there. But we're back on for Facebook. Sorry about that. Apparently there's some kind of 8-hour limit, I guess, and we must have bumped up on that. So sorry about that. Was there a So let's kind of look at some of these up here. I don't know why it had to have hit some kind of weird Facebook limit. Still kind of watching these broad rotations. I don't have anything that's kind of at the level yet. So we'll kind of catch you up for those folks who've been gone for the 10 minutes here. So again, here's kind of the north one there, Heidegge, Vernbank, kind of there's a just broad rotation on this, nothing severe. And nothing super tight. It's trying, absolutely trying, but I just don't know that it's going to get over the hump. And then the kind of two that we're looking at back here in Noxubee County, one that's kind of northwest of Macon, near Piney Woods Road in Deerbrook and Brooksville, kind of in there. Again, fairly broad, same spots as the one before. 1 a.m. to Brooksville, Deerbrook at about 106, Whiteberry at about 125, New Hope 128, and Eastwood Hills. You can bring it there, 133, and then eventually about 134 Forest, 138 Steens. But listen, not overly impressed by this. Is it trying? Yes. And one of the things that I mentioned a minute ago, probably while some of the folks on Facebook could not see us, so I'll kind of regenerate here. Again, main impact right now at this point is flooding. Let's be clear. Because I'll see if I can force this to do the last 24 hours, give us an idea. Yep, no, that's totally still wrong. I think the 24-hour one update's really slow. Yeah, that's not right. Let me try getting this one to work, and I'll see if I can force it to. Thing that I hate the most about our system here, I love a lot of things about it, but I do hate how hard it is to make it do accumulated precipitation. And then it did it fast. See? Just had to insult it, apparently. That's not the right answer. Insulting's never the right answer. But as you can see there, estimations of around 8 inches of rainfall up close to the Corinth area. We have seen some fairly significant flooding pictures from up around the Corinth area. So some real significant flooding rainfall there. You can see some spots there, Pontotoc County, where I'm estimating in excess of 6 inches. Prentiss County, somewhere between 4 and
6.5 inches. Looking out toward Yalobusha County, I got one spot there, nearly 6 inches. Northern Calhoun, almost 6 inches. So apparently that is the numbers. About 6 inches of rainfall for quite a few spots out there. So that's, one of the main things. Still, tornado watches have been canceled for basically everybody north of Chickasaw and Monroe counties. On the Mississippi side, obviously, still holding on to Franklin, Marion, on the Alabama side, and then Lamar and Pickens as well. But looking at wind here, looking at precipitation, kind of looking at everything, we can still have fairly large swath that go to sleep. So I will update that before we go back in.
Hey, I just sent you 2 more pictures that are
Okay, hold on.
of flooding. I can find this.
That'd be this app.
There.
I'm gonna pull this up. So these be a few more flooding pictures out of Corinth. Before we do that, I'll do the go to sleep, close the line. That'll work. Hit the edge of my keyboard. Hold on. Try again. Nope. Try again. I don't want to be quite that far south in Lamar County. Keep it there. So this is all go to sleep up here. So if you're still watching and worried and you live up here, any of these other locations, this is go to sleep. So we'll show that here first for a moment while I get ready to show some of these flooding pictures out of Corinth. Yeah, I saw this one a little bit ago. I hear my phone talking about flash flood warnings, which is pretty accurate. So here is an example of that flash flooding. There's the front entrance of Hobby Lobby in Corinth, and the parking lot there flooding. Of course, there's always a lot of flooding in Corinth. Another shot here of one of those railroad underpasses. I know it does go down there. That is a place that tends to flood. So it's not really a shock that this one is flooding. But unfortunately, there is flooding ongoing there in the Corinth area. Still likely at this hour, and I'm sure it's not alone. Of course, some sporadic reports of damage around the area as well tonight. And if you missed this earlier, a couple of tornado videos coming in from people as well. I think we've given enough time on the go to sleep. Hopefully that makes sense for a lot of folks there. I'll leave the line on as we come in closer. As I look at the wind here, those 2, really 3 storms still showing some rotation here that we're monitoring. Not quite to tornado warning levels. Just that. So there are 3 areas that we're still monitoring. So I'd be lying if I said we're done. But north of this line, we're pretty much done. So here is one of the videos. Now it looked like it disconnected again. Why does it always do that? Every time. Even the iPad's tired. And old. We've been using the same Apple TV for a decade now. So maybe I give the iPad too much trouble. Maybe it's actually the Apple TV that we've been using. But let's see here. So this would have been along Highway 278. I'll pull this up a little earlier on. There we are. But look at that wind coming across the road there. So that was as whatever potential tornado kind of moved through. And you'll notice right there, that flash for a moment. I'll go back.
Am I wrong? Wasn't that power flash?
That was a power flash. No, you're absolutely right.
I don't know where exactly he would be on 6. He said between Oxford and Montauk. It would have to be northwest Pontotoc.
Yeah, it'd be west of Pontotoc. I mean, it's right there where it crossed. I don't think there's any question. Of course, it's not updating. Boy, we're giving up on Apple TV tonight unless we have to have it. Because it's just not. No, gotta tell the systems don't do system backups. We've reached that time of the night. I guess 1 a.m. is what time that's set to do its thing. These are very small storms, showing a little bit of rotation there in Lowndes County. So that's part of the reason I'm just not particularly convinced. There is going to be a lot of like loud boom and thunder back behind this because the atmosphere is stabilized for all these folks back kind of behind here. So loud booming thunder is one of the main things you'll continue to hear there. Someone's asking about a tornado in Hamilton, Alabama just before midnight. I don't believe so. I know there were some storms that tried. There were some cell mergers there, probably some strong wind, which is reasonable. But I don't think there was a tornado there near Hamilton just before midnight. We did have a couple of these again. There's a bunch of these little rotating thunderstorms. No, I don't think we had tornado there. I do think that we had some strong wind probably move through. And again, looking at base reflectivity, there are some spots there it's kind of notchy, but I don't think we had necessarily a tornado in any of those locations. Bring it back to current time. No, I don't really think that's the case. So again, we've done that go to sleep line. I'll put that back on here. No, need to at least be behind the leading edge of the severe thunderstorm warning. So that's your go to sleep line there. Give me just a second here. I got to check something, make sure. There we go. Okay, I don't know what that was. Let me trade you places here for a minute.
So yeah, the go to sleep line, seeing it right there, expanding it out because I know there's still some folks that I was getting questions about up in, where's the latest one? Fulton and Itawamba County, all in the clear so far. So even if you're not in this circle, and I'm sitting in the middle of it, so for anyone watching, but we're talking about folks in Lafayette County, Tippah County, Benton County, Marshall County, Alcorn, Prentiss, Tishomingo, all good to go for tonight. Starkville, it's moving just south of where you're at, and yeah, so Starkville going to be in the clear. Fortunately, I know that the cookout runs. Can you still get them in at 104 if you're down at Starkville?
Cookout runs?
Cookout runs.
Cookout runs is crazy. You did not just say that because I was thinking about
Saturday night, you go to cookout and you sit in a 3 times wrapped around the building, and you wait. It takes like 2 hours. So cookout runs, I think they're still alive for tonight.
There's no shot that you just said that because that was my plan for dinner.
I know you're going there, Mark, and you're still okay to go there.
Literally my plan for dinner because nothing else is open.
We'll get a chicken quesadilla in honor of me and some cheese curds.
I realistically might also drive home into Cromwell. So we'll see.
See, the more you drive down there, the more intriguing going to bed will look. That you'll just end up gravitating towards it without realizing it.
That's probably what's going on.
That's what happens every time.
Probably. So perhaps no chance.
So yeah, just continue to watch this line. It's continuing to move into parts of Itala County. Honestly, almost clearing Itala County at this point. I'm going to go ahead and clear this off because you guys have had a good bit of time to see. Cam, were you talking about the cookout runs? Yeah. Lacey, they don't know how to wrap the line, and it gets on my nerves.
Nobody can wrap it.
Yeah, they wrap it 3 times, but it could be wrapped in 1 if they just wrapped correctly or paid attention to the person in front of them.
Right.
See, everyone in here knows about the cookout line. If you don't know about the cookout line, go to Starkville and get you some
We
cookout.
don't need the line to get longer.
That is true. Go to Columbus. Send them to Columbus.
Oh.
Yeah, it should just be a lot of thunder and lightning tonight. So, still watching a few severe thunderstorm warnings. You see that one over in Itala County and the one in Noxubee County, but overall still a ways away from producing into anything. I say that. Let's take a look at this. So we're keeping eyes on this Brooksville storm moving towards northern Noxubee County, and I will say it's getting tighter over the last couple of scans. Definitely getting some more bright. I'm going to go ahead and make sure everything's set up for this because it's definitely tightening in rotation. And let me make sure this is on. Okay, we're good. So yeah, we're definitely looking at this line moving at about 45 miles an hour. Let's go ahead and just put a storm track on that. Moving through Cliftonville, Ethelsville, Millport, Deerbrook 108, Forreston 124, Whitebury 128, New Hope 131, Eastwood Hills 136, Fernbank 149, and Millport closer to about 152. I'm going to take this off real quick and just show the latest scans that we're seeing, and it's definitely getting more of that RFD on the southern side of this storm, wrapping around and tightening in rotation just a bit. So you can see those brighter returns on the latest ones and definitely getting a tighter return on the most recent run right there. That severe thunderstorm warning extending into northeast Noxubee County and into Lowndes County, New Hope and Forreston. We talked about you being included in there, and that's why we said pay attention because these storms can get more interesting pretty quick. And whenever you get that lightning as well, showing the energy within the storm and that it is getting stronger here in the last couple of scans. Fernbank showing some of that wraparound moisture as well, that RFD that we're talking about over there in Pickens County. No, sorry, Lamar County. You can see it right there, and it's definitely doing more of that wraparound. It's not a linear in nature, so getting a storm track on that, Fernbank 108, Pleasant Ridge Church 111, Faith Chapel 112, and readjusting that just a bit as it moves across Highway 17. We see Fernbank 107, that lines up, East Webster High School 112, and that's over in East Webster, Alabama. Mount Olive Church 114, Liberty Church closer to about 117. Now it is moving more in northeast fashion, so getting a check on that. Kingville 117, New Hope Church 120, Cody Church by about 121, and then continuing on from there well into Alabama. Now, again, it's these tightening couplets that we're tracking, and they're definitely getting tighter as we say that over the past couple of minutes. That's why it's important we pay attention. That's why I've been telling you, hey, stay awake. So we're definitely watching that. I will say that one in Noxubee County is getting more interesting on the latest couple of scans. Are they talking about it at all? I don't think they are. That's tighter though. Trimmed it. At least they're looking at it. They're continuing the severe thunderstorm warning lasting until 1:45, so 36 more minutes, but definitely showing some tight rotation right in around that Deerbrook area. And I know that it might have been a little bit more to the west, but they had a tornado early January last year that I covered not too far away from this area. So, is area familiar with tornadoes? Hopefully, we're not dealing with another one right here. It's more towards Brooksville, but Deerbrook not too far away from that area. So those are the two we're watching, Lamar County and Noxubee County, that have the tightest rotations as of right now. Still a few scans away and a few moments away from strengthening, but not taking much more from where they're sitting at right now. Are we getting any debris or anything on that? No.
Don't think so.
Its orientation with the radar sight makes it that it's battling a ton of reflectivity, trying to get the couplet and trying to get the reflectivity of that wraparound of moisture. So it's not going to be that clear defined hook that you usually see, but definitely showing rotation within it, showing that this is a strengthening thunderstorm. Deerbrook 110, Forston 126, Lake Lowndes 133, and Ethelsville closer to about 136. Again, that wraparound, that RFD that we talk about, you're seeing it pretty prominent right there along the western sections of that storm and wrapping around and forming this inflow notch right there. That's that rotation that we're tracking moving into Deerbrook as we speak. I mean, we talk about 110, it's 110 right now. So Deerbrook, hopefully in your safe place. If you're out ahead of this, I would go ahead and be planning to get to that safe place as that rotation is tightening just a bit. Better to be on the safe side rather than chance it. You don't want to chance anything in this circumstance. So that being said, looking more towards Lamar County, Alabama, over just north of Millport across Highway 17, that's also having that, what we call an RFD, that hook, just ever so slightly on the southern side of the storm. We see a few towns listed in there, Pleasant Ridge Church, 112. Let me see this real quick. Should still include areas like Golden Triangle. No, because it would be 6 a.m. So it should be more towards Alabama. Yeah, we're not far away from seeing something be produced on this. I will say the latest scans, whenever it was moving through Fernbank,
Hitting the boundary.
it is.
Hitting the boundary.
That makes so much sense.
Yes.
So this is exactly what we said would happen. You know, as soon as it interacted with that boundary, that was what we were watching for, the possibility of a tornado forming. So
The other one's still ahead of it, right? Yeah, the other one's still solid ahead.
if it interacts with that boundary. So yeah, that rotation over in Lamar County, if you're in Kingville, go ahead and be getting to that safe place just to be on the safe side. Nothing issued right now and still a few scans away, but again, we say can't be too safe in this scenario. So as it crosses Highway 17 into Kingville, go ahead and get to that safe place right now. You have about 5 minutes to do so. Kingville Church 118, New Hope Church 120, Temple Star Church 123, Little Hope Church 125, and Liberty Church 126, Mount Vernon Methodist Church 128. So that's here in the next 15, 16 minutes. So it's better to be getting that safe place. And whenever we say safe place, we're talking about a sturdy structure in the middle of the lowest floor. It's a small windowless room. It could be a bathroom. It could be, I mean, in the bathtub. I talked to 3 boys over in Tishomingo County that survived a tornado by being in the middle of a bathtub. So it works. And then also wrap up in blankets and pillows. If you have a helmet, that's best case scenario. I saw a family earlier, they submitted their safe place selfie, had the helmets on, had closed-toed shoes. They were ready for it and getting to their safe place as we were speaking. And then, of course, stay there until the all clear. Now, the thing is, with the all clear on this one, you're not seeing a warning be issued. And I'm not seeing anything that says that they're going to issue one, but we're going to go ahead until you get to that safe place here in the next couple of minutes. Hopefully you're watching right now. And if you're not awake and you're not watching, if you and anyone in this chat knows of anyone in this general area, go ahead and give them a call and let them know to be getting to that safe place, just to be on the safe side with this storm. Either one, Lamar County or Noxubee County. So it should stay just east of, is that High-Togi? High-Togi, okay. Yeah, staying just east of there, across County Road 20 and Highway 17 here in the coming minutes, as it inches closer to Highway 18 there in Lamar County. Staying east of Vernon, so folks in Vernon are good to go, but definitely something we're paying attention to here in the coming minutes, as that is still a pretty strong thunderstorm. Down south, Noxubee County continues to show a tight couplet right there. You're seeing it just east of 45 along 388, north of 388 at this point, moving across 792. Now it's going to be crossing the county line into southern Lowndes County. So anyone in, what is that? Mini Vaughn Road, go ahead and be getting to that safe place. Mount Pleasant Church 115, Plum Grove Elementary School 118, Concord Church 127, Union Baptist Church 128, New Zion Church 130, New Hope 132, and then New Hope respective areas about 132 as well. So this is going to be a rotating thunderstorm. This is all happening high up in the atmosphere. it's a bit of a ways away from the radar site, so what's happening at the surface isn't exactly a clear telltale sign. And with it being night, it's tougher to see, so it's better to play it on the safe side in these circumstances rather than be caught off guard with a tornado touchdown quickly. Continue to watch that one over in northern Noxubee, southern Lowndes County. That's definitely the one that I'm paying attention to. But the thing is, with the one in Lamar County, it's interacting with the outflow. We've been mentioning outflow over and over and over again. So once this interacts with it, it's going to strengthen pretty rapidly. So it's going to be something to watch here in the coming minutes. Do what?
And then it'll do whatever it'll do. It might strengthen and do nothing. It
Yeah.
might strengthen and do something.
Yeah, and the something is what we're paying attention to closely and hoping that it is nothing. Do we have it on reflectivity to just see how it's interacting? And do it on loop. Let me see. Mm-hmm. Is that a car? I thought that was the wind for a second. Hope it's
I don't know if
elevated.
this is gonna do it. I think we might be stable enough.
No, it doesn't. Has a lot of lightning. Passes the lightning test.
Let's pass the lightning test. And it's in the right spot for the lightning test.
It is. Oh, that one just looks interesting every couple scans. Back when it was crossing 45, it definitely had a tight couplet. And then right there, back one, it got tighter. That's how much is- National Weather Service in Jackson doesn't seem too keen on a strong tornado threat. Or a high
I'm
level.
starting to agree with that as well.
Yeah. Strong lightning in Burnsville. Yeah, you're gonna get some rumbles of thunder with this for sure. I will say too, this is progressing quicker in my opinion.
Yeah. For only 117, it's doing pretty well.
Okay. So definitely watching these two rotation couplets right here on the northern side of Noxubee County. Seeing that RFD, that wraparound that we talked about, especially what would that be? South of 388 right now. Now this is below the couplet that we've been watching. That couplet actually up around the county line as Noxubee merges with Lowndes County. But we're definitely paying attention to that because it is on the southern end. But there's a lot of variables with this that we're watching, and the reason why is because there's an outflow, and there's an initiation zone that has been allowing these cells to develop. But whenever it's the southernmost cell, it's going to absorb that instability and absorb that moisture, and that's what's going to get inside of this and that inflow, allow it to spin and allow it to develop. But with the surge, that's what they're watching, that surge of moisture, that surge of instability, that will allow these storms to develop more and more. And it also just needs that forcing. So you basically need these to start to bow out and start to have a more of a forcing mechanism to allow them to develop more and more. But I mean, those are still some pretty defined areas of rotation. Not seeing any debris on either of these, just making sure of that. Yeah. Staying void of it right now, but definitely something we're paying attention to. I'm looking at the latest. Figure this out. I want to look at Lamar County, Alabama. I agree with Matt on this one. I don't think it's going to do anything, but we can go ahead and get a storm track on it as it moves more in that northeast direction. Honestly, it probably merges with the line, becomes more of a east-northeast, and you're seeing a few towns listed in there. Bluff 135, Bobo by 143. We can put specific areas on that. You're seeing a few towns listed in there. New Hope Church 121, Temple Star Church 124, Little Hope Church 126. New Hope and Little Hope. I did not know they have both hopes over there. Mount Lebanon Missionary Baptist Church 132, Bluff 134, Bethel Church 135, Old Union Church 137, and 139 Pine Grove Church. So that'll be pushing more into western sections of Alabama outside of our coverage area. So go ahead and let people know, let folks know that are in that area to be paying attention, be watching, because they do have a rotating thunderstorm. And speaking of exactly that, we have a rotating thunderstorm that is moving more into the New Hope area, 135. We're talking about 15 minutes from now, Stafford 138 and Forest closer to 140. Let's go ahead and do a detailed storm track on that, as gives a better idea of landmarks that are close by, churches, schools, that kind of give you a better a better tell on how close it is to you. Smith Chapel 123, New Zion Church 129, New Hope, we mentioned you, 130, 130 for New Hope School, and also Forest Methodist Church by 135, Tabernacle Church 137, Liberty School 139, Mount Zion Church 144, Fern Bank 146, Holly Grove School 148, Millport 148, and South Lamar High School 151. So this is going to be southeastern sections of Lowndes County. Now this is going to be interacting with the outflow. Let me make sure. Let me loop this real quick. We're almost done with this thread, guys. We are almost done. Okay. I want to see what happens when some of these cells merge together. I'm going to answer some questions here, but keep an eye on that for sure. So, yeah, New Hope, I would go ahead and get to the safe place just to be on the safe side, because whenever you see this rotation like that, I mean, that's a pretty bright return. And on top of that, if it's not anything tornadic, it is still strong wind gusts. We're looking at anywhere from 40 to 50 miles an hour. And that's still, some higher than that, 55. So it is still going to be gusty moving into New Hope. So any loose objects in the yard can be picked up and thrown. Trust me, I know from experience. Tonight my garbage can got thrown who knows where. I might need a garbage can. So, yeah. So winds, damaging winds are still a thing. But New Hope, we're talking about you being in that path. Again, we'll put another track on this because this is the one that I want to pay extra attention to, as it does still have that pretty tight couplet. And there's a look at some areas. New Hope, let me look at something real quick. New Hope, it might stay south of me, looking at it now. Might just stay south, but still something to pay attention to. And I'll include you guys here in a second. But Lake Lowndes 133, McCrary 136, Ethelsville 137, and Forest Methodist Church 138. Now I'll move this. Well, hey there. New Hope 134. All right, there we go. Tornado warning. This is going to be for the Lowndes County area. Let me go ahead and, hey Brad. Hey, let's go. Wait, hang on. Hey, we're on. Tornado warning, yeah.
I'll be right back.
All right, can you call Zach?
Yeah, I will. Bye.
All right, bye. All right, let's go. We are tracking a tornado warning over in Lowndes County. This is, am I? Okay. I'm meteorologist Gabe Maynor. We're tracking a tornado warning in effect for Lowndes County as we head into the overnight hours into our Sunday morning. At this point, 124, and this is issued through 145 on your Sunday morning. Seeing some bright returns, and this is going to be your couplet right here. I'll go ahead and circle it, but you get a good idea of where that's happening at under the Nashville Ferry Road, or right around that area right now, probably out ahead of it at this point. So let's go ahead and advance that just slightly. As you can see, south of 795, west of 69, going to be moving in that northeast direction. Let me get you a defined cone on that. as we watch that move towards parts of Lowndes County into Pickens and Lamar County. So you see Smith Chapel, 126, Union Baptist Church, 130, Baptist Grove Church, 133, Lake Lowndes, 133, Lake Lowndes State Park, 134, Halbert Mission Church, 135, Ethelsville, 136, Ethelsville Baptist Church, 136, and Union Church, 138. Now, looking at the latest, I do want to see if there's any debris associated with this, and so far, I'm not seeing anything that confirms that there is a tornado touchdown. Now, what we have seen is a lot of these rotating storms down in the southern part of the area, but this has been the one that tightened up the quickest. And honestly, there's some back to the south that we're watching as well, Deerbrook and Cliftonville, continuing that same path, and this is just how it's been doing. It's been back building further to the south over time, and you can see as that's honestly progressed, you're seeing that RFD right there, moving across parts of southeast portions of Lowndes County. That wraparound of moisture, that inflow happening right there, allowing for those turning motions, and that's what's producing, or possibly producing, a tornado down there in Lowndes County. Now, currently what we're seeing is broad rotation, but tightening over the past few minutes, but no defined debris. Let's go ahead and just do a circle on there to go ahead and notify that area of rotation and line that up with any debris that we may possibly have. I see clear across the region, which is a great sign. Hopefully everyone is in their safe place and no debris occurs with this, but better be on the safe side. So if you're in Forreston, let's go ahead and get to that safe place as we speak. This warning lasting through 1:45. I do see that they extended a severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of this, just to be on the safe side, but I'm sure they're going to monitor this in the event that they need to upgrade that to a tornado warning. Now that's going to be for portions of northwest Pickens County. So folks in Ethelsville, go ahead and be migrating to that safe place to be on the safe side. And let's go ahead and just do a long track cone on that as that rotation continues to get tighter. Continues to get tighter over the past couple of minutes. And you can see Forreston 130, Ethelsville 140. Those are the two main towns we need to worry about, but there's communities within that that also need to be notified. So giving them an opportunity to look at that real quick. Smith Chapel 128, Union Baptist Church 131, Ethelsville, we mentioned you a moment ago, 138, and Providence Church 143. We're watching this notch of rotation, this couplet that has been tightening and tightening and tightening over the past few minutes, and now issuing a tornado warning. I'm meteorologist Gabe Maynard alongside Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon. We've been assessing these storms all afternoon, now all evening, and now all overnight as they've just continued to have that potential. Matt, we haven't seen anything too remotely strong. We've had several of these spin-ups, but now the rotation getting tighter, and you're seeing a high energy output with this storm as well.
Absolutely. It's one of the things that you've been monitoring for the last little bit here is anytime we kind of see the lightning take an uptick on him is one of those kind of signs that, hey, maybe this is more healthy. And near Spurlock Road, this of course crossing the Tennessee Tombigbee Waterway there, Tombigbee River area there on the south side of Columbus. Well, I say south side of Columbus, but southern part there of Lowndes County near Forreston. Of course, we're not that far removed from Alabama Highway 14, of course, where it changes over to Mississippi Highway 19 there. The little yellow kind of area is what we're looking at most closely, about 3 minutes and 3 miles away from those locations. So hopefully we are in that tornado safe place on the lowest floor of a sturdy structure. We have been talking about this on Facebook Live and the other different live features. We're on Instagram, although I guess technically not Instagram, but we're on YouTube, and of course WTVA weather and news apps, probably the most effective way to get the clearest version of what we try to show here. But again, New Hope, you can see there at the top of the screen. I would certainly be in my tornado safe place if I lived in New Hope. This is more likely to probably stay just a little south of you, but certainly the circulation has increased a bit in the last few minutes here. So I'm trying to keep New Hope and Whiteberry on the screen at the same time we're showing Forreston and some of those other locations. But near, again, I show Nashville Ferry Road East, with this trying to cross at this moment. Go back a scan or two, you'll notice that we still kind of have, again, what is a fairly tight couplet. We do not have any tornado debris that we can confirm. And much like a lot of our storms today, we can't guarantee that this is some strong winds that are translating down, but certainly it's one of the stronger returns we've had in the last hour and a half or so. So again, we're probably only about 3 to 4 minutes from crossing Highway 69. For people that live up in Columbus, do know that tornado sirens tend to go off in this scenario here. I'd say if you live in Columbus, we are, again, we're down here toward New Hope addresses. No, we've got some issues. We're in Columbus. We are in the good shape on this. We don't have to worry about this. This is southeast of town, closer to Lake Lowndes, and moving there, of course, close to New Hope. It'll be kind of a close call there for the New Hope area. So do want to go wider just to kind of double check that for a moment. Again, one of two circulations that we've kind of been watching here as this is approaching Forreston at this time. One more time. So let's go ahead.
Yeah, National Weather Service just saying that all signs are pointing to this strengthening over the next couple of minutes, and the tornado being produced is not out of the question, especially with the environment that it's entering into. There's nothing obstructing this storm moving into Pickens County, so there's not a tornado warning issue for Northwest Pickens County. Odds are they're about to extend that, and I don't disagree with that here going forward because that rotation is still just as tight. Whether it's producing or not, it's still just moments away. So.
Absolutely. This is either going to be right on the edge of producing a tornado or it's going to pull that trigger itself. Let's go ahead and circle the area that we're watching here. And there's that tornado warning that Gabe was alluding to, Northwest Pickens County, and now issued. So if we do live in Northwest Pickens County, we need to be in that tornado safe place. Delma, Ethelsville, Shaw, on the path of this developing tornado that could potentially already be a tornado causing some damage. We do not have debris that we've been able to detect. That's, of course, something that we figure out after the fact. But Forreston at 131, we're looking at Smith Chapel 131, Herbert Mission Church 131, 137 Baptist Grove Church. We need to be in the middle of a sturdy structure. The lowest floor, someplace where we can wrap ourselves with blankets, pillows if necessary. Ultimately, we're just trying to think of layers. Layers protect you when it comes to the warnings. We have not mentioned that. If you know somebody that lives here in far eastern Lowndes County, annoy them with a phone call. And if you don't get through, call them back. And here's why. At 1:31 in the morning, it's very reasonable. A lot of folks have their do not disturb on their phones. I know I typically would as well. And so calling them back, that phone call could be the alert that busts through that do not disturb and lets them know they need to get to the tornado safe place. This is a strengthening storm and could potentially be producing a tornado. Now, my speed might be a little bit quick here. We're going to go ahead and back this down to around 35 miles per hour. So let's go ahead on the forward speed. I'm going too fast on that. So let's back that down. So this is going to extend some of those times just a little bit. I was actually closer to 50 miles per hour because of some of the earlier storms. These are moving a little bit slower. So let's adjust it. Of course, in the near term, we're right over top of Forreston now. So hopefully we're in that tornado safe place again, maybe a minute at most until it crosses Mississippi Highway 69, pretty close to the Alabama state line. So Smith Chapel 132, again, looking in the distance there, we're looking at Ethelsville about 145. So a little more than 10 minutes, 12 minutes or so for Ethelsville there. Shaw about 201, Fernbank at 205, and Millport 207. We've had some areas of rotation we've watched up for you in those spots as well. So certainly monitoring that potential. But right over top of Forreston, where I show our area of greatest concern, and to kind of emphasize this once again, New Hope. This is a close call. I know primary area around New Hope, this is probably just a little bit south, is going to be right here, pretty close to Ethelsville, where this ends up going. So we will have some New Hope addresses that could see some wind damage with this as it kind of kicks on through there. Let's go wider for just a moment, make sure there's not something else we are missing. We have been watching multiple circulations along this line for a while, one that had an interaction. Of course, we've been talking a lot about this on Facebook Live for a little while now. And then watching these two circulations down here far southeast, Lowndes County, northwest of Lamar, not Lamar County, this is Lamar County up there, northwest Pickens County. Lightning on the uptick there, a sign of increased turbulence and honestly an increased likelihood that this could be producing something more significant. A big kind of kick up in lightning, and one of those signs that research tells us is associated with tornado development. And so can be kind of a sign that this is getting obviously more turbulent. Where is our circulation? Right over Forreston, right over Highway 69, about to cross the Alabama state line, where 69 changes over there to 14, near Pine Grove Road, where our circulation is at this time. So advancing this forward, I would put it again now just a little bit ahead of that, probably 200 yards north of Mississippi Highway 69 at this time, where our area of circulation is. And that is strong enough that we need to start kind of double checking for debris here. Unfortunately, that's something that we might be able to confirm here fairly soon. In saying that, it does look at, again, it's out ahead of the precipitation. So this could again be strong winds aloft that are showing up down close to the surface. In either case, that is the process of stretching that it attempts to form the tornado. So again, on the north side of 69, well, kind of east side of 69, I should say, moving there, crossing the Alabama state line probably as we speak. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside meteorologist Gabe Maynard. It's 1:35 now in the morning, or about to be 1:35 in the morning, as we're tracking a tornado warning for a storm that has been rotating for a while, that we've been tracking kind of off air, that has now taken that next step and is attempting to produce a damage and possibly a tornado here near Ethelsville. Ethelsville for you, next population center, kind of in the path of this. We're looking at 142. While not showing up on here, New Hope, right about there-ish on our map. I need to look a little closer on my map there. Make sure I got it. Yeah, right about there. And this is, again, possibly some New Hope addresses with some issues here, but the primary center of circulation is probably going right up here, pretty near Ethelsville there. And so how long until we cross US 82? Because I know that, one of the issues we had when it crossed I-22, and this is always an issue that we have to contend with here, is that these can knock cars off of roadways. So, hold on. I think that stint, again, might be too fast once again. We need to back that speed down to 35 miles per hour. And so that gives us a time period about 12 minutes, 11 to 12 minutes there before it crosses Highway 82. No more than, let me do a second arrow to get the idea, or the overlap, but 4 miles away from the Mississippi-Alabama state line. So about 4 miles away from the Mississippi-Alabama state line, where this is likely to cross US 82 and potentially could be a tornado at that point in time when it does. Now looking at the precipitation mode, not something I can guarantee that I for sure have a tornado, but clearly, as you can see, a pretty strong wind return on this, showing signs of organization and rotation in the spot where we would be most concerned to see it produce a tornado. Really in this same zone here. Let's go wider, make sure there's nothing else we're missing. Check the big lightning back here. Nope. Looking up northeast. Nope. This is it. This is our storm, so let's stay on it. Two areas of kind of broad rotation on the south end of this, and the main rotation up here toward Forest and what we are tracking. So define what we're looking at here for a moment. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation that could potentially be a tornado attempting to develop. We have not had debris that we can confirm. Spotters have not been able to confirm anything with this either at this time, but certainly watching that potential that it could do that at some point in the future. One thing I want to emphasize again here, and we've mentioned this a minute ago, we need to mention it again, and that for folks up in the Columbus area, this is not a concern for Columbus proper. Here's why. Looking at the temperature there, we're down to 66 degrees, so we're now in the cooler air. So the cooler air that's headed south, that front that we've been tracking for the last week, it's been stalled back to the northwest, has come through. And so that has made it to where we have stabilized the atmosphere. We're still going to have thunderstorms, still going to have lightning, but we're not going to get tornadoes in the Columbus area from this. And so we are concentrating then not on Columbus, but on locations really east of New Hope in particular, near Weaver Road, Moore Road, Pine Grove Road, all kind of in the path of this potential tornado. Certainly the circulation strong in Moore Road, where we'll see the next scan probably updating near Moore Road up here toward Yorksville Road. There's Ethelsville. Again, at 35 miles per hour, it's going to be a very close call for folks in Ethelsville heading toward US 82 within the next 10 minutes. Let's bring up our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard here, who is kind of been looking at things as well behind the scenes. Gabe, what are you seeing?
Well, looking for damage, and I would count this as damage. We have power outages reported in Lowndes County, 109 currently without power. And on top of that, I know we're tracking this rotating storm that could be moments away from producing a tornado, but Atala County, we've not talked about them with the strong wind gusts. 1,029 people currently without power in Atala County. So those storms still packing a punch, whether they're rotating or not, still going to be strong winds.
Well, and one of the things on that Atala County storm we're going to have to watch, again, on a broader scale here, we do have a bit of a bow echo showing up with that, and a lot more lightning in this storm as well. So like you mentioned, 1,000 folks there, that's a pretty decent segment that we are watching there closely. So let's kind of track this ahead. And honestly, we need to look actually south as well, close to Carthage. That might be something that at some point prompts. No, that's getting a little more interesting as well. Let's get a track on that just in case they have to pull for a tornado warning on that portion of this thunderstorm as well. This one's moving, I'd say, a little bit quicker. Will you double check the speed on that? We'll come back, get a storm track on that.
Back to Tell.
Yeah, back at Tala County, to double check that. Ahead though, let's track this as it's getting closer to Ethelsville, and we'll come back to Tala County here in about a minute or so. So our area of circulation, our potential tornado here near County Road 75, southwest of Ethelsville, moving toward Ethelsville and Delma at this time. Now we're really less than probably 2 miles south of Ethelsville. And based on kind of that latest angle there, this is coming into Ethelsville in 2 miles and 3 minutes at the longest there. Does look like they went into Neshoba Winston. Okay, so we'll well, we were just looking at that maybe tornado warning. They've gone ahead and pulled on a tornado warning for there as well. So US 82, we're looking at this to cross in about 6 minutes, about 4 to 5 miles east of the Mississippi-Alabama state line. This is a potential tornado there. Let's look back west on this other storm that we are tracking. And again, it's that area circulation we were just looking at there, about to start kind of jutting out. Yep. See how you kind of have this little appendage starting to stick out there? That could be a tornado attempting to develop near the Edinburgh area. This storm is moving a little more quickly. This one's moving about 50 miles per hour. There have been some close lightning strikes tonight around, and some pretty accurate lightning. So I do know that's probably contributing to some of the power outages. If this were to kind of hold together and continue at the angle it's moving now, this eventually, I'll adjust that actually, I think a little farther north. I do want Louisville in that track. I think it might be more Louisville and Nanawaya. I need both. Give me a moment. I'm going to change the width of this track. Should be able to do that there. Angle, we're going to change it out just a little bit more, and so we can get both Nanawaya and Louisville in that. There we go. So we're getting close to Plattsburgh. We show 159 as we start to get into our area here. Stallo at 204, Pike Community at 207, Noxapair 208, Center Ridge 212, Claytown 214, Louisville at 216, Mill Creek there at about 223, Webster at 225, and Bethedon at 227. You know, the Noxapater area, we're fairly close to Nanawaya as well. We'll go about 210 for Nanawaya for whatever reason. Again, not pulling up on the map. So watching that pretty closely for those folks there in Winston County as that moves in, one of our next areas of concern. Going back over here to now, this would be Pickens County. If you do live in Lowndes County, from this, you know, initial circulation here, we can come out of that tornado safe place. If you went there in New Hope, Foreston, there is this kind of trailing little broad rotation. So give me about another 5 minutes if you live on the Mississippi side there near Foreston. But Ethelsville, this is pretty much on top of you right now. Circulation, yes. Tornado, not sure. Is it enough that at 2 o'clock in the morning, 1:43 in the morning, we should be in a tornado safe place? Absolutely. So moving up there on Ethelsville pretty much as we speak, where I pretty much put it, the intersection there of County Road 75 in Ethelsville. Now probably only about another 1.5 miles, 2 miles south. Yeah, 2 miles south of US 82. So we need to be stopping folks back at Coal Fire or back in Reform and not letting them head into this and cross this. We don't want high profile vehicles in particular. Even if this isn't a tornado, there's going to be wind that slams up against it, and that's how you knock over 18-wheelers. Case in point that we have had, you know, some of those happen tonight where we've had some semi trucks knocked over, in particular up in Union County as that storm went through there. At least one semi truck that was knocked over because of that. I'll pull up that picture there because I think, again, it's important to emphasize that these could be damaging storms. We had quite a few pictures of that. Let's see if I can get one. We've had a lot of stuff come in tonight, so it'll take me a minute to go back and get that. While I'm searching for that, oh, there we are. Okay. No, it just clicked off that on me. Let's go to Gabe for just a second here, as he's kind of assessing again the situation. Gabe, what you got?
Yeah, I mean, just that tight couple it out in Pickens County. I was looking at the very latest in regards to power outages over in Pickens County, Alabama, and so far I do not have anything confirmed in regards to power outages. A great thing. Lamar County did have a few outages that we have not talked about, and that was with some strong rotating storms earlier didn't expect any of those to be tornadic, just some strong wind gusts associated with it. So you talk about high profile vehicles with strong winds. Strong winds in general are just going to be damaging. And so as this moves into parts of Ecclesville, it is still something to keep an eye on going forward. I do want to say, I traveled 82 going to and from school from Birmingham, and this is not a highly populated area around 82, but lots of people use this to commute to and from Starkville or over towards 55, and 55 all the way to 59 or 65 over in Birmingham. So people commute this all the time. It's important that they go ahead and avoid this area, like we are saying, coal fire, go ahead and wait out there, go to the rest stops and reform and hang out there and let this pass on over so that way we're not in the middle of this, because high profile vehicles just fall easily in this way.
Absolutely, because like this semi truck, for example, this was one knocked over along I-22 earlier on this evening as a tornado moved over top of that. We do believe we probably had a tornado at that time. It might have been the straight line winds associated with the tornado that knocked it off. We call it RFD, that wrapping wind there. As you can see, it was knocked over there. And it's because that's designed to drive 70, 80 miles per hour down the road straight, but something hits it from the side and it's just, kind of a wall and it pushes it right over. We don't want this. We don't need this to be you. That's the reason why we have to make sure to hold people back into Forest, basically on the Mississippi side there. Don't cross the Alabama state line for another 10 minutes or so at least. And then, of course, holding people back in Reform. And you might be the phone call that saves somebody's life. You know somebody that travels this road there between Coal Fire and Forest, or really between Reform and Columbus. Let's be giving this about another 10 minutes before we go through, just to make sure, because this could be a tornado, and at the very least, it's damaging winds that could knock over a car like the one I just showed you a moment ago there. Come back out here to Winston County, and checking this area of circulation that we have here. Again, a couple areas of circulation in this line that have tried to kind of spin up something. This is a line of strong wind kind of all along the leading edge here. So I'm going to track kind of the whole line for a moment, and we're going to get in a little nitty gritty about where we show the strongest rotation kind of showing up on this. And let me make sure that that is correct. I'm a little slow there at 45. Let's go up 50 miles per hour. Is that what we decided?
It was like
50?
47, 48, so 50 kind of gives a bit of a heads up before it gets there.
Okay, so 50 is a little fast, but let's give it, I think, enough time there. So Edinburgh at about 146. We're looking at High Point there at 151, Louisville at 158, Stallo at 204, Knox Bay at 207. These can be some different times here. There's Nanawai. I finally showed up 221. The reason this is some different times is I'm tracking different portions of the thunderstorm. Whole thunderstorms coming in, so this is earliest possible arrival time for the more damaging potentially portion of this thunderstorm there. But the rotation is in particular kind of right south on the southwest corner of Winston County, right there, just west of Alice, where it's the most impressive rotation at this time. So kind of circle that area there. That's where we're most concerned. And as we go back a few scans to kind of make sure we have the angle, again, that angle's taking it to where it head up here toward Knox Bay, Estes, and Louisville more than Nanawaya. So again, kind of along 25 where this is going to track over the course of the next little bit. And I know there's kind of some good hills there going back and forth. I've driven that road a lot of times going to Jackson. Certainly, this is a zone we need to be watching pretty closely. So Alice at 153. Again, times are different than the one I just showed you. I showed you kind of broad track, showing all the wind with this along this line. Now I'm tracking in particular the circulation there. And that's why your times are a little different in Louisville. So there will be thunderstorm potentially before the rotation gets closer to you. So I know the two different things that we're looking at there. Current time is 1:48, just about 1:49 in the morning. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon, tracking alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynard 2 areas of circulation, 2 tornado warnings at this time. One on the Mississippi side, one on the Alabama side. The one over here basically crossing US 82, as we've talked about. We need to be holding traffic back on either side of this. You need to keep people from crossing the Alabama state line right now. We need to keep them from coming out of Reform, because I can't say for sure this is a tornado, but what I can tell you is this is some strong wind. In particular, you see all those greens there in advance. Let's go ahead and get an idea on what that is. So that's at least 70, 73 mile per hour winds there, a little above the surface, but 70, 73 mile per hour winds. that are slamming ahead. So is this a tornado in the middle? Maybe. Very possibly could be. But what this is 70-mile-per-hour winds hitting you from the side, and that's enough to knock over a high-profile vehicle like a semi-truck or a box truck or perhaps even just a regular truck if it's high-profile enough. So significant circulation could be a tornado and definitely would be damaging to somebody going across that road. So hopefully we've stopped folks on either side of this so that we don't have something bad that happens out of this, because I'm, again, not 100% sold on the tornado potential, but I am sold on the damaging wind potential that this storm represents. Look at this a couple different ways as I'm checking, because one of the things that we've been watching here is our front moving south. I want to check the interactions. Yeah, this is right along the front. And sometimes this could spin up, sometimes it's spinning back down, but something interesting is about to happen up here close to Millport. Maybe just on the south side of Millport there, because that's where this is going to run up on our front. And as that cell merger happens, well, the merger with the front happens, it can briefly tighten this circulation just a little bit more because different shears, it kind of hits this, it can kind of whip around really fast. So Shaw, that's what we're watching for you, that this could be a tightening circulation, that whether or not it's producing a tornado, it's probably going to be damaging in the next 10 minutes here as it kind of moves near County Road 34 and Liberty Road southwest of Shaw, kind of where our peak rotation is on this at this moment. And listen, if I look aloft on this, and I do think that we were probably looking fairly high, we do show a change in wind there of more than 90 miles per hour, almost 100 miles per hour. I bet if I worked hard enough, I'd find two pixels that would give me 100 miles per hour. So that's some strong rotation on this. And so let's put on kind of everything we can as far as where this could be and what it could be hitting to give you a time. Again, Millport, Kennedy, Belk, all in the path of this. Shaw, our next location, we show at about 158. Again, that's assuming 35 miles per hour. And Gabe, we might double check that speed just again, because that is about as slow as we've tracked anything all night, if that's accurate. And it does feel like this one's not moving quite as quick as some of the earlier ones. Just want to double check that. So Holly Grove School at about 203, Millport at about 204. So if you know somebody that lives out here, southern Lamar County, northwest Pickens County, it is basically 2 o'clock in the morning. And we talked on TV a long time today, and I'm sure they were done with it and went to bed, and I get that. But let's call them back. Let's say, hey, now it's your turn again, in some cases, unfortunately. So let's get to that tornado shelter. And a reminder, what is an unsafe place? Listen, we're not driving across town in the rain this time of night. We're doing the best we can, with the exception of, if we're in a manufactured home, I don't necessarily. It's always kind of a weird advisement moment when you're under the tornado warning to say get out of a manufactured home. But the next question is, well, where do you go? If you're gathering up cats and things and items and trying to do that before you go, there's no time. We've got to get to the safest possible location. But a manufactured home is never safe when it has it's not really tied down, or it's tied down, with just straps. We need to make sure that we're someplace stronger, solid foundation. Now, you got a manufactured home that's on a slab, good for you. That's a better situation. But certainly I would want as many walls between the outside as possible. And if we can get 2 or 3 sets of walls, we're in a much better position in this case. So Shaw, Millport, if you're ahead of this, that's where we want to be. I don't know that we necessarily have shelters that are open this time of night. They could still be open because we have been under tornado watches. And of course, we do have that list at WTVA.com of those that we do know about around the area. Kennedy, 213 for you. Shaw, about 159. Gabe, let's double check that speed. We still good at 35?
It honestly has slowed down a mile or two an hour. Is that the word?
Yeah, I get it. It's a couple miles per hour slower.
There, exactly. So you honestly could go down to 30, but I think 35 kind of gives people enough of a heads up to act before the storm gets there.
Okay, so the way we should act is getting to that sturdy structure. Maybe it's a neighbor's house. Running out in the rain is not something anybody gets real excited about. But this is a storm to monitor very closely. So you can see middle of a sturdy structure. In both cases, lowest floor, a windowless room, wrap up in blankets, pillows till we tell you to get to an all clear location. We're watching near Alice, again, southwest of Louisville there, an area of circulation. And let's track this one toward Noxapater And Louisville, again, strong winds with this, and potential this could be trying to produce a tornado down here in Winston County. So current time is about 1:55 in the morning. For folks down here in Winston County, listen, this is not 10 out of 10. I'm sure this is a tornado, but we're also looking fairly high up, as we always are in this situation, at this distance from the radar site. So we need to get to that sturdy structure if we can. Louisville showed 225. That would put it right around 30 minutes from now. Hold on, that's not true, because that other one's 35 and this one was 50 miles per hour. Keeping these two track, and they're different, these two, keeping track of these two. There we go. Hit it. Third time's charm. That's the hard part. So let's go with that slower track on this at about, this one's about, excuse me, this is the faster track at 50 miles an hour. We're going to keep it straight, promise. So notice that shaves off some time there for Louisville, right? 216. So I'm glad we got you the right track. So this one's 216 for you near the Louisville area. Noxapater, we showed 209. So that puts it about 15 minutes for you in Noxapater as it's moving in from south and west at about 50 miles per hour. Clear that off, take down those tornado safety rules, kind of assess the line as a whole. And we'll just kind of widen this just a little bit. Kind of check and see what we're looking at there. Again, this is that time of night where there's folks that aren't involved, and we'll take 2 seconds here to discuss that. If you are kind of north of this line here that I'm drawing, this is that time of night where you can go to sleep. I know it might be odd that I'm saying this while we're tracking tornado warning. I'll put this up. We're not going to keep it up here, but if you're up with us at 2 o'clock in the morning, lightning's woke you up, you're worried about this, we can go to sleep if we're in these locations there. Bring Gabe back in here for a moment as you're kind of assessing things. What you got, Gabe?
I definitely think we need to have eyes on the Pickens County storm, because what we're getting is a glitch in the vorticity or in the wind mode, and whenever we get that, it's typically not a good sign. I will say that they are talking about how side lobing is interfering with it, so the radar side not exactly lining up with, or the tornado debris not lining up with the RFD, or not lining up with the couplet. And so that has kind of made it harder to tell what exactly is happening on the ground. We are still a ways away from the radar side, but you can see that you're getting that it's trying to wrap around. I would not be surprised if it's lining up or not. This is a very well-structured, and that's not a good thing, but it's a well-structured storm moving into northern Pickens County.
It is. And like you mentioned a moment ago there, like the area rotation is definitely showing up there. What he means when he says side lobing, it's kind of a radar term. What it's seeing is it's seeing all the rotation up here and translating it down into the area down here where we have less returns, we don't have the precipitation. Again, so this is an organized thunderstorm, and you have that precipitation wrapping around the backside there. So near Shaw, where this is moving, in Millport in the path of eventually Kennedy ahead, there will be heavy precipitation, some large hail potentially even out of this, ahead of this, extending into southern Lamar County. It does look like National Weather Service in Birmingham extending a severe thunderstorm warning ahead of this into Lamar County because of the potential for this to continue to try to produce active weather there into Lamar County. Here's a good example. Okay, I'll show this real quick. I'll kick this off, and I think we might be able to go back to it. So see how this might be the best way, actually, to show this, and maybe I should have thought about this a few hours ago. So you see here where Shaw, we have this strong rotation that's showing up. But if I were to go three-dimensional on this, notice how we have precipitation showing up over that. That precipitation's higher up in the thunderstorm. And so that, when we are hitting it with the radar, it's taking wind from aloft and translating it down toward the surface. It's a pretty common error that we can get because obviously we're sending out bits of energy with that radar. But either way, it says that there's really strong rotation aloft. And sometimes what shows up strong aloft translates down to the surface, and sometimes it doesn't. We've been fortunate that a number of times today it hasn't, but there have been a few times where it has. So again, I'm not going to say it's 50-50, but either way, it's rotating strongly, and it needs to be respected in the Shaw area, Millport, Kennedy. You're in the path of this portion of the thunderstorm that could potentially be producing a tornado. So based on the latest scan, let's give you the latest time. And again, Shaw, Millport, Kennedy, kind of in the path of this. It is in that zone we talked about a minute ago where we were waiting on the front to hit it. Well, the front is pretty much lining up with it right now. Right at the county line between Pickens and Lamar County would be where that would be most likely to happen. And trying to produce a tornado is certainly what is happening with this at this time. So now 2 o'clock in the morning, your clock is about to click over here in about 15 seconds. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor as we are tracking an area of rotation that could be a tornado in northern Pickens County moving into Lamar County. As I bring this in closer here, this is a close call for Millport. Millport, right there, as you can see just outside this track that I've put on here. What should we do in Millport? We should absolutely be in our tornado safe place because, again, when you look at this here, like it's entirely possible, radar is always a little bit off, that maybe we're off on our positioning. So yes, Millport, you need to be in that tornado safe place. And obviously Shaw, 2:01 for you, the arrival time, we need to be in that tornado safe place as well. We said what it is. Let's show you what we mean. Tornado safe place means a sturdy structure in the middle of the lowest floor, a small windowless room where you can wrap up in blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect yourself from debris, and of course stay there until we can give you the all clear. Speaking of all clears, let's do a couple quick all clears here, and then we'll kind of look ahead for a moment. So again, that rotation, I'm tracking a little farther ahead versus where the precipitation mode has it, and looking at that, I think, again, I might have to adjust my track slightly. So there's just a couple different things that we're looking at. So I'm changing my angle just a little bit more. And then we'll bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, here for a moment. So Shaw, 2:03, basically over you now. Kennedy at 2:17 if it continues on a path toward you. Now, Gabe, what you're watching here behind the scenes?
Okay, so two things that I want to note is that there are some storm chasers that friends of mine, and they're down in Pickens County. Actually, said they were up in Millport, which makes sense. That was where the hail core was, and so they were getting reports of about quarter-sized hail. I'm waiting to get a picture from them on that, but trust their word. But also what this is doing, and I want you to just see it over time. You can see it when it's the outflow. It's now interacting with that storm. Just what will it do? We always say it's going to do something. That something might produce nothing, but something also might produce something. And so it's something to keep an eye on as it moves into Lamar County, talking about Highway 96 there in Alabama, across portions of Highway 17, that intersection right there. And that severe thunderstorm warning, of course, included in that with rotation detected, but it's just not lining up to National Weather Service Birmingham. And I agree, and we were talking about it going higher up in the atmosphere, how it's not lining up, that precipitation is out ahead of it. So there's a lot of things that still have questions with the storm, but it still looks like a very organized storm that is moments away from producing something.
Absolutely. Whether that something is damaging winds, whether it's a tornado, both those things a possibility out of this. The different storm we're looking at here near Plattsburgh and Louisville and Noxapater, this is moving toward you, Boone, Bethedon as well. Now, I, again, like the other one, cannot say for sure that this is a tornado, but as we kind of look at this from a few different angles, look from Jackson, which has, I think, a better shot of it there. So we're going to stick with Jackson for a moment. But right there near Plattsburgh, where our area of circulation is showing up at this time. And so the place where we probably need to be in our tornado safe place, obviously, at this moment near 395, between 395 and Mississippi Highway 25 there in the southern portion of Winston County. There's Louisville, Estes, Noxapater, Bethedon, Boone. We're tracking an area of circulation moving toward you now. I would say it's fairly broad looking at this, but I also at the same time would say it has been consistent, and it's pretty much part of the line where we would expect this to be. Let's get Noxapater in that track. Hold on, I'm just gonna have to break it for a second. Get Noxapater in there. So Noxapater, we showed about 213. I do think it's probably slightly north. You're just right on the edge of this Noxapater. So about 213 for you, which is about 10 minutes away. Louisville, probably more toward the path. Center Ridge, Boone. Listen, this is not a high-end tornado. And we had some concerns that we would have a high-end tornado potential in this 1 to 3 o'clock in the morning time frame. I'm less concerned about that than what we were thinking maybe earlier today or even at 10 o'clock on the TVA 9 News. So there are some indications there that there still could be a tornado. And while I will say it's not impossible that you end up with a strong tornado, I would say that this is going to take some significant maturing before that happens. Could that happen? Yes. I have to concede that. Let's come over here to northern Pickens County, and we're going to look at this from a few different ways. The closest way is probably looking from the radar site up in Monroe County. And again, what is happening here is that this is being interfered with in a good way from strong winds from the north. So I do think that our front, as it's kind of hitting this, briefly spun up a little bit more near Shaw, and now shoving this a little bit more east. So Kennedy, this might parallel Alabama Highway 96 here, pretty close. I mean, it seems like there's always something down here around Alabama 96. We had one, I think, in December, about the same spot here, pretty close to this, within a little bit. So again, another close call for you, your Macedonia Church Road, Mount Carmel Road, pretty much on the Pickens-Lamar County line where we show this at this moment, just south of Alabama Highway 96. So again, tracking northeast. Speed on this one is the the slower one, about 35 miles per hour. So that gets me into Kennedy. We show about 213. So now we're less than about 8 minutes away from Kennedy. I am hopeful that this has hit its peak and is on the downswing now that it's crossing this boundary. But again, there are questions as to how that plays out. So Kennedy, about 213. Right now, Mount Carmel Church at 206. I believe it's on Mount Carmel Road, so that would figure. And then crossing Alabama Highway 17 around the 210 to 212 or so, depending on exactly which part of 17 that it ends up crossing there. Of course, 17 heads down toward the Palmetto community of Pickens County and then southward, I believe, down into the Reform area. Yeah. So that's what we're looking at, about 5 minutes maybe before it crosses that Alabama Highway 17. But I will say that look what we're doing here. I want Gabe's eyes on this for a moment. I think this is a good thing. I do think that we peaked, and now you'll notice this is weak now. I think it's been undercut by the front. Would you agree based on that angle?
I would agree with that. Yeah, it peaked during the show, and we're not good with that.
Hopefully that trend, I think it's likely that trend will continue probably. So we're hoping for that for Kennedy. I would still be, I don't think it's a bad idea to be in my safe place in Kennedy or Belk as this kind of moves toward you. I'll have to get this track all the way to Fayette just in case something weird happens. Fayette, we showed about 232, so we're a little less than about 20 minutes or so for you away. But Belk 222, again, that would be, oh man, about 15 minutes away or so. But obviously Kennedy, we're within about 6 minutes. So best case scenario would be in that tornado safe place. It'll be a little wet. I know it's uncomfortable, but I do think that this is going through a bit of a weakening phase, hopefully. In saying that, there's still an awful lot of lightning, so I don't want to underestimate its capability. Coming back here southwest of Louisville, you can see that tornado warning now has been trimmed down to just Winston County. Still pretty broad. Looking up at this from up in Monroe County, still showing kind of that broad area of rotation. Let's go to Jackson. A little bit of an error there. I struggle to believe this is producing a tornado. Is that a fair assessment, Gabe?
Very much so. I mean, I'm struggling to find the exact pinpoint location of the rotation.
I mean, I would say 395.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best bet. But like, even it's just watch how it cycles over time, and you see where it was pretty defined. Closer to when it's moving across 19, about 154, but
Yeah.
over time it's really started to, I would say, spread out here recently, and now it's not a defined couple. It's just broad, strong winds.
Yeah, exactly. Broad, strong winds. And the thing to keep in mind is that when you get damage from a tornado, it is wind damage, essentially. Now, it's concentrated wind damage. It's a wind shift. But that wind is rated at a certain speed. That speed, 80, 100, 120, 150 miles per hour, is essentially a wall of wind that hits, causes the damage. Now, in a tornado, obviously, it hits, and then it hits a different side, and the shift in wind there kind of works the same way, sort of. That, you know, when you're a kid, don't do this, but you break the branch off the tree and it's a green branch, it doesn't just snap, does it? You gotta go back and forth, and that's how a tree, that's not how a tree, that's how a tornado kind of damages you. It hits you from one direction, and that's bad, and it hits you the other direction, and another direction, and then that's where you cause more and more damage to the outside. But ultimately, it's the wind load that's occurring that's the main issue. And of course, we do have some straight line winds there, moving along near 395 and approaching the Louisville area. So 221 for Louisville. We're now 11 minutes away. So we'll definitely continue watching this as it approaches you. Current time is now 2:10. Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor watching a line of storms, trying to babysit this out of here. And on top of everything else, we have had some significant flooding reports around the area tonight. Still likely flooding rainfall ongoing for some spots, and something we do expect to continue through the overnight time period, unfortunately, there. A lot of folks, obviously a little jittery because we have had so much storm activity this week. There will be a lot of loud lightning behind this primary line. That does not necessarily mean that, it's bad just because it's loud. So if you get awakened and you're back behind this primary line, there's nothing to worry about. There will be some power disruption because of it. But again, I kind of referenced this a moment ago. What there is a concern with is this, how you have the heavy rainfall. I'm going to have to break it to fix it again. Give me a moment. I want to be able to kind of point out the different amounts that we have here on the map. But where you see some of these pinks up there in northern Tishomingo County, this is just since not today, but going back into last night's storms. It's all the same thing, right? Since it started raining yesterday, we're talking about rainfall amounts up in excess of 9 inches for some locations up here closer to Boonville, back toward New Albany, 5 to 6 inches of rainfall in some spots there. So this is some flooding rainfall that we've had out here, a reason to not venture out if you don't have to tonight, because it's easy to run into a flooded roadway, and there's always that culvert that washes out. You know what I'm talking about. So we just don't want to deal with that, because ultimately more people die each year from flash flooding than tornadoes. You know why? Well, you get it. That tornado is something you don't want to mess with. Some people get it. But the other is just water, right? Why do I need to worry about water? Well, you need to worry about water because water is very powerful in mass. While a cup isn't something to worry about, a big wall of it coming at you can lift even about that much. Can lift up one of those big jacked up trucks, even the ones with the big front end there, because it does not take much to lift it and float it. Fast moving water is extremely powerful. And this storm moving into Kennedy is a very, very impressive lightning producer, likely causing additional power outages. It's a sign of a lot of turbulence here. I don't know that turbulence is yielding a tornado, but certainly, hopefully, we are in that safest location in Kennedy because of the potential for this to do something. So again, moving into Kennedy. Once this clears you, Kennedy, I think we can clear you for the night. Is that a fair statement, Gabe?
Yeah, especially that now that the front is
We'll go ahead and bring Gabe's mic up here.
Especially now that the front has overtaken the this might be on my end, it might be dead at this point. It is dead.
Your microphone died? I charged mine up for a little while earlier. Yeah, we'll go find new batteries for that. Unfortunately, that tells you the kind of night it's been. If we've made it to the point where microphones are dying. In saying that, the storm in Kennedy is trying to get a little bit more organized. There's the outflow right there. It's behind the outflow. It'd be a tall task for this to produce a tornado. Belk and Fayette headed toward you, though. We'll get you kind of a final track on that as it's exiting the WTVA 9 News viewing area, and then concentrate a little bit more on Winston County here. But a lot of lightning on this. I showed just in this small area here on your screen, and just really in the last, I think, 10 minutes, we showed 270 lightning strikes. That's a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. It's a lot of lightning. And despite the fact that the wind doesn't automatically scream tornado and it's behind the outflow, that's a lot of lightning. Being that tornado safe place on this nonetheless. Some of the spots you can still see there, of course. This is traveling along Alabama Highway 96, Belk at 221, but Rock Curve Church at 214, which is now Harmony Primitive Baptist Church at 218. Again, Fayette, that'd be about 230 if it made it to you. And whatever it is, will make it to you. Hopefully it's not something too terribly bad when it gets there. Keep it in wind mode here, heading back to Winston County. I'm going to kind of go between some radar sites. This is pretty broad stuff, but showing it near Tuck Wilkes Road, Young's Crossing Road, Old Robinson Road. There's Mississippi Highway 15, which farther north had issues earlier tonight. One thing I will say, again, despite the fact that I'm not impressed really by the last few scans, if I instead of looking at this as the RFD on a broader storm, Gabe, instead, if we look at this as a bow echo that's bending back, then I would still say that this has a tornadic potential there. If you look at it from that perspective, agree?
Highway 25 is what I would say is of more concern. I mean, looking at the latest, there's a little inflow notch right there on the southern side of Oktibbeha County that's starting to get more organized as well. And this is on the north side, moving towards Craig Springs and Ontario. But I mean, there's two chances with this. And neither of them might not produce, but it is still something to watch going forward as we have had that rotation primarily southwest of Louisville, but now seeing that Boeing segment even towards portions north will emerge. So we'll see how it interacts, but still keep an eye on it.
Okay, so let's look at that one farther north there. And again, I put you right on 25, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let's get a track on that just in case. And I can change my all cone back over to this one, going closer to 50 miles per hour still on these. I think I'll go 45 miles per hour, I think. And in tracking that one, if that were to make it into Starkville, again, I think this is probably on the cold side of this, but we cannot guarantee. So we'd show, again, the airport there in Starkville, 228, assuming it's about 50 miles per hour, 45 miles per hour or so. So kind of the airport on the southwest side, somewhere in the neighborhood of about 10 to 12 minutes from now. We do not know that that is for sure a tornado. There is not a tornado warning in effect for you. It is broad rotation. I just made 3 exceptions to the rule. Been a weird week. Let's be a sturdier place just in case. I'm not terribly impressed with this storm, but it overperform is what a lot of storms have done this week. So just in case that's what's happening again, that's our recommendation. I'm going to trade you places here, Gabe, for a couple minutes. You good with that?
So for my class.
Is your okay? So do we need to? Well, hold on. Let's change battery pack.
Yep.
Yeah. So pop that out. I'll get 2 batteries real quick. Pop them on good shape. Let's pop those in. You are gold.
That's why you're the chief.
Get experience, taking things longer.
So yeah, what we're tracking right now is definitely going to be those broad rotating storms out in Winston County. The primary one that we've been watching has been southwest of Louisville, moving through Louisville as we speak, but I'm not overly impressed with this, watching this over on the side. It's still got a high lightning production, as we've been mentioning all night, with lightning typically meaning intensification of a storm, that energy getting inside, and energy, lightning, same thing. So it's a good signifier of what's happening, but so far, not seeing anything in regards to rotation, especially looking at the latest returns. You're getting those reds and greens, but overall not a tight interaction when it comes to that, and not getting bright returns as a result. So if you're in Louisville, go ahead and get to that safe place. We're talking about 221 Louisville, Mill Creek 228, Webster closer to 230, Craig Springs 239, and Octop closer to 247. I want to look real quick just to make sure Jackson's not monitoring anything else on this. No, I believe that they're going to keep this tornado warning going until 2:45. Currently 2:19. I'm meteorologist Gabe Maynor alongside Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhan. We've been tracking tornadoes all day long and now all night long. And I know you're tired, but luckily this is the final stretch of what has been an active week here in Northeast Mississippi. Currently, I want to just keep an eye on that Kennedy storm, because folks in Kennedy are still dealing with an intense storm on the east side of Lamar County, but overall rotation returns compared to what it was earlier. I mean, let's just go back a couple of scans. I'm not seeing anything near like what it was doing on the north side of Pickens County just over the last few scans, showing broad rotation, but lots and lots of lightning, showing that it's an intense storm going forward. keeping an eye on things going forward. I do want to say that there are storms out ahead of this that do have the potential to develop into something more. It's a prominent environment that it's entering into with dew points still in the upper 60s, low 70s. That's usually enough to intensify these storms rapidly. So all Noxubee County, Southern Lowndes County, eastern sides of Winston County still need to be on high alert as these storms roll on through. And of course, eastern side of Winston County, you're under a tornado warning right now. So it's lasting until 2:45. And again, it's for this broad rotation on the south side of town. I was looking at this up here towards Craig Springs, moving across parts of 25 as we speak, but not showing nearly what I was looking at earlier, not going to wrap around that RFD. It's still going to be a Boeing segment, which usually has some strong wind gusts associated with it. Let's look at what we're seeing in regards to rotation returns as of right now. You can see that large batch of lightning. If you're in Louisville right now, it's going to be intense. You're going to hear several rumbles of thunder with this. But in regards to something tornadic, we're still a ways away from that. This is, I would argue, 20 minutes ago, we were looking at something a bit more significant, but now not anything close to that. But definitely still going to be, probably, let's look at storm tops here real quick. I just want to take a look at this to see how high we're getting with this storm. Showing just under 30,000 feet, 20 to 30,000 feet within these. So still a very high storm, just showing that it is still intensifying over time over the last few scans. So still has the potential to possibly develop some hail, possibly develop some, maybe even a tornado here later on. But overall, I'm not overly impressed with this here, especially the last few scans. I want to look at the latest as it moves through Louisville. That's that primary rotation we were watching. But the one that I'm picking up on now is on the south side of town because it's building south. It's a, yeah, it's just been one of these. And so that cell in Louisville, it's no longer Louisville we're watching. We're actually watching on the south side of town, Estes into Boone. That's going to be what we're watching in regards to that rotation. You see it tightening over the last couple of scans, going ahead and putting a circle on that to give you an idea of what we're looking at. It's going to be right there. There's your interaction point. And it's going to be just on the east side of 15, moving through parts of 397 and 14 here in the coming minutes. Now, this is still moving 45 miles an hour, 50 miles an hour. Would we still agree on that?
Yeah, I would still say yeah. 50?
Okay. So we're going to keep it at 50 and moving in that northeast direction towards Boone and 14. Again, this isn't the original rotation, but you're seeing Boone about 229, 233 Mill Creek. Let's go ahead and get some specific areas on that are going to be in this rotation. Still a ways away from producing anything of significance, but let's go ahead and get to that safe place, be on the safe side. And especially at 2:30, I mean, let's get there. Honestly, take a nap in your safe place at this point. Macedonia Church, 226. Boone, 231. Crystal Ridge Church, 231. New Hope Church, 231. Murphy Creek Church, 233. Rocky Hill Church, 235. Mill Creek, 236. And Mount Olive Church, 236 as well. Looking at the latest scans on this, still showing a more decent couplet than what it's looking like up north. And the reflectivity showing exactly that. Whenever we look at the preset mode, we're seeing that wraparound on the southern side of the storm. This is what the rotation up north was doing earlier as it entered into Winston County. So that's why that warning was originally issued. But seeing it build on the south side of town, close or east side of Noxubee, moving on the east side of 15, something we're paying attention to going forward. And that's really our rotation that's going to be of the primary concern. Still looking within this line because of what the environment that it's entering into. It could do exactly what it did on the south side of Louisville, where it could just intensify here pretty quickly. So far, again, this is the rotation to watch. This is the rotation to keep in mind. I want to see how it's progressing over time. Still showing some broad rotation there, just over Enon Road. As you can see, Smith Road, Enon Road, right along that general region on the east side of 15. You're seeing that broad rotation take place. In regards to debris, I know you're getting some of these pixels there, but that's could be anything with bugs, birds flying away, things of that nature. I'm not seeing anything that's saying, hey, this is debris. So fortunately, nothing to confirm so far, but definitely something to keep in mind and continue to watch going forward. We're seeing a high lightning output. We talked about lightning earlier on, and usually lightning showing that energy of a storm and getting exactly that within this storm. Louisville might be getting even some small hailstones. Wouldn't surprise me with that. As we know that high lightning output can show those updrafts getting higher and higher into the atmosphere. I know we are getting some of those returns, as I mentioned, what that usually could be lined up with is a hail core as well. A term we call three-body scatter. Those hailstones high up in the atmosphere reflect off the radar beam and then result in these lines reflecting out like what you're seeing right there on the south side of 397. So latest scan, we are getting an update right now, still showing that broad rotation over Smith Road as we speak. Not saying an imminent tornado is happening, but showing at least some broad rotation over Smith Road right now. If you are out ahead of this, if you are in Boone, I hope you're in your safe place right now, just to be on the safe side. Again, it's got a ways to go before it produces. And honestly, let's go ahead and look at this latest scan. Let me take all that off. Not overly impressed. I wanted to look at the one towards Boone. Yeah, it's not lining up with how these typically need to line up. You typically want the RFD to be in more of a north-south fashion, to where the storm wraps around in this fashion right here. Whenever you get it, like for this example, where it's on this side, it just doesn't line up exactly with what you're wanting to do. So that's what we're paying attention to going forward. So that's why this is really the rotation you need to be looking at. That still has a ways to go in regards to producing over Boone. I know there's some broad rotation, but not giving anything of an imminent threat for a tornado. Let's go ahead and just look at the expansion. What's going on across the area. That one over just outside of Lamar County, still an intense thunderstorm. And honestly, still some broad rotation on it. I'm just shocked. If that never produced, that was the strongest rotation that never produced in this entire day.
Probably.
Because that was close. That was close. And I thought the interaction with the outflow would have done it, but there was a something. The something that did nothing. Yep, exactly. And if we get nothing the rest of the night, that's a job well done by this storm. So, but we are still a ways away from that. We do still have that going to give the all clear for a couple folks that are just kind of watching and waiting in the background of this storm system. Honestly, we could actually adjust that here. Give me a moment here real quick to adjust that, and hopefully you guys know where you're at on this map, but anywhere that's on the, let's go ahead and expand it out. Anywhere that's north and west of that line that I just drew is in the all clear. And so that means you don't have anything else to worry about, and there will be no severe development, nevertheless tornadic development going forward. So you can go to sleep soundly, not have to worry about anything, and it's probably the first time you're hearing that statement in about 4 days. So great news across Northeast Mississippi. But we do still have the Golden Triangle and south that we're watching, and what we're really paying attention to is that tornado warning still in effect until 2:45. Current time is 2:27. I'm meteorologist Gabe Maynor alongside Chief Meteorologist Matt Laupon. We've been assessing these storms all day long and continuing to have those strong thunderstorms and possibly even tornado-producing thunderstorms as we get into the 2:30 hour. Giving the latest storm track on this, I do want to say that the rotation we saw down south, it's not there anymore, meaning that it's starting to build back towards the north. Looking at the latest unreflectivity, it's definitely rain-wrapped if there is anything being produced, but it is so broad that we're a ways away from this producing anything. So I wouldn't be surprised if they were to cancel this here in a couple scans if it continues to trend this way, and we would be in a much better state at that point. But yeah, we're a ways away. Whenever you get that rotation, going ahead and just circling that where the rotation should be, and you see all of that precip wrapped around it. Honestly, this is on the backside of it, so that's not even rotation we need to be concerned with. The rotation that we need to be watching is out here. And look at how broad that is. I'm not seeing anything that says a defined rotation point, especially when it's wrapped around all of this moisture right here, all that rainfall falling close to Bond Road on the north side of Boone. I mean, we're not seeing anything clear and defined as this is something we need to be paying attention to. And that's been what's happening for the past couple of scans. Jackson dealing with some confirmed tornadoes down around their region. They're continuing to monitor what we're having up here in Winston County, but with the past couple of scans, this is not the top of their priority list in regards to anything being produced. Continuing to monitor it though, latest scans still showing broad rotation associated with it, and nothing debris-wise that we need to be keeping track of. It's just so far away from producing anything. So folks in Mill Creek, go ahead and get to that safe place just to be on the safe side, but not expecting anything imminent for your location. Make sure that lines up. Yeah. We reposition it slightly to the north, just outside of Mill Creek. We're going to take that in the northeast direction, right on the leading edge of the rotation. Mill Creek 230, so right over the top of you right now. Odds are you're going to get lucky on this one, and fortunately not see anything be produced out of this one, as we are so far away from this producing anything of significance. So Mill Creek 230, like I mentioned, Liberty Church 231, Bevel Hill Church 237, Antioch Church 238, and New Hope Church 246. So this is going to be the lone tornado warning as we head into the 2:30 hour here on our Sunday morning. I know it's early for a lot of folks, and I know several people are trying to get some sleep before they head off to church tomorrow. Hopefully, you can get at least a couple of hours before we get in too deep into our Sunday morning. As we take a look out towards the east, not really tracking anything so far. What this is starting to do, I will say this, is bow out. And whenever we get this bowing segment out there on the southeast side of Oktibbeha County, this is going to have some strong wind gusts associated with it. And with all the lightning activity I'm seeing, would not be surprised to see this strengthening, meaning the winds increasing. Not seeing anything imminent with a tornado threat, and that's the good thing. I keep saying imminent because these have strengthened quickly. And so fortunately not seeing anything that's saying in the next couple of minutes a tornado is going to be produced. But strong wind gusts anywhere from 40 to 50 miles an hour along that leading edge of that southeast corner of Oktibbeha County. That's what we're watching. That could have the potential to produce some damaging gusts, especially closer to Artesia and Oktok and Crawford and Penns, people in that region. So let me go ahead and just do a storm track on that. And this will be more of a linear fashion. And with that frontal boundary pushing through, I would say that it's going to carry that east, honestly, east-southeast, once that front, because this is the frontal boundary that we're watching. And you can see a few towns listed in there. So strong wind gusts moving your way, heavy rainfall, lots of lightning, and this is going to be just a hefty thunderstorm, but fortunately nothing tornadic of concern with this system. Looking back at the tornado warning we do have, I'm curious if they're just, okay, they're going to continue it. They're going to just let it expire about 2:45. They have no talks of anything being extended off of it, and I agree with that, just because there isn't anything of concern so far with this storm. We're also seeing broad rotation. There's multiple areas of broad rotation. We're talking about one on the south side of Boone. See it right there? Very broad that I have to make a big circle to cover it. And then on the north side of Boone. And the north side of Boone was the original rotation that caused this tornado warning, but that was when it was much more organized. And honestly, then it was still pretty broad. So the fact that it's diminished from where they were then just shows you that we're in a very good state and hopefully remain at this state and as the atmosphere continues to stable out. On the south side of Boone, that is rotation that started to tighten a little bit on the south side of Louisville when it was moving through Estes, but now as it moves on the south side of Boone, still very broad and doesn't look nearly like what it did even a few moments ago. So we can do a storm track on both of those. Give me a second to pull that back up here real quick. So right over Mill Creek, as we were saying, and then that broad rotation on the south side of Boone. Going to first do that one on the south side just because that is between the two. Wait, give me a second. Click the wrong thing. Between the two, that is going to be your stronger rotation, but neither of these showing anything strong. So northeast, there you go. Zion Chapel, 233. Crystal Ridge Church, 235. Ellison Ridge Church, 238. Bethel Church, 239. Perkinsville Baptist Church, 240. And Yellow Creek Church, closer to 245. Now let's go ahead and take this off and go to the next one. That's going to be this broad rotation towards Mill Creek, extending it in that northeast direction. Pleasant Grove Church, 232. Singleton Church, 235. Antioch Church, 237. Lonely Valley Church, 238. Mitchell's Church, 244. Knoxville National Wildlife Refuge, been there a couple of times, 246. Luckily, there's not too many people that live around there since it is a refuge, so hopefully if this were to produce, it wouldn't impact too many people. 248, Cedar Grove Church, Lynn Creek, 248. Again, we're continuing to watch this tornado warning as it's set to expire about 2:45. Current time is 2:33. I'm meteorologist Gabe Maynor, alongside Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhan, just continuing to assess the remnants of this tornado warning that was issued at about 2 o'clock with a tightening rotation moving into Winston County. Now, much more broad, much less of a concern as it moves into the eastern sections of Winston County. So Mill Creek, yes, it is over the top of you, probably getting a few rumbles of thunder, but no need to worry. It's just going to be a hefty thunderstorm, not a tornadic thunderstorm. Same thing on the south side of Boone and moving on southern sections of Highway 14. Still going to get several rumbles of thunder with all the lightning being produced, but not seeing anything that is showing a tornado developing in the next couple of scans. And honestly, this has become much more linear. You see how that line rather than it having an S shape, it's a straight line. And that's going to, what that's going to do is cause a bowing segment, which results in strong wind gusts. The strong wind gust can be its own threat in its own right. And so still pay attention to that. I want to continue to pay attention to it as more scans come in. It could definitely still get that S shape going forward. So I'm not counting it out as it is still entering that primed environment. But as we head further into the night, the atmosphere is going to diminish more and more. And hopefully we just get out of this with a few more thunderstorms and that be it. On the back side of this, we're still hearing thunder here at the studio. So if you're hearing rumbles of thunder where you're at, no need to worry, especially if you were behind that line like we mentioned earlier. It's just going to be some more thunderstorms on the back end of this. These showers carrying over into Sunday, but not seeing anything severe for our Sunday forecast. Once those showers do clear out, though, finally, if you remember what it was like, drier conditions and sunshine. And finally coming back into the forecast without a severe weather threat attached to it. So something to look forward to as we wrap up what has been a long day from what has been a long week. I want to keep looking at these storms just to make sure they're not doing anything that we need to keep too much of an eye on. And so far, I'm not seeing anything too major. You got something?
Yeah, getting, and again, this is, again, we're probably not too major. I'm looking to see, one thing, farther down the state. Let's pull up, this is some pictures from Winston County, great CCSPs when you're an oxidator. But, generally the rotation, it's night, looking for lightning flashes. I see ragged clouds. I don't see anything that looks like it's actually producing a tornado, but at least some shots there out of Winston County of the spots. And yes, there's some little hanging down things behind you there, but there's nothing that's pressing up. I'm concerned about anything more than just some strong wind.
Yeah, I would agree. It's just going to be, especially as it bows out more and more. But I will say the threat is climbing for flooding potential down in our southernmost counties, Winston County, Atala County, and even getting a report over in Oktibbeha County. We're seeing a public storm report of flooding conditions in Starkville and Oktibbeha County. So hopefully folks are not out. I know I was talking about cookout runs earlier. Do not go on the cookout run. We don't need to be on the roads. We need to just enjoy this night and stay as close to our safe place as we can. They're saying they're not going downstream with the tornado warning. I agree with that because we've not seen anything too major within this storm. That being said, we are watching closer to Playtown that broad rotation. Just keeping an eye on it. This is along parts of 397. You can kind of see whenever we talk about that portion of the reflectivity jutting out. And you can see that right there with that wraparound, that RFD developing more and more and that inflow taking over. That's going to cause some interaction with the winds, and you're seeing it right there with that broad rotation happening just north of Playtown and Nanawaya. That's going to be, as that RFD wraps around, and something to pay attention to because, again, the environment has not been used too much in Noxubee County. So if these cells help take the energy out ahead of this, then hopefully that limits the potential of tornadic development there towards Nanawaya, and we don't see a tornado develop beyond these. But still keeping an eye on it, and that's going to be our tightest form of rotation. Still broad, but so it doesn't have much competition, but still something to pay attention to. Looking at that latest scan, let's go ahead and do a storm track on that. And I would argue that this is a bit more east than northeast. So there's a few areas listed in there. New Prospect Church, 246. Brush Fork Church, 249. Meshulaville, 253. Meshulaville Church, 253. And Mount Moriah Church, 255. That's going to be your broad rotation moving out of Winston County here in the next couple of minutes and into parts of Noxubee County towards Macedonia and Meshulaville, between those two areas. Flash flood warning now in effect. Let's go ahead and go over that because I feel like that is something to note because this is a whole other threat combined with what we've been dealing with further up north. There's your flash flood warning issued for Lowndes, Clay, Oktibbeha, Winston, Noxubee, Choctaw, Atala, even parts of Monroe County included in that. Now, what that means is we've had so much rainfall and are about to have so much more. Looking at the rainfall outputs for the next, we can do 24 hours. Let's go ahead and just update that. It's about to show 48, but I'm going to change it over to 24 just to show how much more is expected. Give it a second to load in. Okay. So showing about 2.5 inches there in Noxubee County, 2 inches in Louisville, 1.5 inches in Starkville, another additional inch in Clay and Monroe County, on top of what are our totals at? Have we reached double digits yet, Matt?
We're pretty close, I'll check. Gotta be right up again.
Yeah, we always say deep summer we need rain, but right now,
All just running off.
yeah, it doesn't matter at this point. So whenever we get to summer and we're talking about drought, don't say, well, what about that day we got 10 inches of rain? Because realistically, what do we absorb? Like an inch, half an inch to an inch?
I mean, maybe an inch. Close to 5 bucks.
So it's incomparable when it comes to that. But if you want to go over some of the numbers we've seen with that, and then we can reassess this tornado warning.
Yeah, give me a moment, we'll see if we can look back about possibly. The flooding rainfall was one of those issues from today's storms. So the night storms, yesterday's storms, all of today's storms. You see some of the pinks showing up on here, the purplish colors, again, that's between around 9 inches of rainfall there, which are north of Burnsville, back out there closer to the line. And this is just what it's fallen really the last few storms this evening and night. If I can force it to go back, I don't know, get back to my day.
It'll take a second to populate it for sure.
9, 5,
You have a lot of faith in our system.
Oh,
Oh, man, I doubt it.
that was fast. You've never been so fast. They did continue the opposed, but I don't have on the scale there. Back closer to Memphis, where obviously they have had a lot more heavy rainfall issues, flooding rainfall, very significant flash flood emergency sort of issues with this. But to prove the point, you know, a lot of the rainfall we have here in Greenville, especially back toward Greenwood, a chunk of that happened, most of that's happened at night. Very, very heavy rainfall, partly, again, most of us fall under an elevated risk for flash flooding tonight. The Weather Prediction Center has us in this high risk, as you can see here. For some locations, North was in the second highest risk level for flash flooding. So unfortunately, what we are seeing and what we expect in that regard gave with some flash flooding issues for quite a few locations.
For sure. And on top of what has been an active severe weather night, I do want to say that this is starting to get more of an S shape, and not just one S shape, but two S shapes as we move towards eastern sections of Winston County. Now, no talk of a downstream warning, but still something to keep an eye on whenever you get these S shapes right there. We're getting two of them on the eastern side of the county. So looking at what the rotation is for that cell, it's still relatively broad. So yes, we're getting that S shape, but I do want to point out that okay, so there they extended with a severe thunderstorm warning tag, and I'm curious if they did rotation detected on that. No, they went straight severe thunderstorm warning. So they have not extended the tornado warning, fortunately, so that is set to expire about 2:45. But I do want to say, let's go ahead and watch over the past hour how this has interacted with those cells. You see that leading cell right there. Pay attention to it as we move over the past hour or so. So that's building into the line, that frontal boundary that's pushing into now Noxubee County. Now what this is going to do is increase in strength this main cell right here on the northeast side of Winston County. So as this moves north, we're going to wrap around, and if that RFD can jet out ahead of it, then we're looking at what will be an intense thunderstorm and possibly even a rotating thunderstorm with the rotation that it's produced further out west. So pay attention if you are on the eastern side of Bethlehem, moving towards Lynn Creek, and I'm going to do a storm track on this based off of the reflectivity because of that potential. And that's really going to be our highest potential heading into, I'll send a little bit more east. That's going to be our highest potential for any tornadic development going forward. Lynn Creek 250, 3 o'clock Crawford, and 301 Penns. So looking at some specific locations, I would just like to include this because if you don't know the city, then you know the church that you're by. Mitchell's Church 248, the Wildlife Refuge 250, St. Paul's Church 257, Penns 303, St. James Church 305, Fairview Church 309, GTR Airport 314. Honestly, and that's a little bit too northeast at that point. We're talking more of an eastern pattern as this has lined up with that frontal boundary, going to be pushing more east and possibly even southeast at that point. So not moving into Lowndes County. Lowndes County dealing with its own thunderstorms right now, but going to stay below severe limits for those. But still something to watch. This is something to pay attention to on the eastern side of Winston County. Looking at the broad rotation on the south side of this storm, still not showing me anything in
in regards to something we need to be paying attention to. But of course, we'll be paying attention to it whether you like it or not. 'Cause that's just how we've been going all night. And so we got the warnings at 2 a.m. and the warnings at 10, warnings at 9, yeah, all night long. So still seeing a high output of lightning as well. So this is a very energized storm moving into eastern sections of Winston County and now western sections of Noxubee County. So if you're in Noxubee County, go ahead, especially northwest sections, go ahead and be steps away from your safe place just to act if needed. Oh, that's down muted. Okay. But act if needed. But fortunately, I can say that we are a ways away from that. This is set to expire here in the next minute or so. And we'll just continue to watch and track going forward. Matt, do you want to swap out for the?
Sure, I'll swap out for the end here. So we do anticipate we will suspend our coverage here when the warning clicks off, as you can see there. That does not mean we're necessarily going away. We're just going off of the air for a little bit. We'll be monitoring things here behind the scenes. Listen, we're going to get this all the way out of here. We are now at a point where, again, if we're talking about go to sleeps, which I know is one of the most important advisories we do on a night like this for folks, because I get it. If you're sick of listening to us,
We're sick of listening.
we are sick of listening to us as well. It's not to say I don't like. I'd probably go a little farther south. Go the farthest orange south that you see on here. But all this area is go to sleep territory up here. So if you're out here in any of this orange area over here, this is where we can go to sleep. Okay. So that's Houston, that's West Point, anybody that's awakened in Columbus, really Lowndes County at all, I think we're in good shape. We're watching maybe the far southern portion of Lowndes County. It's the only area I kind of regret drawing on there. But again, this is really Winston, Noxubee, maybe southern Pickles County, all that's left at this point here. Unfortunately, it will stay about another hour or so that we're still going to have to be watching some of these storms there. And you can always get attached to where the lightning strikes are shown to see where things are most interesting. We did have a brief tornado touchdown just south of I-20 a few minutes ago. So again, that's kind of the zone feeding into this batch of thunderstorms here. So they're still sheer. There's still enough to get some rotation going. And that means it's not impossible. We could see another tornado warning down here. I would say back behind this in Louisville, I think we are done back here in Louisville and Bethany and Noxubee are done for the night. I'd say Starkville, once this clears to the east, we're done. Once this storm comes through, Artesia, we're done. Columbus, we're done. But obviously watching Brooksville, Brashuleville, Macon, Cliftonville, Picksonville, and back out into a large chunk of Pickens County. And then hopefully after this comes through, we're done after that as well, but we'll have to see. So updates here is necessary. We can keep the live stream going on all the socials and online at least for a little bit longer here. For Gabe Maynard and Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon, keep it here for the best coverage. Not that you couldn't finish that, but it's just like people are going to want the.
I was fine with it.
I'm going to go.
Think you'll be able to stay?
Lightning strike. Big old lightning strike. Way closer there. If you want to check that. That's right. Honestly, probably could get my back on charger. Let the charger out. But I unscrewed the. You gotta be careful on what you do. It's actually make this again. It's supposed to be better than this. It's supposed to be much. Yeah, go to the restroom. Anyway, I'd say change those out, put those back in, and put that on the charger. This guy as well. Everything needs to be on the charger. So we're getting everything plugged back up.
We're almost done.
Almost there. Almost there. You have to turn it off.
No, I thought when I took that, I was
Now, it's actually going to be pretty bad. Wait, we charge that up. Okay. Again, watching that for the Shulaville in case it decides to do something
Let's say don't get too far.
silly. We got this.
Is your mic still on?
It is indeed. It is no longer. Oh yeah, yeah.
I just wanted to know, like, about that. I'm not speaking about it. Never speak up. No. Good job, man. Good job, man. Great job, man.
I'm not even joking. I'm pretty sure. I guarantee you make more money than I make.
You received 13 of my house. That's a big deal. I will be kind of what about you? What about it? I actually want to do it quick. I want to just run away. But I don't know. That's why I haven't made it. Come back to that. Yeah. That's all it's talking
Yeah. Never mind. It doesn't look. Anyway, we'll talk more.
Yeah. Go get some rest.
Right.
Stay strong. You did it. '96. What do you mean? That was 96 hours later. See ya. Guys, we are almost in the clear. We have 2 more counties, I would say, that we're watching. And it's Pickens, I guess 3. Pickens, Noxubee, and Lowndes. And you can see those counties included in there. Overall, I would say the threat is very low, especially when you look at all of the rain that's now taken over. It's fighting for that energy with that main cell. Of course, we know, I mean, this is your cell right there. But in regards to anything, in regards to rotation, I'm not seeing anything that's sticking out. And that's a good thing. And so, fortunately, I think we stay that way through the rest of the night. But yeah, the all clear. Sorry, my shoe came off. I'm trying to get it back on. It's Vernon, Alabama clear. I'm seeing multiple about that. Vernon is in the clear. Yes, I will say that. So I'm gonna draw an all clear here real quick just to let you guys see what we're dealing with. And this is an exciting all clear to draw because this is after 96 hours. You know what? Let's make it big. There you go. Oh, I'll get out of the way. Okay, so I'm here if you guys have any questions, but that kind of gives an answer of what's happening in regards to going to sleep and what needs to be done going forward. Decatur. We're on Decatur, Mississippi or Decatur, Alabama? Tornado watch does last until 5 a.m. I do expect them to start clearing some of those off. Yes, they've canceled a few counties in the tornado watch. Kind of see. Noxubee, and Lowndes County are still included in the watch. Lowndes County kind of depends on where you're at. Southern side, southeastern side of Lowndes County is still going to see some potential. It's not high, don't get me wrong, but still going to have some potential. So we're almost to the time where we can go snooze and be happy. Caledonia, yeah, I would say you guys are in the clear. Newton County, yeah, Newton County more on the southern side of the state under a tornado warning. Let's go look at that.
So there's a look at that warning down. We're talking about Decatur. Someone was asking about Decatur. I have rotation just north of you, so if you're on the north side of that, you go ahead and get to where you need to be. But I would say overall, that rotation doesn't seem caught up. Does not line up with the reflectivity. Because you'd expect the rotation to be here. When you look at the rotation, it's there. Hey, honestly, everyone deserves rest after this, so I hope you guys get some good sleep tonight knowing that there is not a severe threat to worry about as we move into tomorrow. Now, they have issued a tornado warning downstream. Let's just go ahead and look at that. So it's right on the outskirts of our viewing area. So it is something to pay attention to going forward, but what it's fighting at this point is going to be the frontal boundary. And we can see it right here. Let's go ahead and loop this. So while yes, there is a rotating thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, once that front pushes in, it's not going to have the same energy. So we see that polygon extend right there into the southeast section of Winston County. If it is extended, probably not going to be reaching in there because look at what's in southeastern Winston County, the front. So Starkville, you are good to go. Yeah, Dakota, we went off from time to time, but the past 96 hours have been busy. Mathiston and Starkville, let me go look at it. Yeah, really the main part to watch. Let me just make sure wind mode is still showing that. It's going to be the strong wind gusts that are moving into northern Noxubee County as we speak. Yeah, small potential, not significant. The reason why we say that is because, again, this is what I use and a great way to show just how unstable the atmosphere still is. So let it load in here real quick. We'll go to here. And we'll go to here. Okay, so what you're seeing is values that are mid to upper 60s, Golden Triangle and south. Now, the reason why the Golden Triangle is still in the mid 60s is because they have those thunderstorms moving over the top of them. Now, not the strong part of the thunderstorms, but still the thunderstorms. So once that moves into Noxubee County and Pickens County, those are still the areas of the highest instability. But beyond that, I mean, you're seeing mid to low 60s, not nearly what we were seeing earlier today, not nearly what we were seeing all week long. So praise God, we are wrapping this week up. I'm from Mississippi State, so we wrap it in maroon and white. There you go. That was the phrase we always used. What you want to see in Calhoun County? Rain. That's it. Just a lot of rain. Yeah, hail state. There we go. We've been a hail state the past couple of days, right, guys? Whether you're a Ole Miss fan or a State fan, it's still a hail state whenever the storms are rolling through. You said Jasper. to be honest with you, with Jasper, it's on the downswing in regards to what it was producing earlier. Still looks pretty intense, but it looked more intense when it was moving through Pickens and Lamar County. I would say it's significant. Man, excuse me, significant hail threat, but I mean, it could be producing small hail. I wouldn't say there's an imminent tornado threat with it either, but still just some broad rotation. What we've been seeing. Amory good for the night. Amory's good. Solagent's good. Millport is good. Yeah, Columbus is getting a downpour, but Columbus is not going to get anything severe. Sugarlock, let me take a sugar look to go see. It very well could be, but it's just a matter of where that frontal boundary moves in to see how that interacts. It's not too late to become a meteorologist, let me tell you that. Boone, we talked about you a second ago, and I will talk about you now. Boone continuing to just see some heavy rain, maybe a few strikes of lightning around the area. Nothing severe. Southeastern Lowndes County. Yes, Southeastern Lowndes County still under that severe thunderstorm warning that's issued with some broad rotation, I will say, but not seeing anything overly defined at this moment that we need to be going and looking at in more detail. So Southeastern Lowndes County still going to get some strong winds. Oh my word. James, I know that you're feeling what we're all feeling, so I'm so ready for a break. Thunder and lightning are popping off. I posted a few lightning strikes earlier, and I mean, that cloud to ground lightning is intense. Flickered our power here, and I want to say that one got close to our house, and our power flickered as a result of it. Fulton is just heavy thunderstorms. That is a lot of people. This is a lot. A lot of people are seeing that as well. Caledonia, good to go. We can look through parts in Alabama. I hope everyone knows where they live in Alabama, because we're about to draw a line. And everywhere. Give me a second. Let me draw a more defined line. No, we can go further south. I don't know why I'm doing this. There. If you live in Alabama, there's your line. I see a lot of people asking. That's cool, Adam. Yeah, you would have been right in the radar site, so you would have been undetected. Louisville, take a look. Alabama folks, screenshot that. Remember it. Well, yeah, Louisville is definitely getting hammered with some lightning and some heavy downpours, but overall, you ain't got to worry, Ivy. Cindy, Louisville's looking good. Katrina, all that looking good. Trent, Shannon is in the clear. We are good to go with that. Christy, I'm never putting it past Mississippi to do anything weather-wise. I just hope and pray that they never do this again, because there is exhaustion and there is this week. Like, that is what I thought the pinnacle was and what the pinnacle became to be. And this has set the standard, and I hope we never have to experience this again. So, fingers crossed. Noxby's still in the thick of it, so keep paying attention. We're watching that line. No, I wouldn't be calling reform right now. I'll let you guys know if it gets to be anything a little bit more intense. Cameron, hopefully, like now, we don't need any more rain, please. But on a real note, let me just continue to watch that. Folks in Alabama, I hope you got that. I'm about to take it off. So let's go ahead and extend things out. And let's talk about the rain. So Tupelo, I'd say you're close to getting out. I'd say if you're in Tupelo, go to sleep. And then when you wake up, you're more than likely going to be dealing with dry conditions. Still showers off and on throughout the day, though. So that's the unfortunate thing is we are still seeing more rain possible, but we'll be asking for rain here in about 3-4 months. So remember this moment right here. I want to keep an eye on that tornado warning down there towards the south. Nothing confirmed on it so far, fortunately. And what I'm seeing, yeah, I'm not overly impressed with it. It'll have to move if it's going to produce. Really stormy here in Columbus, yep, for sure. Of course, Tina, I appreciate that. Millport, you're in the clear. You know, Ivy, that would be a dream. At least there'd be something good coming out of all this rain, but you know that pollen's going to come out the next day and we're all going to be sneezing and blowing our nose and taking our Zyrtec, trying to survive. There's always spring in Mississippi is the most beautiful thing and the most awful thing to deal with sometimes. Houston, you're good to go to sleep. Southern Lowndes County, still stay weather aware. We are watching that storm moving into your area. The wind is going to be gusty for sure. Derek, you can send a picture to weather, WEATHER, at WTVA.com. Vardaman in the clear. Forston, check that. I believe Forston's in the clear as well. Yeah, I want to say Forston's in the clear. That's really the only thing to be watching. Houston's all clear. Columbus Air Force Base, all clear. Starkville, all clear. Winston, let's go ahead and look at that tornado warning, and I want to go back up here to look at this. Why is this moving? Stop. Okay. So here's a look at the latest tornado watch. Still seeing Clay, Oktibbeha, Lowndes, Winston, Noxubee, and Pickens County under that threat. Whenever we look at the timing for it, I'll go all the way to Pickens County because that's going to be the last one to be expired. We're talking about Sunday at 10 a.m. Being that we see how much this is speeding across the area, 10 a.m. is a bit of a stretch. Would not be surprised to see that expired at about 7 o'clock. Lowndes County, 5 a.m. Yeah, that's, I wouldn't expect Pickens County to be too much after that. So 5 a.m. for Golden Triangle and further south. And then Pickens County is at 10. But again, expecting that to be expired earlier. Thank you, Derek. See you right there. Appreciate you sending that. Hannah, I'm curious, was it a lightning strike that caused that? Because I didn't see anything in regards to tornadic development, even close to it, to be concerned with that. So, do you have any information on that? GTR Airport is, let me check, but I believe it's good. GTR Airport is getting a hefty downpour, but overall, I'd say that you guys are clear for now. I mean, yeah, 4 to 5. I would say is the last of that clear now. Nanawaya dealing with some strong showers. I would say that your severe threat is very minimalized. New Hope and Steens. Let's zoom in on that. New Hope, you're right on the cusp of that severe thunderstorm warning. I do want to say that we are seeing some broad rotation with that near Deerbrook. So definitely keeping an eye on that going forward, but still far from producing anything. But we know in this environment, it doesn't take much. Saltillo, Loriana, you are good to go to sleep. We had our scare. We're good now. DeGeneres, that's an understatement. Columbus is in the clear. It's dealing with some thunderstorms. Wade, it was very beneficial. I was trying to look through those pictures, but it's just tough whenever it's in the middle of coverage, getting it up, and also assessing a tornado on the ground. So we wanted to just make sure that we were covering, giving storm tracks, and making sure people understood that a tornado was headed their way. We'll of course have more coverage tomorrow, so probably put pictures in there. But we did have a lot of wall clouds, have a lot of what we believe to be tornado-producing storms that people got video of, and so we have that as well. So again, we appreciate all your reports, but please be safe whenever you do that, because we don't want you to be in the middle of the storm. And it helps, of course, let us know what's going on, but there's a safe way to do it, and it's not worth losing your life over. Pictures can be sent to weather@wtva.com, and that is weather as in WEATHER, not weather as in WHETHER. Often confused, I understand. Thank you, Amber. Final talk. We're good to go to bed. Bubba, I will definitely be grabbing about 6 cups of coffee in the morning. And that's an understatement. That's a low ball. Ripley, yeah, you can go to bed. You could have gone to bed about 2 hours ago too, so I hope you don't have anything in the morning. Nettleton's good. There's gonna be some thunder, don't get me wrong. Oh, well, Caitlin, I would like to go to church, depending on when I get out of here, but if not, we may be tuning in to the message after church gets out. Because I'm exhausted. I'll have my Jesus time, don't worry. Shannon, good. Monroe, good. I do think it will weaken before it gets to Georgia. Artesia, good. Actually, I say that. Artesia, I want to say I saw you guys. Yeah. Artesia, you're good. Yeah. Oh, my mind's playing tricks on me now. It's getting a little bit more eye-catching. They're about to make a decision on this storm right here. Matt actually did get good news. He is not teaching Sunday school in the morning, so he might be sleeping in a little bit. Downtown Columbus, you are good to go to sleep. Fingers crossed, Dana. Fingers crossed. Appreciate the heads up. I want to see that. You said it's southwest? I'm gonna look, James, and see what we can see. Still might be a ways away on that tornado warning storm. That's kind of what I'm intrigued to see. Let me look. Hamilton, Alabama. Let's go through the last 3 hours. Probably be further than that. Probably right along here. Probably further than that. Let's go 5. So don't get me wrong, could there have been? Yes, but it was a very broad rotation. It was not anything on a debris signature. So I'm not seeing anything clear and defined saying that yes, there was. There was also some strong wind gusts, so it could have also been that. Hello. Hey, you guys remember the cell near Ethelsville? Well, we're slightly east of that, and we're starting to get some broad rotation. Hmm. Viva, lots of lightning and thunder. Post show. Ethelsville, I was just saying that you guys just had a tornado warning storm move through your area. Now watching another storm moving closer to you that has some broad rotation associated with it. So something we're watching near McShawn. I'm not saying anything confirmed, but definitely a rotating storm. Horse Nathan. Yeah, broad rotation. Not in Ethelsville. This is going to be more on the east side of town. Louisville, Starkville, you're good to go to bed. I appreciate that, Wade. We'll be sure to let them know, but we appreciate that so much. Yeah, not rotation again. That's facts.
Nolan, I pray we don't have to do that, but I already saw people swimming in a Hobby Lobby parking lot, so I'm not going to count it out of things that I didn't expect to see tonight. Winston County, I would say you're in the clear. This is the one to watch. Storm with possible tornado is moving towards Pickens, yes, but it is a ways away. Shonda, are you saying yesterday as in Saturday or yesterday as in Friday? I want to assume it's Saturday, and we started going live. What was it? I grabbed a slice of pizza at like 3:50. I had one bite of that pizza, and we were live. So we're nearing 12 hours, yeah. If you're referring to Union County, Hayden, yes, you're safe. Yeah, honestly. I'm sorry. Yesterday, all my days are blurred together. So what I think is today is actually yesterday, and yesterday is like 9 years ago. So Millport, you're good. You're just getting thunderstorm. Of course, Stephanie. Lowndes, fortunately, seems to be going more and more out of the area, but still seeing some of that Boeing segment right there towards Cliftonville. That's going to be Noxubee County, but Forreston going to be included in the Lowndes County area. Overall, I'm not seeing anything imminent with rotation, but definitely something to look out for. This is the storm to watch. I'm just going to get ready just in case they extend it. Okay. I would not be surprised if they extend this into southern Noxubee County. New Hope, you're in the clear. I've seen several people ask about that. You guys are in the clear so far, and for the rest of the night. New Hope is clear. Vernon, Alabama, you are clear. Steens, you're in the clear. Caledonia, you're in the clear. Southwest of Macon, I would say to be on the safe side and go ahead and get them there, because we do still have a rotating thunderstorm. I'm not seeing anything confirmed as of now, but I would not be surprised to see them extend this into southwest Noxubee County. So let's go ahead and get them to the safe place. Houston's good. All right. What are they gonna do? They're gonna extend it. I think they are. You're getting a bounded weak echo region. This is definitely a strong thunderstorm still. Aberdeen's good. Because we do not have a tornado warning or a thunderstorm of imminent danger in our viewing area, so we are not live on television. We will be live if this gets a tornado warning in Noxubee County, and I would not be surprised to see them issue that warning here. What are we? It's expiring at 4. Probably going to extend it and write a new warning here in the next 10, 15 minutes. Oh, yes. I don't know why I haven't done that. I apologize. Let me do a, just make sure the speed's right on it. So I'm going to put this at about 45 miles an hour. I know it says 40, 41, but this kind of gives some lead time on it. All right, let's clear this off. Let's go north. And let's get going. So here's a look at that rotation. And get that going through Sugarlock and Macon. We're seeing Linville 344, Macedonia 403, Sugarlock 404, Macon 414, Brooksville 423, Prairie Point 425, and Crawford 428. That's going to be that area of rotation moving into Kemper County and into Noxubee County here shortly. Okay, they are going to, let's go back on air. I'm going to call real quick and get, yeah, let me call him right now and get him going, and then we can go live right after that. Just give me 1 second.
They did it, didn't they?
Yep, Noxubee County.
Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good. If I just need someone to call Zach.
I'll call Zach. Bye.
Are you coming up?
No.
Okay.
I'm not.
All right.
Okay, bye.
All right, bye. All right, let's go. Meteorologist Gabe Maynard here with a look at a tornado warning currently being issued for Kemper County, but they are going to extend it into parts of Noxubee County. Now, it is going to be this notch of rotation down there towards Moscow and Deweese as we see that moving in that northeast direction. Going to see it moving through parts of Sugarlock and Macon here in the next couple of minutes. Seeing Linville 344, Preston 346, Cypress Mill 349, Golson 353, Macedonia 403, Sugarlock 405. That's in about 31 minutes, and this is still a very tight rotation, a tight couplet moving more into Kemper County here over the coming minutes. Now Macon 414, McLeod 418, Brooksville 423, Prairie Point 425, 427, Deerbrook. Now I know this is very late, and I know a lot of people are trying to just get some sleep. We are on the final stretch of what has been a severe weather week all week long. So fortunately with that, we're wrapping it up, but unfortunately with that is we're not done yet. And so go ahead and call folks that are in any of these towns you see listed on your screen right here. wake them up, let them know that they need to go ahead and be getting to their safe place. I know we were doing the live stream earlier and someone was talking about, do I need to tell my granddad to get to shelter in Sugarlock? Yes, and especially now that they're going to issue a downstream warning here shortly, expecting that to be issued here soon. Currently looking from both radar sites out of Jackson and Monroe County, and we're seeing that tight couplet right there, just on the northwest side of Moscow, across Highway 16 and 495 intersection. This is going to be that tight area of rotation, but fortunately, what we're seeing so far is no confirmed debris. What this is doing that is concerning is wrapping all the way around it. So you see that donut that's forming with that hole in the middle, that yellow hole. What we call this is a bounded weak echo region, and that is a very primed area of rotation that is honestly concerning as it moves more in that northeast direction. So the thing about this that might limit its potential is going to be the frontal boundary pushing in that will interact with it and hopefully knock it out before it really gets going. So yeah, National Weather Service still talking about the rotation, it rotating strongly, but it is going to be interacting with that front, hopefully dissipating out and no longer being a concern for beyond what it is right now. But still, as of right now, what we're looking at is a tight couplet that still needs attention going forward. Now, this looks to be very elevated. This is out of Monroe County. So whenever we look at that rotation taking place right there, I'm going to hold my hand right there and change over to debris signature. And yes, it is showing some returns, but more than likely what I think that is going to be some hail coming out of this because it's not a defined debris ball. And another way to confirm that is let's move down to Jackson and look at the same thing. We have that rotation right there. Line that up with debris mode. I'm not seeing anything that guarantees that this is a tornado confirmed. Looking at the latest, we are going to move up into Noxubee County. This is going to be interacting with the front. So let's just go ahead and take it and see how it interacts with the frontal boundaries it's pushing through. And it's going to be strengthening this leading edge right here as it interacts with that front. But once the front fully takes it and moves it in that east-southeast motion, it's not going to be nearly the same path, which mitigates how much strength it still has. Currently, right now, with that bounded weak echo region, we are still seeing the strength there, and that's why they are looking to issue a downstream warning here shortly as it moves across parts of Highway 16 in Mississippi. We are going to see that past that at this point with that rotation still along 495, 493, somewhere between that intersection, having to use two different radar sites because of where it is positioned currently. We're seeing it across 493 and 495, like I was mentioning. And here we go right here. They have issued the new warning, extending it out. We are going to see it move more in that northeast fashion. Sugarlock and Macon right on the north side of this warning box, but we can go ahead and take a track on this as it moves through a good portion of Noxubee County. So looking at the latest times, 402 Macedonia, 403 Sugarlock, Macon 413, McLeod 417, Dinsmore 423, Deerbrook 426, and Aubrey by about 427. For folks in Noxubee County, or for folks that know anyone in Noxubee County, pick up your phone, give them a call, let them know what's going on, and let them know they need to get to their safe place now, because a phone call from you means more than us saying that here on the air. And if they don't have weather call or something of that nature, then there isn't anything to wake them up. And that's an unfortunate thing. It's 3:38 in the morning. Folks are trying to get sleep. We have church tomorrow morning. But unfortunately, we also have to stay safe with a possible tornado moving closer and closer to the area of Noxubee County. Currently still a few minutes away. It's going to be moving close to Cypress Mill there in Kemper County, Fair Hill on the southern side of Noxubee County. And just continue to look at the latest. Keep checking these winds, just to make sure this isn't being produced. But guys, we are moments away from this being a tornado on the ground. Latest scans not showing as defined of a bounded weak echo region, but that is a rain-wrapped rotation, which adds to the danger factor. I know there are some people out looking to go spot this tornado. It's a very dangerous possibility because of the environment that it's in. We have hills, we have trees, it's nighttime. And on top of that, it's rain-wrapped, so you're not going to get a visual on this. So if you are one of the brave souls that like to take pictures of tornadoes as they're entering in, go ahead and get to your safe place. There's no point in doing that, and we want your lives to be intact rather than a picture on a screen. That means less to us than your life. So go ahead and get there. Nothing confirmed as of right now, but we are getting rotation high up in the atmosphere from both radar sites. So that confirms that that rotation is happening. looking at a Jackson at the latest scans, I do want to say, let's just go ahead and run through the past couple scans on this. I would say that is getting tighter, but it also is moving further away. And so it's tough to tell on that. We'll have to start going more out of GWX there in Monroe County. And as of right now, I'm not seeing anything on there that's confirming it. But yes, we are continuing to track this more into Noxubee County. Hang on. I don't believe that to be debris. No, it doesn't line up with reflectivity like it should. So currently we are tracking the remnants of a tornado warning in Kemper County, that expiring at about 4 a.m. But you can see already moving out of that polygon and into the next one. And that's what we're more concerned about as we are sitting in Noxubee County awaiting this tornado moving in. Now this warning is going to last until 4:30 in the morning. Yes, a late night and getting even later for some folks in Noxubee County. 3:40 right now. A meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, tracking these storms. Been doing so all night long as this has been a very active week, an active night. Just take a breath. We're almost there. But folks in Macon and Sugarlock need to go ahead and take shelter as this rotating thunderstorm is moving closer and closer to your area. Now, looking out of Monroe County, that is a very defined couplet moving inches closer to Noxubee County over the coming minutes. So 397, Highway 397, we are seeing it just past that interchange right there. Going to put a circle on that tight area. I mean, that is a tight couplet. So we are moments away from this being a producing thunderstorm. Again, not showing anything confirming a tornado touchdown, but maybe even in the next scan or two. If it continues to strengthen at the rate that it has, would not be a surprise to me that it does here shortly. Moving over 493 and moving in that northeast direction across parts of 39 and 21, Cypress Mill 348, Fairhill 356, Sugarlock 404, and let's go ahead and take it out further, because I wanted to include parts of Macon. 413, Macon, McLeod 418, and Mennonite School by about 421. Let's get even more specific on areas that are going to be impacted, talking about that cone of the possible path. Oh, apologies on that. Let me go ahead and try this one more time. So we're talking about Sugarlock and up around Macon, seeing those several towns listed in there, several areas that you may know, churches, schools, things of that nature. If you live anywhere close to these or know anyone close to these, go ahead and call them. I'm going to list it out for you here right now. Smyrna Church, 343. Bluff Springs Church, 347. Cypress Mill, we mentioned to you, 349. That's here in about 6 minutes or so. This is a tightened couple. It would not surprise me that it strengthens into a tornado by the time it reaches towards Cypress Mill. Fairhill, 357. Sugarlock, 405. That's about 22 minutes from now. Enough time to act and get to your safe spot, whether it's a tornado shelter or it's your basement or the most interior room. Whatever it is, go ahead and get there now, and we'll continue our coverage. One of the ways to watch is through radio. It's also through our WTVA weather app or any of the WTVA apps for that matter. Also online, we're streaming as we speak, Facebook, many different ways in summary. So go ahead and pull any of those up. Take that phone or take whatever you have to your safe place and track that even further as we continue to look at this over the coming minutes. So let's keep breaking it down. Reed Attendance Center, 406. Noxubee County Elementary School. Fortunately, the weekend, kids are not at school, and also fortunately, it's 3:43 in the morning. 411 around those parts. Cedar Grove Church, 413. Macon, 414. Macon Municipal, 417. McLeod, 419. Mennonite School, closer to 422. Let's continue to assess this and see how that rotation is trending. And so far, still a tight couplet there. I don't believe it to be confirmed. There's too much going on in that general area, and usually what we call that is a three-body scatter, which is a hail core aloft, high up in the atmosphere, causing that radar beam to reflect and it interact in a weird way to where it shows usually these lines. So a three-body scatter usually showing hail. But hail also associated with tornadic development because it has those strong updrafts. Remember, 2 days ago, we were getting rotation up in the far northern portion of Mississippi. We thought it was tornadic. It was never tornadic. It was just hail. Usually get those right before some tornadic development as well. So something we're keeping an eye on. And if you are in the area of 397, just southeast of Linville, or know of anyone, let them know they're probably getting hail ahead of what could be a tornado possible going forward. Now, looking at the latest scans, I'm not overly impressed with the reflectivity, but what I am overly impressed with is the the winds, the interaction. You're seeing those reds and greens, the inflow, outflow right there across 397. So we're going right over 397 as we speak, transitioning more towards Cypress Mill and Fairhill and across parts of Highway 21. I know folks in Sugarlock need to get to their safe place now. We were talking about 22 minutes, now at about 20 minutes. And if we do an updated speed on this, just let me assess this here real quick to make sure I have it down to what it needs to be. Give me 1 second to do this. Just line it up. So about 41 miles an hour, I would say. And just making sure this lines up, we're going to go ahead and do 45 to give people some more lead time before it reaches your area. So as we track that moving more into Sugarlock and Macon and Paulette, here's an extended look at that track where that rotation has been identified. And you're seeing Macon, I mean, 413. We might get lucky and it might go south, but Sugarlock, it's in the direct path of your area. If you're in downtown Sugarlock or any of the surrounding areas, go ahead and get to that safe spot. 403, we're looking at about 17 minutes as of right now, and still a very tight couplet as we move into southern Noxubee County. Macon 413, McLeod 417, Mennonite School 420, Dinsmore 422, Prairie Point 424, Aubrey 427, and 428 there in Memphis. So Kemper County measuring a 62 mile an hour wind gust. So that's a whole other factor that we have not even talked about, talking about whether it's producing or not, it's going to be damaging winds. So let's go ahead and just do use one of our tools to identify what those wind gusts are. But when you're talking about 62 mile an hour confirmed confirmed wind gusts on the ground, 50 to 60 mile an hour showing that high up in the atmosphere. So, I mean, you're getting some strong returns out of this. And whether it's producing or not, going to do damage in its own right, whether it's through straight line winds or whether it's through a tornado. So make sure to continue to pay attention to this and get to that safe spot just to be on the safe side. But you are starting to get that RFD developing, that wraparound of moisture, and there's your RFD right there. Now, typically what you see is the winds in the atmosphere. I'll go ahead and draw it out for you to give you an idea. But you basically get these winds that are wrapping around like this, and then you get an inflow going like this. And that's where you get this lined up right there, and that's your winds interacting right there, forming that tight couplet, and that's when you get that tight couplet, that rotation, and the possibility of tornadic development. Fortunately, as of right now, I still have nothing confirming that there is a tornado on the ground, but we are not far away from that, looking at the latest scans with our wind gusts. Continue to assess this. Typically what we see with a tornadic development as well is highly energized cells, and we're getting that as it enters towards Cypress Mill with lots of lightning. So I'm sure they're hearing plenty of thunder around Cypress Mill as it enters closer to the county line, but this is nothing out of the question. Even folks on the backside of the line, we're hearing lightning. This is just an energized system as it's moving across parts of Mississippi and now closer to Noxubee County. So Kemper County might luck out and not have anything produced, but we are just getting towards Cypress Mill, moving closer and closer to Highway 39, and then going to be talking about Fairhill here in the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. So let's get a look at the latest wind scan. I want to take a look at something here real quick. I'm waiting on the next scan because I'm not going to say that's as defined, but I do want it to catch up to just make sure that that's how it's transitioning, and that'd be a great thing if that's what it's doing. Still tight, don't get me wrong, it's still producing 50 to 60 mile an hour gusts. I do see one right there. Oh, well, it's scanned away. But so latest scan, not as impressive. We're still tight, but it's not as impressive as what it was even moments ago. So let's get a storm track on that latest return as it's going in that northeast pattern. We're getting closer and closer to the county line and closer to Highway 39. So if you take a look right there, there's your couplet that you're watching, moving closer to McLeod and Sugarlock 359. It's moved up a little bit in time as that rotation is now transitioned more to the north side. I actually do want to take a look at that. I would still say your rotation is down along there. So you're looking at Sugarlock still 402. I would agree with that. Anywhere from 401 to 402. Go ahead and be in that safe spot. We're just above 10 minutes as of right now. Paulette 411, McLeod 416, and Mennonite School closer to 419. Dinsmore 421 also included in that polygon. But this is just going to be a damaging storm, whether it be strong wind gusts or tornadoes developing. Either way, it's going to do damage in its own right. So currently 3:49, our meteorologist Gabe Maynard tracking tornado warning issued. Not that one back to the south. It's this one going into Noxubee County until 4:30. on our Sunday morning. Yes, it's been a late night, and it's getting even later for folks in Noxubee County as we track the latest on this storm. So this is as this line has transitioned all the way through, seeing how that has stabilized the environment back behind it. So folks outside of Noxubee County and Pickens County can sleep well. They're out of the severe weather threat for now, but Noxubee County still in the thick of it with that tornado warning still in effect. Now, the good thing with this is that we're not seeing any signs of debris so far. And National Weather Service is saying that there's less organization, but still the possibility of producing a tornado is there. The strong wind gust was a confirmed report at the weather station in western Kemper County, and it was northwest of Bluff Springs, so right along that circulation, and that was 62 miles an hour. So 62-mile-an-hour wind gust is a severe thunderstorm warning in its own right, and damaging as well. So whether it's a tornado, whether it's a severe thunderstorm, still needs to be taken seriously, and people still need to get into their safe spot. So that's the thing. That was what we were talking about earlier on the live stream, is the interaction with the cold front with this storm. When the storm was out as an isolated cell, it produced a tornado warning further to the south, but then it merged, and it strengthened when it merged at first. But now as that line's caught up with it and it started to take over, it's now making it more of that east-southeast movement, and that's why you're getting less strength, less of a defined couplet, because it's not its own cell doing what it wants to. It's interacting with other cells that wanted to have its own energy, and then everyone has to share it, and you're not getting the same production like what you were earlier. A great thing. We want people to share. We want storms to share, because then they don't strengthen like what they have the capability of doing. So again, that rotation currently along Highway 39, moving across the county line and moments away from Sugarlock as we speak. You're seeing it right there in reflectivity. You're seeing it right there with our rotation. Sugarlock going to be a few minutes closer. So that rotation has shifted more to the north, and we're talking about your area closer to 4 o'clock, McLeod 414, Mennonite School 418, Dinsmore 420, and Prairie Point 421. Looking at the latest scans, we did just get an updated one, and I just want to take a look at that real quick. More of a straight line wind pattern whenever we typically see that, but still, I mean, broad rotation on the south side of this, not anything like what it was when it was back towards Moscow or Linville. It was much more of a interaction of rotation. Now we're seeing the strong winds, of course, along 39, but not anything that's wrapping it around to show some rotation. Looking at the latest, I want to just look at the entire scope of what's going on, and I'm not seeing anything else of concern, so this is definitely the storm to be watching going forward, especially as this severe weather threat diminishes into the rest of our night. Even back towards the south, I'm not seeing anything that needs to have our attention as of right now, but we are transitioning more into Noxubee County. Sugarlock, I hope and pray you are in your safe place right now, because this storm is moments away from you. We're talking 7 minutes, probably less than that at this point. Let's go ahead and look at specific areas as it enters more towards the area of Sugarlock, and then on towards Dora Hill Road, Columbus Air Force Base Auxiliary Field 358, Sugarlock 401. So again, that's anywhere from 7 minutes at this point. Reed Attendance Center 403, Ivy Grove Church 406, 407, Noxubee, that's further south. Noxubee County Elementary School 407, Cedar Grove Church 409, Zion Hill Church 411, St. Michael's Church 414, Crosby Church 415, McLeod 415, New Zion Church 417, Mennonite School 418, Dinsmore 420, Rock Hill Church 420, Prairie Point 421, Woodlawn Church by about 423. So they are continuing to issue tornado warnings further to the south, and that's where the highest tornado development likelihood is. But up around our area, it's going to be within that line as that line interacts with storms moving in from the south, and that's what we have exactly right here moving into Noxubee County. I don't expect it to survive for too much longer, just because that interaction with the line either helps strengthen it or helps weaken it. And in this case, it's weakening it, and that's a fortunate thing. So still seeing that slight RFD, that slight wraparound of moisture, and that slight notch, that S shape that we're seeing right there, just moving into Sugarlock as we speak, moving past 39, and then into closer to the Sugarlock area, like we were talking about. So that's where that inflow is happening. That's where that rotation interaction is happening. It needs to catch up here real quick, but that's the latest scan, and that's where that rotation is. So we can get a storm track on that, because it is moments away from Sugarlock. I mean, we are basically what do you want to say? 358. It's moved up a little bit. I would say you're 3 to 5 minutes away from Sugar Lock. So go ahead and get to that safe place if you're not there yet. Hopefully you're there. We've been talking about you. We gave you a 22-minute head start, so didn't act then. I hope you're where you need to be now. Reed Attendance Center 4 o'clock, Ivy Grove Church 403, Elon Church 407, McLeod 412, Dinsmore 417, and then on into Prairie Point by about 419. Know of anyone in Noxubee County? Now is the time to call them because it's transitioning across the county line, and so anyone along these parts is of the utmost concern. A phone call right now could change their lives and could save their life because 3:55 in the morning on a Sunday, not a lot of us are awake, and especially after the week we've had, everyone looking to get a break and everyone looking to get some sleep. Unfortunately, now is not the time to do so as this dangerous cell moves closer and closer to populated areas that need to be taking shelter as we speak. Look at the latest returns. Not seeing anything too impressive on our winds, but still going to see that that inflow right along the Sugar Lock area. Wind mode, I will say, is more on the southern side of this storm. So hopefully what that means is that it's building further to the south, which in all honesty is not going to survive because that frontal boundary is here. It's not like it's acting as an isolated storm. And again, it's sharing that energy. And it doesn't have that isolated batch of energy that it can use to build up and form into what it was earlier as it entered towards Kemper County. So now across Noxubee County, moving into Sugar Lock and McLeod, you are the next area in its path. Fortunately, I think we're ways away from it producing in Sugar Lock. And I do think that we're staying south of Macon. So folks in Macon are going to be dealing with the thunderstorm moving through the area, but overall I don't think that you have to deal with a tornado this evening, as this continues to be our primary threat. Looking at the latest scans, still, again, not anything too impressive, but strong wind gusts along with that main line. Let's go ahead and just look at some of those wind gusts that we're seeing within that leading edge, 39 miles an hour. Probably not going to get too significant of returns out of the outflow, 33 miles an hour. So this has diminished in winds as well, just to give you perspective. If you're just now joining us for our coverage, let's just go back a couple of scans. And you can see back when it was in Linville, let me move it down real quick. Linville, a very tight couplet, but let's transition that to now and just look at the difference. I mean, night and day. And that's a fortunate thing. We don't want that same rotation moving into Sugar Lock. So hopefully folks in Sugar Lock are where they need to be, but hopefully you don't have any damage whenever you come out of that warning. Continuing to look at that northeast track, we're talking Dinsmore and McLeod. It's interesting to see where this rotation exactly lines up because it's much more broad. And whenever we refer to broad, we're talking about broad aloft to where it's not showing bright returns, but it also can be broad in regards to the area that it's covering. So yes, we do see rotation, but we're seeing it cover more of miles across rather than miles vertically. So that's just going to be the case. Strong wind gusts over a widespread area as it moves across 39 and Doro Hill Road, just on the south side of Sugar Lock. So Calix, Paulette, probably going to be dealing with some strong wind gusts as well, 30 to 40 miles an hour. McLeod still have the potential for some tornadic development, but overall I'm not seeing anything too impressive on the latest scans, so I hope that we are staying below that threat. I do want to see if Birmingham's discussing anything about extending this. They're not talking about it, but Jackson, this is still in their DMA through the next 30 minutes or so. That's why that's issued until 4:30 this evening, just because we are just entering into Noxubee County. The next county in the area is Pickens. So we can do a storm track on that. Again, it's broadened out. I don't think it has the strength to make it to Pickens County. This is going to be worst case scenario, traveling all the way from Noxubee County into the Reform, Kurt, Gordo area. That's going to be further into 457, 5 o'clock. You're seeing Reform and Gordo there, and then Palmetto, 506, and Eckla by about 509. But Sugar Lock continues to be primary concern, 4 o'clock to 4:02. But honestly, I think we lucked out. I don't think it's going to be producing over the top of you unless these next couple of scans really intensify. I think we avoided and dodged a pretty big bullet on this one. But as it moves more towards McLeod, I do think it stays south of McLeod based off of how this is trending here on the latest scans. And just I wanted to go ahead and look at this to see how it's trended over the last couple of scans. Yeah, we're definitely staying on the southern side of McLeod, I believe by a couple miles. So that's a fortunate thing, moving across 45 as we speak. And then I'm going to keep it south of McLeod, moving closer to Paulette. So Calix 403, Paulette 409, Dinsmore 419, Aubrey 424, and Memphis closer to 425. Okay, so they mentioned that they're going to cancel out Kemper County. Makes sense because it's out of Kemper County at this point, but it is transitioning more into Knoxville County. It's still a high output of lightning. I mean, let's just look at the lightning strikes being produced in this one area. I'm getting 207 lightning strikes, 208 lightning strikes. Number just continuing to tick up as we go more and more, as we keep watching it more and more. And they say the area of greatest concern is on the south side of Sugar Lock, so right where we were talking about, and honestly should stay south of the downtown area across 45, moving more into Calyx and Paulette. Let me put a storm track on that here real quick where they're watching that greatest concern. And let me include Calyx on this. Give me 1 second to tweak this. There's a look. So Calyx 405, 411, Paulette, Dancy 421, and Aubrey 426. They are saying that it's still not as strong as before. I mean, we've been discussing that, but there's still cyclonic convergence in that area, and I would agree. There is still potential, but we are a ways away from it now, and fortunately, it looked tight for a second there. It looked like it was about to produce. Further to the south, they have more rotation to worry about, more tornado warnings to be issued, so they're going to keep an eye on this one, but they are focusing down in Raleigh, Mississippi to track a tightening circulation down around those parts. I do want to say, as soon as we said it was entering into Knoxville County, it looks like that tightest rotation is actually on the southern side, or sorry, the northern side of Kemper County, close to Wahalak, and I might be saying that wrong, but right there, closer to 45. So that's something to watch for, but I would say that the rotation is still right in this notch right here. Not showing it on wind mode. Reflectivity definitely showing that. And what that typically is, and we saw it earlier, was that higher up is not showing what's happening on the surface. So that the area of precipitation can be jutting out ahead of what the winds are actually doing at the surface. So it's not exactly an accurate interaction, makes it tough to forecast, because if we saw this and the winds lined up, it definitely looks more concerning than what it is. But when you see winds line up like this, it puts that worry to ease, and you're looking more down in the southern part for that rotation. So I think that's where we're at right now, is just tracking this broad rotation, moving more into Calyx and Paulette. If we want to track that, what wind mode is showing, Calyx and Paulette going to be 404 Wahalak, as we mentioned, 409 Calyx, 415 Paulette, 425 Dinsmore. But if we're going to track the rotation more on the northern side, where that, let me just make sure, where that inflow is happening at, there's a look at some times. McLeod 413, Dinsmore 418, Prairie Point 419, Aubrey 422, Memphis 423, and Ravine 425. Again, I believe that the strongest winds that need to be focused on are on the southern side, and that's going to be northern Kemper County. You can see it right there. There's your interaction. So current time, 4:02. I'm meteorologist Gabe Maynor. Been tracking storms all night long, and it's been an active night, to say the least. And hopefully wrapping it up right now, and hopefully wrapping it up to where this does not end up producing a tornado, and instead just produces some heavy rainfall, lots of lightning, and unfortunately you will be dealing with some strong wind gusts either way, whether it's tornadic or straight line, either way damaging in its own. Continuing to look, they have canceled out the Kemper County area for that tornado warning. So that rotation entering right over the county line as we speak and inching closer to Calyx and Paulette. Let's go ahead and just do a storm track on that to cover both of those areas, as this is more of a defined polygon. Calyx 406, Paulette 413, and Dinsmore 423. Rotation still very broad. Not seeing anything confirmed, or far from confirmed, but anything that's of concern with this rotation, because, I mean, just look. We've been talking about structure with these tornadic cells, and typically we get this thing called an RFD. And what that is it's a wraparound of moisture, and we would expect it to be right there. Rotation happening right on this little inflow notch right there. Well, let's change it over to wind. We'd expect to see that, right? Fortunately, not getting it. Or fortunately, should I say. Where that rotation is happening is more on the southern side, and whenever we line that up with reflectivity, it's not showing anything of major return. I will say, latest scans shows a little bit of jutting out on the southern side of this. This cell. So something to keep an eye on is if it backbuilds further to the south and this inflow notch moves to the south and then moves more towards Paulette here in the coming moments. That'd be a stretch if it were to happen. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's something to watch for. especially with that rotation further to the south a little bit more defined. Looking at the latest on debris mode, I mean, being that we don't have a tight circulation, we're not even seeing anything remotely close to debris, and they are going to continue the tornado warning through 4:30 for this storm in Noxubee County, so still watching it and still monitoring it. I mean, that is a classic structure, but it just does not line up wind mode, and that just shows you that what's happening aloft is not happening at the surface. I want to do a 3D take of this cell, just to show how tall those tops are getting. And let's see, what are we at? 20, 30,000 feet at times. So probably some small hail being produced with this as well, just showing you the potential that this storm has. But that's really the cell that we're watching heading into the rest of our evening. We talked about the all clear, and so far the all clear for a lot of folks is going to be western side of Noxubee County. Let me redraw this actually, because we're going to look at more than just that. It's going to be western sections of Noxubee County, and along with northern sections of Noxubee County that are still they're just outside of the area of most concern, and that honestly continues into Pickens County as well. So there's your area that we're watching. This general corridor right here in Pickens County and Noxubee County, but that's it. The rest of us not going to have to worry about anything in regards to severe weather, nevertheless anything tornadic developing. I will say the output of lightning on this has increased since the last time we've talked about it. And looking at the latest output with those lightning strikes, we're upwards of 236 to 247 strikes. So a larger lightning output means this is an intensifying storm, and so that's something to pay attention to. Only thing is, the winds are not lining up. That being said, let me take a look at something. So right here is your rotation. I know that's tough to see. You're seeing the brighter returns further to the south, but there's where the notch is happening. And whenever we look, that is definitely in that wraparound region. So it is tightening at the surface in regards to that wind mode. So something we have not seen in the last couple of scans now being shown, and that should be over north of Calix and west of Paulette. We can go ahead and do a storm track on that now that we're seeing more of a defined rotation. That's going to be close to McLeod, moving across parts of Highway 14. So McLeod 414, we're talking about in the next 6 minutes. Still a ways to go in regards to rotation, but definitely trending in a strengthening direction, unfortunately. Centerpoint Church 414, New Zion Church 416, Mennonite Church of God in Christ 420, Aubrey 423, Memphis 425, Memphis Access Area 425, and then Sardis Church closer to 426. So this is going to be for that rotation that we're seeing just south of McLeod. And looking at the latest on that, just want to continue to take a look at this. I mean, it's not an intense notch. It's right there. And it's not going to be high wind returns either. And so it's getting closer and closer to McLeod, but we are getting a strengthening thunderstorm with more lightning being produced than what was even before. We talked about 238, now up to 264. So over the last 5 minutes or so, upping in about 50 strikes, showing an intensifying thunderstorm with tops upwards of 20 to 30,000 feet. We'll look at tops here in a moment, but that's all you need to know to show that this is a strengthening thunderstorm moving more and more into the eastern Noxubee County area, staying clear of Macon, stay clear of Sugarlock, and now going to be moving just north of Paulette. So latest scans coming in, and I do want that wind mode to update as well, but there's what you're watching for, that RFD happening right along there, and you're going to see that across parts of Paulette Road and inching closer to Highway 14. Dinsmore going to be the next city impacted by this, the next population area. So please go ahead and get to that safe spot as we are tracking that in that northeast direction. Dinsmore 415. We got about 6 minutes before it's close to your area. Aubrey 420 has lessened a few minutes as it's moved. That rotation's moved more back towards the north, being built more and more. 421 Memphis and 428 there towards Pickensville. That's going to be over in Pickens County. So we are transitioning more into Birmingham's market. So I want to take a look here real quick to make sure that Birmingham is looking to extend it or not, just to get an idea. Okay, so they are not planning on putting a downstream tornado warning. So this is going to last until 4:30 here in Noxubee County before it moves into Pickens County. but not expecting an immediate downstream warning. It did put down a 62-mile-an-hour wind gust down in Kemper County, showing the potential that it had. And guys, it got close. It was very close to producing a tornado. But the couplet has weakened since then. You're seeing very broad rotation along that leading edge. I'm not saying it's not there, but I'm saying that it was not nearly comparable with what we saw earlier. They will put out an SPS, which is basically just a lookout for this, for the wind gusts that are going to be associated with this as it moves more into Pickens County. But yeah, something we're just continue to pay attention to, as this, in my opinion, is strengthening from what it was 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes before that, it was weakening. So it's just gone through this cyclic fashion of just diminishing in strength and then increasing in strength. So looking at the latest scans, wind mode not showing me anything overly impressive. It's going to be on the north side of Paulette over, what is that, Stantibor Road? I believe I'm saying that correctly. So it's getting closer to Highway 14 and closer to Dinsmore as we speak. Looking at a few areas in Dinsmore that are about to be impacted. Go ahead and call your folks, let them know. They need to be in their safe place to be where they need to be, because Dinsmore, 415, again, it's about 4 minutes away now. Can't really leave and get in the car to get to your safe place. We need to go ahead and be there and find the most sturdy structure in the center of the room, no windows or anything like that. I talked to a few people up in the northern half of the state, and they were telling me that they went immediately to the bathtub and put all the kids in the bathtub, and they all made it through. So it does work, and it's advice that saves lives every single day. And so go ahead and do so. Have helmets, have pillows, have blankets, wrap up in them, and have all the cushion you can as the storm rolls on through. Granted, we are far from a tornado being produced, but showed its power earlier, showed its potential earlier as this moved through Kemper County. Continuing to watch it as it moves through Cooksville, I want to say this is a cell that is about to merge with this, and that is something to watch for. And the cell that I'm talking about is going to be right there on a leading edge just on the east side of Noxubee County. Now, as that moves north, it's going to wrap up into McLeod. It's going to be interesting to see if that causes that leading edge to jut out just a bit more and possibly produce a tornado as it moves towards Memphis, Highway 14 in Pickens County, and even towards Carrollton. So keep an eye on that. That's the driver of this forecast for the next 5 minutes or so. And honestly, just watch the trend. You'll see what I'm talking about. So these cells just develop out ahead of it. What that might be forming is an outflow, possibly. Which we talked about outflows before. Whenever there is an outflow and it interacts with the outflow, has the opportunity to strengthen as it moves in that same direction. So interesting to see how this cycles in and how that initial cell interacts with it and moves forward. Whether it strengthens, weakens, how it reacts. So we're moments away from figuring that out as it moves into eastern Noxubee County. Again, no downstream warning is expected, so this is going to expire here at 4:30. So as of right now, at 4:12, a meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, will continuing to assess a tornado warning in Noxubee County. This was strengthening in Kemper County, moved into Noxubee, broadened out, and in my opinion, latest scans, weakening again. So it just shows that it's now in that cyclic pattern, but it's also interacting with a cell that's merging into the line. And I want to take a look overall to see if this is the outflow. I'm not seeing anything too defined on that. Either way, it's an interaction of a cell, and that's all you need to know that something is about to happen. What happens? It's the question, but it's going to interact with it somehow, some way as it goes across Highway 14. Again, continue to assess those latest scans. Very broad rotation. I did want to say there's rotation to the southern part of this, closer to Bennsville, over in Kemper County, but I'm not seeing anything that sticks out about development anytime soon. That is strong, no doubt. Let me go ahead and just do a storm track on that as it moves in that northeast direction. This is going to be a long track because it's a long way from producing. Cooksville 421, Dancy 426, Dinsmore 429, Cochran 432, Memphis 434, Aliceville 442, Beavertown 443, Cunningham 447, Dilburg 448, and only closer to 449. Now this is not the tornado warning that was issued for the couplet to the north. This is more for the southern part of it that just looks more defined than what we're getting up north. So something to pay attention to, but yeah, it is much more broad than what we have had here recently. just looking overall, I want to make sure I'm not missing anything, and I know I'm not, because this is just not a primed environment anymore. It's definitely calmed down from what it was earlier today, but still watching this tornado warning until 4:30 in parts of Knoxville County. Now, Birmingham saying they don't plan on a downstream tornado warning, so fortunately they see this as a weakening system, and I agree with them on that, just with the rotation being as broad as it is. The only thing that's saying, is this cell out ahead, close to Dancy, that's going to interact with this tornado warned cell, and whenever that moves north, interacts with it, it has the potential to strengthen, or it will both be battling for that same energy and not be able to produce anything, and it'll just be a strong thunderstorm. So when we talk about lightning, though, you see it in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, 312 strikes over the last couple of minutes here on that cell moving through Knoxville County. So intensification, it is happening, and it has been for the last couple of scans. Rotation on the south side of the storm is still broad, but it is more intense than what they saw up north. So that's what I'm paying attention to going forward, moving towards Cooksville, Dancy, Cochran, things of that nature, going ahead and putting one more storm track on that as it continues in that northeast direction. You see some towns listed in there. Cooksville close to 420 on into the Dancy area, 425, Cochran 431, Aliceville 440, and Beavertown by about 442. Now, not getting any damage reports so far, and that's a good thing. We don't want damage reports, and it kind of tells us that this probably isn't on the ground. It probably was not on the ground earlier on, because we probably would have seen something in regards to a debris signature or something from the National Weather Service about it having produced earlier. But yeah, it is a fortunate thing they're not planning on issuing a downstream warning. So once this clears out of Knoxville County, we will continue to monitor it, but we will not need to continue to do coverage because, in my opinion, I'm not seeing this as a life-threatening storm anymore like what it was. And when I say what it was, for folks that were not with us here earlier, this is the rotation earlier on, and not be nearly as hard to find it as what it is now. Okay. You see it? I mean, clear as day. Moving close to Linville, as it moved in that northeast direction, it moved closer to Paulette, and then it just dissipated over time. I wouldn't say dissipated, but I would say broadened over time. And so you're getting more of a damaging wind threat rather than a tornadic threat. That being said, that rotation definitely is tightening on the back end, but it's just not lining up with the reflectivity, and that's how it's been. It's on the wrong side of where that reflectivity is. So yes, you're getting stronger turns, but I'm not seeing anything saying this is going to produce a tornado. If this was on the RFD, then I would say yes, pay attention to it. But I mean, to give you perspective, let's go ahead and just do some analysis. There's your circle right there. There's your reflectivity. There's not really anything that shows. If it was just on the north side of this, we'd be paying a lot more attention to it. In regards to debris, that's all you need to see. I'm not seeing anything that's overly convincing on this, producing anything. The National Weather Service in Birmingham is saying that they're still watching the Knoxville County storm as it tries to tighten near the state line, but based off what they're saying, they recognize that it is a ways away and not expecting anything too imminent or major coming out of this. And so that expiration at 4:30 with an SPS warning further down the line through Pickens County, no surprise on that. But it is definitely trying. I will give them credit. But watch where it tries at. So there's your initial rotation as it moved through to Kalb. So we follow that up. But my finger does not line up. It builds back to the south. And there's your rotation as it moves into Alabama, close to the state line, right over Cooksville right now. Look at the latest scan. It's definitely tighter, but it just does not line up with reflectivity. So I'm not convinced that this is going to be a tornado-producing storm. Cooksville, 418 Cooksville Methodist Church, 425 Cluster Church, Hebron Methodist Church, 426, Cochran, 429, and the Cochran Recreation Area. If you live close by to any of these areas, it is going to be a rotating thunderstorm moving closer to your area, a ways away from producing, but that's just going to be, that's what we've seen with these storms. They intensify quickly and then de-intensify just as fast. So looking at the latest, So there's something coming for Pickens. It's a flash flood warning with how much rainfall we've been getting, and look at what's coming your way. This is going to be producing heavy, heavy rainfall, adding to the inches of rainfall you've already received. So that flash flood warning is a concern for especially low-lying areas. So go ahead and prepare for that. I know there's little ways you can't prepare for that, but there's ways that you can mitigate the risk, and that's not getting out on the roads. That's not getting in susceptible areas, not going swimming in creeks or anything like that, which I hope you're not doing at 4 in the morning. But there's ways to diminish that risk. So that tornado threat still moving in across Noxubee County into Pickens County, but I would say that most defined rotation is right along parts of Cooksville. Still nothing in regards to confirmed debris, but definitely something we're paying attention to. It's just tough because it's between radar spots and you're not getting that what's happening at the surface. You're not getting a defined look at that. Across Cooksville Road as we speak, yeah, we'll say this lining up better with reflectivity. Reflectivity finally showing it with that interaction of the line. I'm not saying it lines up perfect because there's your notch. It's just to the east of that. And honestly, the latest scan, pretty broad. So, might have just weakened right there. Talk about a cycling pattern. There's your cycle. So currently 420, I'm meteorologist Gabe Maynor. We are tracking a tornado warning through parts of Noxubee County, moving into Pickens County as we speak. Thing is, as it moves into Pickens County, no tornado warning extended off of this, so we are expecting this to expire. They have until 4:30. I would go ahead and expire it closer to about 4:25 as this clears out of the area and becomes no longer a concern for the folks in Noxubee County. Fortunately, again, I think we dodged a bullet here because it had the potential to produce, but it looks like it lost its steam relatively quickly. So looking at the latest, just looking at what we got right here. Okay, continuing to look at what's going on. Cooksville continues to see that strongest rotation, but again, I say strongest rotation and it's weak rotation. So like, I don't want to contradict myself, but that's what it is. It's the strongest rotation we're tracking, but it's still weak rotation going forward. So, I apologize for that. That's 422 language for you. So Dancy, Cochrane going to be included in there. 426 Dancy, 431 Cochrane. Let's go ahead and get an extended look on this with a few areas that are going to be impacted. May know specific schools, may know specific churches close by. So there's a look at them going forward. Now this is 422 right now, and this morning this is going to be moving out of the warned area into Pickens County with no downstream warning expected. So I am expecting this to expire here soon, not lasting all the way until 4:30, being that it is going to be right outside the viewing area, but we'll keep watching it as it moves into Pickens County here in the coming minutes. So 427, Dancy, Cluster Church, 428, Hebron Methodist Church, closer to 429, Cochrane, 432, George Downer, 438, and Bridgeville by about 441. Let's continue to assess the line and just make sure, because you can't be overly sure. And I would say that we are, there's an RFD there. I'm not seeing bright returns, and this is not picking up nearly what it was doing, and it's entering a not as unstable environment, which is not as favorable for tornadic development. So I'm not expecting any immediate development going forward, because even as we saw with earlier storms moving into Alabama, you talk about an unfavorable environment. Well, it's over in Alabama, especially at 4:23, 4:30 in the morning. So the odds of intensification are low. I'm not saying it's impossible, but they are very low going forward. So folks in Pickens County, hopefully we dodge a bullet there as well and don't see anything produced out of this. I want to continue to assess the line, just looking at the very latest, and I'm not seeing anything of concern so far. I would say the lightning, it's going to be a light show in eastern Noxubee County as we speak, and lots of thunder, so it's going to be loud as well. So, but luckily, I don't think this storm is going to be producing a tornado anytime soon. I want to see if Memphis is going to expire. I think you're just going to let it continue well into the into 4:30. So that's about 5 minutes from now. But I do want to take the time right now, since there's no imminent threat with any tornadic development, to go ahead. Make sure. I mean, there's still broad rotation, and it does line up. I would expect it to be closer to right there. I mean, we're not far away. I can tell you that there's no confirmed tornado, but this is still a ways away from producing. So what's the more immediate threat is the flood warnings. You see a flood warning now in effect for parts of Pickens County, and all of the Alabama counties actually included in that, and this being issued earlier down in Jackson, this flood warning across the Golden Triangle all the way into Carthage, Mississippi, a very large tornado. Ooh, that would be bad. A very large flash flood warning, which honestly is bad as well. So that's what we talk about. Stay off the roads, let that water recede, and hopefully by tomorrow morning, hopefully before we head off to church, that's all gone and not a concern. But if you're in flood-prone areas, it will not take much with how much rainfall we've seen. Because, I mean, just looking at some totals over the past couple of days, we're well into the double digits for a lot of places. So these flood warnings, I mean, you're more likely not to be in a flood warning than to be in a flood warning here in Northeast Mississippi. That's a crazy thought to think about. So looking at the latest, I know we are also moments away, and they have trimmed off some of that tornado watch, and they are continuing to do so moving forward into the rest of our evening. So that's issued until 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. That's going to be Lowndes County, and we make sure with Winston County as well. So Winston County, 8 a.m. as well, over towards Noxubee County, 8 a.m., no surprise there, and Pickens County closer to 10 a.m. Now that was being issued by National Weather Service in Birmingham, and the others being issued by National Weather Service in Jackson. So differing minds on that idea, but either way, just showing that they still see potential for tornadic development. And I just want to take one more look at this line as it moves more into Pickens County and just not seeing the returns, which is a good thing. And I'm grateful for that because that means folks in Pickens County that are still recovering from tornadoes, what, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago? 3 weekends ago, because we've been doing this every weekend, we'll look at on this one. They don't need any more damage, had to deal with that EF2 tornado. Fortunately, it looks like they're going to dodge another one here. So, again, broad rotation right around that Dancy area, but I don't see anything right now that tells me we're in a concerned state. I will do a storm track just to cover it as it moves through Dancy and into Aliceville and Dilberg, and I'm going to extend it all the way to Gordo just because I know some folks in Gordo. Just like the heads up, in Gordo we were talking about 508 for you, Dancy 427, the a more immediate threat right over the top of you right now. Cochran 433, Aliceville 442, Good Hope Church 445, Cunningham 448, Dilberg 449, New Salem Church 450, Beasley 451, Mount Moriah Church 452, Forest Baptist Church 455, Ebenezer Church 5 o'clock, Pioneer 502, Arbor Springs Church 505, Kirk 505, Bell 507, and Gordo, like I mentioned earlier, 508 in the morning. It's 4:28 right now. I'm meteorologist Gabe Mader, tracking what's left of a tornado warning in Noxubee County, set to expire at 4:30 here in about 2-3 minutes or so. So we've been assessing this. Has weakened greatly as it's moved towards Pickens County. So we will let this expire here in a couple minutes or so, but I will say that as of right now, we are good to go back to regular programming for folks in the back. We'll continue to keep an eye on this and let you guys know if there's anything of immediate concern, but we are finally reaching the end of what has been a long 4-day stretch. Continue to pray for those that are impacted, and we'll keep it here for the latest. I apologize. That was, I can pull it up here real quick. We're good? Okay. Thank you, Brad. We're almost there, Brad. Yes, so this is all that's left right here. I'll show you the all clear. This is literally all we have to worry about right here. And then let me draw the outskirts of this county. This is all we have left. That's the area of concern still. But everywhere else, I see we're done with the severe weather threat. This is down in Noxubee County. Here real quick, let me pull it up on on there so you guys can see it. So this was submitted by a friend of mine, Nathan. This is down in Noxubee County watching that storm. You talk about the light show. There's your lightning right there. How long is this? We got time. And not seeing any damage off the top of my head of what I'm seeing. But no doubt about it, that's an energetic storm. And there's one more video. Let's take it. Intense rainfall with that, for sure. Hope they hope they drove safe down there. Stayed safe. Knew where to go. Because with that re-intensifying of rotation back down to the south of the storm, it was a very hard thing to chase. But hopefully nothing happened so far. They haven't told me anything bad has happened. So yeah. All right. Well, that was a look down at that Noxubee County storm. That's now in Pickens County. Just looking at this right here. Okay. So again, we circled this area. This is the area of concern still. And I say concern with hesitation because I'm not seeing anything that's immediate concern as of right now. Some broad rotation associated with it, but also very linear. And you're going to get some strong wind gusts out of that. So let me continue to see what you guys got real quick. What are you guys talking about music? Sorry. It's got intense back there towards Kemper County. I'm just looking at that rotation right there. I mean, moments away. That was happening earlier in the day. There's no telling what kind of story we'd be telling right now. But fortunately, it seems like we dodged a bullet with that. Now looking at the latest, becoming more of a Boeing segment is what I'm seeing, and that's going to be some strong winds coming out of there. So, okay, let me handle some stuff with that. Yeah, so we're going to go off stream on WTVA, but we're going to keep streaming on our Facebook pages just to keep people in the loop. So, but overall, I don't see this threat being anything too major going forward. I think we've finally wrapped up 4 long days. Going to keep watching Pickens until it's fully clear, but I think after this week, we can sit on the street. And I hope that you are sitting at home to show just how long the weekend has been.
So we are getting reports of a bridge washout. Let me see if I can pull this up here real quick. Oh my. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Let me pull this up here real quick. Let me see if I can find where this is at. 1072 seconds. I love Apple Maps. Sometimes it takes me to the Netherlands. Believe it or not, it's not. Okay, so this is up in Boonville. So County Road 7371. And let me see if I can find exactly where this is at. This is going to be. Yeah, on the just west of the city of Boonville, we're talking about. Right. 7301. It's somewhere in here. It's not going to list a specific road. Hopefully so. There's County Road 7370. And it's actually going to be. Let me see. I'm going to pinpoint this. I'm going to find it. Right here. Let's see. Right there, I think. And so this is a look at it. Let me pull it up here real quick. So here's a look